From Napoleon to the Second International Essays on 19th Century Europe. Contents. Accident-prone, or What Happened Next. The Historian as a Biographer. British Pamphleteers. Napoleon. On Himself. The Verdict of History. Charles Fames Fox. Toleranus Cut. Metternich. Metternich and his System for Europe. Cobbett. Voice of the Many. The People's Champion. Castlereagh. Wellington, Silly Soldier Man? Sir Robert Peel. Orange Peel. The Cotton Spinner's Son. Macaulay. The Man Who Was Always Right. Leviathan of History. Carlyle. Trevelyan's Carlyle. Carlyle warts and all. Lord Fone Russell, the last great Whig. Genocide. 1848. Year of Revolution. The French Revolution. Vienna and Berlin. The Slav Congress. 1848, opening of an era. Crimea, the war that would not boil. Ranka, the dedicated historian. Cavour and Garibaldi, men of 1862. Napoleon III. Francis Joseph, Emperor of Austria. Lord Palmerston. Alexander II, Tsar of Russia. Karl Marx. Bismarck. Bismarck and Europe. Marx's better half. The Paris Commune. Dizzy. The GOM. Contents. Parnell, the uncrowned king. Lord Salisbury, last Tory and first Unionist. John Morley, intellectual in politics. Keir Hardie, Labour's Moses. The Second International. The Vienna of Schnitzler. York. Manchester. Edge of Britain. A Lancashire Journey. A Southport Childhood. The Boarding House Culture. Across the Morecambe Sands. Preston Revisited. Alan John Percival Taylor was a historian who commanded both a wide popular audience and the respect of his peers. From the end of the Second World War he combined a prolific output of historical studies with substantial journalistic writing and broadcasting. He became a leading radio and television personality soon after the war and remained so for some 4 decades. Alan Taylor's historical writing was distinctive, both in its style and in the nature of the mind it revealed. He took great care in the presentation of his work, employing paradoxes and epigrams to make his reader reconsider the topic under discussion. He delighted in challenging received opinions, whether of the right or of the left. For Taylor, nothing historical should be taken for granted and no orthodoxy was sacrosanct. The problem of the historian, he wrote in 1949 when reviewing a dull academic tome, is to write a book which shall be both accurate and interesting. The problem is not solved by writing a book that is accurate. He may not have established a Taylor school of history, but he did teach a generation of able younger historians to challenge received opinions and to consider carefully the stylistic presentation of their findings. In terms of his own aims and objectives, Alan Taylor was successful as a writer of history. He admired the great stylists of previous centuries from Edward Gibbon and Thomas Babington Macaulay to Thomas Carlyle and Sir Walter Scott, and was not displeased when he was dubbed the modern Macaulay. Indeed, as early as 1936 he reflected. Macaulay claimed that his history had ousted the latest novel from the ladies' dressing table. No living historian, except Macaulay's nephew, Professor Trevelyan, can boast as much. The most important works of history often seem to the general reader dull and technical, while the popular successes usually merit the censure of the historian. It is no easy task to be both interesting and accurate. Throughout his career he aimed to write work which attained a high scholarly standard yet which would sell to a wider body of readers than most academic historians reach. More than that, he hoped that his work would be distinctive. In Taylor's view this was the key to lasting fame as a historian. Thus in 1953 he rhetorically inquired, "What is it that such individual authors as, say, Sir Lewis Namier, E. H. Carr and Hugh Trevor Roper have in common? Great scholarship, of course, but also literary mastery and clear personal convictions. A work of history, like any other book that is good, must bear its author's stamp. The reader should feel that no one else could have written this particular book in this particular way. Alan Taylor's distinctiveness as a historian owed much to his own background. He was proud to be a Northern radical of dissenting stock. He extolled a radical tradition which ran through John Wilkes, Charles James Fox, Richard Cobden, John Bright, and others down to Michael Foote. One might add, and to Alan Taylor. Of Charles James Fox, the subject of an essay in this volume, he commented in a radio broadcast at the time of the 150th anniversary of Fox's death, "Charles Fox became a saint for all who love liberty." Historically quite probably true, but when such points were put by Taylor they carried his mark of approval. When invited to give the prestigious Ford Lectures at Oxford in 1956, he turned for his subject to those who had rejected, root and branch, Britain's established foreign policy. Thereafter he deemed the resulting book, The Troublemakers, Dissent over Foreign Policy 1792-1939, to be his favorite brainchild. A little earlier, in 1952, at the time of the tercentenary of the Society of Friends, he wrote to BBC Radio, "I could offer John Bright. I am, with G. N. Clark, the only historian of Quaker training, and a schoolfellow of Bright, so for once I'm qualified." Taylor's schooling was indeed Quaker, but his family background was nonconformist, not Quaker. His father, Percy Lees Taylor, was the eldest partner in a family-owned Manchester-based cotton cloth exporting firm. According to Allen, his father had earned the then large sum of £5,000 or more each year from 1898 until he sold his share of the business in 1920 at the peak of the post-war boom. Alan Taylor's Quaker schooling at Bootham, York, between 191 and 1924 was a major formative influence. At Bootham, Taylor continued to develop his intellectual abilities and found a new solitary pursuit, studying church architecture. He had been a precocious child, reading at an early age and exhibiting the Taylor and Thompson family's trait of being great arguers, over both current affairs and more philosophic matters. At Bootham he was encouraged in his studies and allowed to shine in discussions and debates. Though religious faith fell away from him there, he benefited in a secular way from the discussions and from the periods of silence of Society of Friends meetings. His writing shows a tendency both to personify people or groups somewhat in the manner of the Pilgrim's Progress, and to deliver moral judgments. Bootham also encouraged his interest in John Bright, an interest represented by 2 essays in this volume. However, until his marriage to his first wife Margaret Adams in 1931, it was Taylor's home life that exerted the most formative influence. He was close to his father and appears to have struggled hard to win the approval of his mother through skill in argument and intellectual ability. As an only child, he had been a much looked after and spoiled boy. Both parents had moved from radicalism before the First World War to socialism after it. Leading labor movement figures Arthur Henderson, George Lansbury, and Harry Pollitt among them visited the Taylor household in the 1920s. Percy Taylor, despite being a retired wealthy man living partly on capital, had joined a general union and represented it on Preston Trades Council, a path later followed by his son, who in the mid-1930s gained experience in public speaking on Manchester Trades Council platforms. Allen was also influenced by his mother's close friend Henry Serra, a founder member of the Communist Party of Great Britain, who introduced him to various Marxist classics and to the communist press. Thus he was raised in a well-to-do but radical environment, being encouraged to read and to think for himself, and becoming a rather solitary and self-centered youth. After narrowly failing to win a scholarship to Balliol, he was awarded one at Oriel. When he arrived in Oxford in October 1924 he brought with him not only a northern accent and a proud, secular nonconformity but also radical political views. He had joined the Independent Labour Party at 15 and in the summer of 1925 he joined the small contingent of university students in the Communist Party of Great Britain. This was partly due to the influence of Henry Serra, but was also probably a case of him putting his money where his mouth was. He was never afraid to draw attention to himself by shocking the more conventional with his views, and at Oriel the undergraduates were notably conventional. For all this, he was a studious undergraduate who avoided most sports, other than rowing, and the Oxford Union. He continued to be an avid reader, to view old churches and to talk late into the night with a small circle of friends. Otherwise his world still revolved round his family. In 1925, after visiting the XLL Lake District, he traveled round Russia with his mother and Henry Serra. In his autobiography he recalled that, on seeing the mummified Lenin, I decided then that he was a good man, an opinion I have not changed. During the general strike of 1926 he returned home to Preston and drove a car on behalf of the local strike committee. In 1927 he graduated with first-class honors in history. He later affected surprise at this. Yet he had read very widely and could apply his argumentative and original mind well to essay questions. Alan Taylor's progress to professional historian has an element of an older style about it, a little of the gentleman scholar. At Oxford his parents had provided him with the then very rare undergraduate luxury of a Rover sports car. After graduating they provided him with an expensive 6-room flat beside Hampstead Heath, complete with housekeeper, while he worked as an articled clerk in his uncle Harry Thompson's solicitor's practice. He had no taste for legal work, however, even in a firm which specialized in representing the labor movement. He preferred to read, watch films or go to the theater, and after 6 months he returned to Oxford, where he worked unsuccessfully on a prize essay on the foreign policy of the parliamentary radicals of the 1830s and 1840s, a topic which he later revised as part of the Troublemakers. At the suggestion of H.W.C. Davis, then Regius Professor, he wrote to Professor A. F. Pribram of Vienna to inquire if he would supervise research which linked the British parliamentary and Viennese radicals in the period before the 1848 revolutions. After visiting Pribram in Vienna, he began research in the autumn of 1928. Alan Taylor's parents ensured that, by student standards, he had a very comfortable time in Vienna. As well as wisely spending money on private German lessons, he could afford to eat out, learn to ride and skate, and regularly attend the opera and concerts. In his second year in Vienna, by which time he had won a Rockefeller Research Fellowship, he held a season ticket for the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. In the 1920s, X1. There can have been few who could have afforded to live in some comfort in central Vienna while conducting research in the State Archive for 2 years. Like most postgraduates, Taylor defined his own research area, doing so within Pribram's broad suggestion of Anglo-Austrian relations, 1848 to 1866. In the tradition of many Oxbridge gentleman scholars he never submitted his work for a higher degree, much to the chagrin of the authorities at Manchester University when he worked there. He did publish a book, The Italian Problem in European Diplomacy 1847 to 1849, and a substantial essay, European Mediation and the Agreement of Villafranca, 1859, largely based on this work. He also took the opportunity while in Vienna to work through the best German-language historical works. This provided a valuable grounding for his later work on the Habsburg monarchy and German history, as well as improving his grasp of the language. Alfred Pribram successfully recommended Taylor for his first academic job, at Manchester University from October 1930. For the first 3 decades of Alan Taylor's academic career as a historian, his subject matter was Europe between the French Revolution and the outbreak of war in 1939, with particular emphasis on the period 1848 to 1918, on Austria-Hungary and Germany, and on European international relations. This is partly reflected in his essays 1848, Bismarck and Europe, and, more generally, The Men of 1862. This choice of direction was encouraged not only by his research in Vienna and by his teaching commitments at Manchester but also by his background. His home life had been cosmopolitan in outlook, with reading and discussion greatly encouraged and with visitors such as Henry Serra extending the scope beyond British radicalism. He had travelled with his mother and Henry Serra on the X1V continent, notably to Germany and Russia. At Oxford, while he had taken the reign of Richard II as his special subject, he had greatly enjoyed studying the French Revolution and the upheavals of 1848. His interest in European history had been stimulated by having had Slugger Urquhart of Balliol as his tutor for a year, Urquhart having much personal and family knowledge of 19th-century Europe. Alan Taylor's work on European history was very traditional in some major respects. Diplomatic history was very much in vogue as historians of many countries tried to explain why war had occurred in the summer of 1914. Indeed, his own supervisor, Pribram, had changed his research field from Oliver Cromwell to the origins of the Great War. Taylor's early publications at Manchester University were based on his archival research in Vienna plus further primary work in London and Paris. Thereafter he came to rely heavily on published foreign policy documents, making careful use of a set of the 54 volumes of Die Grosspolitik which he had bought from a German Jewish refugee in 1933. In writing his diplomatic history masterpiece, The Struggle for Mastery in Europe 1848 to 1918, he made a virtue of not adding some archival research to his extensive use of printed documents. Similarly, his short biography Bismarck was written without consulting Bismarck's surviving records. The dangers of relying too heavily on printed diplomatic documents became apparent in the origins of the Second World War, when the Nazi state's foreign policy was segregated from its domestic policy even though the two were dynamically linked. Moreover, although by his own admission the struggle for mastery in Europe dealt with the last age when Europe was the center of the world, in the Onions his coverage remained Eurocentric, the book ending with the outbreak of war in Western Europe and a brief mention that Russia and the USA were to enter the war in 1941. 15. Reliance on published diplomatic documents may well have contributed to him overemphasizing the importance of Britain and France during this period. Much of Taylor's work was a study of high politics, of emperors and premiers, rarely of politics in the regions or at grassroots level. He often appears to have had an ambivalent attitude to men of power. Sometimes he was clearly fascinated by them, men such as Bismarck, Lloyd George, and Lenin, and was much taken with the more agreeable of those whom he knew: Michael Károlyi, Max Beaverbrook, Edouard Bainy and Jan Masaryk. Yet in his role of sturdy nonconformist he cocked a snook at the powerful and delighted in praising Cobbett, Captain Swing, the Chartists, and more generally his troublemakers over British foreign policy. He also varied his position as to the role of great people in history. Thus in a 1950 radio broadcast on how history should be written he commented, "I would say Napoleon, Bismarck, Lenin are the three who pulled our modern history almost out of step." As this volume bears witness, he paid such figures much attention. Yet at other times he depicted Bismarck, the Kaiser, and Hitler as responders to the events or forces of their times. Thus in Bismarck Alan Taylor observed, he always lived in the moment and responded to its challenge. In the origins of the Second World War he somewhat provocatively stated, human blunders usually do more to shape history than human wickedness. At any rate this is a rival dogma which is worth developing, if only as an academic exercise. And develop it he did. It became almost an accident-prone view of history. In this view great men brilliantly improvise according to circumstances, or, where things go wrong, humans are the victims of fate. This could be considered a fatalistic or even pessimistic view akin to much in Thomas Hardy's writings or to Shakespeare's tragic figure King Lear. Perhaps this part of his approach to the role of major individuals. 15.1. In history owed something to the last vestiges of his youthful Marxism. By making Hitler and the others opportunists he avoided making any claim that a solitary individual could determine a nation's fate. There was also a degree of economic determinism behind his European history. German diplomacy, whether under Bismarck, the Kaiser, or Hitler, was likely to follow certain courses. For, in his view, if the other powers permitted it, Germany would inevitably dominate Europe because of its geographic, demographic and economic advantages. What made Taylor's European work outstanding, then, was not the novelty of its topic or its approach. It was more his ability to take reasonably well-known areas and make the reader see them differently. He was fascinated by history and engaged in his own debate with the past, unwilling to accept standard views without challenge. In writing essays and books he applied his intellect and his powers as a great arguer to the study of history. From the 1940s he developed his ability to write a sustained critique of the received wisdom on a subject, presenting it in a lucid and sparkling style. He summed up this in his comment that he possessed a ruthless intellect, criticizing everything, never satisfied, always forcing up the standards of academic truth and artistic achievement. Books such as The Course of German History and Bismarck are extended essays in which Taylor pushed his themes to volume length. Alan Taylor turned increasingly towards British history from the mid-1950s. In June 1956, after The Struggle for Mastery in Europe and Bismarck had been published, he commented to his publisher, "At the moment I feel that I have used up my stock of intellectual capital and must accumulate for a bit before writing more. But if I saw the perfect biographical subject, I would seize it." He turned down suggestions to write on Charles James Fox, Metternich, Sir Charles Dilke, the Kaiser, and Adam von Trott. Instead he worked on the origins of the Second World War and eagerly accepted an opportunity to write the 1914-1945 volume in the Oxford History of England. In preparing for English History 1914-1945 he 15. Took to reviewing more books on British history, not only on the 20th century but also on earlier periods. His move towards British history was further encouraged by the stormy reception given to his Origins of the Second World War. In spite of his very critical comments on Germany in the course of German history and his own record in the late 1930s as an anti-appeaser, he was deemed by some critics to be an apologist for Hitler, as his revisionist account suggested that there was much more involved in the outbreak of war in Europe in September 1939 than Hitler's misdeeds. Indeed, he suggested that Hitler had not followed long-laid plans but had been an opportunist, responding to circumstances. Taylor had been suggesting some of the revisionist themes of the book even as the Second World War was ending. He felt his views had been confirmed with the publication of various diplomatic documents after the war. When reviewing Louis Namier's diplomatic prelude on the diplomacy before the outbreak of war, he wrote, "You can find in Namier the more humdrum truth, discreditable no doubt to both sides in the negotiations, not discreditable from wickedness or sinister intention, discreditable from short-sightedness, vanity, and ignorance." In the aftermath of the furor over the origins of the Second World War, Alan Taylor was not offered another, better post or renewal of his special lectureship at Oxford University when it ran out in 1963. He remained a Fellow of Magdalen College until he reached retirement age. He continued to give occasional lectures at Oxford, but his regular income from lecturing there had ended. He became more London-based, going on to write the official biography of his friend Lord Beaverbrook and becoming the honorary director of the Beaverbrook Library from its opening in 1967 until its closure in 1975. These tasks took him back to research on primary documents and to working on both 20th-century British history and the Second World War. 15.1L1. Alan Taylor's activities as a major radio, television, and newspaper personality are thought by some to have detracted from his standing as a historian. Yet, by making him one of the best-known major academic historians, these activities helped to communicate history to wider audiences. Initially his opportunities arose from being the right person in the right place. He was the bright young modern history lecturer at Manchester University at a time when the Manchester Guardian was firmly centred on Manchester. He began writing book reviews for that newspaper when his professor, Louis Namier, had tired of writing them quickly and regularly. From this opening he later successfully lobbied to write historical essays to mark anniversaries. During the Second World War he was still teaching in Oxford and so was available to give talks in southern England on current affairs, especially on his specialist area of Central Europe. With so many rivals absent, he had a golden opportunity to make a name for himself on the radio and in the press. By 1942 he was providing broadcasts for BBC Radio, and by March 1944 he was writing leaders for the Manchester Guardian. Before the end of the Second World War he was well entrenched with BBC Radio as a commentator on foreign affairs and as a fiery controversialist in discussion programs. As well as to his abilities and to the fact that he was available when others were away on war service, Alan Taylor's success in the media also owed something to his willingness to push himself. For example, in early 1945, when discussing a possible program on current affairs, he urged a producer, "Boost me to the brains trust again, they obviously don't love me, but it is such easy money." The Alan Taylor of the 1940s combined radical individualism and a striking ability to argue with brazen self-assurance. When BBC Television decided to broadcast a regular discussion program, following US models, Alan Taylor became one of its regular team of 4. This program, Jay and the News, made Robert Boothby, W. J. Brown, Michael Foot, and Taylor X1X household names. Later, after their appearances were rationed as a result of political pressure, the 4 transferred to the infant commercial television and continued their weekly arguments in a program entitled Free Speech. Taylor's fame as a television personality directly led to him becoming a weekly columnist in the popular press, successively for the Sunday Pictorial, the Daily Herald and the Sunday Express. He also tried to take advantage of his radio and television current affairs contacts to broadcast history lectures. As early as February 1944 he was asking to give a radio broadcast to mark the 40th anniversary of the Anglo-French Entente. In 1947 he did give 2 history broadcasts, and in the following year he gave more, plus several book reviews. Thereafter he succeeded in interesting BBC Radio in broadcasting his major public lectures, including John Bright and the Crimean War, as well as his 1956 Ford lectures. He also continued to give occasional radio talks on some of his favorite topics such as Charles James Fox, Metternich, Macaulay, and Carlyle. Independent television gave Alan Taylor the opportunity to deliver lectures to a mass audience. The first ITV series, in August 1957, was on events in Russia 40 years earlier. These 3 Russian Revolution lectures were followed by another series, entitled When Europe Was the Center of the World, which dealt mostly with the period 1789 to 1914. For the latter series, broadcast at 6 p.m. on Mondays, Associated Television Ltd. gave viewing figures of 750,000. In publishing the Russian lectures, ATV stated that in the summer of 1957 it had set Mr. A.J.P. Taylor the challenge of inviting him to deliver the first series of lectures in television, entirely unscripted and without recourse to film or other visual aids. Mr. Taylor accepted the challenge, and by the turn of the year he had delivered the first 12 half-hour lectures. Alan Taylor's ability to give half-hour television lectures from memory, with no visual aids and ending exactly on time, became legendary. It was, in fact, his norm. He had established an excellent reputation as a lecturer at Oxford, in part due to his capacity to lecture without notes, a skill also possessed by Alfred Pribram, whom Taylor probably chose to emulate. For television he carefully thought out his main points and memorized 2 or 3 different endings which he would use according to the time available. As well as giving 6 series of lectures on ITV, Taylor gave 5 series on BBC and 1 on Channel 4. The BBC lectures were more substantial and were published at the time in The Listener. The later series of 1976, 1977, 1978, and 1983 each formed the basis of an illustrated book. The first series, The Twenties, broadcast in 1962, was something of a trial run for his English history 1914 to 1945, and so was not reprinted. The Men of 1862, a series broadcast in 1963, has never before been reprinted. The lectures dealt mostly with major figures about whom he had written before, providing his updated opinions on them. In terms of delivery, he was then at the height of his powers, his fascination with his subjects making compelling viewing. Even so, on rare occasions his legendary sense of timing was not always quite right. He ended the lecture on Louis Napoleon with abbreviated comments. In 1873 Napoleon III became an exile in England, hoped to come back, was operated upon so that he could sit upon a horse again, died under the surgeon's knife. Before calmly delivering his final sentence. At his funeral, the only Frenchman who came over from France to be with him was a trade unionist. In the case of the Francis Joseph lecture all went well until he reached his concluding section, when he appears to have become agitated as he saw his time running out, jumbling his sentences quite badly *, but this was rare. Alan Taylor's enthusiasm for writing for the popular press and for his television and radio work cost him academic promotion in Oxford during the 1950s. Indeed, it was the issue over which he broke off relations with his old mentor Louis Napoleon, Taylor arguing that as a historian his powers of communication were strengthened by his forays into journalism. Taylor had learned much from Napoleon about writing contemporary history in an easy-to-understand style, not to mention a great deal about the history of Central Europe. When reviewing Napoleon's diplomatic prelude he had observed, "The first aim of the journalist is to interest, of the historian to instruct." Of course the good journalist and the good historian try to do both. But Taylor was a historian first and foremost. He was eager to communicate his enthusiasm for the past, whether by the printed, broadcast or spoken word. When reflecting in 1950 on how history should be written, he observed that a lot of historians forget that one purpose of writing a book is that someone should read it. He wrote his books with an eye to their having both wide and lasting appeal. As a historian, Alan Taylor was committed to discovering the truth about the past. The value that he found in the subject is well expressed in these comments he made in 1950. History is the one way in which you can experience at second hand all kinds of varieties of human behavior, and after all the greatest problem in life is to understand how other people behave, and this is what history enables us to do. It makes the reader and to a certain extent the historian aware of a fuller, much wider life than somebody could possibly have merely by his own private experience. Alan Taylor was a skilled writer of short essays and long book reviews. He often combined in them his argumentative, questioning turn of mind, his feel for history and his sparkling style. He could always spot the telling anecdote, and learned from Napoleon. XX. To open with something striking wherever possible. This is well illustrated here, not least by the memorable, but not especially apposite, opening of Tory history. He gathered together 5 collections of essays, all published in London by Hamish Hamilton, From Napoleon to Stalin, Rumors of Wars, Englishmen and Others, Politics in Wartime and Politicians, Socialism and Historians. From the first 3 of these were later drawn a 1-volume selection published in the United States, From Napoleon to Lenin, and also the Penguin selection Europe, Grandeur and Decline. He drew from the first 4 for the second Penguin selection, Essays in English History. The present volume contains the best from Alan Taylor's 5 original collections, but also adds many pieces which have not been reprinted before. The new essays stand comparison with those from the earlier volumes. Where Alan Taylor had written well on a topic on several occasions, it made sense here to print a fresh essay rather than one that has appeared 2 or 3 times before. This book presents Alan Taylor on major topics of 19th century European history. It begins with his intellectual autobiography and some of his reflective pieces on writing history. It concludes with a selection of his writings on the history of places he knew and loved, Vienna, York, Manchester, and the Lancashire resorts. Alan Taylor's essays have the qualities of some of the best types of lectures. They arouse interest in their subject and make the reader want to find out more. They were not intended to be potted factual notes. There are plenty of reference works or textbooks for that. For the older reader, they may have the equivalent quality of a glass of old port after an excellent meal. Accident Prone, or What Happened Next. Previously published in the Journal of Modern History, March 1977. The Journal of Modern History occasionally devotes an entire number to a non-American historian. First came the prestigious French historian Braudel. Then the editor hit on me as a representative English historian, which I fear I am not. The editor asked how I had become a historian, what were my aims and standards, what difficulties I had encountered. I had never considered these questions previously. The result came out as an essay in intellectual autobiography. A Galician priest was explaining to a peasant what miracles were. If I fell from that church tower and landed unhurt, what would you call it? An accident. And if I fell again and was unhurt? Another accident. And if I did it a third time? A habit. In my version of history, I am told, everything happens by accident. This, though not I think true of my books, has applied in my own lifetime and again. Or perhaps such a steady record of accidents implies some kind of predestination. It never crossed my mind, when young, that I might become a professional historian. I did not seek my various careers: historian, journalist, television star. They sought me. I did not even devise the subjects of my books. All, with one exception, were suggested to me by others. Ironically, the one exception, the origins of the Second World War, brought more trouble on my head than all my other books put together, trouble that one did not foresee or intend to provoke. There must be a moral here. Certainly I loved history as far back as I can remember. I cannot explain this. It seems to me natural, just like loving music or the Lake District Mountains. The first book I read, at the age of 4, was Pilgrim's Progress, in its way a great historical work. Later I read all the historical novels I could lay my hands on: Harrison Ainsworth, Kingsley, Bulwer Lytton, G.A. Henty, The Drabber, and more factual the better. I could not take historical novels with real characters in them. That, I suppose, is why I never read Scott, greatest of historical novelists, until I was adult. Later I read indiscriminately works of historical narration. It seemed obvious to me that the historian's prime duty was to answer my childish question, what happened next? It seems almost as obvious to me now. The book that pleased me most was H.G. Wells's Outline of History, read as it came out in its original fortnightly parts. Not that I accepted Wells's version of events moving inevitably toward a world state. This passion for history is still with me. Every book that arrives on my desk for review excites me, and the prospect of myself writing a book on a good theme excites me still more. I was always a loner, a solitary only child, out of step in all sorts of ways, rarely influenced by others and learning by the painful process of trial and error. I was born and grew up in Lancashire, which marked me off from the predominant, non-industrial culture of southern England. When I first went to Oxford, I was astonished to find a town not dominated by mill chimneys and with few mean streets. I came of radical, dissenting stock on both sides. A collateral ancestor of my father's was killed at Peterloo. My maternal great-grandfather voted for Orator Hunt at the Preston by-election in 1830 and received one of the medals struck in honor of the free and independent voters of Preston. My father was a Lloyd George radical before the First World War. After it, when most of his fellow cotton merchants went right, he went left. He joined the Independent Labour Party. In due course he became a Labour representative on Preston Town Council and was a member of the local strike committee during the general strike of 1926. I was always on good terms with my father and went along with his socialism. I am told this is an abnormal relationship psychologically, making one uncombative and lacking in self-confidence. I cannot say that it had any such effect in my case. On the contrary, it made me more confident to have a secure family background. It is a curious thing to be a hereditary dissenter. On the one hand, you reject established views, religious in earlier times, political and social in our own. On the other, you have no inner conflict in doing so. Indeed, you would have a conflict only if you accepted them. On a committee I usually put forward subversive ideas and at the same time insist that the existing rules must be rigorously observed until they are changed. Something the same applies to my books. The framework is strictly conventional old-fashioned history, as one reviewer recently called it. But the ideas stuffed into the framework do not conform to accepted views. This is, I suppose, why my books annoy some people. I am a traitor within the gates. My education increased my separation from the traditional stream of English culture. I went first to a Quaker preparatory school and then to Bootham, a Quaker public school at York. At both I experienced the physical hardships which were then the distinctive mark of English education. In other ways, my schools were different. The Society of Friends is certainly a community, but one resolutely out of step with the larger one. In spirit and outlook I am closer to the Friends than to any other body, except that they believe in God and I do not. Theirs is of course a special sort of God. What they really believe in is that of God in every man, a belief I share. This has given another firm point in my life, or rather two: I am no better than anyone else, and no one else is better than me. These rules of thumb have carried me a long way. I did not acquire much understanding of history at either of 4. my schools. At my preparatory school I learned the dates of the kings and queens of England, went on to the dates of the kings of France and the Holy Roman Emperors, and was hesitating whether to do the sultans of Turkey or the popes of Rome next when I left the school. At Bootham I read innumerable textbooks and, when my history master challenged me to read a long book, went right through Gibbon in a fortnight. But my history was still no more than an undiscriminating appetite. Understanding came in a different way. I collected Gothic churches and abbeys, spending far more time on this than on my schoolwork. This was the first field that brought the past alive to me. I carried a tape measure and a set square and produced ground plans of impeccable accuracy, with the various styles picked out in color. But being unable to draw freehand, I could never produce elevations. There is a parallel here with my books. They provide ground plans and the reader has to put in the elevations. I had no doubt what I wanted to do when I left school, simply to go on with what I loved, history, though with no idea of what this would lead to or how to turn it to any practical use. Oxford was my first encounter with traditional England, and very surprising it was. For instance, though I had measured and described countless churches, I had never reflected on what they were for. I had never attended a service of the Church of England and was astonished when I first entered the college chapel. I soon cried off attendance as an atheist. The dean said to me, "Do come and talk to me about your doubts." I answered, "I have none." Oxford's reaction to the general strike also took me unawares. Most of the undergraduates went off as strike breakers. I went back to Lancashire and drove a car for my father's strike committee. Most of my time at Oxford was spent on medieval history, then a flourishing subject. The older views were being knocked about, which had a certain charm. Otherwise not much of it interested me except for the peasants' revolt. As to modern history, when we reached the Glorious Revolution, my tutor 5. said to me, "You know all the rest from your work at school, so we do not need to do any more." I picked up my knowledge of modern history, such as it was, mainly from the works of Sir John Marryat, a historian now no doubt forgotten. I suspect that I am the Marryat de nos jours, except that he was very much on the right and I am very much on the left. I cultivated the revolutions of 1848 after reading Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon, the book of his apart of course from the Communist Manifesto that I most admired. I also conceived a great admiration for Sarl's Europe and the French Revolution, more for its style than its content, and for many years tried to emulate his epigrammatic style, as readers of the course of German history can see for themselves. I did not go to any lectures except those of Sir Charles Oman, and that only because Sir Charles, being very old, was a period piece. I never saw an original document or received any guidance in historical method. I was unaware of the existence of the Stubbs Society, the select society which promising historians are invited to join, or of the Ford Lectures, the most prestigious lectures in the English-speaking world. Now that I come to think of it, I did not have as a friend a single undergraduate who was reading history. My own friends were either literary, such as Norman Cameron the poet and J.I.M. Stewart, later famous as a detective story writer, or merely young men who like me were enjoying themselves. I called myself a Marxist from the time I became a socialist. But, reading more history at Oxford, I began to feel that Marxism did not work. Consider the famous sentence in the Communist Manifesto: "The history of all hitherto recorded society is the history of class struggles." Very impressive but not true. Perhaps all history ought to have been the history of class struggles, but things did not work out that way. There have been long periods of class collaboration and many struggles that were not about class at all. I suppose my mind is too anarchic to be fitted into any system of thought. Like Johnson's friend Edwards, I, too, have tried to be a Marxist, but common sense kept breaking in. 6. One day a friend said to me, "Why do you not join the Communist Party?" Offhand I could think of no ready answer, and on these inadequate grounds became a member of the party for a couple of years. My experiences in the general strike showed me that the Communist Party played no significant part in the working class movement, and my disillusionment was complete when Trotsky was expelled from the Russian Party and then from Russia. Not that I understood the rights and wrongs of the dispute, if it had any. I simply thought that a party which expelled a man of such gifts, merely because he disagreed with the accepted line, was not for me. I quietly lapsed and so escaped the soul torments over communism that racked so many British and American intellectuals during the 1930s. In 1927 I got a first in my history finals. This surprised me. I had thought that perhaps I was clever, but certainly not that I was history clever. Perhaps clever is enough in the history school at Oxford. However, it did not concern me. I wanted to escape the ivory towers of Oxford and go into what I imagined was real life. 6 months in a law office taught me my mistake. I drifted back to Oxford, at a loss what to do. Someone, I think Davis, the Regius professor, suggested that I should go to Vienna and work under Pribram, who was reputed to be an authority on Oliver Cromwell. This seemed as good a way as any of learning German, quite apart from the fact that Vienna was highly esteemed in socialist circles. So off I went and lived in Vienna for 2 years. I found that Pribram had lost interest in Cromwell and had now moved on to the origins of the First World War. This was no good to me, who knew no history after the Congress of Berlin. Pribram charitably suggested that I should work on Anglo-Austrian relations between 1848 and 1860, and I duly settled down in the Staatsarchiv. I received no instruction how to conduct research. I was not even warned to put down the number of the document I was copying, which caused me a great deal of unnecessary work later. I knew none of the 7. Techniques of diplomatic history. I just dived in at the deep end. Imperceptibly I found a better subject, not Anglo-Austrian relations in the void, but the diplomacy of the North Italian question during the Revolution of 1848. I gradually trained myself to be a diplomatic historian and was quite competent in this modest art by the time I went on to work in the British and French archives. I suppose I ought to have worked in the Italian archives as well, but of course it was out of the question for me to go to Italy in Mussolini's time. Though I was now doing historical research, I was far from certain that I should become a professional historian. I had no patron or supervisor in England. I did not enroll as a student at Vienna University and, though I had many social meetings with Pribram, never received any guidance from him after his initial suggestion. I vaguely foresaw that, with my newly acquired command of German, I might become a foreign correspondent. Even more wildly, I took serious steps to become an inspector of ancient monuments, a post for which, apart from my knowledge of Gothic architecture, I was totally unqualified. However, events decided for me in their usual way. In the spring of 1930 Pribram went to Oxford and delivered the Ford Lectures. One night he sat next to Ernest Jacob at dinner. Jacob had just become head of the history department at Manchester. The professor and lecturer in modern European history had both left, and Jacob was without anyone to teach the subject in the coming academic year. He asked whether Pribram knew of anyone. Pribram, perhaps grateful for the help I had given him in translating his Ford lectures into English, mentioned me. The next morning Jacob sent me a telegram offering me the job of lecturer. And that is how I became committed to history. I had hardly been aware until that moment that there was a university in Manchester, and my main feeling was pleasure at going home to Lancashire. In fact, the Manchester History School was at that time the most distinguished in Great Britain. The department was very small, 3 professors, 1 reader. 8. And 4 lecturers in all. It never occurred to us that we might have a duty to society. Our sole task, we thought, was to train historians. No professor of modern history had yet been appointed. Hence, in my first year at Manchester I did the work of both professor and lecturer, another case of diving in at the deep end. I had to cover all European history from 1494 to 1914 and knew none of it except for the French Revolution and patches of the 19th century until the Congress of Berlin. I bought a set of old-fashioned textbooks and compiled notes for 96 lectures. For the period before the First World War I used the revisionist, books that were then in favor and produced an impeccably pro-German account. After delivering my lectures once, I decided that it would be tedious to give the same lectures year after year. I threw away my notes and thereafter lectured without notes as I have done ever since. I do not know whether I taught my enormous classes anything. But I taught myself history, literally on my feet. I also taught myself to address mass audiences without a tremor. This has often worried me. Most orators are desperately nervous before they speak. Lloyd George's shirt was always wet through. I have never trembled before either an audience or the television cameras. When I had been at Manchester a year, Namier arrived as professor of modern history. It is sometimes said that I was his pupil. This is not so. I was already an established lecturer when Namier came and, if anything, he was my pupil, not I his. At least I tried to teach him how Manchester University worked, in which I was unsuccessful. Namier was at this time wholly taken up with English politics in the early reign of George III, a subject that did not concern me. Of course I was fascinated by his stories, but I did not share his outlook and was indeed the friendly critic, as he called me, who accused him of taking the mind out of history. It is strange that this great man, who deplored the influence of political ideas, should have repeatedly jeopardized his career for the sake of Zionism, a political idea if ever there were one. 9. My views of European history were reached independently of Namier, though we broadly agreed on most things. He had not kept up with the most recent work on the subject and occasionally I was in the happy position of telling him something instead of listening. Also our methods were different. He was a painstaking and laborious scholar. I often relied on intuition. I once made some point in a review. Namier asked me, "How did you know that?" "I worked on the topic for 3 weeks before I found it." I said I felt it must be so. He replied, "Ah, you have green fingers." I have not. Some may say that I have relied on my green fingers too much. I think I have relied on them too little. For instance, I felt from the first day that van der Lubbe set fire to the Reichstag all alone. But I hesitated to champion this view against the weight of received opinion until Tobias vindicated it some 30 years afterwards. If I had a teacher at Manchester and indeed afterwards, it was A.P. Wadsworth, not Namier. Wadsworth was deputy editor and then editor of the Manchester Guardian and also an economic historian of great distinction. He set me to writing leader-page articles on anniversaries of famous men or events and later on the interwar diplomatic documents as they came out. Wadsworth was a hard taskmaster. He constantly said to me, "An article in the Guardian is no good unless people read it on the way to work." I followed his instruction. My guiding principle, in my writings as in my lectures, has always been: give the customer what he wants, which does not of course mean what he would like to hear. I worried about my style as much as about my scholarship. In my opinion, a work of history misfires unless readers get the same pleasure from it that they do from a novel. My models were Bunyan, Cobbett, and Shaw, though I would not claim to reach their standard. I suspect that those who are shocked by my views would be less perturbed if I wrapped them up in the prolixity usual in historical writing. I also learned a good deal at Manchester from contemporary events and my own political activities. I advocated resistance to Hitler from the moment he came to power. But I also thought 10. That the national government were more likely to support Hitler against Russia than to go against him, and therefore I opposed rearmament until we got a change of government. In 1935 I opposed support for the League of Nations by the existing government as a fraud, which it turned out to be, and remember one splendid meeting with the entire audience, composed half of communists and half of members of the League of Nations Union, vociferously against me. With the reoccupation of the Rhineland, I decided that we must rearm even under the national government, and was convinced that if we took a firm line with Hitler there would be no war. I was one of the few people outside London who addressed meetings against appeasement at the time of Munich, and very rough they were. I have not changed the views I held then. Though I often dabbled in politics, I never devoted myself to them or sought a political career. Once when I applied for an appointment at Oxford which I did not get, the president of the college concerned said to me sternly, "I hear you have strong political views." I said, "Oh no, President. Extreme views weakly held." This has remained my position. But, growing up in a political household and myself involved in politics on the fringe, I automatically assumed that politics expressed the activities of man in society, as the theme of history has rightly been called. All other forms of history, economic history, social history, psychological history, above all sociology, seem to me history with the history left out. And when I am told quite erroneously that my form of history is merely a record of events, I can only reply that so are all other forms. A ship sailing from Venice to Constantinople is as much an event as a general election or an army marching to battle. It all depends on what you make of them. Napier affected me in one practical way. He thought we ought to have a special subject on pre-war diplomacy and, being too busy to do this himself, shoved it onto me. I forgot all my previous views, and started again from scratch, reading Die Grosspolitik and then the British and French documents from cover to cover. When I had finished, I no longer thought that Germany was the innocent victim of Entente diplomacy. I was not even sure that the First World War happened by accident. My new absorption with pre-war diplomacy attracted the attention of E. L. Woodward, who was almost alone at Oxford in promoting its study, and in 1938 he helped me to get a fellowship at Magdalen, which I have held happily ever since. My first real books, which I wrote soon after moving to Oxford again, came to me by chance. Harold Macmillan wanted a short history of the Habsburg monarchy in its later days. Napier was again too busy, and again I took it on. Then during the war PWE wanted a chapter on the Weimar Republic for a handbook they were preparing. I wrote it. However, PWE found my chapter not sufficiently enthusiastic about German democracy and therefore too depressing for their handbook. Dennis Brogan said, "Why not turn it into a book?" I took his advice and wrote The Course of German Story. Of course both books were affected by the war, but not more, I think, than it affects me still. Since the war centered on Germany, I had to explain why the Germans got where they did. With the Habsburg monarchy, one learned a great deal from Central European refugees. Hubert Riepke, the predestined successor of Beneš, though he never stepped into his inheritance, Michael Karolyi, who became one of my dearest friends, and the Slovenes with whom I worked toward the end of the war in an attempt to get Trieste for Yugoslavia. I have often been called a narrative historian, a title of which I am not ashamed. After all, the distinguishing mark of history is that events happen in order of time. How else can you present them? But these two books of mine are not really narrative, they are explanation. They try to answer the question, how did it happen? How did the Habsburg monarchy decline and go to pieces? How did Germany remain a militaristic power, less democratic than either England or France? The customer wanted explanations, I tried to provide them. Actually, I was less affected by the war than I ought to have been. I should 12. Have seen that the Habsburg monarchy disintegrated because of defeat in the war and for no other reason. However, I am still reasonably content with the Habsburg monarchy. I saw German history from outside, partly as an Englishman, partly as an Austrian, and I would not claim that there is anything original in the course of German history. But at least I had read Eckhart Kerr, which most English historians at that time had not. The war affected me in other ways. It gave me a warning, which I did not always heed, against trying to learn from history. In 1940 I was convinced that the Germans would not invade England. I was right, but for entirely the wrong reason. I thought that, on the analogy of Bonaparte in 1798, the Germans would make ostensible preparations to invade England and in fact invade the Middle East. The analogy was false. Hitler never had any offensive plans in the Middle East and did not invade England simply because his forces were not strong enough to do so. Later during the war I gave innumerable talks on the war and current affairs which enabled me to see the war in some sort of historical perspective. Indeed, looking back, I remember much more of my lectures and interpretations than of what was actually happening. The Oxford History School, however, stopped in 1939, as it still does, and there was no academic use for my knowledge of the Second World War. I went back to my study of diplomatic history before 1914 and was wondering what use to make of this when I had another stroke of luck. Deacon and Bullock launched the Oxford History of Modern Europe. There were to be volumes on the general history of the principal nation-states and in addition 3 on diplomatic history. I gladly undertook the middle one of these, extending from the revolutions of 1848 to the coming of Lenin and Woodrow Wilson in 1918. Thus accident had intervened again. By definition I was strictly confined to diplomatic history, which suited me very well. This was the first book I thought about before I wrote it. I should have no difficulty, except hard work, over the diplomatic details. But what about les forces profondes, as Renevine has 13. called them? I had difficulty, as Renevine had, in reconciling them with the play of accident that determines the day-to-day course of events. For instance, a war between the 2 Germanic powers and the rest was very likely in the early years of the 20th century. But the actual war that broke out in August 1914 would not have occurred as it did if Archduke Franz Ferdinand had not gone to Sarajevo on June 28, or even if his chauffeur had not taken a wrong turning. I suppose something the same is true of all history. Les forces profondes are there all right if you cover a century in a single essay, as Namier did in that wonderful essay From Vienna to Versailles. But when you look at details, individual men affect even the greatest events. No doubt France would have been diminished somehow in the later 19th century, but she would have declined differently without Napoleon III. No doubt Germany would have become greater in any case, but the way in which she became great was determined by Bismarck. The historian, I think, just has to accept life and put up with it. I tried to strike a balance by drawing the general outline of these 70 years in a long introduction and then putting in the details as the pre-Raphaelites used to do with their pictures. Maybe I did not get the balance right. When I think back to the struggle for mastery in Europe, it seems to me a fascinating recital of diplomatic episodes, each chapter suited to appear as an article in a learned journal and adding up to an unreadable book. However, when I open the book again I do not see how it could have been done otherwise, and there is far more in it about les forces profondes than I had remembered. The book established my reputation as a scholar, at any rate in some circles, and is the only one of my books to be translated into Russian. Of course the Russians paid me only in blocked rubles, and it exasperates me to see copies of the Russian translation on the shelves of university libraries whenever I go to Eastern Europe. Incidentally, the Russian translator changed my sentence. Wilson was as much a utopian as Lenin to Wilson was a utopian. 14. The struggle for mastery in Europe, though I did not know it, was virtually my farewell to 19th century Europe and, in a sense, to diplomatic history also. I followed it up by a biography of Bismarck, written on the initiative of an American publisher, but the interest in it for me was not the political history, which I was now writing for the third time, but Bismarck the man. For once I tried to be a psychologist. I did not get copyright very far. I found that Bismarck, too, got on well with his father and, according to all the rules, should have been timid and unaggressive. I decided that psychology did not provide much help to historians and that men have the disposition they are born with, a conclusion reinforced later when I wrote the life of Beaverbrook. Apart from that, I fell mildly in love with Bismarck. Every historian, I think, should write one biography, if only to learn how different it is from writing history. Men become more important than events, as I suppose they should be. I prefer writing history all the same. And now an extraordinary thing happened to me, the most extraordinary indeed that happened in my life. One evening I received an invitation to deliver the Ford Lectures at Oxford. I knew great historians gave the Ford Lectures. My friend Richard Pearse had given them, and so had my colleague Bruce McFarlane. But me, the industrious hack, compiling records of events? Besides, the Ford Lectures were on English history, and I still thought of myself as a historian of Europe. I wandered out into the night, encountered Alan Bullock, and told him my plight. He said, "You have always opposed British foreign policy. Now tell us about the men who opposed it in the past." I was intoxicated with delight, a wonderful subject that no one had thought of before. The outcome was The Troublemakers, by far my favorite brainchild and the one I hope to be remembered by. I suppose it should be classed as history of ideas. For me, the ideas, the men, and the excitement of presenting them were all mixed up. The Troublemakers was not all praise. Michael Foote called it, "the book in which you stabbed all your friends in the back," a complaint he repeated about 15. My political arguments when we used to appear together on television. All the same, the Troublemakers are my heroes so far as I have ever found any. 1956 was altogether a wonderful year. I delivered the Ford Lectures. I was elected to the British Academy, according to Galbraith, on the strength of my bibliography in the struggle for mastery in Europe. It was the year of the Suez Crisis, when I thought that the Boer War had come again and that we faced a long period of unpopularity, persecution and perhaps imprisonment. This was another error in trying to learn from history. The miserable British government could not even sin properly and called off their aggression within a week. Most of all, 1956 was the year I met Beaverbrook. The occasion for this was characteristic. He had just published Men and Power. In it he told how Lloyd George, when imposing convoy on the reluctant admirals, descended on the Admiralty and seated himself in the First Lord's chair. I was pretty sure that there had not been a meeting of the Admiralty Board that day. I wrote asking Beaverbrook for his evidence. He invited me to lunch and said, "I'm sure it happened," and, when I pressed him again, "I'll ask Churchill," which of course he never did. Years later I found that he had inserted the story on the proof in order to liven things up. However, it did not matter. I was bewitched by this master of political narrative and by the historical zest that inspired a man nearly 80. Beaverbrook, apart from delighting me, switched my attention to English history. Another pull towards it came in a more orthodox way. One afternoon I went for a walk with G. N. Clark, the editor of the Oxford History of England. He said casually, "I must do something about a final volume in the Oxford History of England, to pick up in 1914 where Ensor leaves off. Ensor was planning to do it and now he is dead. Perhaps I'll have a try at it myself." I said, "What about me?" and with that I was in not only my next book, but many years of my life determined. Yet it would never have happened if G. N. Clark and I had not gone for a walk in Whiteham Woods that autumn afternoon. 16. I was starting this time much more from scratch. I had never taught 20th century English history and had not kept up with the work on it systematically. I had reviewed most of the principal memoirs and other books as they came out. But mostly my knowledge was a matter of memory and unreliable source. However, I began to read very hard. The subject had at any rate the advantage that most of the books on it were in English, and the even greater advantage that they were nearly all in the London Library. No more reading German, no more going to the British Museum. These two things were almost reward enough in themselves. I had hardly settled down when I had to break off. Distractions made a hole in my life for 2 years and more. It was my turn to serve as vice president of Magdalen College just when it celebrated its quincentenary, and as vice president I had to organize it all. This was very enjoyable and, for a historian, very interesting. But it took up much of my time, arranging dinners and parties, commissioning a fireworks display, even attending a service at the tomb of our founder, William of Waynflete, in Winchester Cathedral. I left a note of my mistakes for my successor in 2058. He will learn from it how to make new ones. A greater distraction was the call of duty when the campaign for nuclear disarmament started. This was the only public cause to which I devoted myself wholeheartedly and, I think, the one worthy thing I have done in my life. I became one of the national speakers and for 2 years or so toured in more halls than either Bright or Gladstone did, if only because some of the halls were not built in their time. With the troublemakers fresh in my mind, I tried to achieve the same effect. Where my colleagues appealed to emotion, I relied on hard argument to show the folly as well as the wickedness of nuclear weapons. My model was Cobden. I know the blue books as well as the noble lord does. My best evening came at Birmingham Town Hall, where I spoke precisely 100 years after Bright delivered there his great speech on British foreign policy, a gigantic system of out-relief for the British aristocracy. 17. The campaign was very instructive for me as a historian. Mass meetings are intoxicating for both audience and speaker. You imagine you have really achieved something when you get 4,000 people on their feet with enthusiasm, and I suppose much the same is true of a successful speech in the House of Commons. This was a warning to me that politicians cannot be wholly sane. Nor were we in the great days of the campaign. We genuinely believed when we started that the whole world would be impressed if Great Britain renounced nuclear weapons and would follow our moral lead. In this way CND was a last splutter of imperial pride. The Cuba Missile Crisis taught us better. No one cared in the slightest whether we had nuclear weapons or not, which was of course a strong argument for abandoning them. The Cuba crisis virtually killed CND, and I have never involved myself in politics since. Though I was too busy to do much serious research during this turmoil, I needed to write something. Always scribble, scribble, scribble. Mr. Gibbon. I had been studying the background to the Second World War ever since the material began to come out and now could go straight ahead. This is how I came to write the origins of the Second World War, the only subject one thought of myself. The title was of course wrong, as I realized when I came to write the last sentence. What happened in September 1939 was a minor episode in the Second World War, not the World War itself, which began either much earlier or much later. But at this time my mind was still centered on Europe. The views expressed in the book followed logically on those I had developed in the course of German history. They have now become the current orthodoxy. Indeed, with Fritz Fischer and his school claiming that German statesmen actually designed the First World War and were, if anything, more extreme than Hitler, one find myself trailing far behind. However, I do not intend to fight again the controversies that the book provoked. I had tried to write history in detachment, my critics were concerned to express their emotions. I will only add that, when criticizing an author. 18. I have never descended to personal abuse. I cannot say the same about my critics. When I returned to English history 1914 to 1945, I was not a free agent. I came at the end of a long-established series and had to conform to its pattern, putting in biographical footnotes and lists of cabinet ministers. I read all the preceding 14 volumes in the series, though, to be honest, I managed to get Right through only 5 of them. They troubled me. Where was the story line? Most of the books seemed to me collections of independent essays. I decided to write in the form of a continuous narrative. There was some sleight of hand about this. Continuous narrative works when you are confined to a single theme, such as the origins of a war. It is harder, indeed almost impossible, when you have to handle every aspect of national life. So I used a narrative framework and slipped in what I called occasional pauses for refreshment. I maintained the solemn tone of the previous writers, pontificating about writers as though I were qualified to judge them. Somehow the book did not come out all that solemn in the end. There were other problems. For instance, what was England? All the previous writers had used England, Great Britain, the United Kingdom, and even the British Empire as synonymous terms, as they were when the series had been launched 30 years before. Now with the Scotch roaring at my back, I could not do this and yet could not write the history of 20th century England in isolation. This is a problem not encountered by historians of other European countries except perhaps the Germans, who, I notice, often manage to write the history of Germany without mentioning Austria. I did my best with a compromise that worked out all right. More seriously, what England was I writing about? Again, my predecessors had not worried about this and had written the history of the English upper classes. I wanted to write the history of the English people. But even in the 20th century the English people had little history except at moments of crisis, though I do not know whether this made them happy. I kept 19. Slithering into the old fashion of writing about the in classes and then pulled myself up every now and then. I must have done better than I expected. At any rate Max Beloff called me a populist historian, which was exactly what I wanted to be. I wrote all my earlier works virtually without consulting anybody. English history 1914 to 1945 went through the mill. G. N. Clark was a model editor, often querying what I wrote and then accepting it when I said it was necessary. My greatest aid came from Ken Tite, my colleague who was politics tutor at Magdalen. He should have been an outstanding political historian himself, but he was a sick man who died comparatively young without writing a book. Ken read my draft and wrote some 40 pages of foolscap comments on it. I absorbed his points, and he then wrote 15 more pages. My book was certainly chewed over, and I record with a full heart my gratitude to Ken Tite. Beaverbrook provided some of the anecdotes, not all of them reliable. More than this, he gave me a firm conviction that English history was an exciting subject. Indeed, on one occasion he inspired me to go on when my spirits flagged and I was inclined to break off. There is not much to add to this record. I spent 5 years writing a life of Beaverbrook. This was a labor of love and does not illustrate any theory of history or biography. Beaverbrook lived a long time and managed to combine 6 different sorts of careers, so the book came out much longer than he would have liked. He himself came out a greater man than I had expected, but that was his doing, not mine. At any rate, I wrote the book with my heart as well as with my head. I even tried my hand at cultural history. Geoffrey Barraclough conscripted me to contribute to a series on the history of civilization he was editing. I tried to find out what civilization meant and received many dusty answers. I decided that it meant the predominating patterns of life at any given time and, as war and economic problems predominated in the first half of the 20th century, from Sarajevo to Potsdam came out political after all. My short histories of the 2 world wars, both 20. Suggested by a publisher, gave me greater pleasure. Without design they are curiously, and I think appropriately, different in tone. The First World War appears as a muddle from beginning to end. Shortly after it was published, I went to Joan Littlewood's show "Oh, What a Lovely War" and found the entire cast reading my book, delighted to have their version confirmed by a serious, or fairly serious, historian. The Second World War has a much firmer construction. It is, I think, the first account that binds the 2 wars, German and Japanese, into a single coherent pattern. I regard the book as being, in relatively short compass, the best demonstration of my way of writing history. Perhaps this is only because it is the most recent book I have written. The difficulties I have encountered in writing history have been practical and technical. The greatest difficulty is time. You have to read a great deal, chase evidence all over the place, and make copious notes, many of which you cannot lay hands on when you need them. I have of course never used a research assistant. No individual history can be written with one. As a writer, my first model was Albert Sarl, and the course of German history is peppered with epigrams that seek to imitate his. The Habsburg monarchy often echoes the style of the 30s by Malcolm Muggeridge, which I happened to be reading at the time. Since then my style has been my own. It has however changed with my writing instruments. With a pen you write words. With a typewriter you write sentences. With an electric typewriter, which I use now, you write paragraphs. In military terms, bow and arrow, musket, machine gun. I try to keep up a continuous fire. No Oxford chair of history has come my way, though there were plenty around in my time. This was no doubt accidental, with perhaps a tinge of disapproval for either me or recent history. I was glad to escape the administrative duties that fall to a professor. My only regret is that professors tend to grab most of the research students, and I could have done with more. This has been a loss for me and perhaps for some research students. 21. My emancipation from teaching was completed in 1963, when the History Faculty Board terminated my university lectureship for reasons that are still obscure to me. Magdalen College gave me a research fellowship, and University College, London, made me a special lecturer, which gave me just enough lecturing to keep my hand in. When I had passed the retiring age for university lecturers, I began lecturing again at Oxford just to show what it had missed. For this the faculty board paid me £40 a year. For the most part I make my living from journalism and television. Even so, I do not suppose anyone would dispute my claim to be a professional historian. The other great difficulty is material. History, unlike poetry or fiction, does not write itself. For recent times, which I have always stuck to, there seems only too much material, and yet new evidence is constantly coming out. Often I have had to change my ground while writing a book or, still worse, after it has been written. When I finished English History 1914 to 1945 in July 1964, the 50-year rule was in force and not a single classified British paper was available. Now the British archives are open, I suspect a little selectively, until 1945. I fear that my next task is to write the whole book all over again. If I do, it will work out differently. In the early 1960s I was still writing under the impact of the Second World War, which was the most inspiring time in our history. Now I regard the state and still more the future of my country more gloomily. Indeed, I often wonder whether it is worthwhile writing history at all. The record, I think, is nearly over. However, history is fun to write and, I hope, fun to read. That to my mind is its justification. On a more serious level, I believe that history enables us to understand the past better, no more and no less. This is a matter of detached curiosity, and there can be no nobler exercise of the human mind. I have never supposed, as many earlier historians did, that men can learn any useful lessons from history, political or otherwise. Of course you can learn certain obvious commonplaces, such as that all men die or that one day the deterrent, whatever it may be, will fail to deter. Apart from 22. This, history is an art just like painting or architecture and is designed like them to give intellectual and artistic pleasure. I have never been troubled by the dogmas of others about what history should be or how it should be written. Most of this is sales talk by academics anxious to justify their existence. My view is that they should get on with writing books in their way and I will get on with writing them in mine. I have always been conscious of the artificiality of history. We sort human beings into national or class categories, when in reality each one of them is unique. Bernard Shaw was delighted to learn from an oculist that only 1 man in 1,000 has completely normal vision. Who has ever known a typical working man or even a typical university professor? When I sit on the beach at Brighton, I am surrounded by the masses, but I do not number myself among them, and no doubt each one of the others would make the same exception for himself. Some historians understand science and technology. Some understand philosophy. I know how a newspaper office works, which makes me skeptical about studies of public opinion. I know what to do in a television studio and can talk straight to camera for 25 minutes, 27 seconds, which allows for the commercial break. Even in my more adventurous days, I kept almost entirely to Europe. I have been to almost every European country, including Soviet Russia in the happy days of NEP. Outside Europe I went once to Morocco and once to New Brunswick. On the latter occasion I looked across the bay from St. Andrews to Maine, so I can say I have seen the United States, or at any rate one of them. Nowadays I stick mainly to England, and recently kept my sense of history alive by walking the 150 miles of Offa's Dyke. I am English by birth and preference and, I suppose, in character. This has no relevance to my work as a historian. Seeley, or was it Freeman, said, history is past politics. If this means that history should be used as a political weapon, I am not of Seeley's opinion. When I write, I have 23. No loyalty except to historical truth as I see it, and care no more about British achievements or mistakes than about any others. I was deeply concerned in the general strike, the Second World War, and the campaign for nuclear disarmament. But this does not weigh with me when I treat them historically. I think that the English people of the 20th century were a fine people and deserved better leaders than on the whole they got. This is, if anything, the moral of English history 1914 to 1945, but I left the reader to find it out for himself. At any rate, national loyalty or even disloyalty has never been among my difficulties as a historian. Dr. Johnson said, great abilities are not requisite for an historian, for in historical composition, all the greatest powers of the human mind are quiescent. He has facts ready to his hand, so there is no exercise of invention. Imagination is not required in any high degree, only about as much as is used in the lower kinds of poetry. Some penetration, accuracy, and coloring will fit a man for the task, if he can give the application which is necessary. That is about right, though the historian needs more invention than Johnson supposed. I am short on imagination and have never managed to write a line of poetry or a paragraph of fiction. Penetration is, I hope, another name for green fingers. Every historian tries to be accurate, though none succeeds as fully as he would like to. Style is coloring and something more, it sets its stamp on the whole work. As Johnson says, application is the main thing. Writing history is like W.C. Field's juggling. It looks easy until you try to do it. The Historian as a Biographer. Previously published in Wiener Beiträge zur Geschichte der Neuzeit, 1979. A contribution to a volume of essays on history and biography, written at the invitation of my old friend, Friedrich Engel Janowski, who, alas, died before he could read my completed piece. Inside every historian there lies concealed a biographer struggling to get out. In his own work the historian faces an endless task. He arbitrarily abstracts some small stretch from the seamless web of history, knowing full well that his theme existed before the moment when his book begins and will go on after the moment when his book finishes. The biographer is more fortunate, the limits of his subject are defined for him in advance. His book will begin with the subject's birth, perhaps with some prelude of family background, and will end with the subject's death, again perhaps with an epilogue on the subject's legacy, political, financial or personal. The historian looks at this good fortune with envy. How happy he would be to enjoy the same advantages. No more need to search for a theme, no more worrying over what to put in and what to leave out, no more hesitation over the interpretation to set on events. Everything is clear before him. The theme is set, the sources are available. All he has to do is to sit down and write. Surely the historian's training in his own craft will enable him to write a biography without difficulty. He knows how to judge evidence and where to find it. Biography is only a particular form of history, or so the historian thinks. Both historian and biographer rely primarily 25. On written records. The biographer may get more guidance from portraits and sculpture than the historian usually does. On the other hand, the historian gets more guidance from public buildings such as cathedrals and castles, to say nothing of houses of parliament. The biographer, even more than the historian, writes a narrative where events move in order of time. If history is essentially story, indeed the two words are the same in many languages other than English, biography is certainly a story also. On second thoughts, the historian becomes less confident. Every historian treats some aspect of man in society. It may be political man, economic man, military man, aesthetic man, but always man in society. Society comes first. The historian seeks for what is common in men, not what distinguishes one man from another. The individual is a great problem for the historian. He knows from his own experience that every man is unique. No historian, for instance, would admit that he is exactly like any other historian in character or achievement. Every face is different, every handwriting is different, every character is different. Nevertheless, the individual has to be subordinated to the grand central design. Men have to be placed in arbitrary categories: epoch, class, nation, creed. One man has to represent the medieval monk or the colonial explorer, another, the merchant banker or the Jacobin revolutionary. Of course, the historian knows that these types are fictions. The men of the Middle Ages, for instance, were unaware that they were living in the middle of anything. The class-conscious proletarian is a rare phenomenon, often, as in the case of Marx, drawn from another class. Revolutionary France is often held up as the outstanding example of modern nationalism. Yet in 1850 inquiry showed that the majority of the inhabitants of France did not know that they were French. However, the historian cannot get on without these fictions, and indeed soon forgets that he invented them. It is not surprising that historians have often been the ringleaders of national or class movements. Nationalism did not begin in the peasant villages, it began in academic lecture rooms. 26. Nowadays the historian professes to be less enslaved by national or class loyalties. In other ways, the problem of how to treat the individual becomes increasingly difficult. There was a time when historians wrote mainly about the few figures at the top, the great man theory of history as it has been called. The fate of the Roman Empire was determined by the shape of Cleopatra's nose. Kings and queens, popes, and chief ministers crowded the historian's pages. History was a series of biographies, loosely strung together in a framework of general events. Gibbon, perhaps the greatest of English historians, has some splendid passages on the development of the Christian religion. But most of his narrative is a succession of emperors and gives the impression that their individual failings did more than crushing taxation or the barbarian invasions to bring about the empire's fall. Ranke is generally supposed to have inaugurated a more scientific and less personal version of history. Careful reading shows that his pages often contain brilliant passages of individual characterization, especially when the individual presented happens to be a ruler of Prussia. On a humbler level, as a boy I learnt the dates of the kings and queens of England and thought when I had done so that I knew the whole of English history. The historian is no longer allowed to lapse into biography in this way. Now he must present the profound forces of history. Movements, not men, are his theme. He must write about public opinion or imperialism, not about an individual editor or the founder of a colony. Indeed, under pressure from the dominant school of French historians, he is now ashamed to write at all about events, which have become as unfashionable as the individual. The biographer is no longer an ally or a writer to be envied. He has become a deplorable example any historian would do well to avoid. The conscientious historian turned biographer has to grasp that the two tasks are fundamentally different despite their apparent similarities. To write a successful biography, the historian must learn a new trade. Often the historian fails to carry through a complete. The historian as a biographer. 27. Transformation. Given his training and background, he is unlikely to choose an artist or a literary figure as his subject, and this cuts him off from a rich field of biography. Boswell's Life of Johnson is undoubtedly the greatest biography in the English language, but its greatness does not lie in the occasional light it sheds on British politics in the 18th century. The historian inevitably chooses some public man, a statesman, a soldier, or a political writer, someone in fact who will be an example of man in society. All the same, the emphasis is changed, the individual comes first and society second. I learned this when I wrote my Life of Bismarck. He occupied the center of the stage and seemed to create events even when he claimed only to take advantage of them. I was back with the great man theory of history. Bismarck created the German Reich. He set his stamp on German society and, after designing 3 wars, gave Europe a long period of peace. This is not how historians now see German history. Railways and the factories of the Ruhr, not Bismarck, united Germany. The strength of the Junkers, not Bismarck, shaped German society, and underscore the unconscious workings of the balance of power, not Bismarck, gave Europe first wars and then peace. However, I consoled myself with the thought that even historians who most pride themselves on being up to date lapse into the great man theory, as when they treat Hitler personally as the cause of the Second World War. However, it is not enough for the historian to write history disguised as biography. If he is to be a thoroughgoing biographer, he must forget about events and treat his subject as an individual human being. This raises the terrible shadow of psychology. Until recently, this was a subject neglected by nearly all historians and indeed by many biographers. Of course, the historian was aware from his experience of others, if not of himself, that no man was entirely sane and rational. But he assumed that men were rational when they were going about their own business, whether it were diplomacy or running a factory. Now we are told by psychologists, and particularly by 28. The followers of Freud, that the important thing is the workings of our subject's unconscious mind. This is all very well when the psychologist, or perhaps even the historian, has personal contacts with a living man. Even the most uninstructed of us can form some sort of impression, noting whether our subject is bad-tempered, vain, or sympathetic. The psychologist goes much deeper. He conducts prolonged interviews which he calls psychoanalysis. I have my doubts about the results achieved by these interviews. In particular, I doubt whether a technique perhaps applicable to the mentally unbalanced has much relevance to those who behave in a reasonably normal way. But this is a heresy I will not pursue. But how do you interview a dead man? The answer is, you guess. The psychologist takes concepts that he has derived from living subjects and imposes them on the dead ones. The results are far from satisfactory. The psychoanalytic biography of Woodrow Wilson by Sigmund Freud and W.C. Bullitt was one of the most preposterous works ever written, and revealed more about the psychopathology of the two authors than of the American president. Hitler has been a favorite subject for psychologists. Finished his book on Napoleon, History is an Argument Without End. Firstly published in the New Statesman on May 6, 1950 as a review of Keith Fielding's A History of England. ******. Good people, I am the Protestant whore. So nel quinquitend, a mob which had taken her for one of her Roman Catholic colleagues. Professor Fielding is a writer with too many idiosyncrasies to be so simply docketed. Still, when a man writes a massive history of England, he challenges comparison with Trevelyan, with J.R. Green, even, his publishers think, with Macaulay. Compared with these, Fielding is the Tory historian. Yet this is an elusive category. The Whig interpretation of history is easy to define, all our political thinking rests on it. It is the story of English liberty, founded by Magna Carta, consolidated by the Glorious Revolution, expanded by the Great Reform Bill, and reaching its highest achievement with the Labour government. In the words of Ramsay MacDonald, up and up and up and on and on and on. It is the doctrine of history as progress, men always getting wiser and more tolerant, houses more comfortable, food more plentiful, new laws always better than old laws, new ideas always better than old ideas, new wives, I suppose, always better than old wives. Liberty ought to be a revolutionary doctrine, the creed of a minority. In England it has become traditional, respectable, universally accepted. This is a result of the Glorious Revolution. True Toryism perished in 1688 or, at any rate, with the Hanoverian succession. What sense had church and king in the age of latitudinarian bishops and German princes? For that matter, even in the 20th century the Tories, despite their 45 loyal phrases, were responsible for the only real subversion of modern times, the Ulster Rebellion of 1914. If Toryism means anything, it rejects the sovereignty of Parliament and the doctrine of the social contract, which underlay the revolution of 1688. In practice, as Macaulay observed, Toryism amounts to no more than defending Whig achievements of a previous generation. In the world of ideas, the Tories have had to make do with unprincipled adventurers like Bolingbroke and Disraeli, or to borrow from the other side. Burke, whom Feeling calls the largest mind ever given to politics in our island and the inspiration of a second party of Tories, was a corrupt Whig hack. A century later, the Tories learnt their imperialism from the renegade radical, Chamberlain. It would be unfair to blame Toryism for being short of ideas. Ideas are an affair of the mind, and Toryism distrusts the mind in politics. In essence, Toryism rests on doubt in human nature, it distrusts improvement, clings to traditional institutions, prefers the past to the future. It is a sentiment rather than a principle. Feeling carries the sentiment so far that he can even include Oliver Cromwell in it. Though reason may be a good guide in politics, it is inadequate for the writing of history, and the very qualities which make Tories detestable as politicians should make them good historians. After all, a historian should start by appreciating the past. It is true that Gibbon, the greatest of our historians, had nothing but contempt for his chosen subject. This merely shows that genius can disregard all rules. In lesser men, Whig rationalism produces what has been well called the linotype school of history, in which everyone behaves according to rule, the mysteries of human behavior vanish and everything moves relentlessly towards infinite improvement or to infinite disaster. Mr. Feeling writes with a greater understanding of human affairs. He does not pretend to know the answer to every problem in the universe. In his book Events Remain, as they are, blurred and confused, it is like listening to a story told entirely in echoes. When we read the narrative of a cocksure historian, we tend to forget that the historian can never speak with first hand. 46. Authority, he can only piece together the accounts of others. A novelist creates his characters and therefore knows their every motive and action. Feeling never forgets that he did not create the English people. Very often he puts his narrative in the form of hearsay. We hear of Saxon invaders on the south coast, there are reports of great acts of cruelty. The effect is of news arriving late and contradictory to a remote country house, where a slow-wit squire is trying to make sense of events in the short intervals between hunting and fishing. It needs a writer of supreme skill, far from slow-wit, to create this impression, so much nearer to life than our neat explanations. Toryism starts with the squire, the lesser landowner. Everyone knows that. Feeling emphasizes again and again the permanent elements in rural society. He recognizes, as few Whig historians have done, the importance of local government. Indeed, even Parliament bulks largest in his eyes as a gathering of country gentry. The traditional liberties of England rested on law and custom, not on rational dogma, and the man who maintained them, as in Poland or Hungary, was the country squire. He maintained them no doubt for his own profit and advantage, a point which Feeling is inclined to slide over. Still, England would not be a free country without him. The unique feature of our history is that the conservative defender of liberty had to take other classes into partnership and finally indeed found himself in the position of a tolerated minority. Feeling says rightly, in ages when everywhere in Europe public liberties were being quenched, English law defended freedom, but he also admits that this venerable common law was by the end of the 18th century wholly unfit to deal with a new age. Would these changes come by violence or by agreement? This was the great question of the early 19th century. As we know, they came by agreement or, at any rate, by constitutional process. This is usually regarded as the greatest triumph of the Whig spirit. The new Toryism may claim almost as much credit, meaning by this an attitude of mind rather than either the practical common sense of Peel or the flashy. 47. Trivialities of Disraeli. Though Tory government of the early 19th century needed the votes of country squires, it did not represent their outlook nor was it run by them. The squires got the Corn Laws, in return they voted for a government of administrators and soldiers, the former king's friends. This is a point which Feeling does not make explicit, but it conditions all the later part of his work. If by liberalism is meant all those who try to apply reason to politics, and who enter politics in order to improve things, then it is not only Tory landowners who are on the other side. Conservatism becomes the party also of those who are in politics simply to make things work, to promote, no doubt, their own careers, but to promote them by public service. In a splendid Tory phrase, Feeling quotes the East India Company as declaring on its extinction that the Crown had inherited such a body of civil and military officers as the world has never seen before. Toryism is no longer a creed merely for the man in the country, it becomes the creed also for the man in the office. Further, when the enterprising capitalist ceases to be adventurous and becomes also a man in the office, Toryism becomes his creed too. Of course this knocks the remaining romance out of Toryism. As Feeling says regretfully of Peel, he was cold or deaf to some high sentiments in Tory tradition, whether religious passion or the vision of paternal government. Thus what may be called the Tory interpretation of history has no longer much to do with high-flown loyalty to the Crown or devotion to the Church of England, it is not even the exaltation of traditional institutions. The Tory spirit in history is shown by an emphasis on administration, by getting ideas out of history and putting humdrum personal motives and office routine in. Until reading Feeling's book I had thought that the opposite to Whig history was history as it really worked. I now see for the first time that when you take ideas out of history you put Toryism in. When Tout emphasized the administrative history of Edward II against Stubbs's search for the growth of the British Constitution, he was not being a better historian than 48. Stubbs, he was being a Tory historian. When Namier emptied Hanoverian Whiggism of principle and analyzed the personal or family motives which took men into politics, he was not being a better historian than Macaulay, he was being a Tory historian. When Sir Charles Webster admired Palmerston for the efficient way in which he organized the Foreign Office instead of for the great liberal principles which he tried to apply, he, too, was unwittingly opening the gates to the Tory interpretation of history. In fact, as Sir William Harcourt might so wittily have said, we are all Tories nowadays. History is no doubt best conducted, like the British Constitution, on the principle that Whig plus Tory equals eternal truth. This principle works only so long as it is clear that Toryism is only half the truth, just as Conservatives are only a substantial minority of the nation despite the Union Jack on their platforms and their masquerade as the National Party. Tory history becomes dangerous only when it is presented as impartial history. Feeling, for instance, appears extremely fair and detached until you look at his treatment of the radicals. Try him on Wat Tyler, on the Levellers, on the Chartists, and you discover a point at which his English sympathies break down. It is revealing that the only spiteful remark in the book is about Major Cartwright, first advocate of universal suffrage. Characteristic also is the judgment that Tom Paine had not a rudiment of English feeling, nor was he a thinker, this of the author of The Rights of Man, the best statement of democratic belief in any language. The administrator sees the reformer and the agitator as disturbing elements, upsetting office routine and putting forward impractical ideas based on a utopian faith in human reason. It was no doubt inevitable that Tory history should gradually take the place of a Whig interpretation which had become traditional and formal. More than this, our whole educational system is now directed to turning out administrators, and these administrators want history with passion left out and machinery put in. Above all, Whig history was the work of an age which Tory Miss Story 49 believed in progress. For feeling, British greatness ended in 1918. The rest was aftermath, redeemed only by Neville Chamberlain. This is history written in the spirit of a Roman of the late Empire. The administrator still sits at his desk, the army officer still drills his men, but the wall is crumbling, the barbarians are breaking in, nostalgia has taken the place of hope. Yet even nostalgia is a human sentiment. If we survive at all, both Trevelyan and feeling will be outmoded. What we must expect is history that will be neither Whig nor Tory, but Byzantine. First published in the 20th century, October 1957. A contribution to a symposium, Is There a Power Elite? I wish I had thought of the opening by Philip Toynbee, the following contributor, Who governs Britain? The governing class, surely. Lord Italy, on some wartime journey, was reading a life of Sir Robert Walpole. He looked across at his companion, a high civil servant, and reflected, I wonder who really ran the country in those days. An apocryphal story, no doubt, like most stories about Lord Italy, but a reasonable speculation. In every society Lenin's rule applies, whom. Some men give orders, the rest obey them. In a truly democratic society the rulers would be chosen by lot for short stretches. Failing that, we should at least postulate that every citizen have an equal chance of reaching the top if he wants to get there. This does not apply in any known community, not even in Switzerland, the country that comes nearest to democracy. Everywhere the potential ruler has to pass some test other than ambition and ability. It may be birth, money, class, color, religion, even capacity to pass examinations. But some test there will be. The minority that emerges will constitute the power elite from whom the actual rulers are chosen. What we call democracy is merely a system by which the members of this power elite receive an occasional popular endorsement. The requirements for entering the British power elite are fairly well known. You must be white in color, male, wear collar and tie and a dark suit, and able to spend most of your 51 life indoors sitting down. You must also be able to dictate reasonably grammatical English. Oratory, once highly regarded, is no longer required. Anyone capable of reading from typescript can go to the highest place. These are the bare essentials. The right parents are a considerable asset. It is still best to come from the nobility and gentry, though it is probably a mistake to be the eldest son of a peer. Parents from the professional class are good, particularly if they pay surtax. Rich businessmen, oddly, not at all good. If you are so foolish as to be born into the industrial working class, then you must get out of it by winning a scholarship to a grammar school or, failing this, by becoming either a trade union official or a wee tutor. If you are born of an agricultural laborer, you should give up at the start. The right education helps. It is of little moment what you learn, though Latin is still probably the most useful subject and any form of science a handicap. The important thing is where you learn. Eton remains by far the best bet. Winchester runs it close in the Labour Party. Otherwise prefer a first-rate grammar school to a minor public school and run away to sea rather than go to a secondary modern. Oxford and Cambridge are so obvious a requirement as hardly to need mention. Any other university can be valued only for the instruction it provides. As to accomplishments, it is no longer necessary to ride a horse, shoot, fish, or even play bridge. In fact, the less accomplished you are outside your work the better. And even at work it is wiser to seem devoted rather than clever. Otherwise you are in danger of becoming a character, and this is hard to live down. The picture drawn here differs little from that of the power elite in Washington or Moscow. Religion, however, provides a distinguishing mark. I use the word to mean morality and rules of conduct, not acceptance or denial of any theological dogma. You may choose anything from Roman Catholicism in its English version to humanism, that is, unassertive atheism. But it must be broadly within the tradition of liberal Christianity. Fundamentalism, aggressive atheism, and of course, 52. Adherence to any non-Christian religion other than Judaism, exclude. In other words, the members of the British power elite observe the standards created by the 19th century public schools. Once upon a time you could have found the mainspring of British public life by assembling the leading headmasters, some bishops, and the master of Balliol. Now the position is more complicated. By no means all our rulers have been to public schools, and even public schoolboys take much of their instruction from without the school walls. Our guardians of tradition are self-appointed, our high priests for the most part unfrocked. Nevertheless they exist, and they give English life its unique flavor. It has lately become the fashion to call them the establishment. Henry Fairley is said to have started this, though I have also seen it attributed to myself. I regret the idea, whoever had it. The very word, so plummy, so ponderous, so respectable, tempts us to acknowledge the moral superiority of the establishment. It conjures up benign, upholstered figures, calm, steady, reliable. They would never pass a dud check or cheat at cards. Not intellectually dazzling perhaps, but patient, understanding, and tolerant, above all tolerant. Anyone who challenges them is disarmed by the quizzical, superior smile and the inquiry, "Well, my little man, what is it now?" It was a great blunder to take the establishment at its own valuation. We ought to have revived Cobbett's name, the Thing. That suggests much better the complacency, the incompetence, and the selfishness which lie behind the fagade. The Thing exists for the sake of its members, not for ours. They look comfortable because they are comfortable. They are upholstered because they are well fed. Their air of moral superiority is really an assumption that someone else will always cook their dinner, and a good dinner at that. Yet in one way the word establishment has its uses. It emphasizes the historical foundation of the thing, a foundation still essential despite being obscured by later buildings. The basis of the establishment is quite simply the Church of England as by law established. I doubt whether anyone with an Anglican 53 background can become a true radical. George Lansbury came nearest to it. Yet there was always a subtle dividing line between him and the rebels round him. Gladstone tried hard, but he could never rid himself of the belief that a duke or a bishop had more political sense than Cobden or John Stuart Mill. The rule still applies in the Labour Party. Its leaders with an Anglican education seek radical ideas, but they lack radical instincts. Time and again they end up on the right without ever meaning to do so. Religious dissent is the only safe background for a radical, but militant dissent has long been on the decline. Until now the remnants of the free churches regard themselves as a junior branch of the establishment. The thing is more secure than it was 50 years ago. It runs into difficulties from its own mistakes, not from any aggressive and conscious challenge. On paper things have changed since the classical constitution of the 18th century. In reality they are much the same. The thing still assumes that it should receive all the plums, and it gets them. For instance, every college at Oxford and Cambridge still has an Anglican chapel maintained from college endowments, though they claim to be members of a national university. Bishops still pontificate on every conceivable subject from nuclear fission to the private lives of unbelievers. The Test Act, though repealed, is still wondrously effective. We note with surprise when a judge is a Roman Catholic or a cabinet minister has been divorced. Why should it not be surprising the other way round? The thing has always boasted that it is not exclusive. This one's true. Accept its standards, conform to its pattern, and you reap a rich reward. Incompetent in everything else, the thing has a wonderful aptitude for seeing that there are enough plums to go round. Just as the British Empire was wasting away, the nationalized industries came along to restore the balance. There has been no such manna of jobbery since the palmy days of Sir Robert Walpole. You need not even conform to the rules so long as you pay lip service to them. A 19th-century Duke of Devonshire, who lived openly with a woman not his wife. 54. Enjoyed the unique distinction of having been offered the premiership by each political party in turn. And Stanley Baldwin did not jib at the idea that a King of England should keep a mistress, but try to disregard the thing. Tolerance and good behavior vanish at once. Lloyd George is the supreme illustration. He was beyond question the greatest political genius of his time, incomparable alike in peace and in war. He had every quality except conformity. The thing turned to him in the desperate circumstances of 1916. Once the crisis was past, it hunted him from power. Between the wars all the energies of the thing were devoted to keeping Lloyd George out. No wonder there was nothing left over to deal with such problems as unemployment or Hitler. Is the thing any use? None at all except for its members. Most people lead industrious decent lives without the moral guidance of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Those who wish to read books or listen to music do so without seeking the blessing of Sir Ian Jacob. It would be a great improvement in every way if we got rid of the thing. The country would be more alert, more receptive to new ideas, more capable of holding its own in the world. The thing is on the surface a system of holding its own in the world. The thing is on the surface a system of public morals. Underneath it is a system of public plunder. Its true purpose was revealed by a poster which the Chamberlain government rashly displayed early in the war. Your courage, your cheerfulness, your resolution will bring us victory. There was once, I suppose, some sense in the thing. In former times the mass of people had to live in hardship and want. There was luxury enough only for a few, and the thing was a reasonable device for ladling the luxury around. Now life is improving for everybody. Why should the members of the thing get more of the proceeds than others? Already in the United States a university professor is paid less than a skilled 55. Worker in an automobile works. Economics will succeed where dissent failed. The time is coming when the average reader of the Daily Mirror will get more than the average reader of the Times. Who will care then if the readers of the Times go on imagining that they are the top people? British pamphleteers. This essay was published in 1951 as the To A.F.P. Taylor and Reginald Reynolds, British Pamphleteers, Volume 2, From the French Revolution to the 1930s. Reginald Reynolds made the selection of 21 pamphlets or parts of pamphlets as he had done for the first volume. Then George Orwell had provided the. In the second volume the acknowledgements included the unusual note. The complete disagreement between the views expressed by Mr. Taylor in his and Mr. Reynolds in his notes to the individual pamphlets will be obvious. It needs no apology and is, indeed, appropriate to a volume dealing with controversial literature. But it should be emphasized that neither writer is in any way responsible for the opinions of his collaborator. The most striking clash of views was over Saunders Lewis's pamphlet Why We Burnt the Bombing School. While Reynolds sympathetically recounted the action of Saunders Lewis and two other respected citizens at Penrose, Alan Taylor's comments on the loss of Lewis's job were insensitive. Taylor was not to feel so lightly about the loss of his own special lectureship at Oxford University when his unorthodox views led to it not being renewed in 1963. The other pamphlets which Alan Taylor mentions in this essay were Edward Carpenter's Non-Governmental Society, Fausse Pisa's On Slavery and Its Remedy, Charles Kingsley's Cheap Clothes and Nasty, Lord Brougham's A Letter to Isaac Tomkins, Gent, Sidney Smith's Ballad, William Hone's The Late Phone Wilkes Catechism, H. N. Brailsford's The Origins of the Great War and Thomas Carlyle's Occasional Discourse on the Nigger Question. Reynolds deemed this last to be an outstanding specimen of venomous hatred against people the writer had never met, whose only crime was their unwillingness to work themselves to death in order to provide wealth and luxury for others, a view which Taylor, who loathed racism, 57, might have been expected to endorse. Instead, Alan Taylor chose to confirm his television reputation as a great and unpredictable controversialist and, throughout this essay, one who clearly enjoyed attacking the comfortable assumptions of his own radical and nonconformist background. This habit of mind, of challenging received opinions of all kinds, was at the root of his appeal as a revisionist historian. The essay is also notable for the strong anti-communist line that he took for some years after 1948. The subject of this anthology is British pamphleteers, not British pamphlets. Its aim is to display some remarkable individuals, not to illustrate the development of a particular literary form. Or perhaps it would be truer to say that the pamphlet becomes literature only when it is written by a remarkable individual. The ordinary pamphlet does not merit resurrection. It is designed to be read quickly and to be thrown away. Like the bee, it can only sting once. Yet anyone who recollects the labor movement in its missionary days 30 or 40 years ago must look back with some nostalgia to the literature stall where pamphlets by Lenin, Blatchford, Daniel de Leon, Walton Newbold, and the secretary of the Vegetarian Society were indiscriminately displayed. "Don't forget the literature, comrades," was the last, the parting cry of the chairman. It took the place of the blessing at more orthodox gatherings. Now the chairman's voice is silent, and the literature is forgotten. Nowhere in the world is there a complete collection of the stuff, no one anywhere will ever read it through. Something has survived. The best of it reprinted here. It has survived, by virtue of its literary excellence, preserved, as it were, from destruction by the strong spirits of individualism which soak through these pages. It is agreeable to reflect how enraged the authors of these pamphlets would be if they were ever to know that one day people would read them merely for fun. 58. Individualism is the essence of the successful pamphlet. It is the most immediate and the most personal of all literary forms, the Hyde Park of the written word. The writer of a pamphlet has a single idea to express and is in a hurry to express it. Usually he thinks in terms of addressing a single reader. A pamphlet is argument or it is nothing, and it is not surprising that so many pamphlets are written in the form of dialogue. Failing a more satisfactory opponent, the pamphleteer has to argue with himself. Even if the pamphlet is written as straight prose, it still proceeds in terms of personal intimacy, and the reader usually finds himself addressed in the second person. You can feel the pamphleteer reaching out of the pages, buttonholing you, prodding home his points with aggressive forefinger. Sometimes you are made to feel foolish, sometimes your vanity is flattered. One way or another you are never allowed to forget that you are being argued at. You can be pretty sure when you pick up a pamphlet that at the end you will be expected to agree with something or to protest against something or, most usual of all, to send a subscription. It is, I suppose, true that the first pamphlets were in the nature of reprinted sermons, and the pamphlet has always retained something of the atmosphere of the pulpit, with its mixture of intimacy and exhortation. All this, and much more, was said by George Orwell in his introduction to the first volume of British Pamphleteers. Here we are concerned with something more limited, the pamphleteers of the 19th and early 20th centuries. It would be hard to say whether they are better or worse than their predecessors. It is certain that they are different. Though they say more daring things, they say it in more commonplace language. Though they are more individualistic, they have less to be individual about. What has happened to them is that they have won, and the moment of their victory is the French Revolution, which quite rightly marks the division between our first volume and our second. Until the time of the French Revolution, the individual who was out of step knew that he 59 was threatened, that he had to keep up the attack in order to hold his own at all. Defoe might enter the pay of William III, and Swift might accept a deanery from Queen Anne. They still belonged to a secret conspiracy, the sect of those who thought for themselves. Samuel Johnson, despite his supposedly orthodox views, was the last of the old school. No one can read Johnson, even when he was justifying Lord North's treatment of America, without realizing that here was a man fighting desperately against great odds to hold his own. When Johnson gets a pension from George III, we are not so much shocked as surprised, staggered indeed at the incongruity. No one would be surprised if Carlyle got a pension from Queen Victoria, indeed it would be curious if he did not. All the authors in this book are individualists for whom rebellion has paid big dividends. If they had remained respectable and conformist, no one would ever have heard of them, and their bank balances would have been very much smaller. I observe from Mr. Reynolds' note that the author of the last pamphlet in this book lost his post as a lecturer at Swansea University College after the action which he describes. This does not prove that individual opinions are dangerous, it only proves that the Welsh are intolerant, more backward than the English, in fact, which it was the argument of the pamphlet to refute. If Mr. Saunders Lewis achieved the independent Wales of his dreams, he would undoubtedly be flung into prison, if not burnt alive. As it is, his martyrdom has been gentle in the extreme. After all, no one can regard the position of a lecturer at Swansea University College as something of which one is deprived with regret. It is worth considering why individualism did the trick at the time of the French Revolution, and what the trick is that it has done. The secret I believe to be this. The earlier pamphleteers praised by George Orwell, though individualistic, did not extol individualism as a good in itself, they extolled it for the rewards it would bring. The Protestant, however extreme, did not say, "It is desirable that every single person should have a religion 60. different from that of everyone else." He said, "The judgment of the individual will lead him to a religion which will be finer, purer, truer, which will be, in fact, remarkably like mine." The Protestants of the 17th century used to puzzle a good deal what they should do if the individual's judgment led him to believe in the devil, or even in no religion at all. The inner light was recognized as an admirable illumination only so long as my voltage was the same as yours. Even now Quakers who take to drink or divorce or even to an enthusiasm for the Mass are not easily accommodated within the Society of Friends. The French Revolution changed all that. Liberty was demanded for its own sake, not for what it would produce. This is really the only argument by which liberty can be justified. It is humbug, for instance, to suppose that scientists produce better results if they are allowed to ramble over the universe on their own than if they are organized in high-grade concentration camps. Both Russian and American scientists are chained by the leg, the one to the secret police, the other to their dollar balances, but they are doing very well as scientists all the same. They can keep up the bidding indefinitely until between them they bring civilized life to an end. The English scientist, in comparison, is quite a harmless creature. The argument is just as true of literature, thought, or the arts. Spain produced great art at the height of the Inquisition, French civilization flourished under the absolutism of Louis XIV, Mozart and Beethoven managed to compose great music under the dead hand of the Habsburgs. Freedom is not justified of its fruits. Why should it be? It is justified of itself. This was the great achievement of the French Revolution. It launched the irresistible doctrine of human rights. The established order does very well so long as it can keep up an air of superiority and can make rebels appear tiresome, insignificant people. Even the greatest rebels were weighed down by their fault. For instance, it never occurred to Milton or to any of his contemporaries that Satan was the hero of his poem. To us it is so obvious as hardly to be worth saying. The English rebels of the 17th. 61. century had to devise all sorts of imaginary crimes in order to justify their execution of Charles I. By the 19th century a rebel could propose as a matter of course his admirable objective to strangle the last king with the bowels of the last priest. And once he had coined the phrase he did not need to put his precept into action. No kings were in fact strangled in Europe in the 19th century or even executed. A Tsar was assassinated in Russia, that only proves its remoteness from Europe. After the French Revolution the bottom fell out of the establishment. It had to go over to the defensive, and a very half-hearted defensive at that. France, for instance, became divided into the party of movement and the party of resistance, a very revealing distinction. Who would be against movement for its own sake? Genuine conservatism disappeared. What has called itself conservatism in the last 100 years has merely consisted in putting a brake on the march of progress, At best, conservatism has defended the liberal achievements of the previous generation. It is very nice to feel yourself on the winning side, and the individual has been very much on the winning side for the last century and a half in our European civilization. John Stuart Mill or Victor Hugo or Mazzina said daring things, but nothing could stop them becoming the most respected citizens of their countries. In our own day, Bernard Shaw spent an inordinately long lifetime trying to shock public opinion on every conceivable subject. He left the largest fortune of any contemporary writer, and his tasteless suburban house has become a national shrine. George Orwell, who wrote the admirable introduction to the first volume of this work, wanted to be a rebel all his life. When he died, tragically young, he was a bestseller in 2 continents. Long ago David really marched out to challenge Goliath. Nowadays Goliath welcomes David to the field, picks up the pebbles for him, and then falls down flat before the sling is discharged. Talk about dare to be a Daniel, dare to stand alone. It is impossible to be alone, if you are a Daniel. The lion's den is close crammed, except, of course, for the lion. He is out hunting food for the Daniels. 62. Agreeable as is the life of a Daniel under such circumstances, it has its disadvantages. The Daniels of today are no more conformist in spirit than their predecessors, it is the age which has conformed to them. The desire to be out of step remains, and the agility of foot required for this becomes greater. It is difficult to be both advanced and unpopular in an age which has seen such oddities as the voluntary recognition by this country of the Irish and Indian republics, a Labour government with a large majority, the hanging of the principal Nazi leaders, Bertrand Russell and O.M. and the principal sage of British broadcasting. As a result, the adventurous individual has to get increasingly odd and queer in his views. You can see the process at work in this volume, the chase for eccentricity getting ever more difficult, as the rewards for eccentricity mount ever higher. One solution of this problem, the most paradoxical of all, is to astonish everyone by remaining upright instead of standing on your head. This is why our gayest and most irresponsible characters are to be found writing leaders for respectable conservative papers or producing novels in favor of the Roman Catholic Church. Mr. Benjamin, most daring of all, actually patronizes the Church of England. This is a good line, and has been spotted as such by acute intellects for some time. It is curious that even Mr. Reynolds has been taken in by it. He is himself something of a connoisseur in the individual and daring, yet when it comes to the really adventurous pamphlets in this volume, he is shocked by them and dismisses them as nonsense. Though, for my part, I do not care much for Carlyle's style. I find his pamphlet on the nigger question 1,000 times more sensible than Edward Carpenter's soft-headed ramblings. Carpenter, it seems to me, was individualism at its worst. He really thought that if he let his beard grow, wore homespun tweeds, lived on grated carrots and preached free love, he became a remarkable man. No one can share this belief who has tried to struggle through his prose. Now Carlyle was a remarkable man, though in many ways a detestable one. With Scottish clarity and cynicism he realized. 63. Almost the first, that the game of straight individualism was played out, and so turned himself into the champion of intolerance, despotism, and obscurantism. All the same, he was too great a man not to be sensible occasionally, and his pamphlet here stands like an oasis of profundity among the sands of the Quaker Peas and the muscular curate Kingsley. It needed penetration as well as daring to understand, in the age of individualism and emancipation, that little would be achieved for the Negroes of the West Indies merely by abolishing slavery. The history of the West Indies in the 100-odd years since then has proved Carlyle right and the abolitionists wrong. Or rather, the abolitionists were too high-minded even to be wrong. Though they detested slavery, they did not care for the slaves, and, once slavery was abolished, they were indifferent to what happened afterwards. Mr. Reynolds, I suspect, dislikes Carlyle's pamphlet from its relevance to our own day. Carlyle's quashie is no longer confined to a few West Indian islands, and, much as our hearts glow at the destruction of the British Raj, they will glow less as the vast Indian continent gradually sinks back into the anarchy and violence from which it was preserved by a century and a half of British rule. Take another example from this volume. Brougham on reform is all very well, and it brought him a good life into the bargain. But is Sidney Smith on the ballot, or rather against it, such rubbish as Mr. Reynolds makes out? Would Hitler have succeeded without the ballot box? At least it did nothing to stop him. Probably Sidney Smith attached too much importance to the ballot, probably Gresham's law will operate in politics and the bad defeat the good with the ballot or without. But at least Sidney Smith did not think that everything would be perfect if only we had a system of universal suffrage, combined with secret voting. The fresh air of common sense blows through his admirable prose. Or again, William Hone on George IV is highly entertaining, it was well worth doing at the time. But who now cares for George IV's infidelities, or even for those of Queen Caroline? On the other hand, George IV was the only 64 King of England who did anything to make his capital beautiful, and, looking at the work of John Nash which George IV inspired, there can be no two answers to the question which King of England did most good and deserves to be remembered with most gratitude. It was the elderly Lechair, once a figure of fun, now a king without a rival. It is the nature of pamphlets to provoke disagreement. Mr. Reynolds and I seem to have managed between us to have disagreed with every one of them. Our pleasure in them is no whit the less. But every man has his boiling point, the moment at which eccentricity ceases to be funny or even engaging and becomes merely malicious and irresponsible. I have, I fear, sometimes provoked this reaction in others, and therefore it is deserved that it should be here provoked in me. For my conscience would be offended were I not to make it clear, in all seriousness, that to my mind Mr. Brailsford's pamphlet on the origins of World War I is an example of British complacency at its worst, as well as being bad history. It is easy to understand how British pamphleteers, with a century and a half of wrong-headedness behind them, were tempted to keep out of step even when their country became involved in war with Germany. This was admirable so long as their criticism was confined to the reputation of their own rulers. After all, the government which trod down the Easter Rebellion in Ireland was not the most perfect champion of Belgian independence. Still, this independence was being championed, and even the most contrary hesitated to argue that Belgium would be better off under German rule. Instead, British complacency took it out on the Serbs. How enlightened and how daring to argue that the Serbs were really much better off under Austrian rule, representing an older and maturer civilization. How challenging to state that the Serbs in Austria-Hungary had home rule. It is not surprising that most of the leading members of the Union of Democratic Control, which sponsored this pamphlet, ended up as cabinet 65 ministers. To use a phrase of Johnson's in another connection, this British cleverness at the expense of others is mighty offensive. Mr. Brailsford has often criticized British imperialism in India, more recently he has criticized American imperialism in Korea. But when it comes to German-Austrian imperialism in the Balkans, he can only find it alien, but relatively civilized. It is one thing to say, the government of my country is always wrong. It is quite another to say, the enemies of my country are always right. It is more likely that all governments are pretty bad, and that our government, exposed as it is to the constant harrying of the eccentrics, is rather better than the others. At any rate, it is certain that no one who values intellectual freedom would choose any other country to live in. There are, of course, some limitations on that complacent judgment. It may be true, as George Orwell suggested in his introduction, that the expression of unpopular or unusual views is becoming more difficult. I should doubt it, though I would admit that unpopular or unusual views are becoming more difficult to find. On the other hand, the practice of intellectual freedom may sink into a game and one which no one takes seriously. Even this introduction may have given some excuse for doing so. In fact, I care for intellectual freedom very deeply, and can think of nothing else which can make existence tolerable. The danger is not that we should abuse it, but rather that it should seem irrelevant. The greatest error of the 19th century, of which we are reaping the fruits, was to try to make out that freedom was good for something, usually that it would make you better off. If you had democracy and national self-determination, it was suggested that you would have more to eat. When this did not happen, the intellectuals at once began to cry out, "What is the good of freedom if it does not fill your belly?" The answer is simple: you are still free. I wish that Mr. Reynolds had found room for a Chartist pamphlet or two, in order to remind us that not only educated and relatively well-to-do men cared for freedom. The Chartists were the one truly independent working-class movement in our history, yet they 66. Cared as much for freedom as though they had been journalists, dons, or lawyers all their lives. It was middle-class writers, from Marx onwards, who told the workers that they wanted more food and better houses, not more freedom. It was the middle-class Trotsky, and the country gentleman Lenin, who told the Russian workers that they would not mind losing their new freedom if they got communism instead, and now it is the former theological student Stalin who tells them that they don't mind losing their freedom even if they don't get communism. William Morris said, "No one is good enough to be another man's master." And I'd add, no one is good enough to take away another man's freedom. That brings us to the spook in the cupboard at any discussion of intellectual freedom, the spook at which, incidentally, George Orwell took fright towards the end of his life. The most monstrous tyranny is on the march, and not only in countries which have never known freedom. It seeks to capture the minds of the most enlightened Europeans, and often does so. In face of communism, dare we risk intellectual freedom anymore? Ought we not instead to organize anti-communism and merely call it a Congress of Intellectual Liberty? There are reasons to be frightened. For 150 years authority, as I remarked earlier, has been on the defensive. It has had to apologize for itself, it has even had to pretend that really it was on the side of freedom, though of course in an orderly fashion. Communism is the first serious counter-offensive by the forces of authority and tyranny. Instead of apologizing, it claims that oppression is actually better. It either waves freedom aside as unimportant or else makes out that it does not exist. The temptation to drop every trivial difference in face of communism is very strong. There has been no peril like it since the days of militant Islam. All the same, it is a temptation to be shunned. So far as communism depends simply on material power, it can be resisted only by superior power. No one in his senses would dispute that proposition. But communism is not solely a movement of power. 67. It is much more a disease of the mind, a perversion of the liberal world. Though you cannot argue people out of communism, you can shake their faith in it by the general atmosphere of argument which it is still possible to breathe in the Western world. I hope we shall never see anti-communist pamphlets, and, if we do, they are not likely to merit a place in an anthology. But every pamphlet which expresses an individual opinion forcibly is, in its way, a stroke against the march of uniformity. A great deal of humbug is talked about the British way of life, as though it were synonymous with respectability and good taste. The British way of life, at its best, has meant a great deal that was disreputable, irresponsible, and explosive. In fact, the outstanding merit of the British way of life is that there is no British way of life. There is solely the practice of intellectual freedom, which is common to all humanity. The only way to defend freedom is to assert it, and no one has asserted it better than the British pamphleteers of the last century and a half. He who cares for freedom will do well to remember the chairman's cry, "Don't forget the literature, comrades." Hence this volume is presented not only as a collection of literature in the stricter sense. It is presented also as a display of freedom, and a justification for it. Alan Taylor's initial interests in modern history, both as a student and then as a lecturer at Manchester University, were the French Revolution of 1788 and its aftermath and the revolutions of 1848. When Louis Namier, the professor of modern history at Manchester, tired of hurriedly reviewing books for the Manchester Guardian, he passed a biography of Robespierre to Alan Taylor. This set him off on a long career of reviewing for nationally read newspapers. Between his review of Reginald S. Ward's Maximilien Robespierre and his departure to take up a post at Oxford University in the autumn of 1938, Alan Taylor reviewed a further 20 books on the French Revolution and Napoleonic era. With Alan Taylor, substantial reviewing in an area of history was usually a precursor of writing a major book. The main exception was French Revolutionary and Napoleonic history. However, when he was 73 he gave television lectures on 1789 and 1848 as part of his series Revolution. When these were published as Revolutions and Revolutionaries he began his preface, "This volume represents a return to my first love." The first essay on himself was published in the New Statesman on September 25, 1948 as a review of Napoleon's memoirs, edited by Somerset Dechaire. Taylor's review aroused George Bernard Shaw to write a lengthy letter to the Journal in which he accused Alan Taylor, like H. G. Wells in his Outline of History, of failing to understand Napoleon. People who believe that a nobody such as Mr. Taylor has described could have achieved Napoleon's same can believe anything. Taylor's reply to Shaw included, "The real catastrophe was for the French people to have fallen into the hands of a genius. Without Napoleon there would have been no Napoleonic Empire. All the same, without Napoleon, France would probably have kept her natural frontiers and remained the greatest power in Europe. As it was, Napoleon started France on her way downhill." Napoleon's memoirs nevertheless attracted readers. Indeed, in 1993 it was available with many illustrations as Napoleon on Napoleon, an autobiography of the Emperor, edited by Somerset Dechaire. Alan Taylor was as severe elsewhere on Napoleon. In 1958, in a review of an anthology of contemporary views of the Emperor, he wrote, "All this bragging and strutting, now seemed to be poor stuff." In 1961 he observed of a collection of Napoleon's letters and documents, "Napoleon's letters seem to me plumb boring. His letters are full of lies. His emotions are all sham." The second of the two essays here, The Verdict of History, appeared in the New Statesman on February 26, 1949 as a review of Peter Gill's Napoleon, For and Against. Taylor greatly admired Gill both as a person and as a historian. In his autobiography he recalled that when first teaching at Manchester University he had read Gill on the revolt of the Netherlands. Gill in particular pleased me by his view, already unconsciously mine, that most things in history happen by accident. After Gill's death Taylor gave a memorial address to the Flemish Society of Antwerp. On himself. A life of Napoleon written by himself. The appeal seems irresistible. M. R. Dechaire, the editor, describes it as the voice of the giant himself. The conversation of giants, then, must be very dull. The proclamations and bulletins of Napoleon show him to have been a propagandist of genius, so, too, was Goebbels. Yet the memoirs of the one are as dreary as the diaries of the other. In fact, the memoirs of Napoleon, undoubtedly a genuine product of his mind, convinced me that the Goebbels diaries were genuine, if Napoleon could write as boringly as this. 70. Goebbels could also. Both works are, of course, full of lies. That was to be expected. It is the drabness, the fatuity, the commonplaceness of mind, that are surprising. What, for instance, could be more idiotic than Napoleon's explanation of polygamy in his chapter on Egypt? It occurs, he says, in countries inhabited by men of several colors and is the only means of preventing them persecuting each other, since every man can have a black wife, a white one, a copper-colored one and one of some other color. He proceeds to recommend it in the French colonies as the solution of the color question, so that every man can have one white, one black, and one mulatto wife, at the same time. Napoleon knew well that he was not a brilliant author, and he protected himself by speaking contemptuously of writers, as he did of his other enemies. Just as he described the English as men who were continually at table, almost always intoxicated, and of uncommunicative disposition, so he dismissed writers as men of no practical sense. He was not concerned to compete with those detestable ideologues, he had no interest at all in creating a work of art. His life in action had been creation enough. His reminiscences were written, or rather dictated, for effect. They were to launch a legend, the legend of divine Caesar. Cold and aloof like a marble statue in classical robes, they are without personality, and it was a great error of judgment by M.R. de Chair to substitute the first person singular for Napoleon, the emperor, the general of the original text. For Napoleon's statue is not vocal even after the fashion of the statue in Don Giovanni, and the essential purpose of these writings is in their remoteness from life. Napoleon the man was finished, Napoleon the institution had to be perpetuated. It is not surprising therefore that the only section of memoirs which Napoleon completed and finally polished is the part dealing with the campaign of Waterloo. A defeat of such finality needs a good deal of explaining away. Napoleon had an excuse in Grouchy's failure to come up with Blicher on June 18, and he repeats this excuse again and again. But he is pulled up by an uneasy sense that the real failure lay in the faulty orders which Grouchy received from his supreme commander, and Napoleon swings off on the other tack that Waterloo was an indecisive battle, the effect of which could have been undone by a further campaign. This line, too, has its dangers, for the failure to continue the war could be explained only by the weariness of the French. This was not an argument with which to appeal to posterity. The only way out is to assert that his strategy was throughout correct and that Wellington and Blücher committed every conceivable mistake. Thus Napoleon persuaded himself that he had in fact won the Battle of Waterloo, and his memoirs end with an expression of sympathy for the people of London when they learned of the catastrophe which had befallen their army. The main section of the record, which runs from the siege of Toulon to the Battle of Marengo, lacks the finish of the Waterloo narrative. Napoleon dictated these chapters haphazard to two amanuenses, and the two rivals kept their work separate when they published it after Napoleon's death. M.R. de Chair has sorted out the two sources and pruned away the asides with which Napoleon relieved the tedium. In this story of his early success Napoleon had less to explain away, all the same he never missed a chance to heighten the emphasis on the unique character and achievement of the emperor. Thus Paoli, the Corsican patriot, used frequently to say of the young artillery officer, "He is a man for a Plutarch's biography." With this unlikely anecdote Napoleon blots out the story of his equivocal behavior in Corsican affairs. Entertaining, too, in their way are the passages on naval warfare, in which Napoleon proves that it is much easier to win battles at sea than on land. Trafalgar is successfully rubbed out of existence. But for the most part the principles of Plutarch are observed all too seriously. There are accounts of Italy and Egypt which could have been taken from any gazetteer, even the military narrative lacks spirit. This served Napoleon's purpose. The general remained. Yes. Without a rival figure, and Napoleon could conclude with an account of Marengo which conceals that he had lost the battle and slides, almost without mention, over Desailly who had come to Bonaparte's rescue. It is a fitting end to a narrative which is unreliable from beginning to end. Can Napoleon have supposed that this dull and lying record would really secure his fame? This puzzle is the only point of interest raised by this book. Some part of the explanation may be found in the decline of his faculties. The only exciting passages are the quotations from the proclamations which Bonaparte wrote as the young general of the Army of Italy. These still ring with life, and their author could not have written dully however hard he tried. Success corrupts, and Napoleon had achieved success without parallel in modern history. The spare, beautiful artillery officer had become fat and coarse, and his mind became coarse at the same time. Besides, Napoleon had expected everyone to sacrifice himself for the empire, and the first sacrifice had been his own personality. The young Bonaparte had been vital, though no doubt unattractive. Napoleon had squeezed the life out of him. Flashes of personality persisted, even at St. Helena. These make Napoleon interesting to history, they did not interest Napoleon himself. He was concerned only with his public performance. Stendhal found the key to Napoleon, when he described Julien Sorel, after his first night with Madame de Renal, asking himself, "Ai je bien joué mon rôle?" Sorel, like Napoleon, was dominated by ambition. He lacked inner life and so fails to hold the reader's sympathy or even attention. Napoleon's was a more complicated case. He had begun as a romantic figure in the spirit of Rousseau, he ended as an abstraction from Plutarch. To use the clumsy contemporary phrase, this destruction of Napoleon by himself was the last triumph of the classical over the romantic. The essence of the romantic movement was the elevation of individual sentiment and of individual character, yet Napoleon, with a more remarkable character than any, was ashamed of possessing it and returned to a classical worship of the external world. The explanation of this outmoded artificiality is simple, and Napoleon himself hints at it in the early pages of his memoirs. He could have been genuine romantic only as a Corsican patriot. Once he deserted his natural cause, he could only play parts, and to do this he had to crush out his individuality. Sometimes, as when he played at being a French patriot or even a French emperor, the part came off. At others, as when he played at being a Muslim in Egypt or wished to play at being the liberator general after Waterloo, the pretense was too blatant. But, for a man who claimed to possess a sense of reality, Napoleon's judgment was strangely unreliable from start to finish. The 18th Brumaire was as wild an adventure as the 100 Days. In neither case did Napoleon have any clear idea what he was doing, he was simply playing his role. For that matter, Marengo was as much a gamble as Waterloo. It implanted in Napoleon the belief that he had truly mastered the external world. This gave him the necessary self-confidence for his career, though it ultimately brought him to disaster. Traditional ideas and traditional institutions had lost their force. Losing faith in God, men sought a human savior. The first of these human gods was Napoleon, and the condition of his fame was the confident readiness to attempt the impossible. Napoleon believed in himself. He continued to believe even when reality had shattered the basis of this belief, and he supposed that others would believe too. Hence he even believed that readers could be found for his memoirs. All the same, despite Napoleon, a human being is buried in these writings. Napoleon no doubt thought that he was building a monument to his future fame. Most of the time, in reality, he was fighting his battles over again simply for the pleasure of it, and this time without risk of failure. No reader can be persuaded that the catalogue of divisions and the description of obscure skirmishes serve any literary purpose. Napoleon had ceased to think of the reader. He had escaped from the unpleasant reality of St. Helena and was maneuvering imaginary armies. There once more he could exercise the devotion to detail and the 74 implacable demands for speed that had been the secret of his success. Bending over the map of Lombardy, he could once more forget that Josephine had been unfaithful to him immediately after marriage. In fact, if only he exerted his will strongly enough, he might again master the external world. St. Helena would disappear and Lombardy, or Paris under the consulate, become once more reality. It was this belief in the human will, at any rate his own, that made Napoleon the representative and culmination of the French Revolution. The essence of the revolution was belief in man. Once you believe that man is naturally good, you must believe, too, that he can do anything. Napoleon certainly held this belief about himself. And no doubt man can do anything, if he goes the NGHT way about it. The right way, as the events of the last century and a half have shown, is the way of science, the improvement of technique. The men of the French Revolution, and Napoleon with them, supposed that they could master the world by will alone. Hence the Napoleonic armies, for example, marched faster than other armies simply by the compelling force of Napoleon's command. Modern armies move faster by train or aeroplane. Napoleon killed his secretaries by overwork. With the dictaphone and the typewriter they would have survived quite easily. Napoleon was following the wrong course. The further his will carried him, the greater was bound to be his final catastrophe. He supposed that events could be made. In the end events took their revenge on him. There was no essential difference between Napoleon in victory and in defeat. He always asked the impossible, and sometimes it was granted him. This is the real basis of the Napoleonic legend. Napoleon is the hero of all those who resent reality, of all those who will not trouble to master the art of the possible. Napoleon is the supreme example of the human being who became more than life-size, and those who admire Napoleon are really flattering the human being in themselves. Yet what did this wonderful human being end in? A querulous sick man on a subtropical island dictating a drab and meaningless record to while away the time. The memoirs of Napoleon suggest that there is something to be said for not thinking that you are God. The verdict of history. Events are well enough in their way, what historians write about them is much better. Who really cares about the later Roman emperors, about Dutch William, or even about Pericles? These survive by grace of Gibbon, Macaulay, and Thucydides. The greatest figure of modern times made himself such by providing a myth which would provide endless fascination for historians. Napoleon knew the secret of survival, cul Roman che mavi. His own literary gifts were those of an amateur, characteristic of one who carried that second-rate tear-jerker, The Sorrows of Werther, in his hip pocket. The Napoleonic legend would never have taken hold had it depended on Napoleon's own writings. Napoleon's great stroke was to provide raw material for works of genius, so that French historians wrote about Napoleon inevitably, as every Greek playwright interpreted the story of the Trojan Wars. Of course, there is always a certain amount to be discovered about Napoleon, as no doubt matter of archaeological interest can be found by grubbing in the ruins of Troy. But the profundities of the human spirit are to be found in what men have made of the legend, not in the archives and the rubble. The career of Napoleon is the greatest of modern legends. This fact, once noticed, seems obvious and inescapable, and it is surprising that no one has had the idea long ago of discussing what French writers have made of Napoleon. To discover the obvious which no one else has thought of is the speciality of Professor Gil, one of the great historical minds of our time. It would be unfair to say that he demolishes the reputations of the great French historians, though he exposes 76. Their flaws, there remains, in his words, what life and energy, what creative power, what ingenuity, imagination, and daring. These words are a reminder of peculiar value for the English reader. Every continental student of history, even if he be a German, knows that the French are the greatest practitioners of the art. English historians have never recovered from the fraud put over on us by Acton and still suppose that serious history, scientific history as it is called, was perfected in Germany. But what tawdry stuff the German historians are compared to the stars of Professor Gil's book, and how long-winded. Professor Gil gives a plain analysis of what French historians from the Restoration to the present day have written about Napoleon. He starts with Chateaubriand and ends with Georges Lefebvre. Each writer is summarized with the painstaking detachment with which a newspaper correspondent gives a summary of the foreign press. There are no graces of style, no novelty in the point of view. The general effect is humdrum, almost dull. It is like listening to a conversation where tones are never raised, where there is never a flicker of emphasis nor even, one supposes, of interest. As the conversation proceeds, it gradually becomes clear that Professor Gil, far from being the club bore, declines to raise his voice simply because he is discussing the most profound topics of human experience. It is rare enough to find a work of history which is interesting, let alone exciting. This book is vastly more, an infinite consolation to the professional historian. It shows that history is a subject which can provoke thought. For my part, I would rather have written Professor Gil's book than invented existentialism or the new fashion in academic philosophy. What is it called? The subject, at any rate, which now spends its time debating whether it was once correct to describe itself as logical positivism. Professor Gil's book enables the historian to look the philosopher in the face without cringing for quite a week. His book teaches one, in the first place, a great deal about Napoleon. French historians have found in Napoleon infinite variety, and all of it was there. It is impossible to read this catalogue of their judgments without realizing that Napoleon really was a most extraordinary man, probably the most extraordinary figure that has ever appeared in the world of politics. Sarl saw him as the man who devoted his life to the defense of the natural frontiers, Bourgeois as the man who lived only for the creation of a great empire of the Middle East, Drialt as the restorer of the Roman Empire in Europe, the greatest of the Caesars. Vandal even discovered in him the pacifier of the world. No wonder he spoke of the ultimate justice and grandeur of his aim. The same variety and the same vastness are revealed in the descriptions of Napoleon's work as a civil Jan ruler, the heir of the revolution, the restorer of order, the architect of the Code Napoleon, the founder of the French Empire, the protector of the Catholic Church. All these things happened in Napoleon's time, yet the cumulative effect of them is not to increase admiration for Napoleon, rather to rouse doubts. Here Professor Giel, as it were, turns the tables on Napoleon, for his book, despite its cool tone and its scholarship, is an anti-Napoleonic tract, the most formidable ever composed. He has given the legend a good showing in order to show that it is a legend, that it overreaches itself by its very absurdity. He quotes the rhetoric of Thiers, the brilliance of Vandal, the sophistication of Sarl, then brings them to earth with a gentle query: the murder of the Duke of Enghien? The breach of the Treaty of Amiens? The oppression and exploitation of Europe? The stifling of French liberalism? Above all, the lies, the intrigues, the dishonesty? Professor Giel has no doubt of his own verdict. He was a conqueror with whom it was impossible to live, who could not help turning an ally into a vassal, or at least interpreting the relationship to his own exclusive advantage, who decorated his lust of conquest with the fine-sounding phrases of progress and civilization, and who at last, in the name of the whole of Europe, which was to 78, looked to him for order and peace, presumed to brand England as the universal disturber and enemy. This is not, however, only the verdict of a dispassionate Dutch observer. The historians of the legend do not exhaust French writings on Napoleon. Indeed, all Professor Giel's criticism of the admirers of Napoleon is based on the work of French scholars, and his analysis of the two attitudes, for and against, is a splendid contribution to the study of French ideas. The cleavage is, in the first place, political. In England, admiration for Napoleon has often been found on the left, a line running from Lady Holland to Hilaire Belloc and Bernard Shaw. What English admirers of Napoleon have in common is simple: they are all in the government, and, since Napoleon was also against the British government, they suppose that he was on their side. In France, however, the establishment has been on the left, especially in the time of the Third Republic, and Napoleon has been the hero of the conservatives. They did not need to pretend that Napoleon cared for liberty, they were delighted that he had destroyed it and wished to follow his example. They echoed the phrase of Barr's, Napoleon, teacher of energy, and praised, perhaps exaggerated, those qualities which made Napoleon the precursor of fascism. Moreover, unlike English writers, they did not conceal that Napoleon was the enemy of England, not merely of the British government, for, since England represented the principles of liberty, of constitutional government, and of agreement between the nations, she was their enemy also. This tradition, though strong, was the school of a minority in France. French writers who cared for liberty, who opposed militarism, had no illusions about Napoleon and exposed the errors of those who had. French liberals in the 19th century, and socialists in the 20th, stood unanimously for the other France which repudiated Napoleon with his gospel of energy and violence. The cleavage for and against, as well as being political, is also professional. This is a point of peculiar interest fully worked out by Professor Giel. The men of letters, with the exception of Taine, have been for Napoleon, and Taine was only against Napoleon because he recognized in Napoleon himself. The men of learning have been against him. The men of letters have often been distinguished scholars, as Vandal and Sarl were, but, in the last resort, they were concerned to produce an effect, to write a work of literary genius. It is a very different Napoleon who appears in the school textbooks. Indeed, one is almost driven to postulate the general rule: the better written a book, the more unreliable as history. But there is more in it than that. Tocqueville said of Napoleon, he was as great as a man can be without morality, and the truth is that all men of letters, that is all who care for good writing, are, in this sense, immoral. They will always subordinate reality to effects and facts to phrases. Paine's judgment on Burke will serve for every French writer on Napoleon whose works one reads for pleasure. He pities the plumage but forgets the dying bird. Nothing is stranger than the delusion of our time that men of letters are, by nature, champions of political, or even of intellectual, liberty. If Professor Gill's book is not evidence enough to the contrary, consider the famous writers who made the pilgrimage to Mussolini. Of course, scientists are even worse, but then one hardly expects political sense from them. It was only when reading Professor Gill's book that I realized that professors of history, at any rate in France, are so much better. Their record of integrity has been almost unbroken. Even in the Second Empire, the Committee of Scholars, employed to publish the correspondence of Napoleon I, was too resolutely honest to please Napoleon III. It had to be replaced in 1864 by a committee of literary men which set out to publish only what Napoleon would have made available to the public if he had wished to display himself and his system to posterity. Still, the achievement of the French professional historians cannot necessarily be counted to the general credit of the trade. What German historian stood out against the cult of Bismarck, at any 80 rate until Bismarck had failed? And what chance is there that any German historian will stand out against the coming cult of Hitler? As for English historians, they have hardly escaped from the Anglican sycophancy which marked the universities until the beginning of this century. Chaplains of the pirate ship, they have extolled the British Empire as persistently as the French men of letters extolled the Empire of Napoleon. The French professors represented a general university culture which hardly exists outside France. As Professor Gill says, the scholarliness of their method disciplines their mental attitude. But it would be foolish to overlook the fact that these authors came to Napoleon with their own, with different, prior ideas, that they measure him against standards of spiritual freedom, of culture, of humanity, of social progress, that politically they are as a rule of the left. With some of them anti-clericalism is predominant, with others liberalism, or socialism. What a wonderful country of which these things can be said of university professors. The last quotation is a reminder that Gill's book, as well as being a book about Napoleon and about French historians, is about clerical values. Gill concludes his praise of the professional historian, Georges Lefebvre, in whom he finds the most convincing version of Napoleon, with criticism: I should like to see the eternal postulates of respect for the human personality, of the feeling for spiritual freedom, of lofty idealism, of truthfulness, taken into account when the final reckoning is made. This is a startling evocation of the shade of Acton, and it leaves me wondering whether the virtues of a historian and those of a clerk are the same after all. On September 13, 1806, Charles James Fox died in the Palladian villa of the Duke of Devonshire at Chiswick. His last words echoed the royal ancestor whom he rivaled in charm: "It don't signify, my dearest, dearest Liz." Charles Fox was a legend even in his lifetime. No public man has been so loved by his associates. He was the first statesman, incidentally, to be universally addressed by his Christian name. His picture in the National Portrait Gallery conveys something of his unique fascination: a flushed stout man, sitting on a stile in disarray amid the delights of nature, a welcome contrast indeed to the formal figures who surround him on the walls. Many historians have seen in Fox a charmer and nothing more, a blundering tactician greedy for power, an irresponsible declaimer who drove himself and his followers from one disaster to another. The picture has a touch of truth. Fox had an incurable love for members of the great Whig families. There was something absurd in a champion of the people who set up a ministry composed predominantly of dukes and marquises. His private life did not show the austere morality that the British public expects from its leaders. Other Whigs, including his father, made fortunes from the service of the state. Charles Fox lost an even vaster fortune on the racecourse and at the gambling tables. His father, Lord Holland, brought him up on the doctrine, "The young are always right, The old are always 82. Wrong. Everyone knows the story of Lord Holland's remark when Charles smashed a gold watch, if you must, you must. On the same principle, Lord Holland provided £300,000 to pay his son's more pressing debts. Charles himself tried to meet this same need by running a faro bank at Brooks's, a bank which he continued to run even when he was Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. When all else had failed, his aristocratic friends had a whip round and provided him with £3,000 a year. How will he take it? One of them asked, and another gave the correct reply: quarterly, I suppose. Gambling, drinking, and late hours did not exhaust his vices. He had a number of natural children, all of whom he adored. He lived with Mrs. Armitstead, dearest Liz. For nearly 20 years before he married her she had grown rich by living previously with other men. Then he kept his marriage secret so that he might continue to flaunt the immorality that he was no longer practicing. If there was only his love of nature and the classics to set off against all this, we should say that he was a curious character, an amusing period piece, no more, certainly not worth commemoration. But there is a great deal more. For one thing, Fox invented the modern British Constitution, that is, the two-party system and the doctrine that the Crown must accept as Prime Minister the political leader favoured by a majority of the House of Commons. Earlier politicians had in fact opposed, but they wrapped up their opposition as patriotic advice or took shelter under the patronage of the heir apparent. Fox criticised whatever was done by the government of the day and claimed on every issue that he could have done better. He was the first leader of a formed and avowed opposition. Again, earlier politicians had forced their unwelcome services on the king, but always with loyal apologies and in the belief that the favour of the crown would bring with it support from the House of Commons, not the other way round. Fox, with a gambler's extremism, resolved to win or lose all. He regarded George III as Satan and held that the crown should be reduced to a 83. Cipher. The crown is endowed with no faculty whatever of a private nature. Charles Fox lost in his lifetime, but he won the future. In the words of Richard Pears, George III undoubtedly beat Charles Fox in 1784, and trampled on his ghost in 1807, but our politicians act, today, on Charles Fox's constitutional principles. It was evidence of Fox's triumph when Victoria had to accept Gladstone as Prime Minister in spite of her violent protest, and even more striking evidence when George V sent for Ramsay MacDonald in 1924 with no protest at all. We are supposed to owe the British Constitution to the wisdom of our ancestors. It would be truer to say that in its present form it sprang fully grown from Charles Fox's personal hostility to George III. The Whig interpretation of history is a horse from the same stable. Fox asserted, quite wrongly, that his view of the Constitution had flourished ever since the Glorious Revolution. His Whig friends echoed this belief, and historians followed suit until they were put right in our own day by Sir Lewis Namier. This political doctrine makes Fox interesting, important, even great. It does not make him admirable. What gave him a unique place in English history was his championing of liberty, both individual and national. He was a long time coming to it. In his early days he had a wrong-headed enthusiasm for the House of Commons, even defending its right to expel and disqualify Wilkes. The revolt of the American colonies taught him that there were more important things than legal niceties or the struggle for political power. Fox was among the first to advocate the complete independence of America, and he staked his political career on this cause until it was won. The impeachment of Warren Hastings, which he shared with Burke, took him a stage further. However doubtful the detailed charges, that case established the principle that the British Empire was something more than an empire of exploitation. Fox's finest hour came with the war against the French Revolution. All calculation of personal advantage was swept aside. Fox could have been a leading war minister. He, not Pitt, 84, would have been the pilot who weathered the storm. Fox never considered this course for a moment. He was convinced that the war was unnecessary and morally wrong. Almost alone among Englishmen of the governing class, he recognized the principle of liberty in France in spite of the violence of the Terror and was convinced that Great Britain was fighting on the side of tyranny. He broke with his closest friends and for 5 years argued against the war almost single-handed. There is no more glorious story in our history. 60 years later Richard Cobden, contemplating a similar course of action himself, wrote of Fox. It is impossible to read the speeches of Fox at this time without feeling one's heart yearn with admiration and gratitude for the bold and resolute manner in which he opposed the war, never yielding and never repining, under the most discouraging defeats. The annals of Parliament do not record a nobler struggle in a nobler cause. Here again Fox lost the present and won the future. He saw his supporters in the House shrink from 50 to 20, he was struck off the Privy Council for toasting our sovereign lord, the people, police spies were set on him, and Pitt considered sending him to the Tower. But posterity has confirmed his judgment on this war for despotism, and in the 19th century British policy welcomed the liberal revolutions which Pitt had tried to suppress. The spirit of Fox prevails whenever England stands on the side of freedom. The independence of Ireland and India are his memorials, and those who now champion the peoples of Africa are only the latest who belong to the party of Mr. Fox. Talleyrand's cut. Talleyrand once asked a lady friend, "What do you think posterity's opinion of me will be?" She replied, "That you set out to stir up controversy about yourself." Staring at her in amazement, he said, "You are right, you are absolutely right. I want people to go on for centuries debating what I was like, what I believed, what I stood for. This only shows that a man will go to any lengths in order to impress the woman he happens to be pursuing." For there is no mystery about Talleyrand except that created by writers who wish to turn an honest penny. He liked women, he liked money, he liked an easy comfortable life. To his misfortune he was caught in the storm of the French Revolution. He waited for it to blow over and sometimes tried to help on the process. He said many things that were esteemed witty at the time. His career was unusual even in a revolutionary epoch. But a great man? A statesman? It is hard to believe it. M. Orios, however, has no doubts. His book is in the worst style of French writing, rhapsodical, disorderly, overblown, more a cheap romantic novel than a work of history. Perhaps it is tolerable in French, it is unreadable in English. M. Orios is given to addressing his characters. Here is an early example. Talleyrand's foot was injured at birth. His mother thought this disqualified him from becoming head of the family and turned him into a priest, remarking, "My son is well adjusted to his new profession." On which M. Orios breaks out. 86. What profession? Buttoning a cassock over one's ordinary dress and playing choirboy is not a profession, madam, it is a travesty. You did an astonishing thing, madam, without knowing it, you turned your rejected son into the most illustrious member of your race. Measured against a mother's initial betrayal, all subsequent betrayals were insignificant. At any rate Talleyrand became a bishop, duly collecting the rewards in money and women which this brought. In 1789 he went with the revolution, perhaps from conviction. When his acts provoked the disapproval of the Pope, he wrote to a friend, "You know about my excommunication. Come cheer me up and dine with me. As no one will offer me fire or water, we will have to make do tonight with cold meat and iced wine." Comment by M. Orios, "Oh flippant statement if there ever was one." M. Orios also remarks, his critics never mention that one major failing of his, far more serious than his love of gambling, women, and money, a flabby will that brought his worst instincts into play. Napoleon forgave all his faults except his alarming pliability, and he knew the man he was dealing with. If Talleyrand had not been pliable, he would have been guillotined during the French Revolution and no one would have heard of him. As it was, he celebrated an open-air mass on the anniversary of the taking of the Bastille and whispered, as he clambered onto the platform, "Don't make me laugh." He left France before the Terror, first for England and then for the United States, where he ran some successful land speculation. His favorite American word, he said, was sweetener, and, when later he squeezed £50,000 out of American negotiators, remarked that since the Americans had invented such an appropriate word they must know how to use it. Talleyrand returned to France under the Directory when the worst days of the Revolution were over. He made love to Madame de Staël, and she thrust him on the directors. When asked who 87 she was, he replied, an intriguer, to such a degree that I am here in the foreign ministry because of her. And in answer to a further question whether she was a good friend, she would toss her friends in the river in order to fish them out. Being without a carriage, he drove to meet the directors in Madame de Staël's and, as he did so, muttered under his breath that he would make an immense fortune. So he did. Probably no foreign minister has ever made so much money while in office or continued his activities over so long a time. He was paid by everybody, by Napoleon, by German princes, by Tsar Alexander I, by the British government. His foreign policy, so far as he had one, was often directed to the best interests of France, but he saw no reason why he should not be paid for promoting them. With this fortune he acquired a great landed estate and the vast chateau of Valnay. He was also a compulsive gambler, running through millions of francs. Napoleon Bonaparte was the decisive figure in Talleyrand's life. Talleyrand helped Bonaparte up the ladder, served him as emperor, and then engineered his overthrow. Even after this he wrote, "I loved Napoleon. I became personally attached to him despite his faults. At the start of his career I felt drawn to him by the irresistible magnetism exerted by all great geniuses." It was Talleyrand who encouraged Bonaparte's expedition to Egypt. M. Orios accepts Talleyrand's explanation that the expedition was intended to turn official thoughts and acts away from revolutionary Europe, an unlikely proposition. The Egyptian expedition was a quick alternative to the invasion of England, which had proved impossible. A transaction just before Bonaparte left was characteristic of both men. Bonaparte was short of money, and Talleyrand lent him 100,000 francs. On his return Bonaparte repaid the money and asked, "Why did you lend it to me? I have often wondered about it and could never understand your motive." Talleyrand replied, "I had no motive, you were young and made such a vital, intense impression on me that I wanted to help you." 88. Without any ulterior purpose. To which Bonaparte remarked, "In that case you acted deceitfully." Talleyrand's great days came when he was Napoleon's foreign minister, great at any rate from the point of view of making money. He began well. When Napoleon asked him how he had made so much money, he replied, "Oh, that's simple. I bought bonds on the 17th Brumaire and sold them 3 days later." 17th Brumaire was the day before Bonaparte seized power. Thereafter Napoleon used to say, "His great ancestry makes up for everything." There was little skill or originality in Talleyrand's policy, he did what he was told and pocketed his percentage. Napoleon summed up his qualifications: sophistication, first-hand knowledge of the courts of Europe, a shrewd tongue that says just enough and no more, an inscrutable countenance that never changes, and finally a great name. In later years Talleyrand made out that he had always opposed Napoleon's pursuit of conquest. He did so only when it began to go wrong. Even then his opposition was confined to private mutterings. The idea that he contributed to Napoleon's overthrow is pure myth, partly manufactured by himself and partly by Metternich, who was another character of the same kind. In 1809 Metternich reported from Paris that Talleyrand and Fouché were preparing to resist Napoleon. "They are firmly resolved to seize the opportunity if the opportunity arises, lacking courage to provoke it." The opportunity never arose. Talleyrand and Fouché contributed to Napoleon's overthrow only in the sense that the so-called German resistance contributed to Hitler's. Napoleon ruined himself by his limitless ambitions, his overthrow stemmed from the Russian army. When all was over Talleyrand stepped onto the scene and headed the French provisional government. He said with some excusable exaggeration, The only conspiring I have ever done was when I had the majority of France as an accomplice and was seeking hand in hand with her the salvation of my country. Talleyrand did not long remain in power. The restored king, Louis XVIII, no doubt disliked him. M. Orios remarks that he was not Cardinal Richelieu or even Mazarin. He lacked strength of character and needed a master. Also he was lazy, alert in a crisis and off on pleasure the next day. Talleyrand made some stir at the Congress of Vienna, though circumstances made this easy, when all the victorious powers except Prussia wanted to keep France active in the balance of power. After this he departed to a profitable retirement until the French Revolution of 1830, when he became French ambassador in London and secured the independence of Belgium. His last negotiation was a prolonged bargaining whereby he made his peace with the Church a few hours before he died. When he received extreme unction he held out his clenched fists instead of his palms and said, "Do not forget that I am a bishop." He had received episcopal unction on January 16, 1789. Much had happened since then, including the secularization of church lands on Talleyrand's initiative and his own marriage. However, the church was ready to welcome the belatedly repentant sinner. Considerable ingenuity is needed to deduce any significant principles of foreign policy from Talleyrand's career. He was an adroit and unscrupulous negotiator. He never conducted a negotiation without financial profit for himself. He distrusted the arrogance of power and did not regret the loss of Napoleon's conquests. If pressed to define what he believed in, he would have answered with his favorite refrain, "Unfortune immense, an immense fortune." Talleyrand had unparalleled success with women despite his lameness and clumsy figure. He shared Madame de Flahaut with Gouverneur Morris, the American minister in Paris, and of course with her husband. Their son, the Comte de Flahaut, following his father's fashion, had a son by Queen Hortense, Napoleon's stepdaughter, and their offspring, the Duc de Morny, was able to boast, "I am the great-grandson of a king, grandson of a bishop, son of a queen, and half-brother of an emperor." Morny's daughter married a Marquis of Lansdowne, and their son became the British Foreign Secretary who created the Entente. Go. Cordial, altogether a distinguished record for Talleyrand's descendants. When Talleyrand became foreign minister he ousted his predecessor from the marriage bed as well as from office. The outcome of this was Eugene Delacroix, the great romantic painter, whose career Talleyrand followed with paternal solicitude. Talleyrand's last mistress was his niece by marriage, Dorothy, whose mother, the Duchess of Courland, was also his mistress whenever she could afford the time to come to France. Yet even his love-making was pursued with indifference. He was a voluptuary, not a seducer, and Madame de Flahaut complained that, though suaviter in modo, he lacked fortiter in re. Talleyrand would probably have accepted this as a flattering verdict. He never did anything with energy or conviction except of course when he laid his hands on money. If indifference, lack of principle and self-interest are the essential qualities for diplomacy, Talleyrand was perhaps a model diplomat after all. Metternich. Alan Taylor had studied the final part of Metternich's period of power when he had been a postgraduate student in Vienna in 1928-30. After his 1955 biography of Bismarck had proved successful and he had declared a willingness to write another short biography, his publisher in 1958 suggested Metternich as a suitable subject. Taylor, then turning more towards British history, replied to Hamish Hamilton, "Metternich is worked out. And for that matter so am I. My intellectual capital needs replenishing." This essay appeared in the New Statesman, 9 February 1954, as a review of Constantine de Grunwal's biography, Metternich. The essay deflates Metternich who, in the early years of the Cold War, was finding favor among conservatives. Men live after their own deaths in the minds of others. Samuel Butler thought that this was the only form of immortality. For most men it is a wasting asset. Memories fade, causes change. Who now cares what Gladstone said in 1868? Occasionally the historian acts as a resurrection man. He discovers that some forgotten figure was the real savior of his country or maker of empire. Our 19th century prime ministers, for instance, are being pushed aside, and their fame is being usurped by civil servants, hitherto obscure. There is another, and more lasting, way to survival. The historical figure is turned into a symbol. The man becomes a myth, and, though his real deeds are forgotten, he is mobilized in defense of some cause which might have surprised him. The founders of the great religions have all enjoyed this fate. Millions of men repeat their names, while knowing nothing of the details of their lives. The carpenter's son. 92. Of Galilee blesses the grandeurs of the papacy, and the tyranny of the Politburo is carried out in the name of a crabbed German scholar. Metternich knew this success, even in his lifetime. His name was the symbol of resistance to the revolution abused by the radicals, praised, though more rarely, by conservatives. His fall in 1848 was the decisive sign that the springtime of peoples had begun. Soon he was being treated as the great opponent of German unity, his immortality turned to ridicule by Treitschke, only his interminable 5 metaphors remembered. Every textbook of history rejoiced that the system of Metternich had been overthrown, and the most humble politician assumed that any future settlement would improve on the work of the Congress of Vienna. The peacemaking of Versailles began the disillusionment. Metternich crept back into favor as the exponent of a less idealistic diplomacy. The balance of power seemed a more sensible and a more effective principle than the League of Nations. But Metternich had to wait for his full restoration until the present Cold War of creeds. He has re-emerged as the rock of order, and every renegade liberal in America discovers an admiration for this desiccated aristocrat. Metternich is again to fight the Jacobins, but this time with the big battalions on his side. Nationalism is frowned on, and Western Union is to replace the moldering edifice of the Habsburg monarchy, which Metternich lamented that he had spent his life in propping up. The new saint of conservatism is a long way from the Metternich of history. He was a very silly man. This is revealed even in the flattering portrait by Lawrence. Vain and complacent, with fatuous good looks, his first thought in a crisis was to see whether his skin-tight breeches fitted perfectly and the order of the Golden Fleece was hanging rightly. Even his love affairs, and he had many, were calculated for their political effect. He sought influence on Napoleon through the Queen of Naples and learnt the secrets of Russia from Countess Lieven. It must have been disturbing when he whispered political gossip in bed. He never made a clever remark. His thoughts, like those of most conservatives, were banal and obvious. Things must get worse before they get better. After war Europe needs peace, everyone has his allotted place in society. Most men could do better than this when shaving. As he grew older, he grew more sententious. His deafness gave him an irresistible hold over his visitors. Bismarck wisely slept during his discourse and so won the old man's favor. There are those whom we would recall from the dead. Metternich is not among them. Even Mr. Viereck and Professor Morgenthau would blench if he appeared on their doorstep, his empty sentences already phrased. He was good at his job, though it was not so difficult a job as is often supposed. His job was diplomacy, and in particular, to maintain the greatness of the House of Habsburg. He was spared the greatest difficulty of the diplomat, which is to convince his own employer. The Emperor Francis gave Metternich a free run so long as Austria was kept out of war, and even the Austrian generals counted on being beaten. He liked to present himself in later life as the symbol of resistance. In reality he had been the greatest of appeasers. His first stroke was the Austrian marriage, by which he hoped to buy off Napoleon with an Austrian archduchess. Far from being the enemy of Napoleon, Metternich was the most anxious of Allied statesmen to compromise with him. He hesitated to enter the last coalition, strove for an agreed peace, and regretted Napoleon's downfall. He justified his policy by fear of Russia. It was pointless, he argued, to overthrow one tyrant of Europe if another took his place. The truth is that he wanted others to do the fighting for him. Besides, he supposed that a plump archduchess would turn Napoleon into a harmless, almost legitimate monarch, and that the man who had grown great through the revolution would now tame it. It made the delusion no less absurd that Napoleon sometimes shared it. Metternich did not invent the balance of power, nor do much to develop it. The great powers of Europe existed without his assistance, and his only initiative at the Congress of Vienna was 94. To project an unnecessary war over Poland, a war which others had too much sense to fight. In international affairs, too, he offered a series of platitudes. All I ask is a moral understanding between the five great powers. I ask that they take no important step, without a previous joint understanding. Even the United Nations would work if Metternich's request were granted. But what if the great powers disagreed? Metternich offered only lamentations and reproaches. He abused Canning for putting British interests first, yet was ready to wreck his conservative partnership with Russia for the sake of Austrian interests in the Balkans. In the usual way of statesmen who rule over a decaying empire, he urged others to preserve the Austrian monarchy for their own good. He invented an Austrian mission and assured his foreign visitors how unwillingly he had added Lombardy to the empire in 1815. It is, of course, rare for upholders of empire ever to admit that they get advantage or profit from it. And as Metternich went from one palace to another or pocketed the rewards which other sovereigns as well as his own showered upon him, the cares of office were no doubt the only thought in his mind. He played some diplomatic problems competently, though Palmerston, his contemporary, did better with less fuss. The two shared the credit for a peaceful outcome to the Eastern crisis of 1840. But 10 years earlier Metternich might have muddled the Belgian alarm into a war, if it had not been for Palmerston's firm handling. Again, Metternich put years of wasted effort into attempts at intervening in the Spanish civil wars. His most original move in Austrian policy was to concentrate her strength on Italy. Though himself a German from the Rhineland, he encouraged Austria's withdrawal from Germany. He did not assert her supremacy in the German Confederation nor even grudge Prussia her private score of the Zollverein. Yet he was too much a man of Western Europe to be content with the Balkans as compensation. For him Asia began at the road eastwards from Vienna. Italy alone seemed worthy to be the Habsburg prize. And Metternich taught the doctrine quite erroneous, as it turned out that the Habsburg monarchy could remain great only so long as it continued to dominate in Italy. All his diplomatic combinations centered on the Italian provinces. Yet he knew both that the Italians hated Austrian rule and that France would not tolerate it indefinitely. This double threat was in itself an attraction to him. It was always his aim to fight the revolution on the field of international politics. He had no faith in principles or ideas despite his theoretical posturing. Though he claimed to be a disciple of Burke, he doubted whether historical institutions would hold against radical ideas. In any case, there were no historical institutions in Central Europe except for the Hungarian Parliament, and this Metternich never managed to control. The kings and emperors were almost as new as Napoleon, who had indeed created many of them. The Habsburgs had laid their hands on the historic states of Hungary and Bohemia, and Poland, the greatest historic state of all, had been eaten up by Metternich and his two conservative partners of the Holy Alliance. If tradition was useless, concession was dangerous. Metternich never wearied of explaining that moderate liberalism inevitably opened the door to extreme radicalism, a judgment repeatedly belied by events. Indeed, he argued in a perverse way that extreme radicalism, being less concealed, was somehow less alarming, even less destructive, than moderate reform. His only answer to either liberalism or radicalism was, in fact, repression. If people were not allowed to think for themselves, they would be satisfied with material prosperity, and even this could be neglected. Since he had no genuine conservative ideas himself, he denied that radical ideas were genuine, and solemnly maintained that discontent everywhere was the result of a conspiracy. When Confalonieri, the Italian patriot, was brought as a political prisoner to Vienna, Metternich wrangled with him for hours in the hope that the conspiracy would at last be revealed. His view of radicalism was exactly that of Senator McCarthy. The good conservative must look under the bed every night. One day he will find a radical lurking there. A 96. Conspiracy needs a center, and Metternich found it in Paris, as his present admirers find it in Moscow. How much easier to forget men's political grievances and to raise the cry of foreign war. But Metternich had more sense than those who now tread in his footsteps. Though he advocated a conservative crusade against France and the revolution, he proposed that it should be fought by others. Austria did her duty to civilization by existing, it was for others to keep her going. He said in old age, "Error has never approached my spirit." And certainly he never made the error of getting into the front line if he could avoid it. In this way at least he set an example to us all. Metternich and his system for Europe. In 1822, just before the opening of the Congress of Verona, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. Metternich is supposed to have said, "I wonder why he did that." An old story, probably made up years later as a parody of Metternich's habit of finding a hidden significance in every event. At any rate, there is no need to search for the significance in Metternich's own death on June 11, 1859. The significance hits one in the eye. The Battle of Solferino was fought a fortnight later. The Austrian army was defeated by the combined forces of France and Sardinia. Austrian supremacy in Italy was ended, and the age of Metternich ended with it. Solferino was not much of a battle except for the terrible casualties. It was a brutal slogging match. Neither side showed any gift of leadership or strategical insight. All the same, it was a decisive battle, the first lasting success of European nationalism. National Italy and, more remotely, national Germany were born on the field of Solferino. More distantly still, all the national states of East Central Europe can trace their victory back to the same day. The ill-directed armies, lurching clumsily against each other, symbolized the clash of two great principles, the conservative tradition of dynastic rights on the one side, revolutionary nationalism on the other. No wonder that Metternich withdrew from the scene. He and his Europe died together. As a matter of fact, Metternich dated his own death rather. 98. Earlier. "Yes, we are all dead," he said to his wife on March 13, 1848, when he came home after resigning as Austrian Chancellor under the pressure of street rioting. The revolutions of 1848 were all directed against the Metternich system, against the social system which he was supposed to represent, against the international settlement made at the Congress of Vienna, and against the conservative principles which Metternich enunciated at such length. In March 1848 he supposed that the revolution had triumphed. He went into exile at Brighton, oddly enough, though that is symbolic, too. In fact, the revolutions were defeated. The old order had another 10 years of existence, though hardly of life. Metternich himself got back to Vienna, a neglected ghost to whom nobody listened. The Italian War of 1859 saw the next round in the struggle, and a more decisive one. This time the national cause triumphed for good. But in a different way from 1848. Then men had believed that the idealist cause would triumph of its own weight. Italy will do it herself. And not only Italy, Poland, Germany, Hungary, radicalism, democracy, socialism, they were all supposed to be irresistible, and they were all defeated. Solferino was not a bit like that. It was won by conventional, disciplined armies in an old-fashioned way, and the war was brought about by old-style secret diplomacy. The successors of Metternich were outwitted by his own methods. Though conservatism was defeated at Solferino, radicalism was defeated too. This set the pattern for the future. All the great radical hopes of 1848 were achieved within a couple of generations. But they were achieved in a hard-headed, cynical way, and by the time they arrived they had lost their glamour. Though there were celebrations of a rather modest sort on the field of Solferino in 1959, no one said, as Charles Fox said of the fall of the Bastille, how much the greatest event since the beginning of the world and how much the best. Metternich's system has gone. There are national states all over Europe. Men contemplate this outcome gloomily. They even regret that they did not take Metternich's advice and leave. 99. Things alone. Indeed, it is the fashion now among historians to go wandering about the past regretting what has happened. I do not share this contemporary taste. It is equally little the task of the historian to be forever rejoicing in what happened, or to keep pointing out as Macaulay did that events were on the move, faster and faster, to that most perfect of times, the present. The great thing about the past is that it has happened very fortunately for historians. It is hard enough to find out about it without trying to alter it. Least of all can we put it back. So-called restorations simply create new systems and institutions with the old names. This is how it worked out with the Great Restoration which followed the defeat of Napoleon. Even the Austrian Empire of 1815 was markedly different in structure, spirit, geographic shape from the anonymous empire which had stumbled into war with the French Revolution in 1792. It was this remade empire that Metternich spent his life defending, and which we now see through a romantic haze. Even the haze of time is a romantic illusion. The Austrian Empire is supposed to have been extremely old. Strictly speaking, it was quite new. The title, Emperor of Austria, was invented only in 1804, to have something to set off against Napoleon's own invention, Emperor of the French. As for the Austrian Empire, as distinct from the Emperor, I am not sure that it ever existed at all. It was an idea, not a state, or, on a more prosaic level, a convenient name for the territorial possessions, shifting and scattered, of the House of Habsburg. Other dynasties managed to associate themselves, more or less, with some sort of national consciousness long before the age of nationalism. The House of Habsburg remained purely a family concern. It is often called international, but this is the wrong word. International implies cooperation between nations or at any rate between nationalities. The House of Habsburg did not want nations and nationalities to cooperate, it did not want them to exist. The Austrian Empire was not international, it was non-national, as indeed it was negative in everything. From start to finish the Habsburg monarchy could be defined. 100. Only in terms of what it was not. In the 16th century it was not Turkish. Later on, it was not aggressive, a slightly sham claim this one. At the end, it was not German. It had many fine mottos and maxims. Its real spirit was expressed by the lines of Hilaire Belloc. Always keep a hold of nurse. For fear of finding something worse. Or, for that matter, something better. It was this negative character that suited Metternich, and led him to serve the House of Habsburg for a lifetime. At least, this is the more charitable interpretation of his conduct, the public face, as it were, with which historians credit statesmen. As a matter of fact, he served the House of Habsburg because he made a fortune out of it, turned from a count into a prince, acquired castles and palaces, lined his pockets. Certainly Metternich and the Habsburg monarchy were well in tune. It had always been negative, he was the great no-man. One can make a long list of the changes he did not like, from the French Revolution to the change of date on New Year's Day. But what did he like except economic amelioration for his own benefit? He claimed to like railways, but this was only to move troops about better for purposes of resistance. In old age he used to sit at his desk, consoling himself with the murmur, "I have been a rock of order." This was largely prétense, deception of others and still more of himself. Metternich was no rock. He was obstinate, but soft, always trying to talk difficulties out of existence. He made his name as the man who organized Europe for the overthrow of Napoleon. But he had not intended to do it. What he wanted was to turn Napoleon the conqueror and tyrant of Europe into a gentle, bumbling family man, devoted to his silly Habsburg wife. The Habsburg monarchy was much the same, resisting in the last ditch, not the first. It had to save Europe from Mohammedanism in the 16th century when the Turks 101 actually reached the gates of Vienna. But it undertook the task unwillingly, more than a century and a half passed before it liberated Hungary, and even this had to be provoked by another Turkish siege of Vienna. So, too, in the 19th century, after the defeat of Napoleon, Metternich deliberately did not reclaim the Austrian Netherlands and the old Habsburg lands on the Rhine. Others could have the honor and the burden of meeting the next wave of French aggression. The Habsburg Emperor refused also to restore the Holy Roman Empire in Germany, leaving the German princes to resist nationalism. On the other hand, the Habsburg monarchy, under Metternich's guidance, pushed itself into Italy more assertively than before. This is a puzzle, a contradiction. Metternich did not like trouble if it could be avoided. Yet in Italy the Habsburg monarchy acquired new territories, distributed guarantees to the princes, and deliberately marked itself out as the target for nationalism. I doubt whether there is a rational explanation for this policy. The Italian peninsula was a power vacuum after the fall of Napoleon, and the Habsburg monarchy got sucked into it. The great powers have always felt the glamour of Italy, and statesmen have attached more strategic importance to it than it had in reality, from Charles VIII of France in 1494 to Winston Churchill in 1943. Metternich made the same miscalculation. Besides, he believed that Italy was more favorable ground on which to conduct the struggle against revolutionary ideas. In Germany, he had little faith in the princes, he recognized the strength of German nationalism, and felt its appeal himself. Italian nationalism was an ideal, pure abstraction. There had never been any kind of Italian national state before the time of Napoleon, and even his Kingdom of Italy was a sham. Italy was, in Metternich's well-known phrase, a geographic expression, without even a unity of language. What we nowadays call Italian used to be called Tuscan. The Italian states had a glorious historical record. Venice, Florence, and the papacy were already flourishing when most of the contemporary great 102 powers had not been heard of. The conflict between tradition and abstract ideal was sharpest and clearest in Italy. It was the best field of conflict for Metternich to choose if he were determined to fight at all. Italy became the parade ground both of his policy and of the Habsburg army. A man who conducts the foreign policy of a great power for almost 40 years cannot concentrate all the time on a single problem, and Italian affairs were often obscured by Poland, Spain, the Eastern Question, Belgium, and even at one moment by Switzerland. Nevertheless, Italy always occupied the central position in Metternich's calculations. Italy was to demonstrate his own skill. It was to convince everyone that the Habsburg monarchy was a European necessity. Instead, it worked the other way round. It was Italy which first created the moral discredit of the Habsburg monarchy. Think of the English poets denouncing Metternich and Austria: Byron, Landor, Swinburne, the Brownings. It was experience in Italy which moved them. Think of Gladstone exclaiming, "There is not an instance, there is not a spot upon the whole map where you can lay your finger and say, there Austria did good." The spot where in fact he laid his finger was Naples, a kingdom which was kept in existence by Austrian protection. Elsewhere in Europe others shared the blame for oppression. Russia, for instance, shared it in Poland, and indeed deserved the greater share. In Italy the Habsburg Empire oppressed alone. Austrian rule in Italy appeared as one of the two big moral blots on 19th century Europe. Turkish rule in the Balkans was the other. It was Italy which turned the Austrian Empire into a second sick man. The moral defeat went further. Even after Italy had been liberated and united, the moral smear remained, and when the nationalities of the Austrian Empire voiced their claims during the First World War, they soon found sympathetic hearers. Englishmen and Americans had grown up believing that Austria once oppressed the Italians, therefore they readily believed that she was now oppressing the 103 Czechs, Romanians, and South Slavs. It was Austrian rule in Italy that launched her on the path of disintegration. The Austrian defeat in Italy was a European defeat, not simply a defeat by Italian nationalism. This is what Solferino symbolizes. And this is why Italians rejoiced less over the anniversary of the success at Solferino than they did over the centenary of the unsuccessful revolutions of 1848. In 1848 the Habsburg monarchy had contended against the Italian Revolution without interference from foreign powers. The British government advised the Habsburgs to give up their Italian possessions in its usual generous way with other people's property. The French Republicans sympathized with Italian nationalism, but not to the extent of going to war. The Austrian army fought alone, and won alone. Afterwards things changed. Austrian rule, now based on martial law, was in fact more oppressive than it had been before. The other powers wearied of the Italian question. Once they had perhaps agreed that Austrian rule in Italy was a European necessity. Now they came to feel that the European necessity was to get Austria out of Italy, and all the great powers welcomed Austria's defeat in 1859. There was another factor on which Italian historians have recently laid much stress. The movements of 1848 had relied solely on the national ideal, and this appealed only to the intellectual middle class. After 1848 Mazzini went on preaching nationalism, but others thought that they must add social appeals if they were to win the masses: land reform for the peasants, social reform for the workers in the towns. There was no longer the old choice between acquiescence and revolution. The question for Italians was now, which sort of revolution? A great radical revolution on the French scale of 1789, or a respectable revolution with moderate methods and foreign allies? Cavour, Prime Minister of Sardinia, chose the second course. From the moment he came to power in 1852 he regarded it as his task to expel the Austrians without shaking the social foundations. He, not Metternich or rather Metternich's successors, was now the true conservative. 104. The Italian War of 1859 was made by diplomacy, not by popular enthusiasm. The revolution was there, but it came from without. Napoleon III, himself a revolutionary, turned respectable, or at any rate turned emperor. The Austrian army was defeated, not morally overwhelmed. Solferino was not the end of the story, only the beginning. Garibaldi, the great radical, won Sicily and Naples by radical methods in 1860. But Cavour was too strong for him. Garibaldi abandoned the social revolution for the sake of Italian unity. Not much more than 20 years later, Italy became the ally of the Habsburg monarchy. More ironical still, in the 1930s, after the dissolution of the Austrian Empire, Dollfuss and Schuschnigg, the last Austrian statesmen who claimed to be the heirs of Metternich, were kept going by Mussolini's protection. Now, strangely enough, all the great powers are agreed that Austria is a European necessity. It is about the only thing on which they are agreed. And they are agreed upon it because the Austrian Empire, the empire of Metternich, has ceased to exist. He is dead all nght. Cobbett was one of Alan Taylor's favorite historical figures. He wrote the first of these essays, Voice of the Many, for The Guardian of March 9, 1962, to mark the 200th anniversary of Cobbett's birth. However, at this time his contract for the Sunday Express barred him from writing other than book reviews for other newspapers. Hence, as Alan Taylor recalled in his autobiography, a fortnight later I had a note from Junner, the editor of the Sunday Express. A reader in the south of France complains that you published an article on William Cobbett which ought to have appeared in the Sunday Express. This was the kind of prank Beaverbrook liked to play on his friends. I wisely decided not to reply. My case was in fact indefensible. In his essay Alan Taylor emphasizes Cobbett's hostility to the thing. In an earlier essay on Cobbett, published in 1953, Taylor had written that in no other European country is the establishment so clearly defined and so complacently secure, and in the course of the essay he used the establishment 9 times in all. Later he claimed that he, not Henry Fairley, had used the term first. The second essay was the last that he wrote on Cobbett, appearing in The Observer on April 18, 1982 as a review of George Spater's William Cobbett, the Poor Man's Friend.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Voice of the Many. William Cobbett was born on March 1762. This was according to the old reckoning by which the year ended on March 25. On our system he was born in 1763. It makes no odds. Whether 106. Born in 1762 or 1763, Cobbett strides across the centuries, red-faced, unshakably assertive in his opinions and prejudices, a great writer, a remarkable personality, and, beyond question, the greatest of English radicals. Cobbett was more than a man of the people. He was the people, the voice of the many. His powers of work were extraordinary. His energy never relaxed. For more than 30 years he brought out the political register almost single-handed. He wrote it all: political articles, disquisitions on finance, horticultural instruction, advice on housekeeping, surveys of the countryside. At the same time, he ran a farm, a seed merchant's business, and a bookshop. He toured the country, making political speeches and collecting subscriptions for his register. He lived abstemiously. He rose at 5, breakfasted on an apple and a few nuts, and often went through the day on a glass of milk. Once, when over 60, he attended a farmers' meeting, where someone proposed that William Cobbett be put out of the room. I rose, Cobbett writes, to show what manner of man they had to put out. The motion was not proceeded with. No one will manage to put Cobbett out of English history, though many have tried. Made himself to a unique extent. His father was a failed farmer, turned innkeeper at Farnham. Someone presumably taught Cobbett to read. No one taught him to write. His earliest fragments show his incomparable style in all its simplicity and power, direct statements, calculated iteration, devastating climax. No man has used the English language to greater effect. His writings remain the perfect model both for those who seek to persuade and for those who wish to denounce. Every great journalist, from Blatchford to Cassandra, follows Cobbett's example. Cobbett was nearly 40 before he emerged from obscurity. As a young man he joined the army, served in New Brunswick, and rose to be a sergeant major. He discovered that one of the officers was making off with regimental funds. He sought justice and it was denied him. This experience shaped his life. Not only did he leave the army, he drew two conclusions. 107. Which henceforth formed his political philosophy. He concluded first that all of superior rank had their hands in the till, secondly that this would be ended only when the other ranks gained control. The analysis was crude. No doubt there were some honest officers even in the old British Army, and some honest politicians even in British society. Still, it is a fair generalization of most public life. The few rob the many, acquire power, and then use it for their own profit and glory. Bunyan had called this arrangement Vanity Fair. Cobbett called it the thing. He was its greatest enemy, the most relentless, and the most telling. He imagined at first that he would find allies. He started the political register in cooperation with dissident Whigs. When these proved to be much like other politicians, he turned to the radicals, whom he had earlier denounced in his usual sweeping way. He backed Burdett at the famous Westminster election, sat on committees with Francis Place, shared public platforms with orator Hunt. These associations did not last. Thoff had admirers and assistants, he could never collaborate. The dogmatic conviction that he was right implied that all others, however radical, were wrong. Cobbett's great days came in the hard years after the Napoleonic War, and particularly after the return to gold currency in 1819. We tend to think of as primarily an advocate of parliamentary reform, differing from more moderate reformers in demanding universal suffrage. This is a misunderstanding. Parliamentary reform was a more or less casual conclusion to Cobbett's analysis of society, and he was more taken up with what was wrong than with how it could be put right. Held the common view that things had been better in the good old days. He believed that the population had once been much greater, and of course more prosperous, than it was in his time, and demonstrated this by calculating how many people the village churches would have held if packed to the door. The census figures showed that the population was increasing. Cobbett rejected these figures as another fraud by the thing. What had happened to the old prosperity when every 108 laborer had bacon and beer for breakfast? Some radicals blamed it on the Norman conquest. Cobbett did not go farther back than the Reformation. His History of the Protestant Reformation, though still reprinted as a Roman Catholic tract, is poorly regarded by historians. Still, it remarked on the previously neglected fact that families, now pious and respectable, grew rich on the spoils of the monasteries. Usually Cobbett was content to blame the Napoleonic War. This had increased the taxes. Even worse, it had increased the funds and the national debt. Fund holders and stock jobbers were taking over from the old landed gentry. Cobbett pointed out, quite correctly, that the debt had been incurred in depreciated paper money. Hence the crushing burden imposed by deflation and the return to gold. This became his obsession. His paper against gold is his most sustained political piece. When he entered the House of Commons after the Reform Bill, his one independent act was to move the impeachment of Peel for promoting the return to gold in 1819. His own program was simple: repudiation of the national debt except for small holders, drastic reduction of the army and military establishments, ending of all sinecure appointments in the civil service, and he did not think that there were any appointments which were not sinecures. This program achieved great popularity among the farmers and lesser gentry in the years 1821 to 1823. This was Cobbett's finest hour, riding round the countryside to rouse his followers, and describing what he saw and did for readers of the Political Register. The hardship and discontent died away in the middle of the decade. England was saved by the new industries. Cobbett hardly knew them, and disliked what he knew. He became less prominent as a leader, contested Preston, unsuccessfully, in 1826, and was returned, ironically for Smoky Oldham, in 1833. He failed to repudiate the national debt, failed to shake the gold currency, failed to prevent the New Poor Law, against which he fought his last campaign. There was little to show at his death in 1835 except his incomparable writings and a great 109 name. Yet he still stands, unchallenged and alone, the English people grown articulate. Though there have been other great radicals, all have yielded just a little bit. Flattery has caught some, money has worked with others, honors have proved irresistible. Even John Bright became a privy councillor. Cobbett alone did not go 1 inch towards the other side. He remained cantankerous, troublesome, persistent, at the end still contemptuous of the Crown, the Church, the governing classes, and their hangers-on. He knew what public life was for, to enable the officers to get their hands in the till. He told the truth about the system even though he failed to change it. The thing is still with us, and Cobbett is still there, defying it. He was a shining example to the other ranks. The people's champion. William Cobbett wrote as his epitaph, "He was a friend of liberty, his power he derived from the spirit of freedom, and his exertions were directed to the benevolent purpose of bettering the condition of England." When he died, one newspaper described him as one of the greatest men whom England has ever produced, and the Times wrote, "Take this self-taught peasant for all in all, he was perhaps a more extraordinary Englishman than any other of his time." Some of Cobbett's books are still in print. 1. Rural Rides, in generous numbers. Without doubt he was a great writer, a champion of liberty and of the poor. Ran over with wise advice, to the young, to farmers, to statesmen, to clergymen, in fact to almost everyone. There was one exception: he rarely took the advice he distributed so generously to others. He could never live within his income. When he took a house at Botley, he immediately rented 4 farms to go with it. When he later set up a seedsman's shop in Kensington, he hired 100 laborers to cultivate the surrounding fields. When he published 110, a bestseller, Cottage economy, he priced it so low that every copy increased the drain on his pocket. He mortgaged his land, he contracted loans that he could not repay, well-wishers repeatedly had to take the hat round. When rebuked for not following his own advice he replied, "Very true, but then, I should not have been the man I am, observe that. To be careful of money, to sue and be sued, to squabble about shillings and pennies, these are wholly incompatible with the pursuit of great public objects." Here are the two themes of William Cobbett's life. On the one hand, the champion of the poor and defenseless, protesting against the harsh treatment of the poor and against the flogging of English militiamen by Hanoverian mercenaries, for which latter act he was sent to Newgate for 2 years. He was the campaigner against the government policy of inflation during the Napoleonic War. He denounced the corrupt electoral system and did more than any other single man to carry through the Great Reform Act of 1832. Incidentally, he began the publication of parliamentary debates, subsequently called Hansard. On the other hand, he never launched on a project without predicting its success and always ended in a tangle of loans. He quarreled with his best friends and patrons. Towards the end of his life he quarreled with his beloved wife. He quarreled with his children and he died alone except for one loyal adherent. He was among other things a barrack room lawyer. When serving as a sergeant major in Canada he detected fraud among officers, charged them with it when he returned to England, and had to bolt for the United States. There he campaigned against Dr. Rush, the most distinguished American medical man of the day, was heavily immersed for libel, and had to bolt again. This time back to England. It was some consolation that Washington, Rush's patient, died on the day the libel verdict was announced. He opposed the war against France, he supported the war against France, he supported the war against the United States, he opposed it. Each time he was right, or so he claimed. His life makes a wonderful story, full of inspiration and gallantry, at the same time full of fun. No sooner is Cobbett irremediably down than he is up again, almost until his last moment when, already unconscious, he waved a hand in farewell and died without a gasp. G.D.H. Cole published a substantial life of Cobbett some 60 years ago, and also acquired a great stock of Cobbett material which he passed on to Nuffield College. American enthusiasts have also unearthed further material including an account of Cobbett's quarrel with his wife and family in his last days. On the basis of this material, George Spatter has now written a new life of Cobbett. An American lawyer who became chairman and chief executive officer of American Airlines, he is an unusual figure to become a devoted Cobbett biographer. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, his book is a complete success. Every admirer of Cobbett must read it. Statistics are the great thing nowadays. Here are some statistics from Spatter about Cobbett. His total output was more than 20 million words, all still readable. His writings on America alone make up 12 substantial volumes. The Times wrote somewhat ungrammatically, Cobbett was by far the most voluminous writer that has lived for centuries, and all done with a quill pen. Cottage Economy sold 100,000 copies in its first 10 years. Advice to Young Men, and, incidentally, to young women has sold well throughout the 20th century. A History of the Protestant Reformation sold 700,000 copies during Cobbett's lifetime. No wonder Cobbett wrote, "When I am asked what books a young man or young woman ought to read, I always answer, let him or her read all the books that I have written." A couple of statistics about Cobbett's lecture tours when advocating the Reform Bill are also memorable. In early 1830 toured Lancashire and Yorkshire. He travelled nearly 700 miles and in 53 days he had made 27 speeches for a total of some 61 hours. In late 1831 he stumped the Midlands. He travelled 80-odd miles. I stood upon my legs, speaking, upwards of 130 hours, that is to say, more than 5 days and 5 nights. 112. The best story comes at the end. Cobbett was elected to the first Reformed Parliament. When the House met he was one of the first to arrive. Having taken the oath, he sat down on the treasury bench in the place usually occupied by the leader of the house, in this case Lord Althorp, who when he arrived modestly took his place next to Cobbett. And quite right, too. Was truly the people's William. He would be my hero if I ever had one. That's essay was published as Laying a Troubled Ghost in the Observer on September 6, 1981, as a review of Wendy Hind's Castlereagh. ******* Robert Stewart, Viscount Castlereagh, and for a short time before his death Marquis of Londonderry, was a controversial figure during his lifetime and has continued to provoke argument ever since. The radicals of the day regarded him as the champion of every tyrannical act, from the suppression of the Irish Rebellion in 1798 to the massacre of Peterloo in 1819. Even in governmental circles, as Spencer Perceval remarked, he had a great want of popularity. Later historians will have none of this. He now appears as a foreign secretary of the first rank, sustaining the Grand Alliance against Napoleon and using the Congress of Vienna to make the wisest and most successful settlement of a great European war, a settlement far superior to that of the Conference of Paris in 1919, let alone the meeting at Potsdam in 1945. No one has surpassed him in diplomatic skill except perhaps Metternich, and even he, according to Castlereagh, had an inordinate taste for spies and police, which put their employer much oftener on the wrong than the right scent. Wendy Hind is the right biographer to reconcile these conflicting views. Her favorite word is amiable, a word she applies to such different characters as Addington, Dundas, Spencer Perceval, and Sir Harry Berard. She certainly merits the description, and indeed her attitude towards Castlereagh is touched even with affection which I should have thought impossible. She has a firm grasp of the politics of the time, both 114. Domestic and foreign. She writes clearly with impeccable scholarship. Though I still regard Castlereagh as a dull fellow, I found him a little less dull after reading Miss Hind's book. Castlereagh had repeated runs of bad luck. As Chief Secretary at the time of the Irish Rebellion, he had to shoulder responsibility for the brutality of its suppression, which in fact he repeatedly tried to restrain. In 1800 he carried the Act of Union through the Irish Parliament by a mixture of coercion and corruption. This was not his fault. Corruption was the only instrument to use in a parliament that had been ineradicably corrupt throughout its life. Against this may be set a mark of great merit. Castlereagh was a clear-cut advocate of Catholic emancipation, who also urged the endowment of the Catholic Church in Ireland. He could not be blamed for the fact that these proposals threatened to deprive George III of his somewhat limited wits. Castlereagh had bad luck in British politics also. As Secretary for War, he bore the blame for the ineffective strategy which at first miscarried against Napoleon's domination of Europe. His nonsensical project of an expedition to aid the King of Sweden was less foolish than the projected Allied expedition to aid Finland in 1940. Castlereagh was denied credit for the campaign in the Spanish Peninsula only because he had moved from the War Department to the Foreign Office before Wellington had carried the campaign to its triumphant conclusion. Still more unfortunately, Castlereagh was one of the few cabinet ministers in the House of Commons and served as leader of the House throughout the years of unrest that followed the Napoleonic Wars. No doubt Castlereagh accepted Sidmouth's 6 acts without demur and shared the general approval in government circles for the blundering Manchester magistrates at St. Peter's Fields. But these things were not really his affair. It is also clear from his contribution to debates that he had not the slightest understanding of the economic and financial questions involved. He would have done better to hand these affairs over to Sir Robert Peel. Shelley, judging from afar, said that murder had a face like Castlereagh's. This is not confirmed by Lawrence's portrait of Castlereagh reproduced on the dust cover of Miss Hind's book. Castlereagh's true reputation rests on his foreign policy, where he showed gifts of the highest quality. The office of Foreign Secretary was only 30 years old when Castlereagh accepted it, and he was the first to develop a foreign policy that was specifically his own, independent of Prime Minister or Cabinet. Castlereagh can claim to have launched the Concert of Europe, which brought a longer peace to Europe than any newfangled organization has done. He did better than any of his successors in being on good terms with the ruler of Russia. Castlereagh also laid down the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other countries, which has been or should have been the foundation of British foreign policy ever since. This is a very impressive record, and all done without any flings of rhetoric. In 1822 Castlereagh killed himself, the only cabinet minister, I think, ever to do so. What drove this cool, restrained man to such an act? Was it the recent death of his father, whom he much loved? Was he blackmailed for homosexual activities which he had really committed or for which he was framed? Or was it merely a mental and physical collapse brought on by overwork? It is useless to speculate. I surmise that he lacked some vital spark, a lack which kept him cool in crisis and left him at a loss when the dreary round of business overcame him. In some ways he remains a great statesman and deserves the admirable biography that Miss Hind has devoted to him. Retired generals should keep clear of politics, as may be seen from the warning examples of, say, Hindenburg, Pétain and Sir Henry Wilson. Compared with these and other silly soldier-men turned politicians, the Duke of Wellington did very well when he entered British politics after Waterloo. To some extent he was not retired, though he never saw active service again. He commanded the Allied armies in France until 1818 and would have been recalled as Allied Commander-in-Chief if a European war had broken out in 1840. He took command in what was expected to be a civil war during the Great Chartist demonstration of 1848. He remained British Commander-in-Chief, with some interruption, until his death in 1852, a persistence that is usually held not to have benefited the British Army. Nevertheless, Wellington was more politician than soldier in the remaining 37 years of his life after Waterloo. It was a matter of great curiosity what Lady Longford would make of him. The first volume of her biography provided its own material so long as Wellington was waging campaigns in India, the Peninsula, or at Waterloo. But could Lady Longford sustain the interest when Wellington was bumbling along in politics and attaining only the eminence of being described by a distinguished historian as the worst British Prime Minister of the 19th century? The answer is that Elizabeth Longford has surpassed herself. This volume is the best she has ever written, and that is saying a great deal. Of course she is still a bit in love with Wellington. She is soft on his follies, whether in politics or with women. She exaggerates his importance. It is hard to believe that he was really the pillar of state, the man who more than any other ensured the peaceful course of British domestic history during the 19th century. But every biographer is entitled to exaggerate the importance of his subject. What matters is that the book is scholarly, well written, and above all offers lavish helpings of fun. Much of the fun was deliberately provided by Wellington himself. He had a characteristic Anglo-Irish showmanship that almost put him in the same class as Bernard Shaw. When asked whether he was not pleased by the enthusiastic crowds after Waterloo, he replied, "Not in the least. If I had failed, they would have shot me." He disliked being greeted by his soldiers. "I hate that cheering. If once you allow soldiers to express an opinion, they may, on some other occasion, hiss instead of cheer." He took a perverse pleasure at his unpopularity during the Reform Bill crisis. He installed iron shutters after Apsley House had been attacked, and thereafter, if a crowd began cheering him, was apt to raise his hat ironically and point towards the shutters. In war Wellington was distinguished by his caution. In politics and in his private life he rushed his fences, committing himself irrevocably to one line of action and then doing the opposite. He said in 1828, "There is no person in this House whose feelings are more decided than mine with regard to the subject of the Roman Catholic claims, and until I see a great change in that quarter, I certainly shall oppose it." In 1829 he carried Catholic emancipation. The next year he declared that the system of representation was perfect. The nature of man is incapable of reaching such excellence at 118. Once, and announced his opposition to parliamentary reform. "I am not only not prepared to bring forward any measure of this nature, but I will at once declare that I shall always feel it my duty to resist such measures when proposed by others." He told Croker in 1831 concerning the Reform Bill, "I certainly will never enter the House of Lords from the time that it passes." Little more than 12 months later he ensured the passage of the bill through the House of Lords, and when Croker, following the Duke's precept, refused to stand for the reformed Parliament, Wellington replied, "My dear Croker, I have received your letter. I am very sorry that you do not intend again to serve in Parliament. I cannot conceive for what reason." Lady Longford holds that Wellington, being unhappily married to a sweet but scatty wife, sought consolation in the society of smart, clever women. That, she suggests, was all. But she is honest enough now and then to hint the contrary. There is one superb episode that ranks high in the annals of comedy. Anna Maria Jenkins, a young religious enthusiast who was also very attractive, resolved to save the Duke's soul. He called on her. She began to read the Bible. "Ye must be born again." Suddenly the Duke roared out, "Oh, how I love you, how I love you. This must be for life. This must be for life. Do you feel sufficiently for me to be with me a whole life?" When Anna Maria modestly declined his proposition, the Duke escaped by the manoeuvre of making out that she, not he, wanted to get married. "What would be said, if I, a man of 70 years of age, nearly, were to take in marriage a lady young enough to be my granddaughter?" Thereafter Miss Jenkins continued to pursue his soul. Wellington soon wearied of pursuing her body. Another suitor was Angela Burdett Coutts, the immensely rich daughter of Sir Francis Burdett. In 1847, when she was 32 and he was 77, she actually proposed to him. He replied, "You are young, my dearest. You have before you the prospect of at least another 20 years of enjoyment of happiness in life. I entreat you again, in this way, not to throw yourself away upon a man old enough to be your grandfather, who, however strong, hearty and healthy at present, must and will certainly in time feel the consequences and infirmities of age." Baroness Burdett Coutts lived to be 92, making at 67 a happy marriage with a man less than half her age. The Duke of Wellington certainly had some odd acquaintances. In one matter the historian must lament the Duke's activities. He was a great destroyer of royal papers. He destroyed all the correspondence between Mrs. Fitzherbert and George, Prince of Wales, and between Prince George and Princess Caroline. He also destroyed all the papers that revealed who was the father of Thomas Garth, son of Princess Sophia. One fragment of the story has survived, an accusation by a sister that her own brother had more than once attempted to violate her person. The brother is of course the Duke of Cumberland, a man credited with many other wicked acts. Lady Longford thinks that the phraseology exonerates him. Cumberland was said to have attempted rather than achieved his object. Like Anna Maria Jenkins, Lady Longford is a bit on the innocent side. Between the wars streamlined biographies were in fashion. Eminent statesmen were dug up from the ponderous lives which enshrined them, their personalities were displayed, and their public labors passed over briefly. The fashion has changed. Historians have become the new resurrection men, providing revised versions of the standard lives rather than cutting them down to the size of a novel. Dr. Plum is doing this for Walpole. There is a new life of Disraeli, and a new Asquith. Now Norman Gash presents 2 substantial volumes on Sir Robert Peel. There is good excuse for this. Peel was in the first rank of 19th-century statesmen. He carried Catholic emancipation, he repealed the Corn Laws, he created the modern Conservative Party on the ruins of old Toryism. Yet, strangely enough, his life has never been written. The 3 volumes by C. Parker, though a valuable source, are simply a collection of letters, with little attempt at narration, and Parker's editing leaves much to be desired. Peel's papers have long been in the British Museum, waiting for a biographer, and Gash has used Sir Robert Peel 121. Them thoroughly. His book, in the conventional phrase, fills a long-felt gap. It takes its place at once as a standard work on 19th-century British history. Gash writes competently. His scholarship is careful and exhaustive. His clear narrative rests firmly on the sources and is sound in its interpretation. Nevertheless, his book is somewhat dull. Peele himself is partly to blame. Though a sensitive and perhaps an interesting nature lay behind his cold exterior, he took care not to reveal it. He wrote few letters of a personal kind and destroyed those which he did. He was content to survive only as a public man, and there is not much fun in that. Moreover, history is one thing, and biography another. Most historians are not greatly interested in human nature, or, if they are, do not know how to reveal it. Gash is no exception. None of his figures comes alive. He has a historian's zest for detail and spares the reader nothing. The first volume deals with Peele's life only to 1830. During this time he was Chief Secretary for Ireland and Home Secretary. The book tells us a great deal about Irish conditions and about Peele's reform of the criminal law. It dissects the personal intrigues and maneuvers within the Tory party. It displays the relations between Crown and Cabinet in the last years before the Great Reform Bill. These things are interesting, some of them are important. But it is really excessive that we should have to read nearly 700 pages in order to learn about them. Every historian is reluctant to throw away even the tiniest scrap of information about the past. But even historians should bear in mind the great principle of economy of effort, both for themselves and, still more, for the reader. Gash has disregarded it. It is not as though there were any great mystery about Peele or his policy. By inclination he was simply a first-rate administrator with a tidy mind, the sort of man who in a slightly later period would have gone into the civil service. He had no desire to change things nor any belief that change would do good. He said, "We are told that we cannot stop where we are, I answer. 122. That we are more likely to stop where we are, than we shall if we advance to the point to which we are invited." When he became member for Oxford, he accepted the principle that his views would never change. One of his supporters wrote to him, "It is change and versatility in any way which will at any time injure the reputation of the member for the university in the university itself." Hence Peele never met trouble halfway. He waited until the trouble came and then succumbed to it. Catholic emancipation was the great example. Peele was for many years the outstanding spokesman of the Protestant cause, always ready to jump into the breach. Emancipation, he argued, would destroy the historic Constitution, it would threaten the security of the established Church, it would not satisfy the Irish. Faced with rebellion in Ireland, he turned round, jettisoned his previous arguments, and announced that emancipation was the only way to keep Ireland quiet. Both sets of arguments made sense, but not in the mouth of the same person. Yet Peele was impatient, too, with those who changed their minds before he did. Peele had almost every gift of statesmanship except foresight, and here he set the pattern for conservatism to the present day. When our rulers announce that they will never do this or that and then do it, we recognize that the spirit of Peele is still with us. Daniel O'Connell was the first to benefit from Peele's policy or lack of it, Jomo Kenyatta, at present, the last, and there are sure to be others. Peele charted the course for British conservatism, no concessions except to threats. Even concessions thus extracted are better than none at all. But it is strange that Peele and his followers never appreciated that telling men they will get concessions only if they make trouble is hardly the best recipe for a quiet life. The cotton spinner's son. I will not be the Peele of my party. Thus Balfour, leader of the Unionist Party, in 1 Gro. At first sight a curious remark. Balfour had been a singularly ineffective leader and was destined to be unshipped by his own followers the year after he made the remark. His record as Prime Minister was distinguished only by an Education Act that was in a minor way a betrayal of what his followers believed in. Against this, Peele's record as leader and Prime Minister was perhaps the greatest that any modern British statesman has to show. He gave England an unarmed police force under civilian control, a fiscal and financial system that lasted for nearly 100 years, a political system freed from religious monopoly, and above all free trade. In 1848, thanks to Peel, England experienced only the Chartist picnic on Kennington Common when nearly every European country was gripped by revolution. Yet it was all in vain. On 2 occasions, Catholic emancipation and the repeal of the Corn Laws, he put nation before party. His name became a byword among politicians and has remained so to the present day. Of course, most leaders have trouble with their party, particularly when they are in office. Every leader has then to water down the principles that he previously professed. Conservative prime ministers are harassed from the right, Liberal and Labour prime ministers from the left. Again, nearly every leader practices the doctrine that David Lowe attributed to Baldwin: "If I hadn't told you I wouldn't bring you here, you wouldn't have come." Disraeli led the aristocratic conservatives to household suffrage. Asquith led the Pacific Liberals into the Great War. Macmillan led the imperialist conservatives into discarding the British Empire. Even splitting the party, as Peel did in 1846, has been repeated. Gladstone split the Liberals over Home Rule, MacDonald split Labour by forming the National Government in 1931. In both these cases the impact was less. Gladstone retained the allegiance of the majority of Liberals. MacDonald took so few followers with him that the unity of the Labour Party was not affected. Peel held a third of his followers, including all the able administrators, enough to cripple the Conservative Party and not enough to start a party of their own. This was not the worst. Peel's real offence was to disregard almost without warning principles which his supporters cherished. 124. And to which he himself had professed unquestioning devotion. It was not that Peel was a casual or incompetent party leader. His construction of a modern Conservative Party from the Tory fragments shattered by the passing of the Great Reform Bill was an incomparable achievement which brought its reward. The general election of 1841 was the first occasion in British history when a party, as distinct from a conglomeration of groups, won a clear majority, and the feat was not repeated until after the Second Reform Act of 1867. As Prime Minister, Peel dominated his cabinet and seemed to dominate his party. In those great days he was the only British statesman, apart from the aged Duke of Wellington, of clear national stature. Whence then the catastrophe? Was it all an accident, or were there in Peel hidden weaknesses? These are topics which those interested in political history, from Bagehot to Crossman, have often debated. Norman Gash makes a contribution of unique importance in this, the first serious biography of Peel. The first volume, which brought Peel to 1830, though eminently sound, was, I thought, on the dull side. The second volume, however, is a wonderful book, as good a political biography as has appeared for many years past. It contains no surprises. As Gash remarks, the memoirs which Peel wrote after leaving office still stand as an authentic record of the events with which they are concerned. Gash has added a great deal more from the various sources which he uses with unobtrusive skill. His presentation never allows the ample details to obscure the march of events. Gash has matured into a beautiful biographer. Occasionally, being a conservative himself, he takes the rhetoric of the time a little too seriously, and this may make the less engaged reader giggle. Thus he writes of the attempt to reform the Irish corporations. The reform in the abstract was unexceptionable. The practical effect, however, would be to install Catholics in power in nearly every Irish borough. It raised therefore the constant dilemma which dogged all Irish politics: how to apply rational and acceptable reforms to Irish institutions without destroying the Protestant ascendancy. How indeed? Gash's book is strictly political biography, just as the biography of a general should be about war. Some prime ministers, perhaps most great ones, have been interesting in themselves. They were eccentrics in either character or behavior. Gladstone appeared extraordinary, for good or ill, to everyone who met him. Disraeli was odd in the highest degree. Palmerston was a law unto himself. Lloyd George was like no one who had ever been. Even Baldwin was decidedly rum. But unless Peel had been Prime Minister, and a great one, there would have been little to say about him. He was a faithful husband. Gladstone said that he had known 11 prime ministers and that 7 of them were adulterers. Peel was certainly one of the virtuous 4. He was very rich. Gash computes his income at £40,000 a year or more. He was also very generous, giving inconspicuous assistance to writers and artists. He collected pictures, sticking to the Dutch, Flemish, and English schools then in vogue. When tempted towards the Italian primitives by Prince Albert, he replied, "I think we should not collect curiosities." Gash gives some examples of his lighter remarks. They are all right, acceptable enough at the dinner table. But any man with a turn for conversation could have done as well. The effect is very different as soon as politics enter in. Peel had a mastery of performance that has rarely been equalled. Disraeli described him as the greatest parliamentarian that ever lived, though the remark was not meant as a compliment. Peel was conscious of his gifts. Shortly after becoming Prime Minister for the first time, he wrote, "I do not hesitate to say that I feel that I can do more than any other man can who means his reforms to work practically, and who respects, and wishes to preserve, the British Constitution." 126. The Bank Charter Act of 1844 is a good example of Peel's art. Without any specialist knowledge of banking, he picked up from bankers a grasp so clear that the system he devised lasted for nearly a century. Bagehot's famous diagnosis of ordinary ideas and extraordinary abilities was unfair. It was rather that Peel carried practical ideas to an extraordinary level. Peel grew up in politics as the servant of the Crown and, though he used party as an instrument for gaining power, never reconciled himself to the fact that as the party leader he must be to some extent its servant. After his fall in 1846 he rejoiced at his freedom from the base servitude to which a minister must submit who is content to sacrifice the interests of a great empire to those of a party. Gash is content to make the contrast between national statesman and party leader without going further. Peel is presented as a great administrator impatient with party considerations much as present-day civil servants are impatient with their political masters. In this view Peel was a forerunner of Hankey or Warren Fisher. There was surely a more positive reason for the cleavage between Peel and his party. He was consciously leading his followers where they did not want to go, pushing them into the 19th century and industrial England. Gash points out that in the general election of 1841, though the Conservatives were still primarily the party of England and above all of the English counties, there could have been no Conservative victory without the 44 Conservative MPs returned for the larger boroughs. Peel's aim was to create an alliance between landowners and capitalists, to make in a sense a single nation of all those with a stake in the country. Bismarck, who avowedly modelled himself on Peel, had the same aim when he pushed the Prussian Junkers into accepting national middle-class Germany. And Bismarck, like Peel, got precious little thanks from the class that he preserved. There was a further factor that made Peel's offence the more heinous, a factor that Gash does not perhaps sufficiently develop. Bismarck caused the Junkers much trouble, but no one could deny that he himself was a Junker and stuffed with Junker prejudices. Peel was to outward appearance a Tory upper-class education, a great landowner and much given to cracking up Tory beliefs, such as the Protestant ascendancy or the Corn Laws. But his Toryism was only skin-deep. Consider for instance the Church of England, the institution that Tory squires loved above all else. Here is Peel's definition of it. That is the established Church of England to which the King must conform, whose chief ministers have a right to seats in the House of Lords, which has an unalienable claim to ecclesiastical property. In fact, a mere property-owning organization like any city company. Once the Catholics were emancipated, Peel hoped that their priests too would be endowed, then presumably there would be nothing to choose between the two churches in his eyes. Similarly, over the Corn Laws he never seems to have grasped that they symbolized the traditional social superiority of the landed classes. He said in 1845, "I am afraid of other interests getting damaged in this struggle about the Corn Laws. Already the system of promotion in the army, the game laws, the Church are getting attacked with the aid of the League. A felicitous list indeed, the game laws and the purchase of commissions put on the same level as the established Church, all privileges of the landed classes and all, in Peel's eyes, increasingly indefensible. Peel let slip the truth about himself in 1835 when he boasted that the king had sent for the son of a cotton spinner to Rome, in order to make him Prime Minister of England. Maybe he never realized how much his origins removed him emotionally from historic Toryism. Though he resided in a great mansion at Drayton, he still belonged spiritually to Oswald Twistle. In his later years the cotton spinner's son predominated more and more. When he first avowed his loss of faith in the Corn Laws, he defined his real belief. 128. We must make this country a cheap country for living, and thus induce parties to remain and settle here, enable them to consume more by having more to spend. It is not surprising that when Peel resigned he said that the main credit for the repeal of the Corn Laws should go to Cobden. Peel was not out-argued by Cobden. He was not even converted by Cobden. He discovered to his surprise that he had really agreed with Cobden all along. The cotton spinner's son returned to his true allegiance. Paperback editions of Macaulay's essays and his History of England from the accession of James II, 4 volumes, provided Alan Taylor with the occasions to return to one of his favourite topics, Thomas Babington Macaulay. Macaulay appealed because of his style, his support for progressive causes and his success in taking history to a very large reading public. Indeed, Alan Taylor on several occasions quoted with approval Macaulay's claim that his History of England had ousted the latest novel from ladies' dressing tables. He was not displeased when reviewers suggested that he was the modern Macaulay. Hugh Trevor Roper's selection from Macaulay's History of England encouraged Taylor to read again Macaulay's full work. In December 1980 he commented, "I had expected the style to be rather old-fashioned, almost Gibbonian. Not at all. There are more single-verb sentences one after another than I should ever dare to attempt. Macaulay invented the Bren Gunn style long before I did and used it far more ruthlessly. Another thing I had forgotten were the allusions to contemporary events which I should not venture on, wise words on Catholic emancipation, a penetrating analysis of the Irish question and a correct demonstration that Torbay was a pleasanter place in the 19th century than it had been when William the Deliverer landed there. The essays are a different matter, mostly reviews, hastily written and over-emphatic, as I dare say mine are. The first essay appeared in The Observer on May 16, 1965, reviewing Macaulay's essays, selected and introduced by Hugh Trevor Roper. The second was published in The Observer on July 29, 1979, reviewing Lord Macaulay, The History of England, edited and abridged with and by Hugh Trevor Roper. ******. The Man Who Was Always Right. There can be no denying that Macaulay was a very good writer. Start off on any page, in the middle of a paragraph, and it is impossible not to read on. Macaulay's style is like tank warfare, as defined by Guderian: mobility, velocity, momentum, and the flash of deadly fire. One element, postulated by Captain Liddell Hart, is lacking. Instead of indirect approach, Macaulay went straight for the enemy, meaning by that the author of the book which he was ostensibly reviewing or some historical character whom he had resolved to denounce. Macaulay never guarded his flank or relied on surprise. He was confident that he would sweep all before him by an immediate onslaught and, to judge by his success with generations of readers, he always did. In a longer view, his faults grow more obvious. He disappoints on rereading. His emphasis becomes wearisome. His certainty provokes doubts. We begin to discover merits in the characters whom he most condemns. With every new assertion, Macaulay seems smaller instead of more commanding, until in the end he appears as a rather absurd little figure so confident that he knew the answer to everything and really a cork on the surface of events. Macaulay had one great quality which is essential for the historian. He was excited by the past. He lacked other qualities which are equally essential. He had no real sympathy for the past, which he judged always by the standards of the present. And he never suspended judgment. His researches, and they were considerable, were undertaken in order to confirm conclusions at which he had already arrived, not to modify them. Imagination boggles at the thought of Macaulay's encountering some piece of evidence which really shook his established picture. Fortunately, he did not have this experience. The study of history is often said to make men wiser, more cautious, and more restrained. It did not have these effects on Macaulay. As he began, so he remained. It is perhaps a little unfair to judge Macaulay from his essays, brilliant though these are. The best of Macaulay is in his History of England. However, plausibly Professor Trevor Roper may argue that Macaulay's writings are all of a piece. This is not because the history was written later, some of the essays are quite late also. It is a difference off scale and purpose. The history gave Macaulay room to expand and even to relax. The essays, despite their length, were too tight for him. Their metallic noise is often beyond endurance. Moreover, in the essays, Macaulay was showing off. His superior wisdom and his encyclopedic knowledge were forever on display. In the history, Macaulay was less demonstrative and less combative. He even forgot occasionally to fight the Tories. Macaulay was at his best in the essays on historical subjects and at his worst in controversy. He chose easy game. Poor Southey was not much good as a social philosopher. All the same, he saw the evils of the industrial system where Macaulay saw none, and he stumbled on a Keynesian view of the merits of public spending, which seemed to Macaulay merely ridiculous. Again, Gladstone was no doubt absurd when he defended the privileges of the established church without actually proposing to persecute dissenters. But Macaulay, like many others then and since, would have used exactly the same arguments if Christianity had been substituted for the Church of England. Macaulay was in favor of past changes and against new ones, as Chesterton pointed out when he contrasted Macaulay's speeches for the Reform Bill and his speech against the Chartists. So now, those who benefit from the accomplishment of the Charter denounce the heirs of the Chartists themselves. One passage neatly illustrates the qualities which made Macaulay more preposterous than any on whom he poured scorn. It begins, "The history of England is emphatically the history of progress," and goes on to contrast the England of the 12th century with that of the 19th. In the course of 7 centuries the wretched and degraded race have become the greatest and most highly civilized people that ever the 132 world saw, have carried the science of healing, the means of locomotion and correspondence, every mechanical art, every manufacture, everything that promotes the convenience of life to a perfection which our ancestors would have thought magical. Have speculated with exquisite subtlety on the operations of the human mind, have been the acknowledged leaders of the human race in the career of political improvement. The truth is that Macaulay never had an original thought in his life. He reflected, in glittering words, what was in the minds of complacent contemporaries. He did not try to outrun his age. His opinions on literature were as narrow as those on life. For instance, he remarks of Johnson, "The reputation of those writings, which he probably expected to be immortal, is every day fading." Yet who now would trade the lives of the poets for Macaulay's essays or even for his history? The Lives of the Poets is at any rate, of all the books of the past, the one I would most wish to have written. The professional reviewer especially must look at Macaulay with critical disapproval. All these essays were produced ostensibly as book reviews. Yet none of them discusses the author or editor unless it is to condemn him. Few editors and fewer readers would stomach this nowadays. The reviewer's duty is to tell potential readers what the book is about, not to show off. No doubt some of the writers who provided Macaulay with a peg did not deserve much attention. But what about Ranke, the greatest historian of his age, perhaps of any age? Surely Macaulay should display to the reader something of Ranke's quality, of his merits and achievements. Not at all. When Macaulay is presented with Ranke's History of the Popes, the book gets 2 sentences, an excellent book excellently translated, written in an admirable spirit, equally remote from levity and bigotry, serious and earnest, yet tolerant and impartial. Then off Macaulay goes on 40 pages of rather commonplace generalities about the ups and downs of the Roman Church. Macaulay would not survive long as a book reviewer nowadays. Yet there remains the brilliance and vigor, history at its most glamorous. The reader may come out bruised and certainly no wiser. But he has certainly been for an exciting ride. In addition, there is an introductory essay by Professor Trevor Roper, of which one may say, without exaggeration, that it might have been written by Macaulay himself. When Macaulay visited the zoo soon after the appearance of the first 2 volumes of his history, one young lady was heard to exclaim to another, "Is that Mr. Macaulay? Never mind a hippopotamus." Macaulay was too agile to be a hippopotamus, but he was certainly a leviathan of history. His early run of historical essays was prodigious. He intended to write the history of England from the Glorious Revolution to the Great Reform Bill and covered only the reign of William III before he died. Even the surviving 4 volumes are more than life-size. Macaulay had many faults. He was not profound. He was grossly unfair to such different characters as John Churchill and William Penn. He had a complacent preference for the present over the past, and his enthusiasm reached its height when he contemplated Torquay. Despite his famous 3rd chapter, depicting English society in 1685, his consuming interest was in aristocratic politics, and a present-day sociologist would shake his head at the way in which Macaulay composed his picture. But he had also many virtues. He was immensely learned, able to draw illustrations from the time of ancient Rome to the latest event of the day before. He was one of the first modern historians to use original sources. He had learned from Sir Walter Scott that the present was different from the past, though he did not always observe his own rule. Above all, Macaulay was a 134. Great writer. The casual reader who picks up a volume of Macaulay's history will be taken prisoner and unable to rest until he has finished the volume, or preferably all 4 of them. Perhaps I am hopeful. The fashion has turned against long books. There are some who can still surmount James Joyce's Ulysses or even the interminable volumes of Marcel Proust. Few read Gibbon from beginning to end, and even fewer, I fear, the 4 volumes of Macaulay. This neglect is, I think, lamentably mistaken. Macaulay may be superficial. He may be out of date. But in my opinion he remains the most readable of all historians. Macaulay offers every literary virtue from drama to comedy. His pictures of the bucolic squire and the impoverished cleric are unrivaled despite the critical scrutiny they have suffered from later writers. If his characters were often neither as heroic nor as wicked as he presented them, they ought to have been. How shall we lure readers back to Macaulay? Hugh Trevor Roper has provided a gallant answer by cutting the history down from 4 substantial volumes to 1 paperback. Here indeed are some of the finest passages and the most irresistible. But of course the result is a series of isolated delights, not Macaulay's history. Macaulay was a supreme master of narrative, and his book is narrative history from beginning to end, with some entertaining interruptions. Without this continuity the majesty of the history is lost. However, we have a consolation in return. Hugh Trevor Roper has provided an introduction of over 30 pages, in which he displays his own incomparable gifts as a writer of historical essays. There has never been a finer presentation of Macaulay or a wiser analysis of his achievements and of his failings. I am not always in agreement with the Regius Professor. There is rather too much psychohistory, ranging from Macaulay's uneasy relations with his father to his unusual relations with his sisters. Trevor Roper is inclined to depreciate the Whig interpretation of history. I still see its merits. After all, our political forerunners stumbled on a system of government the least imperfect that has been known. We still benefit from their inheritance. We still enjoy ordered liberty. The authority of the state is still limited, though not as much as it should be. Macaulay erred, I think, when he added to the Whig interpretation the great delusion of his age, which was until the other day the great delusion of ours, belief in limitless progress and in the possibility, indeed the inevitability, of limitless improvement, both moral and material. Nevertheless, we should remain grateful to the glorious revolution and to him whom Macaulay called with some hyperbole William the Deliverer.
I am grateful to Trevor Roper for bringing readers back to Macaulay. Above all, I am grateful to Macaulay. After some hesitation, I am prepared to adapt Johnson's phrase about Paradise Lost and to say of Macaulay's work that it is not the greatest of histories only because it is not the first. Thomas Carlyle was another of Alan Taylor's favorite subjects. He frequently spoke warmly of Carlyle's The French Revolution, a book which he had first read when he was 18. At school he had read Heroes and Hero Worship and Oliver Cromwell. Taylor enjoyed Carlyle's style, but often not his views. The first of these essays was published in the New Statesman on April 18, 1953, as a review occasioned by G. M. Trevelyan's Carlyle, an anthology. Carlyle Warts and All was published in The Observer on September 23, 1979 as a review of Froude's Life of Carlyle, abridged and edited by Phone Club. Carlyle was married to a clever woman. This alone keeps his name before us. We read her letters to him, and his to her. We debate in more or less cautious terms the great question: was he impotent? It is all of little moment. Carlyle's private life will not keep him going. There is only one question that matters: was he a great writer? Our first reaction, based on reading long ago and half forgotten, is to reply, no, he was detestable as a writer, and trivial as a thinker. G. M. Trevelyan invites us to look at Carlyle again. His slim anthology offers a collection of personal fragments and one piece of sustained historical narrative, dealing with the September massacres in 1792. The selection makes its point. It drives us back to read Carlyle's own works on a grander scale, and, once we are absorbed in them, there is no mistake about the verdict. Carlyle was a writer of the greatest magnitude. His genius was unique. Carlyle has a unique quality, which he did not understand himself and which his contemporaries failed to appreciate. He was the first great writer of English prose to spring from the people. This does not mean that he admired the people or got on with them. Like D. H. Lawrence, his 20th century equivalent, he despised the class to which he belonged and ran after Lady Ashburton even more assiduously than D. H. Lawrence cultivated Lady Ottoline Morel. Yet there was no escaping his origin or his character. Though he called Christianity Hebrew old clothes and railed against the multitudinous Canaanile, he remained a Scots Calvinist with a stonemason for his father. Carlyle taught himself. His ideas, his values, even his style, were original in the most literal sense. They sprang from his own efforts, and owed nothing to traditional culture. His style is like nothing else in English. Carlyle acquired it by translating Goethe, and his writing is, in fact, German put into English word for word. If put back into German, it appears simple and unaffected. It sheds an odd light on the two languages that Goethe, the most classical of German writers, should have inspired the most uncouth writer of English. Carlyle did not learn ideas from Goethe as well as style. His ideas are those of a man of the people who has suddenly become supremely articulate, if only in Anglo-German, ideas still spluttering and half-formed, ideas of revolt and rejection with nothing constructive to follow, but rooted in humanity, not in class feeling or good taste. Carlyle sensed the masses, as no other writer has ever done. He expressed their outlook, against his own conscious convictions. He was shaped in the turbulent years when the masses of England straightened their backs and shook off respect, the great age of the Chartists. Carlyle had all the Chartist hatred of privilege, their contempt for the grouse-shooting aristocracy. He knew what was at stake in the condition of England question. His French Revolution was a prophecy all the more powerful for being unconscious of what might come in England. But when Chartism really stirred, Carlyle backed away. He should have been the greatest of the Chartists. Instead, he went sour, a terrifying warning to every disillusioned radical who turns Tory. Was it intellectual arrogance, snobbery, fear, that set him against the people? Betrayal is too common to need any explanation, but few have paid so high a penalty for it. Emerson once asked an anti-slavery agitator in prison, "Friend, why art thou here?" The other replied, Why art thou not here? The same question rang through Carlyle's mind. Why was he not there? All his later writings sprang from the goad of this question. To escape self-reproach, he had to reproach all the world. After all, what is there left to believe in if you cease to believe in your own people? Carlyle early discovered the way out, which is now almost universal with the lost rebels of our own time: authoritarianism in politics and religion. Too Calvinist to turn Roman Catholic, he set up as a self-made Jehovah, thundering out more violent commandments every day. He defended slavery and preached the worship of force. He ran round the world looking for a hero and found some odd ones. He called Bismarck a magnanimous, noble, and deep-seeing man, and wanted Sir Garnet Wolseley to shut up the House of Commons, sword in hand. He wasted years of his life trying to make a hero out of Frederick II of Prussia, as perverse a task as could ever be attempted. He anticipated every trick of the 20th century demagogue: prejudice against Negroes and Jews, admiration of the Germans. The abolitionists were rabid nigger philanthropists, Heine a slimy and greasy Jew. The hopefulest public fact in his time was that noble, patient, deep, pious, and solid Germany had become queen of the continent instead of vaporing, vainglorious, gesticulating, quarrelsome, restless and oversensitive France. His cure for all ills was that the masses should acknowledge the hero and then slave for him. The Victorians, themselves full of doubt, enjoyed his reproaches and imagined that his strenuous exhortations had a message concealed in them somewhere. Even Huxley supposed that he had learned from Carlyle to work harder. We recognize the symptoms more easily. Like most people who set out to order the lives of others, Carlyle had the mark of Cain on him. His later writings are neither prophecy nor political thought, they are material for an anthology of nonsense, though not even funny. Carlyle is saved from oblivion by the greatness of his betrayal. In his impetuous course towards embittered nihilism, he showed what he might have done had he kept his loyalty. He expressed the spontaneous outlook of the masses before he turned against them. In past and present he called English history to the aid of radicalism against the tyranny of wealth and economic law. This was not perhaps good history if we are to admire anyone in the Middle Ages, let it be John Ball rather than a wealthy abbot, but it was a translation of popular nostalgia for a lost utopia into something coherent and effective. Again, when he was already hell-bent on the search for a hero, he found one almost deserving hero worship. Carlyle and Cromwell had much in common, though not in their origin: the same battle with words, the more powerful for being sometimes unsuccessful, the same baffled search for a better way, and, at heart, the same regret for the causes they had abandoned. Carlyle's picture of Cromwell was designed as an attack on radicalism and democracy. Its effect, most unwelcome to him, was to rehabilitate Cromwell as a popular hero. The only practical outcome that Carlyle's writings ever had was to begin the change of feeling which later enabled Cromwell to have a statue outside Westminster Hall as the champion of democracy. It is hard to know whether this would have been more distasteful to Cromwell or to Carlyle. Carlyle's Cromwell is enough to keep his name alive. But the best things in it are by Cromwell, not by Carlyle. In the French Revolution there is no fault or weakness at all, it is a book without a peer. Though Carlyle worked hard before he wrote it, he did not keep up even with the scholarship of his own time, and he has been outmoded still more by all that has been done since. Darwin was no doubt right when he said, "As far as I could judge, I never met a man with a mind so ill adapted for 140 scientific research." Instead, Carlyle brought to the French Revolution a gift which no other has ever done, a prophetic sense, which enabled him to feel the revolution and all that happened in it. He may have meant to write a warning against democracy and the reign of the sans-culottes. He may have intended to discover a hero who would master the canazil. All this was swept aside by the torrent of events. The French Revolution is a history without a hero, or rather, the hero is the people of France. Carlyle did his best, first for Mirabeau, then for Danton. But both appear great only when they are expressing the popular will. Once out of touch with it, they fade away, interest emptied from them. And, on the other side, Carlyle did his worst for Robespierre, the man who continued to personify the revolution where others failed. Yet in this he did not falsify history. It was the great tragedy of the revolution that Robespierre, its supreme exponent, lacked personality. No Lenin we might say in Carlyle's own style. Lacking a hero, Carlyle had to fall back for once on the inspiration of the masses. No other book has ever so created the atmosphere of revolution, enabled us to understand what it was like, indeed, to relieve it. Carlyle had no gift for historical movement, he never described how one situation developed into another. His book is a prolonged and violent storm. There is darkness, broken only by heavy thunder. Then the lightning flash of genius, in which every detail stands out to remain vivid in the memory forever. And after it, new darkness, until broken by another vivid flash. It is no joke to ride through the greatest storm in history. Carlyle alone sensed what happened in these years. The revolution was not a product of political theorizing or even of economic discontent. The bottom had dropped out of the world, and the masses were thrust on their own resources. It was a master stroke to begin with the affair of the diamond necklace, to depict the rotten feebleness of the old order, which had lost all capacity to govern and all faith in itself. When tradition is shaken, the theorists come into their own. They were easy game for Carlyle, as for many writers since. But he never lost sight of the masses, stirring behind the scenes and shaping the outcome. The climax of his book is the overthrow of the monarchy and the September massacres that followed. The world began anew in September 1792, as the revolutionaries knew when they called it Year One. Carlyle knew it too, all his genius had carried him higher and higher to this point. But from that moment he faltered. He had too much sense to idealize the Girondins, yet when the Jacobins took power and began to shape a new order, he saw only terror. It was, in fact, a terror to which he himself succumbed. This was the turning point of his life. He had damned the old world, he would not face the new. A last splutter of pride and common sense kept him from worshipping Napoleon, but he soon found other and even less deserving heroes. It is Carlyle's triumph that we say, when reading the French Revolution, how much the greatest event since the beginning of the world. It is his failure that we do not add, and how much the best. Froude's Life of Carlyle ranks high among English biographies, the equal of Lockhart's Scott or Trevelyan's Macaulay, though not, I think, a rival to Boswell's Johnson. However highly esteemed, it is rarely read, its 4 large volumes are really too much. Professor Clubb has done a great service by cutting out most of the letters and reducing the work to 3/8 of the original. Even so, we are left with 650 pages of text and 50 of notes. Professor Clubb has not been content to abridge. He also comments lavishly, facing head-on the controversies that the biography provoked. For Froude's book is not set in the usual hagiographical pattern. Froude, though a devoted disciple of Carlyle's, was far from blind to his hero's failings. Given a completely free hand by Carlyle, he used his freedom to the full. Froude brought out Carlyle's impatience, his solitary broodings and his hostility to 142. The spirit of the age. Above all, Froude discussed frankly Carlyle's relations with his wife. They were deplorable. Jane Welsh Carlyle was a tender spirit, reared in a comfortable home and unused to hardship. Carlyle turned her into a domestic drudge with rarely a word of thanks. Jane warned him before marriage, "Though I love you, I am not in love with you." Carlyle ignored the warning and insisted on marriage. Whether their sexual relations were ever consummated is a question that cannot be resolved. It was more important that Carlyle did not behave like a loving husband. Jane said towards the end of her life, "I married for ambition. Carlyle has exceeded all that my wildest hopes ever imagined of him, and I am miserable." And on a more prosaic note, she felt, she said, as if she was keeper in a madhouse. If Carlyle wakes once in a night, he will complain for a week. I wake 30 times every night, but that is nothing. Like many writers, Carlyle was solitary when in creative mood and bad-tempered when he was not. He would walk or ride alone for hours, returning only to demand that his meal was ready and his home well kept. Despite his contempt for the upper classes, he did not disdain visits to aristocratic households when success came to him. For some years his greatest resource was in Lady Ashburton, his Gloriana. Jane was sometimes included for these visits. Lady Ashburton and Carlyle travelled in an elegant saloon coach while Jane was consigned, like any domestic servant, to an ordinary first-class carriage. Maybe many Victorian husbands behaved in this way, but Carlyle professed to be someone different. After Jane's death he paraded bitter remorse and as a gesture of atonement gave all the material to Froude. The other Victorian husbands were shocked at Froude's frankness, not at Carlyle's behavior. There was a great deal more to Carlyle than an ill-assorted marriage. Conventional Christianity was in decay, as Froude knew from personal experience. Carlyle supplied an alternative creed which he preached with all the fervour of an Old Testament prophet. Most of this seems tawdry stuff now, injunctions that every man must obey the laws of God and warnings of what would happen if these warnings were disregarded. But how do we know what are the laws of God? Carlyle's God was an indefinable force which somehow pushed the universe along. His laws, it would seem, had been revealed to Carlyle and no one else. Alternatively, God's laws were revealed by the results of men's actions. If their enterprises prospered, they were acting in accord with God's laws. God, it appeared, was another name for success. Contemporary society was doomed by its materialism and its worship of democracy, counting Judas Iscariot and Paul of Tarsus equal at the polling station, as Carlyle described it. Salvation lay in rule by the noblest and best to be nominated by God or, God failing, by Carlyle. Carlyle understood the hardships and grievances of the poor, none better. His pamphlet on Chartism outdid Marx's writings in its social analysis. Thereafter Carlyle was carried away by his search for a hero, beginning with Cromwell and ending with Frederick II. Bismarck was a magnanimous, noble, and deep-seeing man. The last in the array was Sir Garnet Wolseley, to whom Carlyle said of the House of Commons, "Lock the door of yonder place, and turn the 600 talking asses all out about their business." Poor Sir Garnet did not receive even the accolade of success. Carlyle's works of history were a byproduct of his prophesying warnings in the French Revolution, discoveries of heroes later. But they are what preserves his fame. Carlyle's views may be wrong-headed, his scholarship may be imperfect. He was a great historian all the same, perhaps the greatest who has set out to recapture the spirit of the past. In my opinion, the French Revolution is much the best, the most powerful of all his works, as Froude describes it, and the only one which has the character of a work of art. The letters and speeches of Oliver Cromwell revolutionized the subject, and the Cromwell over whom historians still dispute stems from Carlyle's interpretation. Froude has some wise words about Carlyle's character as a historian. 144. This was Carlyle's special gift, to bring dead things and dead people actually back to life, to make the past once more the present, and to show us men and women playing their parts on the mortal stage as real flesh and blood human creatures, with every feature which he ascribes to them authenticated, not the most trifling incident invented, and yet as a result with figures as completely alive as Shakespeare's own. To put it less grandiloquently, Carlyle was the greatest of all historical novelists. He deserves to be remembered by the French Revolution rather than for his failings as a husband, though these, too, are quite interesting. Lord Fone Russell, the last great Whig. This was broadcast in a series on British Prime Ministers on the third programme of BBC Radio on March 7, 1947, and published under the title The Last Great Whig in The Listener on March 20, 1947. The whole series received much adverse criticism. Alan Taylor defended his two lectures by commenting, "I had hoped that my talk succeeded in starting people off thinking about the subject, and my aim, in which I apparently did not succeed, was to stimulate by new thought, not merely by provocation." He added that Russell was meant to be a study of the transition from Whiggism to liberalism. Lord John Russell as Prime Minister, leading and inspiring a government, was not a success. Indeed, his government of 1846 to 1852 was the ruin of the Whig Party. It never composed a government again, and his government of 1865 to 1866, which might be described as the first liberal government, was very nearly the ruin of the Liberal Party also. He was certainly not a great leader. He was not outsize. I do not mean in stature, though he was tiny, I mean in character. He was not more than life-size as really great political figures are. Gladstone, for instance. He spoke aridly, with a dry pedantic voice, and made no effort to win the affection of his followers. He was the first Prime Minister not to take direct personal responsibility for the public finances, and the finances of his government were always rickety like those of a spendthrift Whig peer. He was too sensitive, too, to be a successful politician. 146. So upset by the criticisms of his diplomatic muddles during the Crimean War that he had to take to buying land as a distraction. He had too much pride to get on with his fellows, pride of the House of Russell, of being a son of the 6th Duke of Bedford, pride also at having a better intellect and a better education than most politicians. Still, these are both things worth being proud of, and they are the things which give Russell his place in history. His life spanned the change from aristocratic to middle-class England, from the England of broad acres to the England of factory chimneys. Russell was the man of the transition, the link between the old order and the new, belonging to the old order by birth, carried over to the new order by his ideas. He was the last great Whig, he became the first Liberal. Russell, more than any other single man, created the Victorian Compromise. He made the England that we know, or knew rather, the England that is vanishing before our eyes. The unique thing in our political history is the way that we have been able to carry through great changes without violent revolution, going fast enough to satisfy rising social classes without driving the possessing classes into open resistance. Someone has just ascertained that a third of the members of the present House of Commons are the sons of manual labourers. A little more than 100 years ago 5 members of Parliament out of 6 were landowners. That is the measure of our revolution. The symbol of that revolution was the reform of Parliament in 1832. The Reform Bill does not look much in itself, the vote was still limited to quite a small electorate, and the House of Commons remained much as it had been before. In fact, for some years, there were rather more aristocrats and landowners in it. But the Reform Bill was a promise, a guarantee that the Constitution would not be treated as something rigid and fixed forever but as a set of habits which would change as public opinion changed. The Reform Bill was not intended to prepare the way for democracy. Indeed, its purpose was to win over the prosperous middle classes to the side of the governing order and so bar the way against democracy, the rule of the people. Russell, its principal architect, defended it for years as a final settlement and opposed, for instance, the radical demands of the Chartists. All the same, it was the vital and decisive concession which set the pattern for the political changes which have followed. Russell himself, in 1866, at the end of his political life, started the discussions for the Second Reform Bill, which granted household suffrage in the towns and so accepted the principle of democracy. I have called Russell the principal architect of the Reform Bill. That is true in the sense that, although a junior minister without a seat in the cabinet, he was one of the 3 who drafted the original bill in 1831, and also in the sense that he was chosen to introduce the bill into the House of Commons. It is true in a deeper sense that Russell, more than any other, represented the willingness of the great Whig families to surrender their position of privilege in the state. No, that is wrong. They thought that the more they surrendered of their legal privileges the more their claim to political preeminence would be recognized. Russell himself never forgot that he was a member of one of the greatest ducal families and, I dare say, ranked the House of Russell higher than most royalty. When, as a young man, he visited Napoleon on the island of Elba, they discussed these topics in order of their importance: the political influence of the Duke of Bedford,
the allowance which the Duke paid to his son, and third, the condition of France and Italy. Despite his own intellectual ability, he never supposed that ability was a qualification for office. Look at the colleagues he chose for his government in 1846. Long after the Reform Bill, Russell never imagined that high office would cease to be a monopoly of the Russells and Cavendishes and Stanleys, the Venetian oligarchy which Disraeli wrongly supposed to have existed in the 18th century, but which really existed in the early reign of Victoria. All the same, and this was his redeeming quality, Russell believed in liberty. No doubt he regarded this, too, as a sort of 148. Family property. He never forgot that Lord William Russell, who was the founder of the family greatness and whose life he wrote, had died on the scaffold for conspiring against Charles II. For the sake of this ancestor, Russell, too, had to be on the side of radicals and rebels. The ideas of the glorious revolution of 1688 were still to Russell living ideas, and the guiding idea of 1688 was certainly liberty. Liberty meant then and often still meant to Russell the liberty of the property owner to do what he liked with his property, but it had been justified by appealing to the will of the people, and therefore when a popular cause arose, Russell, despite his Whiggish narrowness, had to come down on the popular side. Russell took the lead in turning the Whigs into political reformers. The results of these reforms, as we see them today, would often have surprised him. But if you ask why there are still dukes, why there is still a House of Lords, and why we still listen, sometimes with respect and always with patience, to the opinions of members of the House of Russell, the answer is, Lord John Russell and his devotion, in his own phrase, to the cause of civil and religious liberty all over the world. Russell led the Whigs in their conversion to reform. He was not, though, the only reformer among the Whigs. In a different sphere of public affairs he took the lead more on his own. He was, I think, the link between the governing classes and the new economic idea of individualism, of laissez-faire. Two tremendous changes took place in England in Russell's lifetime. One was the political change. The other was a change in economic outlook, which cleared the way for the fabulous prosperity of this country later in the 19th century, the change from the traditional pattern of life in which every man had his allotted place in society. The rich man in his castle. The poor man at his gate. He made them high and lowly. And ordered their estate. A society in which even the poorest had some sort of assured existence, the change from this to the view that men were hands, that their labor was a commodity, the price of which should be determined by the law of supply and demand. This was the great revolutionary discovery of the early 19th century, that there were so-called natural economic laws and that the only job of government was to get out of the way and let these laws work. Everything, even human beings, had to be subordinated to the price mechanism, that terrible Moloch to which old-fashioned economists still bow down. We do not care for the law of the market now that it has become the American way of life. It looks too much like the law of the jungle. But in its day it was a tremendous instrument of progress. In fact, as a result of it, human productivity increased more in a century than in all the rest of recorded history. It is easy to trace the growth of these new ideas in writers and thinkers, not so easy to see how they were translated into practice. It was a bigger question than merely free trade, the part of the change which Peel came to understand. It was the transformation of the whole of social life. Russell was the only member of the ruling classes, the only man in really high office, who understood what Bentham and the economists were driving at. He had been educated, instead of going to Cambridge, where he might have learned a little mathematics, or to Oxford, where he could have learned only theology and classics, the two most useless studies known to man. Instead he went to Edinburgh and learned economics and political theory. Later in life he was a friend of Nassau Senior, the leading orthodox economist of the day, and swallowed his doctrines open-mouthed, as recently our rulers tried to keep up with every flash of Keynes's nimble brain. Therefore it was no accident that Russell introduced the New Poor Law in 1834, the most revolutionary economic measure of the early 19th century. The New Poor Law swept away the old principle of the 150. Right to work or maintenance, the idea that society had some responsibility for its members. It substituted the idea that men must be driven to work by hunger, the basic idea without which capitalism will not work. We are trying to work capitalism without it now, hence all our present troubles. The New Poor Law and all that it implied, treating human beings as individuals who must struggle for themselves or else succumb, all this was Russell's work. He showed this in his attitude to the Irish famine of 1846, which took place when he was Prime Minister. Russell was a tender-hearted man and was made wretched by the thought of all the suffering of the Irish, but he set his face against any measure of relief which would interfere with the workings of natural economic law. He was the man who translated the theories of the economists into practice. Russell himself would have added other claims to fame. He attached great importance to his fight for religious freedom, by which he meant, to put it crudely, keeping the churches in their place, a very subordinate place. His own religion was a vague benevolent deism, and he had no patience with deep religious feelings. He made a famous reply to a dean of Hereford who had scruples against electing as bishop someone whom Russell had nominated: "Dear sir, I have received your letter in which you inform me of your intention to break the law." The most popular act of his life was not the Reform Bill, but the Ecclesiastical Titles Bill of 1851, which forbade Roman Catholic bishops to take territorial titles of places in England, an odd way of defending religious liberty. Even odder, the last public act of this soldier of liberty was to congratulate Bismarck on his campaign against the Roman Catholic Church in Germany. In fact, Russell was a Protestant, in the sense of being hostile to the Church of Rome, but not a Christian, a combination formerly common, though now, I think, extinct. Russell was proud, too, of his record as Foreign Secretary between 1859 and 1865, when Palmerston was Prime Minister. He had objected to Palmerston's wildness, when he had been Prime Minister and Palmerston Foreign Secretary. Curiously enough, Russell was much wilder when the roles were reversed. Russell's stock in trade as Foreign Secretary was the hectoring lecturing dispatch, when he told foreign rulers the awful things that would happen to them if they did not follow the British constitutional pattern. He lectured the Tsar on how to govern Poland, he lectured the Emperor of Austria on the way to treat Hungary, he lectured Bismarck for daring to attack Denmark, he lectured the United States for having a civil war, he lectured the whole of Europe on the virtues of Italian nationalism. In fact, he started the tradition that it is part of the duty of a British Foreign Secretary to tell other countries how to run their affairs. Russell never followed up his lectures with any kind of action. He thought it would be quite enough to threaten Tsars and emperors with his displeasure, the displeasure of a member of the House of Russell. He only succeeded in bringing the name of Great Britain into contempt. Still, if only these rulers had listened, Russell, in his pedantic way, had something to tell them. This country had hit on the secret of making great social and political changes without revolution, and it was Russell who had shown how the trick was done. Genocide. First published in the New Statesman on November 23, 1962 as a review of the Great Hunger by Cecil Woodham Smith. When British forces entered the so-called convalescent camp at Belsen in 1945, they found a scene of indescribable horror, the wasted bodies of 50,000 human beings who had died from starvation and disease. Kramer, the beast of Belsen, and his assistants were hanged for this atrocious crime. Only a century before, all Ireland was a Belsen. Nearly 2 million Irish people died of starvation and fever within 5 years, another million fled, carrying disease to Liverpool and the New World. The story can be told in general terms, presenting the famine as a natural catastrophe like an earthquake. The population of Ireland had greatly increased in the preceding years. Why, no one knows. Most of the people depended almost exclusively on the potato. In 1845 potato blight arrived, apparently from America. It was a fungus that rotted first the plants and then the potatoes in the clamps. A run of wet summers helped the spread of the blight. The potato harvest failed 4 years running.
The Irish peasants had no reserves to fall back on. Many of their landlords were harsh, some almost as impoverished as their peasants, though it is not recorded that any landlord died of starvation. It all happened because it had to happen. This is how historians usually treat the past. We explain, and with that our duty is finished. The dead are dead. They have become so many figures in a notebook. But they were once human beings, and other human beings sent them to their death. The blight was natural, the failure of the potato crop was natural. After that, men played a part. There was food available to save the Irish people from starvation. It was denied them. Nor did Ireland stand alone. Ireland was at this time part of the United Kingdom, the wealthiest country in the world. The British government had insisted on undertaking responsibility for Ireland. When crisis arose, they ran away from it. The men in Whitehall were usually of humane disposition and the bearers of honoured names: Lord John Russell, Sir Charles Wood, later 1st Viscount Halifax, Sir Charles Trevelyan. These men, too, were in a sense victims. They were gripped by the most horrible, and perhaps the most universal, of human maladies, the belief that principles and doctrines are more important than lives. They imagined that rules, invented by economists, were as natural as the potato blight. Trevelyan, who did most to determine events, always wanted to leave Ireland to the operation of natural causes. He refused to recognize that only the gigantic operation of an artificial cause, the exertion of British power, prevented the Irish people from adopting the natural remedy and eating the food which was available for them. Like most members of the comfortable classes of all times, he regarded the police and the law courts as natural phenomena. Mrs. Woodham Smith, in her most admirable and thorough book, writes, "The 1840s must not be judged by the standards of today." Of course she is right, even though she goes on to judge, and to condemn, the British government. Russell, Wood, and Trevelyan were highly conscientious men, and their consciences never reproached them. Nor are the standards of today much to rely on. The British rulers of the 1840s were no worse than those who later sent millions of men to their deaths in 2 world wars, no worse than those who now plan to blow all mankind to pieces for the sake of some principle or other. But they were also no better. Though they killed only 2 million Irish people, this was not for want of trying. Jowett once said, "I have always felt a certain horror of political economists since I 154 heard one of them say that the famine in Ireland would not kill more than 1 million people, and that would scarcely be enough to do much good." The successors of these economists are the same in spirit. They preach the virtue of a little healthy unemployment, and do not rely on the whip of starvation only because it has been taken from their hands. If the particular crime committed in Ireland a century ago could not happen now, it is not because present-day statesmen are an improvement on their predecessors. It was because the common conscience of mankind no longer allows statesmen to live up to their principles. Here was the peculiar tragedy of the Irish famine. The common conscience failed to work, or at least did not work effectively. It is easy to understand how Trevelyan and the rest thought that they were doing their duty. They were handling human beings as ciphers on a bit of paper. They looked up the answers in a textbook of economics without ever once setting eyes on the living skeletons of the Irish people. They invented a distinction between those who were starving because of the potato blight and those starving from normal distress. They excused the Irish for being hit by the blight once. They condemned them for persisting in planting potatoes after blight appeared, as though the Irish could do anything else. Most of all, these enlightened men feared that the whole social structure would topple down if men and women were once given food which they could not pay for. Not all Englishmen were enlightened in this way. This was already the England of good works, the England which emancipated the slaves and ended child labor, the England that repealed the Corn Laws and brought sanitation to the towns. The public conscience was in many ways more sensitive, quicker to respond, than it is now. It responded over Ireland, though not enough. The British government did much when it was in the hands of Sir Robert Peel. They contributed the stupendous sum of £8 million to meet the first disaster. Of 1,845, set up relief organizations and provided public works on a scale never attempted before. Peel's fall from office in 1846 was an additional disaster for Ireland. He was never one to confess impotence, and he might have been powerful enough to override even the principles of Sir Charles Trevelyan. Official and private individuals in Ireland did all that men could do. Doctors died of fever. Administrators drove themselves to death and often provided relief out of their own pockets. Trevelyan complained that his commissariat officers could bear anything but the ceaseless misery of the children. The British Relief Association raised large sums, including £2,000 from Queen Victoria. The Society of Friends had a record of spotless honour, as it often does when men are suffering. Quakers contributed money, ran their own system of relief, sacrificed their lives. All these efforts touched only the edge of the famine. Everything combined against the Irish people. Ignorance played a large part. Even capable Irish administrators did not grasp that there were no harbours on the west coast which could discharge cargoes of food. No enterprising newspaper correspondent described the horrors in Ireland for the English press as Russell was to describe the lesser horrors in the Crimea 9 years later. Nearly all Englishmen regarded Ireland as an inferior version of England, inhabited by lazier and less efficient people. The Irish administrators themselves were bewildered that the problems of Ireland could not be somehow solved by the well-tried methods of the poor rate, boards of guardians and the workhouse test. In many districts there was no one to pay the poor rate or to sit on the board of guardians. Most of the Irish would have regarded an English workhouse as a haven of luxury. The ignorance was often willful. Men make out that a problem does not exist when they do not know how to solve it. So it has been in all English dealings with Ireland. Again, the famine went on so long. English people, and even the British government, were ready to do something for one hard season. They were exasperated out of their pity when the blight reappeared. 156. Year after year. How were they to understand that the blight, hitherto unknown, would settle permanently in the soil and flourish every wet summer? It was easy to slip into the belief that the blight was the fault of the Irish themselves. They were a feckless people, the blight was worse in Ireland than in England, the self-righteous conclusion was obvious. English antagonism was not turned only against the Irish poor. Though the landlords are often supposed to have represented a common Anglo-Irish interest, Englishmen and their government were as hostile to Irish landlords as to Irish peasants. At the height of the famine, the full system of the English Poor Law was extended to Ireland. This was quite as much to make life unpleasant for the landlords as to benefit the starving. The Irish landlords were very much like slave holders with white slaves. They had done nothing but sit down and howl for English money. Lord John Russell doubted whether taken as a whole the exertions of property for the relief of distress have been what they ought to have been. The starving tenants could not pay their rent. Yet landlords were told to relieve them out of the rents which they could not pay. Some landlords were still prosperous. A few contributed honorably. Most did their duty by keeping up a sumptuous estate, which is what landlords are for. The Irish people were driven off their land. They were starved, degraded, treated worse than animals. They lamented, they suffered, they died. Yet they made hardly an attempt at resistance. This is perhaps the most dreadful part of the story of people allowing themselves to be murdered. Mrs. Woodham Smith suggests that the Irish were physically too weak to resist, that famine only gave a final push to their perpetual course of misery and want. Surely it was more than that. Centuries of English tyranny had destroyed Irish will and Irish confidence. O'Connell told the House of Commons in his last speech, "Ireland is in your hands, in your power. If you do not save her, she cannot save herself." The few political leaders in Ireland themselves accepted the economic doctrines of their conquerors. Genocide 157. They demanded repeal of the Union, not a reform of the landed system, and repeal was the cause which brought Smith O'Brien to the widow McCormick's cabbage patch in his attempt at rebellion in 1848. This provided a farcical note at the end of the tragic story. Yet not quite the end, which was more farcical still. The English governing class ran true to form. They had killed 2 million Irish people. They abused the Irish for disliking this. Lord John Russell said in 1848, "We have subscribed, worked, visited, clothed, for the Irish, millions of money, years of debate, etc., etc., etc. The only return is rebellion and calumny." Lastly, as a gesture of forgiveness no doubt by the British government for the crimes which they had committed in Ireland, royalty was trundled out. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert visited Ireland. They were received everywhere with great enthusiasm. The famine did not end in Ireland. It was repeated year after year, sometimes in milder form. Natural causes did their work. The Society of Friends alone saw the condition of Ireland in its true light. In 1849 they refused to act any longer as a relief agency. Only the government, they wrote, could carry out the measures necessary in many districts to save the lives of the people. The condition of our country has not improved in spite of the great exertions made by charitable bodies. It could not be improved until the land system of Ireland was reformed, which was a matter for legislation, not philanthropy. The British government ignored the Quakers' advice. Nothing was done for Ireland until an embittered and more resolute generation of Irishmen acted for themselves. 1848. Alan Taylor was delighted to return to the topic of 1848, part of his original period of research, in its centenary year. In the spring he went to Paris for the French government's Congress on the Revolutions of 1848. He provided reports of its proceedings for BBC Radio and for the Manchester Guardian, drawing the moral that European civilization will be ruined if it is saved by either Russia or America. Also, at Oxford, he heard his old mentor Louis Namier give his views on the German problem in 1848 as the 1948 Waynflete Lectures. These essays were published as feature articles in the Manchester Guardian on January 1, February 24, March 13 and June 2, 1948. ******* Year of Revolution. We are making together the sublimest of poems. Lamartine embodied the revolutions of 1848 in speech and in deed, and his grandiose phrase was echoed by every radical in the revolutionary year. Heaven on earth seemed nearer in 1848 than at any other moment in modern history. 1848 was the link between the centuries. It carried to the highest point the 18th century belief in the perfectibility of man, yet, all unexpectedly, launched the social and national conflicts which ravage Europe a century later. Socialism and nationalism, as mass forces, were both the product of 1848. The revolutions determined the character of every country in Europe from the Pyrenees to the frontiers of the Russian and Turkish empires, and these countries have since shown common characteristics not shared by England, Russia, the Balkans, or Scandinavia. Politically speaking, a European is an heir of 1848. The moment of the revolution was determined by the financial crisis of 1846 and by bad harvests in 1846 and 1847. These caused food riots in the towns and sharpened the long-standing grievances of the peasants in Eastern Germany and in the Austrian Empire. Economic discontent gave force to revolts, only the moral upheaval turned these into a revolution. 1848 was the victory of the ideologues, as Napoleon had contemptuously named them. Respect for traditional beliefs and forms of government had broken down, as a German poet wrote, "Monarchy is dead, though monarchs still live." Even the rulers had lost faith in themselves. The King of Prussia received the revolutionary poet Herwegh in order to bow before a worthy opponent, and Metternich denounced the rotten edifice which it was his duty to uphold. The revolutions repudiated throne and altar. Equally they repudiated existing state frontiers and the treaty settlement of the Congress of Vienna. After 40 years of peace and stability men were bored, they wished to translate into real life the poetry of Victor Hugo and the music of Berlioz.
Most of the radical leaders were between 35 and 40 years of age. They represented the generation which had caught only the echoes of the Napoleonic Empire and which wished to hear again through Europe the thunder of the guns, though this time on the barricades. The barricades, built in every city in Europe and often erected even when there was no fighting, were the symbol of 1848. The ideologues had evoked the masses for 60 years. In 1848 the masses at last took their call. The ideas of 1848 were the ideas of the French Revolution, applied now without doubt or reserve. The men of 1789 had been concerned with freedom from arbitrary government and equality before the law. Though they used democratic phrases, they restricted the people to the property-owning middle class. Even Robespierre only brought in the skilled artisan and petty shopkeeper. The men of 1848 had infinite faith in the people, whom they identified with themselves, and every little radical club spoke for the nation, as, say, the British Communist Party. 160. Speaks for the British working class. The Liberals, prizing the rights of 1789, saw these endangered by the intrusion of the masses and were thus driven onto the side of the counter-revolution. Indeed, in most of Europe, the defeat of the revolution was achieved by liberals, to their own subsequent ruin. In the enmity between liberal and radical, too, 1848 created a political pattern peculiar to the continent of Europe. Though the masses certainly broke onto the political stage, they did not fill the humble parts which had been allotted to them by the ideologues. The urban movements were revolts against hard conditions of life and work, caused not by the Industrial Revolution but by its absence. They were Luddite in character, seeking to destroy the new machines. With the general increase of population, towns were growing. These, as yet, lacked the cheap goods of mass production which make urban life tolerable. The less industry, the more revolution. Belgium, the only industrialized country in Europe, escaped revolution. Italy, with no modern industry, had 7. Marx, prophesying revolution for the rest of his life, was in fact foretelling the revolution of 1848 which he had experienced as a young man, but he drew the wrong conclusion. Far from industrial development producing revolution, it was a protection against it. A century later the most advanced industrial countries are the least in danger from communism. The urban masses of 1848 had no socialist program. They demanded the right to work, the program of Napoleon III and, subsequently, of Hitler. Their social republic was not social democracy, it was a longing for the days of mercantilism. Still, the right to work challenged the rights of property, which had been the essential revolutionary condition for the middle class. It was the claim by the disinherited of the Great Revolution that they, too, had rights, and so announced the class struggle between capitalists and proletarians. Social conflict broke the unity of the people within the nation. National conflicts broke the unity of the people throughout Europe. The French Revolution had preached nationalism. It meant by this only the right of existing nations to succeed to the inheritance of their kings. The revolution of 1848 aspired to destroy existing states and to create new ones in accordance with the national principle. This doctrine was destructive of existing monarchies. It menaced also the preponderance of France, the existing great power. The historic nations, Italy, Hungary, and Poland, announced their claims in 1848. They were overshadowed by Germany, where the revolutionary idea reached its highest point. The German movement was at once the most romantic and the most radical, and 1848 ushered in the German century, which has left Europe torn in pieces. The historic nations all had a past, a literature, and an intellectual class. Their appearance was expected. The surprise of 1848 was the appearance of the unhistoric nations, the submerged Slav peoples of East Central Europe. Emancipation of the peasants brought to life nations without aristocrats or burghers, their only spokesman the educated sons of peasants, and therefore at one bound most under the leadership of ideologues. The historic nations, challenging the traditional order of Europe, were themselves challenged by the unhistoric nations. Slovenes and Croats disputed the historic claims of national Italy. Slovenes, Croats, Serbs and Romanians repudiated Great Hungary, the Czechs questioned German predominance in Bohemia, the Poles fought in both camps. They resisted the claims of the Germans in Poznania, yet to the east their own historic claims were challenged by the Little Russians or Ukrainians. In the words of Professor Namier, with 1848 starts the great European war of every nation against its neighbors. Metternich's Europe, in spite of its dullness, lasted more than a generation. The Europe of Lamartine never came into existence. The sovereignty of the people was the cardinal doctrine of 1848, all frontiers were to be redrawn and all political institutions remade in its name. Hence the great practical expression of 1848 was direct universal suffrage, practiced for the first time. The people were not to be limited in their sovereignty, nor was the power of the people to be weakened by any intermediary. France set the example for the political events of the following 100 years. The sovereign people were offered the ideologues, they chose Louis Napoleon. Proudhon, a democrat without illusions, drew the lesson: universal suffrage is counter-revolution. This lesson was applied by Bismarck and, later, by Hitler and Mussolini. Hitler, incorporating the general will of the German people, united nationalism and socialism and redrew the map of Europe according to the German principles of 1848. Like the German radicals of 1848, Hitler ran against the rock of Slav resistance, and the Slav peoples were the residuary legatees of 1848. February 24, 1848 was the last day of Great France, the last day of the France which had overshadowed the rest of Europe and had called the tune in political ideas. It was the last time when France sneezed and the rest of Europe caught a cold. Henceforth France caught colds from others, as in the recent malady of Vichy. In 1848 the radicals of all Europe still looked to Paris, as the communists now look to Moscow. Paris was the mother of revolutions, but in 1848 her progeny got out of control. Though there had been previous outbreaks in Galicia and in Sicily, the revolution in Paris gave the signal for the real storm, and the street fighting which overthrew Louis Philippe brought down, too, Metternich and the absolute monarchy in Prussia. Yet the revolutions which swept Europe did not remain under the spell of French ideas, still less did they restore French hegemony in Europe, as the French radicals had expected. Instead, the French began to realize that the victory of the national principle, which they had launched, far from restoring Napoleon's domination of Europe, would destroy French security and would bring France under the threatening shadow of a Germany more powerful than herself. Once a revolution is successful, the revolutionaries become conservative in their turn. This is the key to French history in the 150 years since the Great Revolution. In 1789 the rights of man were subversive of the existing order and had to be fought for, later they became the existing order and had to be defended, until today the adherents of the rights of man are the most conservative element in European politics. The transition from one attitude to the other took place in France between February and June 1848, on both occasions the radicals fought but on different sides of the barricades. The revolution of February 24 had no deep-seated cause, as Proudhon said, it was made without an idea. The demand for an extension of the franchise, which was its excuse, could have been met without a revolution. Indeed, Louis Philippe had already granted it before his fall. But peaceful reform would have seemed a drab outcome, unworthy of the traditions of revolutionary France. The revolution was, in fact, its own object. The emotional experience provided the satisfaction of a religious conversion. A radical journalist expressed this: "My hopes are in an act of providence, in a religious transformation to regenerate society." The revolutionaries repeated the attitudes of 1789, as in 1939 the French tried, in vain, to recapture the inspiration of 1914. Tocqueville, sitting in the chamber when it was invaded by the mob, was puzzled that he felt no fear,
Suddenly he realized that he was watching men striking postures which they had seen in an old print, not a spontaneous revolution. It is difficult to be frightened of a musket which was loaded 60 years before and has become a theatrical prop. The radicals established a provisional government. This was hard put to it to find a program. Lamartine describes the members of the provisional government sitting round and racking their heads in vain for some great symbolical act which should make the revolution worthwhile. He solved the problem. By proposing the abolition of the death penalty, within 4 months it was restored for political offences and applied wholesale to those who had won the Battle of February for the provisional government. Though the radicals proclaimed the sovereignty of the people, they feared it in practice. They had no agrarian program with which to win the allegiance of the peasants, who made up the majority of the population. The revolution of 1789 gave the peasants their land, free of feudal duties. The revolution of 1848 compelled the peasants to pay their debts and increased the taxation on land. For the radicals of 1848 tried to combine revolution and a stable currency. Not surprisingly, the peasants preferred Louis Napoleon, distinguished by his debts as well as by his great name. The radicals knew that universal suffrage would go against them, yet they insisted on perishing from their own principles. Lamartine declared, the people must be left free to make mistakes. This mistake was the Second Empire. Before 1848 the radicals had thought little of internal affairs. Their greatest grievance had been against the humiliation of the Congress of Vienna, and they expected to escape from their problems by renewing the glories of revolutionary war. Lamartine reserved his highest rhetoric for the circular dispatch in which he declared that France no longer recognized the treaties of 1815. Still, though France wished to see these treaties disappear, she would not herself make the effort to destroy them. Besides, on reflection, it was not in the interests of France to replace the weak states across the Alps and the Rhine by a united Italy and a united Germany, and in spite of past lip service to the idea, even radical Frenchmen saw the defeat of Italian and German nationalism with some relief. The army originally prepared to go to the assistance of revolutionary Italy went off in 1849 to restore the Pope. There could be no such practical arguments against aiding Poland, and War for Poland was the slogan with which the extreme radicals, Blanqui and Barbes, attempted to overthrow the provisional government on May 15. In 1848, as in 1939, France could aid Poland only by resuming the mastery of Europe which Napoleon had won and then lost. The task was already beyond her. Hence the defeat of Blanqui and his associates marked the turning point in France's position in the world, as well as being the crisis of the revolution. Still, behind the revolutionary echoes a true revolution existed. This was the movement of the town working classes, especially in Paris. The Great Revolution had found no place for them, rather it had established an alliance of peasants and bourgeoisie against them. Now to the traditional rights of man they claimed to add the right to work. This demand sprang from handicraft workers, threatened by the machine, not from factory workers, enslaved to it. In England at the same time the workers, more mature, were demanding the right to work less. The right to work was a demand for recognition rather than an economic program. It was rejected by all those who had profited by the Great Revolution. The result was the June Days, the most formidable slave war of modern times. The workers of Paris fought without leaders and without hope against a united front of nobles, middle class, and peasants. Reactionaries and radicals, estranged since the execution of Louis XVI, were reconciled over the bodies of the Parisian workers. The June Days showed that radicalism would not satisfy the working class. They became, and remained, an alien body in the French Republic. The radicals of 1848 had tried to be a third force. Instead the June Days drove France into the arms of Napoleon. 100 years later, the shadow of the June Days, and of its sequel, still lies across French political life. Vienna and Berlin. On March 13, 1848, revolution reached Vienna. Metternich was driven from power after 39 years of office. The Vienna Revolution was the central event of 1848, as significant as the fall of the Bastille in 1789. The Bastille was an antiquated 166 fortress, virtually without a garrison, Metternich a feeble old man without supporters. Yet both symbolized the old order and brought it down with them. Monarchical authority over subjects lost its divine sanction on July 14, 1789, dynastic right over peoples lost its hold on March 13, 1848. The rights of man triumphed in the streets of Paris, the rights of nations in the streets of Vienna. It was the end of government based on tradition. Henceforth peoples could be ruled only by consent or by force. European history of the following 100 years recounts the oscillations between these two methods. Though the Habsburg dynasty maintained a precarious existence in 1848, the fall of Metternich ended its independent position. Previously it had stood above the peoples, thereafter it maneuvered between them. The Vienna Revolution was the cardinal date in the history of both national Hungary and national Italy. It was a victory for Kossuth and Mazzina. National Italy sought only separation from Central Europe. National Hungary hoped to remain a great state without the Habsburgs, or rather to substitute the Magyar landowners for the dynasty as the ruling authority in Central Europe. This aim was subsequently realized, though in association with the dynasty, in the period of dualism. In the end it brought thousand-year-old Hungary to ruin. Once the dynasty lost its traditional appeal, Central Europe needed some other principle of association. The Slav peoples would not accept German and Magyar hegemony which was offered them as an alternative. Against this they raised the demand for their own national freedom and thus prepared the way for the national states of 1918. Still, they wished also for association, and the few far-sighted Habsburg ministers, after Metternich's fall, saw that the empire could be saved only by invoking the peasant masses against the disruptive liberalism and nationalism of the middle classes. This was the significance of the emancipation of the peasants on September 7, 1848, the enduring achievement of the Austrian Revolution. Aristocrats and liberals alike accused the Habsburg ministers of communism. A century later the same program is being operated, though by the heirs of the Romanovs, not of the Habsburgs. Still, the Vienna Revolution found its greatest immediate impact in Germany. National Germany, too, was born in the streets of Vienna. If Hungary and Italy were to shake off the Habsburgs, the remaining Austrian dominions could also follow the national principle. The way seemed open for Greater Germany. This faced the Hohenzollerns, the only other real power in Germany, with the problem of existence. If they resisted German nationalism they would be swept aside, if they went with it they would be submerged. Frederick William IV, astute though neurotic, avoided the dilemma and, with unconscious genius, stumbled on the program of Little Germany. The Revolution of March 18, 1848, in Berlin, though a victory for liberalism, did not break Hohenzollern power. The army remained confident and intact. Frederick William IV granted a constitution with a semblance of goodwill. This was his bid for German leadership. He announced, "Prussia merges into Germany." The phrase was fraudulent. Prussia continued to exist with an independent strength. The German liberals were invited to accept Berlin as the capital of Germany, solely in virtue of Frederick William's word. The revolutions in Vienna and Berlin offered to Germany alternative solutions. The Vienna Revolution aspired to a Greater Germany, based on radical violence, which would embrace all Germans and extend German supremacy throughout southeastern Europe. The Berlin Revolution was the first announcement of a more limited Germany, based on an alliance of moderate liberalism and Prussian military strength, and which would repudiate the German inheritance in the southeast. Berlin anticipated Bismarck, and Vienna Hitler. In 1848 neither program won unreserved acceptance. National Germany rejected both Vienna and Berlin, the two seats of power. It looked to Frankfurt, symbol of unification by consent. The greatest event in the history of German liberalism was the meeting of the National Assembly at Frankfurt on May 18, 1848. The Frankfurt Parliament hoped to give Germany freedom and unity, but above these it rated power. When German claims were challenged in Bohemia and in Posen, German liberals forgot the rights of man and invoked the right of the stronger. They expected the Austrian and Prussian armies to provide the strength which they themselves did not possess. They applauded the Habsburg victory in Prague over the Czechs and sought to use Prussian power against the Poles. In November the Frankfurt liberals even welcomed the victory of Frederick William IV over the Prussian parliament, which they regarded as an impudent rival. These victories did not help liberal Germany, it became the next victim of the power which it worshipped. In April 1849, delegates from Frankfurt went humbly to Berlin to offer the imperial crown to Frederick William IV. Liberal Germany was willing to merge into Prussia. The offer was rejected by Frederick William IV, and the Frankfurt Parliament was soon after dispersed by Prussian soldiers. Nevertheless Bismarck took up the offer, on terms still more favorable to Prussia, 20 years later. Two great negatives were the legacy of the German revolutions of 1848. Dynastic power could not survive unless it took on a national coloring. On the other hand, the Germans could not maintain the hegemony over Poles and Czechs on which the liberals most of all insisted unless they compromised with the possessors of power. This compromise is still sought by the Germans a century later. Equally, the foreign powers who have replaced the dynasties compete for the favor of German nationalism. March 13 will not be celebrated this year in Germany. It is the symbol of Greater Germany and so of Hitler's vanished empire. The Russians have decreed March 18 as Germany's Day of Freedom. Like Frederick William IV, they hope to pass off a spurious revolution as the real thing and, succeeding the Hohenzollerns as rulers in Berlin, announce that Prussia merges into Germany. As in the days of Bismarck, Little Germany is the best outcome for the Russians, a protection at once against Greater German power and against the West. The Western powers follow in the footsteps of the liberals of 1848 to Frankfurt. They, too, will find themselves embarrassed by frontier disputes with Poland and by the agitation of Germans from Bohemia. Disappointment awaits those who seek national Germany at Frankfurt. As in 1848, Frankfurt is the symbol of the Germany of the idea, peaceful, liberal, contented and non-existent. The Slav Congress. The Slav Congress, which met in Prague on June 2, 1848, was the least expected event in the year of revolutions. The Slav peoples of Central Europe had not been allowed for in radical calculations. Engels wrote of the Czechs and Croats, the natural and inevitable fate of these dying nations was to allow the process of dissolution and absorption by their stronger neighbors to complete itself. Exception was made only for the Poles, as a historic nation, not as Slavs. The German radicals proposed to push Poland against Russia and then to jettison her later. Since Bohemia had been included in the Holy Roman Empire, it was assumed that it would become part of the new national Germany, and distinguished Bohemians were invited to join the preliminary meetings at Frankfurt. Palaki, the first historian of Bohemia and the recreator of Czech national consciousness, refused the invitation. He repudiated allegiance to Germany. I am a Bohemian of Slav race, and looked instead to the Habsburg dynasty as the protector of the Slav peoples from German tyranny. If the Austrian Empire did not exist, it would have to be created in the interest of Europe and of humanity. This famous sentence launched the program of Austroslavism, the idea of maintaining a modest national existence under the wing of the most clerical and traditional dynasty in Europe. In 1848 the dynasty seemed too shaken to act as the sole bond of union between different peoples, and those who feared incorporation in Greater Germany sought some more popular alternative. They thought to have found it in their Slav race. This was more than crude racialism. It assumed that all peoples with a Slav language had a common cultural background. In reality, most Slav peoples outside Russia had been submerged by the culture of their conquerors, German, Hungarian, or even Turkish, hence the importance of ethnography in the Slav movement. The evidence for a common Slav folk had to be found in the designs on peasant costume or pottery. The Slav Congress was intended as a gesture against the German National Assembly at Frankfurt. This threatened directly only the Czechs and the Slovenes, another reason for draping Slav folkdom round the practical political issue. The Slavs of Hungary were indifferent to the German menace. The Czechs wished to avoid a conflict with Hungary, yet would not repudiate the Slovaks, who alone could swell their numbers. The real stumbling block for a common Slav policy came from the Poles. The Poles of Galicia were indisputably Slavs and, indisputably Habsburg subjects, yet Russia was their only enemy, and they welcomed both Greater Germany and Great Hungary. The Poles who were threatened by the Germans were under Prussian rule in Poznania. To exclude them would weaken the struggle against Frankfurt decisively. To include them would trespass beyond the frontiers of the Habsburg monarchy and so make nonsense of Austroslavism. In fact, the Slav Congress had stumbled on the Polish problem. The Poles of the Austrian Empire would not work with the Czechs or against the Germans. The Poles of Poznania would work against the Germans, but equally emphatically would not work with Russia. The Czechs insisted that Poles from outside the Austrian Empire should attend the Congress only as guests. The Poles would not recognize the frontiers of the Polish partitions, and when the Polish section of the Congress met, it made the Poles from Poznania full members, one of them, indeed, becoming its chairman. This intrusion of non-Austrian Slavs had a further embarrassing consequence. No one minded the presence of Serbs from Turkey. The solidarity of the master nations did not yet extend to the Turks. But if the Slav Congress was to include all Slavs, it was impossible to exclude the greatest branch of the Slav race, and the revolutionary Bakunin imposed himself upon the Congress as the solitary, self-appointed representative of the Russian people. Bakunin had no patience with the cautious Austroslavism of Palaki. He demanded both the destruction of the Habsburg Empire and revolution in Russia. His goal was a federation of free peoples, based on the natural democracy of the Siev peasants. Like later versions of Panslavism, Bakunin's vision rested on the dogma of virtues innate in Slav peoples which would save them from the failings of others. Panslavism evoked no response from the Slav Congress. Indeed, Panslavism had sense only as a translation into racial mysticism of the Byzantine and Orthodox heritage shared by some Slav peoples, and almost all those present at Prague were Western and Roman Catholic. The Slav Congress produced two contradictory programs. The Poles drafted a manifesto to the peoples of Europe which recognized the existence only of the historic nations Poland, Germany, Hungary, and Turkey and politely invited these to treat their minorities better. The Czechs drafted an address to the Austrian Emperor which asked for the remodeling of the Austrian Empire into a federation based on national units. Perhaps the most concrete effect of the Congress was its division into three sections: Polish, Ukrainian, Czechoslovak, and South Slav. For these anticipated the national amalgamations which served as the basis for pseudo-national states in 1918. AE. All these programs received only preliminary statement. The Congress met for the last time on June 12. Then fighting broke out between the Prague radicals, both Czech and German, and the imperial forces, and on the suppression of the rebellion the Congress was dissolved. In its 10 days of activity it had stated all the solutions for the problem of Central Europe which have been attempted from then until now. The Czechs followed Austroslavism for half a century after 1848, its essential condition, a federation of free nationalities, was granted by the Habsburg Emperor only on October 16, 1918, when the empire was already in ruins. The last echo of Austroslavism was heard in the Slovakia of Tiso and the Croatia of Pavlik. The Poles tried to act as partners of Greater Germany and Great Hungary in the days of Colonel Beck, and thought that they had reached their aim when they established a common frontier with Hungary in March 1939, 6 months before their destruction. Bakunin's first demand was fulfilled with the dissolution of the Habsburg monarchy in 1918, failing the establishment of democracy in Russia. The Slavs had to look for support to the Western democracies and suffered ineffaceable disappointment at the time of Munich. Now fear of Germany makes them pretend that Bakunin's second condition has been fulfilled, and the democracies of the new type rest on the double pretense of Russian democracy and Slav solidarity. This was first published as the major part of Alan Taylor's To the Opening of an Era, 1848. An historical symposium, edited by Francois Fejte, with and by A.F.P. Taylor.
It nearly appeared at the same time as Alan Taylor's rewritten version of the Habsburg Monarchy 1809–1918, which Hamish Hamilton intended publishing in early 1949. On December 1, 1948, Alan Taylor wrote to Hamish Hamilton in embarrassment about this. As a matter of fact, quite to my surprise, there will be a book in the shops on Saturday with my name on the cover. I wrote a 5,000-word introduction for a volume of essays on the revolutions of 1848 which Alan Wingate are bringing out, and they have presented it as though I were sole author. I apologize to you if this is in any way a handicap, as I say my contribution is a small one. It would, I am sure, have been bad to have had 2 books with my name on them out at once, but by January the Alan Wingate book will act as a form of publicity for the real one, at least I hope so. I stipulated that I could use the introduction after 12 months' delay in a book of collected essays, and it is really a good piece of work. Robert Owen, on a visit to Paris, described his economic system as the railway which will take mankind to universal happiness. His phrase crystallized the spirit of the year of revolutions. Movement, and a conviction that utopia could be reached, were the essence of 1848, underlying these was a faith in the limitless goodness of human nature. The revolutionary cry, "All change," sounded across Europe. Hope lit the dawn of a new Europe, and mankind clambered into the trains of political and 174. Social upheaval, all of which claimed to be directed to the same terminus, the kingdom of heaven on earth. New faiths, new nations, new classes announced their arrival, each was the confident possessor of an exclusive truth. Before 1848 the rights of individuals and of states were a matter of history and of settled law. The revolution substituted the rule of abstract principle. Louis Philippe said bitterly of the revolution of 1830 which brought him to the throne, "What perished in France in 1830 was not respect for a dynasty, but respect for anything." This was demonstrated anew in France in 1848 and, for the first time, was demonstrated throughout Europe as well. Reason took the place of respect, and self-interest the place of tradition. Movement was both the cause of the revolutions and their outcome. The revolutions threw down established landmarks that were already ruinous. In the preceding 50 years tumultuous development had taken the place of imperceptible change. There was an unprecedented growth of population, an unprecedented advance in the methods of industry and of transport, and an unprecedented novelty in the world of ideas. The three together composed the background to the revolutions. The old order had assumed stable populations. These ensured stability between classes and stability between states. For half a century before 1848 the increase of population had been gathering strength, and this contributed more than anything else to the illusion of progress. The increase was less in France than elsewhere in Europe, and the wise student of population figures might already guess that France, hitherto the greatest European power and the most revolutionary nation, would soon become the most conservative and the least great of the powers. The universal growth of population had profound consequences. Where the peasant was already free, as in Western Germany, the surplus was being pushed into the towns. In the Austrian Empire the peasants could no longer tolerate the burden of feudal dues and of feudal subordination. Moreover, with the increasing demand for food, the great landowners could no longer operate their estates by the traditional methods. Both lords and peasants turned against the old order of settled obligations, both demanded freedom of movement and the rule of the market. Almost the first act of the Liberal Parliament in Hungary was to abolish the old agrarian social order, and the Austrian Constituent Assembly followed suit on September 7. The destinies of 50 million people were affected. The more prosperous peasants got the chance of survival, the poorer peasants lost their last traditional protection and were the victims both of the richer peasants and of the capitalistic great estates. The way was clear for the emigration to the towns and overseas which characterized the second half of the century. It was no accident that England and Russia, the only countries of Europe to escape the revolutions, had already found the way of emigration before 1848. The road to Siberia had been open since the beginning of the century, and the emigrant steamers took the life out of Chartism when they began to sail from Liverpool in 1844. The rest of Europe had lacked the technical and social conditions for mass emigration. Peasant emancipation came in 1848, and railways followed. These provided a safety valve which postponed further European explosions until the 20th century. Modern industrial America, as well as modern industrial Europe, would have been impossible without the revolutions of 1848. The ideas of 1848 spread later to Russia, and the Russian revolutions of the 20th century were in the true spirit of 1848. In fact, Russia, missing the disillusionment which followed the failure of 1848, alone retained faith in the revolutionary course. America was already democratic, and therefore for her, though there was no need for revolution, there was no need for disillusionment either. For a generation after 1848, and even longer, America offered to the peoples of Europe the economic and political prizes which failure had denied them in Europe. Still, 1848 left no tradition in either Russia or America. 1849 has some meaning in the history of both countries. For Russia it brought a victorious repression of revolution in Hungary, for America it marked the discovery of gold in 176. California. To the present day, the one great power offers Europe repression, the other material wealth. Neither can offer the liberty of spirit which was the true aim of 1848. The staggering growth of towns throughout Europe was a consequence of the revolutions. Still, even before 1848, the swelling towns amazed and alarmed contemporaries, and their isolation urban islands in a rural continent emphasized their revolutionary character. The conscious revolutions of 1848 were all exclusively urban. The German Revolution is a misleading generalization for the Berlin Revolution and the Vienna Revolution, the Italian Revolution still more misleading as a title for the revolutions in Venice, Milan, Florence, Rome, Naples, and many more. The contrast was sharpest in France. The Great Revolution of 1789 had been the movement of a people, the Revolution of 1848 was a movement of Paris against the rest of the nation. Isolated in place, the revolutions were equally insular in idea, they had no agrarian program and offered the peasants troglodytes, in Marx's phrase nothing but extinction. For the first time news of a revolution passed from one town to another by telegraph, it no longer needed to filter through, and so to affect, the countryside. The revolutionaries traveled by train from one revolution to the next, they had neither eyes nor thoughts for the country through which they passed. The revolutionaries equated revolutions with street fighting. Their occasional forays into the countryside, from Hecker's raid on Baden in April 1848 to Garibaldi's march across Italy in July 1849, were the organized hikes of town dwellers. Even the largest towns lacked industrial development. Labor had arrived before capital was ready for it. Only Belgium had experienced an industrial revolution, and therefore, despite its urban character, enjoyed a unique freedom from revolutionary danger. The revolutions elsewhere were not revolts against the machine, they were demands to be employed by it. The slogan of the right to work was a symbol of immaturity. An industrial proletariat would have demanded the right to work less as. Indeed, the English working class had already done with success in 1847. The right to work was a protest as much against social inequality as against harsh living conditions. Nevertheless, by formulating this protest in economic terms, it launched the idea that liberty and political equality were negligible, or indeed valueless, in comparison with food and clothing. This idea was not intended by the social revolutionaries of 1848, who took up economic grievances principally in order to add greater force to their political demands. All the same, the damage had been done. Continental socialism, which had its origins in 1848, wrote off political democracy as bourgeois and accepted the doctrine that violence and intolerance were a small price to pay for social change.
Class war took the place of the struggle for political liberty, and the rights of man were a casualty of the right to work. The announcement of an economic program was certainly the startling novelty of 1848, nevertheless the revolutions were not simply the product of economic circumstances. These determined the moment of revolution, not that it should occur. The economic upheaval and the upheaval in men's minds were two aspects of the same process. Certainly the age of coal and iron enforced daring political schemes and made them possible, but equally it needed a daring mind to think of the railway and the blast furnace. The great towns of modern Europe could not have been maintained without railways, steam power, and a revolution in agriculture, but the movement to the towns depended just as much on the spread of new ideas which prized men away from their traditional beliefs and traditional surroundings. The railways found people ready to move, otherwise they would have run empty. Reason was the great dissolvent force. This made men dissatisfied with their traditional homes and with their traditional place in society just as much as with the traditional methods of production. The radicals of 1848 were the heirs of 18th century Enlightenment, sublimely confident in human nature. They believed that their only task was to shake off the hold. 178. Of established beliefs and established institutions. Their common program was to strangle the last king with the bowels of the last priest. The natural goodness of man would do the rest. The old order, thus dramatically threatened, claimed to depend on habit, on history, and on established rights. No historical conflict is, in fact, fought on these easy terms. The old order was itself more rational and artificial just as the revolutionaries were more traditional than either side liked to admit. Revolutionary ideas had affected the upper classes before they spread to the masses, and the impact of the Great French Revolution had long shaken the foundations of the European system. Men were argued into conservatism as they were argued into revolution. The kings who were threatened by the movements of 1848 had less than a century of possession behind them, and many more were the creations of Napoleon. Even the House of Habsburg, the only genuine historic dynasty, had acquired a new title and new territories a generation previously and had knocked all life out of historic institutions everywhere in one's dominions except in Hungary, and there from lack of strength, not of will. The old aristocracy was a creation of the 18th, or occasionally of the 17th century. Most of all the territorial settlement of the Congress of Vienna was as artificial as the empire of Napoleon which it replaced. The peace which followed the Napoleonic Wars sprang from exhaustion, not from belief or from content, and the society which perished in 1848 had no moral justification other than the desire of the possessing classes to enjoy their privileges. The kings, aristocrats, and states of the Vienna system had not even given themselves the trouble of being born, they had been conjured up ready-made by conservative theorists. Thus Metternich, to give historic character to the Austrian Empire, proposed to invent for the emperor a traditional ceremony of coronation. Metternich, symbol and chief exponent of conservatism, claimed to be building a dam against revolution. In reality, his effort to set up a universal system of political ideas and institutions was typical of an 18th century doctrinaire. He approached politics in the spirit of Robespierre, the only difference was in his employer. The dissolvent of reason could have been resisted only by communities with a living history. Few such existed on the continent of Europe, and these few did not accord with Metternich's conservatism. As a result, the system of Metternich was not overthrown in 1848, it collapsed. This collapse astonished contemporaries. Other than Metternich himself, he had always appreciated the artificiality of his own system and had never felt the faith which he demanded in others. In 1848 Europe broke consciously with its past. This was the indelible achievement of the year of revolutions. Yet more than destruction was intended. Bakunin, most extreme representative of the spirit of revolution, once declared that if his plans succeeded he would at once begin to pull down again everything he had ever made. This did not take the zest from a lifetime of planning. The radicals of all schools were as convinced as Metternich of the need for belief, and, unlike Metternich,
themselves believed in the systems which they expounded. Their systems, TOC, were universal and dogmatic. All assumed that reason was adequate as the sole guide in human affairs, and they assumed also that there was no limit to what reason could do. The revolutionaries differed as to the means by which the human race might be made perfect, none disputed that the goal would be attained. The radical systems provided new absolutes for old and gave final answers in politics, in society, and in international affairs. The sovereignty of the people overthrew the sovereignty of kings, nations took the place of states, and intellect ousted heredity as the source of authority. Though the sovereignty of the people had already served as inspiration to the French Revolution of 178 its operation had been restricted. The distinguishing mark of 1789 had been the confidence that universal principles could be limited in their application and a revolution arrested in its course. This expectation was not proved false until 1848. When all hereditary rights, 180, were repudiated, the right of private property had remained inviolate and was indeed reinforced, and the dogma of the sovereignty of the people was used to justify the franchise of the property-owning middle class. In 1848 the term of this compromise expired, and the bourgeoisie, once the leaders of revolution, became the symbol of conservatism. Almost the first act of the victorious revolution in France was to abolish the property qualification and to proclaim universal suffrage. This became everywhere the most concrete expression of the revolutionary program. Only Hungary, which combined or perhaps stifled revolutionary principle with historic institutions, held out against universal suffrage until the 20th century. The events of 1848 challenged also the economic privilege of the owners of property. The June days in Paris gave dramatic announcement of the arrival of a new revolutionary class, the proletariat. The June Rising was not fought to promote any practical economic change, it was a social war, a slave revolt, and its repudiation of the moral superiority of the bourgeoisie could not be wiped out by all the executions and deportations which followed defeat. Before the June days private property had been regarded as essential for liberty, after the June days it became the symbol of oppression, and the capitalist took the place of priest and noble as the object of democratic hostility. Henceforth the bourgeoisie was morally on the defensive, ashamed, and anxious. This was true not only of the French bourgeoisie who had genuinely experienced the social peril. The alarm of the June days spread across Europe, indeed, apprehension increased as the reality of danger became more remote. The middle classes outside France abandoned the revolutionary cause almost before they had taken it up and sought for allies against a proletariat which was still imaginary. Thus, the October Revolution in Vienna, though it had a program with no social implications, sent the German-Austrian middle classes over to the side of absolutism, and within a few years of 1848 German liberalism came to regard universal suffrage as its mortal enemy. The French bourgeoisie had pride enough to remain radical though they ceased to be revolutionary and adhered to the sovereignty of the people in the sense that they took into partnership the French peasants who had saved them in the June days. Though universal suffrage, the work of the Revolution of 1848, became everywhere a mainstay of conservatism, in France it sustained at least the Third Republic and later, in the Dreyfus case, upheld the rights of man. In Germany, however, it was the instrument of Bismarck, and in Austria it became in 1907 the last prop of the empire of Francis Joseph. In the world of nations, too, the revolutions of 1848 ended the compromise which had been the outcome of the revolution of 1789. The French revolutionaries had launched the national principle. They supposed that this would operate to the sole advantage of France and that when all else of the old order was destroyed the predominance of France would remain unchallenged. France liberated other nations as the French bourgeoisie liberated the French people, freed from their hereditary rulers, they were expected to welcome French leadership instead. The empire of Napoleon expressed the French version of the national principle. German, Italian, Polish, and even South Slav nationalism were evoked as auxiliary weapons for the French cause. France was the only one who knew how to wield the national appeal, and remained the greatest single power in Europe even after the fall of Napoleon. The other great powers of the continent were states, not nations, and therefore without the strength of popular enthusiasm. Thus the French nation claimed the cultural and political heritage of Louis XIV, despite the guillotining of Louis XVI and the renewed expulsion of the Bourbons in July 1830. This cultural headship was recognized for the last time at the beginning of 1848, when the other nations of Europe waited for the February Revolution in Paris before starting their own. Thereafter it was no longer enough to have taken the trouble to be born French. The laws of inheritance were repudiated between nations as much as between individuals. The lesson was not lost on the French themselves. 182. Henceforth the French nation was as much imperiled as, say, the dynasty of Habsburg by European upheavals, and France, previously the promoter of change, became the principal advocate of conservatism and of the status quo. In 1848 every nation followed the example set by the French in 1789. Each claimed to be perfect, each, therefore, was entitled to lay down its own limits or, if it preferred, to recognize none. Moreover, each nation asserted a purity and greatness of character which made it an example to Europe and justified its bringing other less noble people under its own rule. Thus, Poland had long announced herself as the Christ among the nations, and her liberation was regarded as the first object of the revolutionary cause. This liberation did not, however, extend to the Ukrainians under Polish rule. Similarly, Mazzini, despite his denunciations of French arrogance, set up Italy as God's word in the midst of the nations. Rome was to be the capital of a new federation of nations, all duly humble, which were to be cut and shaped to suit Italy's convenience. Kossuth, too, insisted on the unique civilization and political gifts of the Magyars. Though partly Slovak by birth, he denied the existence of a Slovak nation, and, since he could not deny the existence of the Serbs, proposed to root them out with the sword. Magyar exclusiveness was relatively harmless, except to the subject nations of Hungary. The will to dominate was a more dangerous matter when it was taken up by the Germans, already the most numerous nationality in Europe. The revolutions of 1848 discovered the German mission. This mission was simple, it was, simply, to be German. Europe was corrupt French sophistication, English materialism, outworn institutions were all to be redeemed by the eruption of the clear-eyed, healthy German barbarian. Undes soll am Duchen Wesen. Noch einmal die Welt genießen. A unique character was found in the German spirit, and for that matter even in German rivers and trees, the one wetter and the other more arboreal than any others. Other nations based their claims on superiority of culture, as in the case of France or Italy, or at any rate on superiority of class, as Polish and Magyar nationalism sprang from their landed nobility. German nationalism was the first to depend solely on language. The future Germany was to extend wherever German was spoken. The Volksdeutsche were an invention of 1848. Since Germany had no natural frontiers or none that gave such an easy excuse for expansion as the Rhine to France or the Alps to Italy, national Germany used a simpler argument and claimed whatever was necessary to her existence. Thus Bohemia, despite its Czech majority, could, according to Engels, only exist henceforth as a part of Germany, and the German liberal spokesman at Frankfurt said of Western Poland, "Our right is that of the stronger, the right of conquest." This phrase supplied the basic theme of German history, until it turned against Germany a century later. Resistance to German claims was not delayed until the 20th century. It was the motive of the Slav Congress which met at Prague on June 2, 1848. The Slav peoples of Eastern Europe were individually too small to hold out against German pressure, therefore, improving on the German model which had made language the basis of nationality, they tried to find a bond of alliance in ethnography and philology. The Slav Congress had practical motives of defense against German nationalism and had no time to trouble about the virtues of the Slav character. Still, even at Prague, Bakunin, one of the inventors of Slav solidarity, found in the Slavs an amazing freshness and incomparably more natural intelligence and energy than in the Germans, and he expected them to renew the decadent Western world. The Slavs of the Austrian and Turkish empires had enough to do renewing themselves and thereafter quarreling with each other. The only contribution Russia made to the Western world in 1848-9 was to crush the revolution in Hungary. But the spirit of radicalism was not permanently arrested at the Russian frontier, and Panslavism, which evoked 184 little response outside Russia, became the delayed gift of 1848 to the Russian intellectuals. In the 20th century they escaped from this ethnic intolerance only with the aid of class intolerance, which was the other legacy of 1848 to mankind. The revolutions of 1848 dispelled the utopian dreams of the 18th century rationalists. These had supposed that mankind would attain universal happiness if traditional beliefs were abandoned and traditional authorities overthrown. The experiences after 1789 did not destroy this idea. Social concord accompanied the rule of the bourgeoisie, and a true international order was established with the empire of Napoleon. It could plausibly be argued that achievement fell short of the ideal only because success was incomplete. Had the tricolor really toured the world, universal happiness could have been expected to follow. In 1848 no bounds were drawn against revolutionary victory. No European country, except Belgium, escaped, and the established system lost its traditional authority forever. The outcome was conflict, not concord. The June days announced class war, the record of the German, Italian, and Hungarian revolutions announced war between nations. Peaceful agreement and government by consent are possible only on the basis of ideas common to all parties, and these ideas must spring from habit and from history. Once reason is introduced, every man, every class, every nation becomes a law unto itself, and the only right which reason understands is the right of the stronger. Reason formulates universal principles and is therefore intolerant. There can be only one rational society, one rational nation, ultimately one rational man. Decision between rival reasons can be made only by force. This lesson was drawn by the greatest political genius who observed the events of 1848. The great questions of our day will not be settled by resolutions and majority votes. That was the mistake of the men of 1848 and 1849, but by blood and iron. After 1848, the idea that disputes between classes could be settled by compromise or that discussion was an effective means of international relations was held only in England and America, the two countries which escaped the revolutions. The liberals, the moderate men, shirked the problem of authority. It was faced by the radicals. They found a substitute for tradition in the religion of humanity, just as their nationalism took the place of the decayed loyalty to kings. Above all, they found a substitute for the hereditary governing class in themselves. The aristocracy of intellect had limitless confidence in its right to govern, for it spoke in the name of the people. The radical leaders nominated themselves to this post. None of the great revolutionaries, not Marx nor Engels, Bakunin, nor Blanqui, ever secured election by a democratic constituency, and, for the matter of that, none of them was sure of a majority even among the circle of his close associates. The greatest radical effort in France was the demonstration of March 16, which demanded that elections to the Constituent Assembly be postponed until the people were fit to exercise the franchise, that is, until they were willing to vote for the radical leaders. Blanqui, when asked how long the postponement should be, answered, for some months, or perhaps years. By democracy the men of 1848 did not mean the rule of the majority, they meant rather the rule of the discontented, a reversal of the previous order of society. The essence of 1848 was belief in movement, therefore only those elements of the population who desired change were democratic. The theoretical justification for this outlook was provided by Marx. It was his great contribution to history. Marx found the motive force of history in economic change, and this force was now impelling mankind from capitalism to socialism. Since movement and democracy were synonymous, only those who desired socialism were the people. Marx could thus eliminate the peasants from his calculations, though they made up the great majority everywhere in Europe, and democracy could be turned into the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx was a man of the Enlightenment. He held that every man would recognize his own interest and follow it, therefore every proletarian would be a socialist. The proposition could be more usefully reversed: anyone who was not a socialist was not a proletarian. But the 186. Dictatorship was not really to be exercised even by those working men who accepted the theories of the learned Dr. Marx. The workers were to be led by the communists, everywhere the most resolute and progressive element of the working class. Since the communists in 1848 consisted of Marx and Engels, this was a satisfactory conclusion and has proved a satisfactory conclusion for communists ever since. The radical theorists were led inevitably from belief in the people to belief in themselves, and so to advocacy of authoritarian government. Marx was more self-satisfied and despotic than Metternich, the other system maker from the Rhineland. Yet these resolute and progressive leaders never displayed their talents in a revolution. The original outbreaks had no recognized leaders, and no one knows the names of the leaders of the June days in Paris or of the October Revolution in Vienna. The name of an individual leader in the rising of May 15 in Paris has been preserved. He is thought to have been a police spy. Only Kossuth and Mazzini experienced the practical tasks of revolutionary government, and the experience of Mazzini was not very serious. For the most part the self-styled spokesmen of the people were always trying to catch up on revolutions which had taken them by surprise, as Marx and Engels were still correcting the proofs of their revolutionary program, the Communist Manifesto, when the first barricades were already built and the first shots were being fired. Bakunin distinguished himself by arriving in time for the Dresden Revolution of May 1849. This was an accident. He was leaving Dresden for an imaginary revolution elsewhere and was prevented from reaching the railway station by unexpected barricades. There would have been no revolutions in 1848 if it had depended on the revolutionary leaders. The revolutions made themselves, and the true heroes of 1848 were the masses. The radical intellectuals had supposed that, once tradition was overthrown, the masses would acknowledge instead the claims of intellect. Nietzsche expressed later this great illusion of 1848. Dead are all gods. Now the Superman shall live. The masses never responded to the ambitions of the intellectuals. Though the masses, too, sought the Superman, they sought in him an extension of themselves. The first of these supermen, concentrating the impulses and contradictions of the masses, was Napoleon III. He was a clever French guess at the future, not the real thing, for France remained too conservative in institutions and social structure to experience the full rule of the masses. The real Superman of the masses was Hitler, in whom anonymity was personified, or perhaps even more in the enigmatical politburos of the new democracies, who have put the Superman into commission. In a deeper sense, the true Superman, for whom 1848 prepared the way, has turned out to be the masses themselves. The masses have performed labors greater than those of Hercules and have accomplished miracles more wonderful than those of a divine Savior. More than any individual Superman, they have shown themselves to be beyond good and evil. The age which began in 1848 was the age of the masses, the age of mass production, of mass migration and of mass war. In the pursuit of universal happiness everything became universal: universal suffrage, universal education, universal military service, finally universal destruction. The train which Robert Owen signaled has been driven by the masses themselves. The intellectuals have remained passengers, criticizing or more occasionally commending the train's progress. The historic task of the intellectuals was to sever mankind from its roots and to launch it on its career of movement. This was the task which was accomplished in 1848. The year 1848 was of great moment in European history both as an end and as a beginning. It was the year of revolutions, the culmination of the political upheaval that had started with the French Revolution of 1789. Every country on the continent of Europe was affected, Belgium less than the rest. Only the two countries on the fringes of Europe, Russia on the east and Great Britain across the Channel, were unshaken. In this springtime of nations everything seemed made anew. Absolute monarchies were challenged. Liberal constitutions were established. In France universal suffrage had its first triumph. Recognized nations, such as the German and the Italian, asserted their political rights. Nations hitherto unknown sprang into existence. Within a year the revolutionary wave faltered and broke. In much of Europe the traditional order was restored, seemingly unchanged or even stronger than before. All that remained to outward appearance was a fairly liberal constitution in Piedmont, the Kingdom of Sardinia, a less liberal constitution in Prussia, and a Bonaparte later to become Napoleon III instead of a Bourbon king as a ruler of France. No doubt the appearance was misleading. The ideas of liberalism and nationalism retained their force and were to achieve many successes in later years, though by less revolutionary means. But the great age of revolutions on the French model was over. There was none of any importance between 1848 and the end of the First World War except for the belated and comparatively unsuccessful Russian Revolution of 1905. Even after the First World War, only the Bolshevik Revolution had any basic significance. After the Second World War there were no spontaneous revolutions at all in Europe except perhaps in Yugoslavia. The shadow of revolution often raised an alarm. It remained a specter. Yet 1848 marked much more a beginning than an end. This new revolution was less specific than the political turmoils that had preceded it. It was a change in men's beliefs, in their view of the universe, and more prosaically in their way of life. Darwin was to shake men's confidence that they were a unique creation, only a little lower than the angels. Freud was to destroy men's conviction of their own rationality. Scientists ended the reign of Newton's immutable laws and substituted for them the principle of indeterminacy. Men lost their old security. At the same time they were free to believe there was no limit to what they could achieve if they set themselves to it. Men came to see themselves as lords of the universe just when they ceased to be lords of themselves. The basis for this limitless and indeed grotesque confidence was to be found in British achievements during the preceding 100 years. The Industrial Revolution was Great Britain's individual contribution to civilization, a process that had no precise beginning and in a sense has had no end, but a revolution all the same. For the first time since the invention of the wheel men increased their physical power. Until 1830 motive forces were men themselves, draft animals, horses or oxen, and occasionally wind and water. Suddenly machines driven by coal took the place of men and animals. Men could move faster and further. They could produce more. George Stephenson, inventor of the rocket locomotive, took the place of Rousseau, author of The Social Contract, as the exemplar for mankind. Great Britain, not France, became the European ideal, and the city of God was found in Manchester instead of in Rome or Paris. Textiles counted for more than the rights of man. Napoleon, the erstwhile conqueror of Europe, was overshadowed by the Napoleons of railway building and finance. 190. Until the middle of the 19th century Great Britain led and the rest of Europe lagged behind. The Great Exhibition of 1851, the first of its kind, symbolized the future which Great Britain offered to the peoples of Europe and ultimately to the whole world. Many Europeans were eager to follow the British lead and did so in the subsequent half-century. The spread of this new economic order was not even. By the beginning of the 20th century, Germany surpassed Great Britain as the greatest industrial power in Europe. Meanwhile such areas as the Balkans, southern Spain, and southern Italy were hardly affected. For much of the period Russia was a byword for backwardness, yet by the beginning of the 20th century some of the largest and most advanced industrial establishments were to be found in Russia, and the way was already clear for the developments that have made Soviet Russia the second greatest industrial power in the world. Old and new were mixed together, sometimes side by side, sometimes overlapping. If we went back to the Europe of a century ago we should often feel at home.
We should know how to buy a railway ticket, how to draw a check, how to put on our clothes and in what order. We could read a daily newspaper and send a telegram. On the other hand, our driving lessons would not qualify us to drive or ride a horse. Once off the beaten track, we should find men still living in primitive straw huts, making their own traditional clothes and sometimes dying of starvation. We should find men who could not read and write and had no idea what state or nation they belonged to. We should find men who were respected for their hereditary rank instead of for their money. We should even find monarchs with absolute power of life and death. Moreover, even in the most revolutionary times, many men do not notice what is happening, although it is happening to themselves. During the Great French Revolution, for instance, a Scotch gardener, employed to tend the palace gardens in Paris, kept a regular diary. He never made any reference to political events except on August 10, 1792, when he noted that crowds had trampled on the flower beds at the Tuileries. This was in fact the armed rising which led to the fall of the French monarchy. In much the same way, there were, throughout the later 19th century, village communities following the styles of life they had always followed, while not far away men in cities already possessed many of the advantages which we regard as characteristically modern: electric light, indoor sanitation, telephones, speedy travel. These 60 years of unprecedented change are more vivid for us than any that went before. Thanks to the invention of photography, we can actually see them. Photography was itself a product of the age. Though it did not depend on factories or steam power, it had some connection with science, an essential characteristic of the time. Also, perhaps, it derived partly from the increasing desire for information, a characteristic shown in the wider circulation of newspapers. The photographs of this time were stills in a literal sense. They needed a 5-minute exposure and thus were spoilt by any considerable movement. Hence the earlier photographers preferred city streets when they were almost empty. In the same way, the human subjects were clearly posed. We should not suppose that they were equally immobile in real life. On the contrary, men were on the move as they had never been before. Karl Marx was fond of quoting the Greek philosopher Heraclitus, "Hnvtafet, all things change." Change and movement were the dominant features of the age. There were changes in men's minds, changes in their way of life, and changes in where they lived. The change in ideas is the one most difficult to illustrate. Photographs show devout congregations attending their village churches as they had always done. Other photographs remind us that as many churches were built during the 19th century as in the Middle Ages. Nevertheless, the proportion of believers steadily decreased, and many of those who still called themselves Christians did not believe in the old fundamental sense. There were fewer who accepted the divine inspiration of the Bible or its literal truth. There were more who 192 believed in progress or in economic law even when they continued to attend church or chapel on a Sunday. The only English census of church attendance was taken in 1851. It revealed that few of the industrial working class ever went to church or chapel. The change was even more pronounced in political ideas. Despite the failure of the revolutions of 1848, liberalism triumphed everywhere to a greater or lesser degree. In 1871, Germany got unification and universal suffrage. Russia got a sort of constitution in 1906. Austria got universal suffrage in 1907. Even Turkey got a constitution in 1908, though it rarely operated. By the end of the period, Monaco was the only European state with an absolute ruler. More fundamental was the decline in the political power of the landowning aristocracy, though not in their wealth. During the revolution of 1848, the labor rent paid by the peasants for their holdings was abolished throughout the Austrian Empire. Serfdom was abolished in Russia in 1861. Peasants were free to leave their holdings for the towns or for countries overseas. In time they began to organize their own peasant parties, as happened sensationally in Ireland. The town workers were more consciously aggressive. The socialist parties that sprang up all over Europe were less significant for their doctrines than for their class consciousness.
They were the parties of the industrial workers, as the title of the British Labour Party showed at its clearest. People were not only changing their ideas. There were also more people. The dynamic rise in population started in Great Britain during the 18th century. Now it began to operate all over Europe. Historians are not agreed as to why this happened. Some have pointed to improved medical services, though this is a doubtful factor in the more backward parts of Europe. Better sanitation may have counted, though it sometimes made things worse. Water closets increased the incidence of typhoid as long as domestic sewers were allowed to contaminate the supply of drinking water. Some historians have prosaically remarked that people were eating more potatoes, a factor which carried the population of Ireland to the point of catastrophe. The immediate cause of the rise in population was probably a decline in infant mortality, but this itself is still in need of explanation. All we know is that population was increasing at an unprecedented rate. When there was no corresponding increase in resources, famine followed, most notoriously in Ireland in 1846, but also in Spain and southern Italy later. Throughout most of Europe the increase in food supplies took place. Even where aristocrats retained their great estates, they became agricultural businessmen, as much concerned to raise their rents or farm profits as to preserve their social position. The Hungarian nobility, for instance, continued to display their traditional dress and to pose as the descendants of Arpad and his companions. Nothing seemed more unchanging than life on the Puszta, the great Hungarian plain. But in fact there were more steam plows in Hungary than in any other European country. Thanks to such innovations Europe could for a time still feed its growing populations. Later on food came more and more from overseas. The United States had a revolutionary effect on Europe in many ways. It offered a new home. It represented a democratic ideal. It also supplied wheat to the industrial countries of Europe, and England in particular. By 1914, 90% of British wheat for bread was coming from overseas. The British farmer, when not ruined, preferred the more profitable, though more wasteful, activities of stock raising and dairy farming for the nearby towns. Towns had existed in Europe since the early Middle Ages and played a more decisive part than their mere size indicated. They were the centers of finance, commerce, and culture. Often they were the political capital, which sometimes meant that they were also the residence of the monarch. The largest towns were rarely the centers of industry, which, when they occurred at all, were usually found in the country near a good supply of water. Even the Industrial Revolution created new towns of medium size rather than adding to the great ones. In 1848 only 194. London and Paris had more than 1 million inhabitants. By 1880 Berlin had joined them. By 1910 there were 5 more: Glasgow, Istanbul, Vienna, Moscow, and St. Petersburg. Only Glasgow and Moscow were not the political capitals, and Moscow had been and was to be again. Nevertheless, towns were the symbols of contemporary civilization as they had rarely been before. This was the age of the bourgeoisie, and bourgeois is merely the French word for a citizen, a town dweller. By 1851 more than half the English population was living in towns. Half a century later the Germans had joined them. Towns absorbed much of the increase in population. This development was aided by the new freedom of movement, which in its turn had both political and physical causes. The new political freedom is often overlooked, perhaps because it is inconceivable to the present generation. We pride ourselves on our emancipation from the hindrances to movement which shackled previous generations. But it is now impossible to travel without a passport. In some countries visas, that is, permits to enter, are still required, and these are often not given without securing a permit to work. In some countries it is impossible to leave without official permission. All such restrictions were swept away during the second half of the 19th century. The change came with startling suddenness. Before 1848 a passport was required in the Austrian Empire even to go from one town to another, and the first people to disregard this regulation were the deputies elected to the Constituent Assembly at Vienna in the year of Revolution.
Within a few years all the barriers were down. Passports were abolished except for Russia and Turkey. No permits were needed to leave one country or go to another. By the mid-1870s most European currencies were based on gold and were freely interchangeable. A man living in London could decide at a moment's notice to settle in Vienna or Paris, and he could move himself and his possessions there the same day. Europeans had never enjoyed such freedom and were never to do so again. This political freedom was of practical use only because of the physical freedom that went with it. Railways were the greatest stroke of emancipation in the history of mankind. Until the middle of the century men could move only as fast as their feet or a horse could carry them. The armies of Napoleon often won victories by their speed, but they went no faster than the Roman legions had done, and most armies went a good deal more slowly. Suddenly men who had moved at 3 or at best 10 miles an hour could go at 50, and that without any physical effort on their part. By 1848 only Great Britain and Belgium had established their main railway networks. British projectors and British workmen were beginning the creation of railways in France, much to the annoyance of Frenchmen with a vested interest in horse traffic. 50 years later the European network was complete everywhere except in Russia, and there were more miles of railway than there are now. Geographic obstacles disappeared. The Semmering Railway linked Vienna and Trieste in 1854, enabling Trieste to become a great port. The Mont Cenis tunnel through the Alps was opened in 1870, and other alpine tunnels were soon to follow. The railways brought unity to Europe despite the political divisions. Trains crossed the frontiers with little formality. The transcontinental expresses provided dining cars and sleeping cars, carrying passengers from one end of Europe to the other in conditions of unparalleled luxury. In 1888 the Wanant Express, most romantic of all trains, began to run from Calais and Paris to Istanbul. Man seemed to have conquered space. The railway terminus replaced the cathedral as the architectural achievement of the age. St. Pancras Station in London excelled in its Gothic fantasy. King's Cross, its immediate neighbour, was modelled on the Tsar's riding school at St. Petersburg, an indication that railway passengers were now as important as monarchs. Sea transport took longer to accept the reign of the steam engine. Until the 1860s the clippers were faster than steamships across the Atlantic. Sailing ships handled most of the world's carrying trade until the 1880s and even thereafter retained much of the local traffic. Fishing fleets in local waters still 196. Operated under sail, usually without an auxiliary engine. At the time of the Crimean War most of the Royal Navy was still composed of sailing ships, and until the first years of the 20th century, British warships retained their masts and sails in case their engines broke down. Nevertheless steam triumphed in the long run and nowhere more decisively than in the crossing of the Atlantic. This was the great field of the emigrant ship, carrying passengers at almost nominal rates and of course under inhuman conditions. Liverpool and Glasgow were the first emigrant ports. Soon they were joined by Hamburg and Bremen. The British were the first to move in large numbers, and the Germans followed. Later in the century the flood of emigrants came from Italy and Eastern Europe, with Russians last of all. A few emigrated for political reasons, Chartists from England, and German radicals after the revolution of 1848. Most fled from hardship and starvation as the Irish did. Most of them believed they were going to the promised land. They were often disappointed. The European continent was united in less tangible ways. The greatest achievement here was the electric telegraph, which was invented in 1836-7. It was at first used in railway signaling. Soon it became general. There were 2,000 miles of telegraph lines in Europe in 1849, 111,000 20 years later. England was linked to the continent by submarine cable in the early 1850s, Europe to America in 1865. 6 years later cables girdled the globe. Here was an almost incredible advance in communications. From this moment men could know what was happening in any part of the civilized world within a few minutes instead of after days or even months. By means of the electric cable, British troops returning from the Crimea were diverted to India at the time of the mutiny. It was no accident that Julius Reuter founded his telegraph agency in 1851. News became worldwide. So, too, did prices on the commodity markets of the world. Police and military administration relied on the telegraph. The private citizen was not forgotten. Most telegrams, it seems, were exchanged between relatives. The improvements in communications brought with them international institutions. Telegrams prompted the International Telegraph Union of 1865. Railways carrying mail prompted the Universal Postal Union in 1875 with international coordination of postal rates, a union that has continued to operate even between belligerent nations. Perhaps the most symbolic institution was the International Meteorological Organization of 1878. Previously countries had used their own meridian. French maps were drawn on the meridian of Paris, Dutch on that of Amsterdam. Now all accepted the meridian of Greenwich, though the Dutch were half-hearted about this until 1940 when they were forced into conformity by their German conquerors. It is a striking tribute to British astronomers and maritime supremacy that everyone in the world now sets his watch by Greenwich Mean Time, suitably adjusted plus or minus so many hours according to his geographical position. Railways and steamships not only promoted migration across the seas. They also promoted travel from one town to another. Provincial businessmen could go up to London or Vienna for the day. Families scattered over the country could visit each other instead of saying farewell forever. Schoolboys could go home for the holidays instead of remaining at school for 7 unbroken years as my great-grandfather did. Indeed, railways produced that characteristic 19th century invention, the holiday. Previously aristocrats and other rich people moved from their town to their country house for the summer, and fashionable people settled at Bath or Baden-Baden for the winter. Most people never moved, though they sometimes took a day off. In the 1930s, I had an elderly neighbor in the Peak District who had been born in the house where he was still living and had never slept away from it for a single night. By then this was unusual. In earlier centuries it had been the common lot. Now middle-class families went to the seaside or the country for a fortnight's holiday in the summer. Brighton, which had previously been a resort of the fashionable, became the nearest. 198. Playground for thousands of Londoners. Blackpool and Southport catered for industrial Lancashire. Dieppe took holidaymakers from Paris. Leopold II equipped Ostend with palaces on the scale of Versailles from the profits of the Congo. The Riviera, discovered by Lord Brougham, provided for those rich enough to take a winter holiday as well as one in the summer. The 19th century also discovered the countryside. Perhaps this came from reading Wordsworth's poetry. At any rate, the Lake District, North Wales, and the Scotch Highlands all had their holidaymakers and their organised tours. River steamers took holidaymakers up the Rhine. Switzerland had the greatest success. It became the playground of Europe. Previously, though people had sometimes taken country walks, no one had thought of climbing mountains. Now this became a widespread enthusiasm among the middle classes. At the end of the century, skis were introduced from Norway and improved for sporting purposes, thus making Switzerland as popular in the winter as it had been in the summer. Holidays as pleasure were in fact the most beneficent innovation of the 19th century. There were still blank areas of the world waiting to be explored: Antarctica, nearly all Africa, much of Asia and some remote parts of Europe, especially in the Balkans. The explorer was a characteristic feature of the time, carrying with him mapping equipment, the Bible, gin and European firearms. As Belloc wrote in The Modern Traveller, "We have got the Maxim gun and they have not." By the end of the period, nearly all the unknown world had been penetrated by European transport and ideas, though the Balkans did not become popular tourist resorts until after the Second World War. To our eyes there was one curious flaw in this story of easier movement. It was easy to move wherever there were railways or steamships. It was still difficult to make shorter journeys from one village to the next, or even from one railway terminus to another in the great cities. France was the only country covered by a network of narrow-gauge railways, chugging along the country lanes or through the village streets. Everywhere else the horse still reigned for local movement. Visiting any city of the time, we should notice the general grime from steam trains and domestic coal fires. We should be struck even more by the smell of horse dung and the dirt in the streets. Crossing a street was a daring venture, rarely attempted by a lady in a trailing skirt. The street sweeper was a figure as universal as the newspaper vendor. The great age of the railway was thus paradoxically also the last great age of the horse. Though the stagecoach and the diligence disappeared except in mountainous or backward districts, the horse still provided all local transport. Every big town house had its mews, and every country house its stables. Every great man and every fashionable doctor kept his own carriage. The 19th century, putting most things on a cash basis, also produced horse-drawn vehicles for hire, complete with taximeters. England had its own speciality, the hansom cab, a two-wheeled vehicle with its driver perched at the back and sometimes called the gondola of the streets. Continental cities had four-wheelers, landaus, fiacres or, in honor of the great Queen, Victorias. For humbler citizens there were horse-drawn omnibuses and sometimes horse-drawn trams. Horses also did most of the agricultural work. Oxen drawing the plough could still be seen in Dorset in the 1880s, and a few can still be seen in Eastern Europe. At the other end of the scale, the steam plough was an occasional rival to the horse. But the usual rural scene was the ploughman and his horse turning the furrows. The farmer, the country doctor and the country clergyman did their rounds on horseback, though the continental priest was probably too poor to afford one. Fox hunting on horseback flourished in England and Ireland and was imitated by continental aristocrats in France and Hungary who prided themselves, rightly or wrongly, on their resemblance to English milords. A great improvement in city transport came in 1883 when 200 Siemens, a German engineer, invented the electric tram. Soon every city in Europe, indeed every city in the world, had its trams. London had its trams. Manchester had its trams. Paris had its trams. So did Moscow, Palermo, and even Istanbul. The tram was the first civic blow at the dominance of the horse. London, usually a centre of initiative, was curiously backward. The House of Lords would not allow trams along the Embankment or across the Thames bridges. Hence the city and the West End had to rely on horse-drawn omnibuses until the first decade of the 20th century. English cities were also the only ones with two-decker trams, perhaps on the omnibus model. The dominance of the horse was further shaken by the coming of the bicycle. For the first time travellers were not tied to the iron rail. In its early days the bicycle, still rather an uncomfortable vehicle, was quite a fashionable form of travel. Aristocrats going off for the weekend took their bicycles with them and rode on them from the local station to their country house. H. G. Wells dedicated a whole novel to them, revealingly called The Wheels of Chance. The final blow to both horse and railway was at any rate foreshadowed before the outbreak of the First World War. This was the internal combustion engine and its instrument, the automobile, or motor car. At first this was used mainly for public transport. The huge private cars or horseless carriages remained a luxury until after the First World War. Rich people went for drives or occasionally for tours. Jack Tanner in Shaw's play Man and Superman set out to drive from England to Morocco, though he was trapped by a designing female, Anne Whitefield, in the Spanish Sierra. Electricity was a great civilizer in other ways. It began to replace gas for street lighting, and the city streets became well lit for the first time. This no doubt helped to reduce the violence which till then had been common. Garroting had been a more painful form of mugging in the 1860s. Policemen patrolled the poorer quarters of cities in pairs, and there were many city streets where they did not dare to venture at all. Women of the more respectable classes never went out unattended. The violence was not all on one side.
Public executions continued in England until the 1860s and in France until the 20th century. Recreation was another civilizing force. There had always of course been popular sports, rough games, combats with single stick, cockfighting and bear baiting. Now the crueler sports were made illegal, though this did not always end them. Games with codes of rules flourished, some to play and some to watch. Association football was England's great gift to the world, one that will survive when all other English achievements are forgotten. Lawn tennis, another invention of the elegant English upper classes, also became universal later, and the Scotch made their own contribution with their national game, golf. The great cities of Europe reached new pinnacles of glory. Resplendent town halls rivaled the railway stations and symbolized bourgeois civilization at its highest. On the continent they usually followed the Gothic models of the medieval Hotel de Ville or Rathaus, as in Paris and Vienna. English towns, more eclectic, varied between Gothic and classical, in either case palatial. Every continental city had its great opera house, another symbol of bourgeois triumph. Previously opera had been the entertainment of princely courts. Now bourgeois audiences were accommodated as well. Even London had its opera house at Covent Garden, though no regular opera company. And even Edward VII dragged himself to the annual cycles of Wagner's Ring, though he ate and drank during much of the performance. Continental cities also developed cafes, social centers often of great magnificence. Of course there had been coffee houses for a long time, and the original cafe still flourished in Eastern Europe, primitive buildings where the customers sat cross-legged, smoking hookah pipes. The new cafes were different vast halls glittering with mirrors, each one with its special clientele. Some were for artists, some for politicians, some for writers and some for chess players. Here again England was an exception. There were few great cafes, only the Café Royal, an importation from France as its name and the N on its facade implied. The English social centre was the club, also palatial, and each also with its special membership. There were reform clubs for the liberals and Carlton clubs for the conservatives, Athenaeum clubs for aspiring intellectuals and Crockfords for card players. There were a few continental imitations such as the Jockey Club in Paris. Essentially the club was an English institution. There was another side to city life. A mile or so away from the grandiose centers people were living in worse conditions than those that they had fled from in their peasant homes. The slum was as universal as the town hall or opera house. The swarm of new arrivals was relegated to decaying houses and worked in sweatshops for starvation wages. Every big city, London, Paris, Vienna, and Berlin, had its slum area, breeding disease which often spread to the bourgeois quarters. Poverty in the countryside had its redeeming features. In the cities it had none. Photographs of slum dwellers and especially of slum children are a reminder that this age of bourgeois civilization brought greater prosperity and wealth for a few and greater hardships for the many. The contrasts between the rich and the poor, between those who had moved with the times and those who had stood still, were greater and more savage than before. Until the 19th century even the wealthiest classes, even kings and queens, lived in conditions that we should now find appalling: no sanitation, no pure water, no efficient medical services, hideous discomfort when traveling. Now a few had escaped from these hardships. The rest were still exploited and still suffered. The cleavage was purely of class and historical tradition, not innate. All Europeans were of the same color, dirty pink or, as it was called, white. Outside the Balkans all except for Jews and a few septics were Christian, though divided into three sects: Orthodox, Roman Catholic and Protestant. All observed the same calendar with a variant of 12 days between Orthodox countries and the rest. Nearly all spoke a form of Indo-European, with the Hungarians, Finns, Basques and Albanians as isolated exceptions. All had the one-man, one-woman family except for those of irregular life. Yet, as Disraeli wrote and as Karl Marx demonstrated at length, there were two nations, which seemed to differ as much as black and white. The cleavage took on many aspects.
Despite the industrial boom, only Germany and Great Britain were fully advanced communities where industry predominated. There was a middle zone of France, Italy, and Austria-Hungary, where industry and agriculture still balanced. Eastern Europe was barely touched by the new civilization except for the intruding railways. Their life went on unchanged as it had done since time immemorial. Centuries seemed to divide the Ringstrasse in Vienna from the Balkan peasant village. Yet they were only a day's train journey away from each other. The cleavage was not merely geographic. It existed within each country. English agricultural laborers still wore smocks. Peasants everywhere clung to traditional costume not for display but because it was the only possession they had. Such costumes could be seen as much in Dutch villages as in Albania or wildest Spain. If by the typical European we mean the majority of Europeans, then the typical European still lived on the edge of starvation and still worked unlimited hours for inadequate reward. He was illiterate, his mind a jumble of superstition and rural cunning. He never left his village, knew nothing of politics and accepted unquestioningly the religion he was taught by the priest. One factor pulled town and country, rich and poor, new and old together. Though the industrial system created great things, it had less effect on small ones. The craftsman still held his own. Factories produced cotton or wool cloth. But the shirts, dresses, or suits made from them were produced by hand. The village tailor cross-legged with his needle was no different from the smart tailor in Bond Street, except that he received less for his work. Poor people made their clothes at home or adapted the 204 cast off of the rich. Shoes were made by hand, and the village cobbler was the local radical in England, though not in the Balkans. Much of the furniture in poorer homes was made by craftsmen and handed down from generation to generation. The survival of the horse demanded a smithy in every village. The horse's harness was the work of craftsmen. Great breweries relied on craftsmen to make the beer barrels. Craftsmen and industrial workers were worlds apart even if they appeared under the same heading in the census returns. Retail selling was another occupation almost untouched by the new spirit. Many commodities were already traded on a world market, yet when these same commodities finally reached the consumer, this was in a small shop handling only a few goods and probably run by the proprietor and his family. The shopkeeper was a survival from a pre-industrial age of individual trading on a small scale. He was the essential little man, sometimes a radical in politics but sometimes enthusiastic for a plebiscitarian dictator such as Napoleon III or, in later days, Hitler. There were street markets in every town and the great fairs still flourished alongside the new international markets of London. There were already a few multiple stores such as Printemps in Paris and Harrods in London. But the village shopkeeper handled more goods everywhere from Great Britain to the Balkans. The greatest unifying force was also paradoxically the greatest cause of division. This was nationalism, the dominating political feature of the 19th century. Previously men had often felt patriotic loyalty towards an existing state. Now they developed national consciousness and national pride. The national idea was a creation of the French Revolution, carried across Europe by the revolutions of 1848. But the greatest missionary of nationalism was the schoolteacher. An illiterate man does not know what nation he belongs to. He can only say, I come from here. Once he can read and write, he uses the national language and soon knows he is doing so. Universal primary education was established in most European countries during the later 19th century. The village school became almost as common as the village church, usually cooperating with it, sometimes, especially in France, promoting a rival creed. The education provided was often crude and in Eastern Europe far from universal. Nevertheless, the decline in illiteracy was as striking as the increase in population. Higher education also served the cause of nationalism, extolling national traditions as well as spreading the national language. Historians especially were exponents of the national cause. They wrote national histories designed to emphasize the peculiar greatness of their particular nation. German historians played a leading part in the creation of German unity. English historians exalted the British Constitution and the British Empire. French historians paraded the achievements of the Great Revolution and the glory of Napoleon. On a more popular level, daily newspapers helped to strengthen national unity. They were a recent invention, symbolizing the triumph of the machine, in their case the steam press. Railways enabled them to cover the country where previously they had been local. By the end of the century, Englishmen were reading much the same news each morning. Public opinion in the modern sense had been born. Education weakened local speech and local loyalties. Sir Robert Peel was the last English Prime Minister with a local accent, though there were of course Prime Ministers with a Welsh or Scotch accent in the 20th century. Frenchmen thought of themselves as French, not as Normans or Provençals. All Germans could speak Hochdeutsch, though they retained their provincial speech for family use. Italy is perhaps the most impressive case. Italy had never been a political unit. Speech differed so much from state to state as almost to be different languages. Few Neapolitans felt that they had anything in common with Venetians or Piedmontese. Yet within a comparatively few years Italian nationalism swept all before it. Italy became a rigorously unified state, and all Italians spoke Tuscan. 206. The most practical and perhaps the most powerful expression of nationalism was the army, or as it was often called, the nation in arms. The old armies had been composed of long-term conscripts, isolated from the rest of the community. The victories of the short-service Prussian army in 1866 and 1870 caused a general conversion. All continental countries went over to universal military service for a 2 or 3 year period. The soldier came from the civilian community, and nearly all males in that community had been soldiers. During their period of service the soldiers wore uniform, its very name implying the ironing out of local differences. The process was of course never complete. Crack cavalry regiments, such as the German Death's Head Hussars, wore exotic uniforms that were survivals from a more barbaric age, and in most armies class differences prevented any uniformity between officers and other ranks. Great Britain was a clear exception to the continental pattern, clinging to a professional army and navy until the First World War. Even so, countless music hall songs and Kipling's poetry bear witness that the British Army and the Royal Navy had also become symbols of national pride. In the early days of nationalism, men assumed that it would reinforce the existing great states or create new ones. Great Britain and France would be even greater, a united Germany and a new Italy would join them. Lesser nationalities, when considered at all, were dismissed as picturesque survivals of the same kind as spinning wheels or peasant costume, and like them doomed to disappear in the modern industrial age. This view was particularly common among men of radical opinion, impatient with the past. Marx and Engels, for instance, expected that such tribes as the Czechs or the Croats would simply be eaten up by the German nation. At first this seemed likely to happen. Very few Frenchmen worried in the 19th century about the Breton or the Basque problem. Very few Englishmen worried about the Welsh problem, and most Englishmen assumed that the Scotch were delighted to have become next door to English people. The English certainly worried about the Irish problem, but much more on religious and economic than on national grounds, at any rate until the end of the century. Even so, the English had one unique victory. At the beginning of the 19th century, nearly all native Irishmen spoke their national tongue, Erse. At the end of the 19th century, thanks to an intensive system of English education, virtually none did so. There is no other case in Europe of the disappearance of a national language, at any rate since the death of Cornish in the 17th century. It was, however, far from meaning the disappearance of the Irish nation. National survivals or revivals struck deeper in Eastern Europe. The prophecy of Marx and Engels was not fulfilled. Half-forgotten nations became fully conscious and were joined by nations such as the Slovaks, who had been forgotten altogether. The Austrian Empire, or Austria-Hungary as it was called after 1867, was the one great power that failed to transform itself into a national state, though Hungary claimed to have done so.
The Czechs had their own opera house and their own musical composers such as Dvorak and Smetana who, though assertively national, were clearly of European stature. They had their own university as did also the Croats and the Serbs. The Ottoman Empire was an even worse case. Its military rule over Christian Balkan peoples could never take on a Turkish national character. Instead, the series of wars culminating in the Balkan Wars of 1912-13 were wars of national liberation. War in general provided a curious contradiction throughout this period. Many observers believed that Europe had become too civilized to resort to war or, to put it another way, that peace, in this case the advance of industry, had its victories no less renowned than war. Nevertheless, the first 20 years of the period, between 1850 and 1870, saw a series of wars, the first, the Crimean War, a confused muddle, and the others wars of national purpose if not of liberation. In 1859 the French and Sardinians ended Austrian predominance in Italy, a process completed in 1866. In 1864 Austria and Prussia acquired Schleswig and Holstein from Denmark in the name of German. 208. Nationalism. Finally Prussia united Germany, or most of it, by defeating Austria in 1866 and France in 1870. Thereafter, to everyone's surprise, there were no more serious wars in Europe for more than a generation except for the Balkan War between Russia and Turkey in 1877-8. Instead there was the armed peace with every great power increasing its military forces, Austria-Hungary and Italy somewhat ineffectually. In some ways these forces were modern. Railways, for instance, played a decisive part in Prussia's victories. All plans for mobilization centered on the railways, and generals had to be expert in railway timetables. The new steel industry supplied the guns for the armies and the material for the battleships. In other ways the military forces remained stuck in the past. The horse was still their only means of transport, with forage for the horses providing as great a problem as food and munitions for the men. Tactics on the battlefield were unchanged from the days of Napoleon, masses of men flung against each other in ever greater numbers. Uniforms were still gaudy until the British developed khaki during the Anglo-Boer War. No general ever consulted a scientist or an industrial leader. For them the Industrial Revolution had not taken place. The armed peace had great political effects. The military forces and virtues were still exalted. Monarchs found a new occupation in symbolizing the nation in arms just when their political functions were diminishing. Some monarchs still chose their ministers. Few determined policy. But they concealed this by parading their military character. European monarchs on their public appearances always wore military uniform, dressing up as field marshals, honorary colonels or admirals of the fleet. This was new. In earlier ages monarchs did not wear military uniform unless they were actually serving officers. Louis XIV did not do so. Nor did George IV, earlier the Prince Regent, despite his claim to have been present at the Battle of Waterloo. The practice was commoner among the German princes and perhaps became universal in the later 19th century because nearly all monarchs after the fall of Napoleon III were either Germans, of German descent or married to Germans. Every English sovereign, for instance, between Queen Anne and George V had a German mother, except of course for Edward VII who had a German father. The European monarchs had a field day in this period thanks to the railways. They could move about more freely and took advantage of this to meet each other constantly, showing themselves off to their peoples on the way. Germany was their favorite meeting place, partly because of its central position and partly because of the family connections most monarchs had there. The Tsar went there nearly every year. Edward VII passed through Germany and called on his German relatives on his way to Marienbad. France, having become the only republic in Europe in 1871, missed most of these royal visitors except for the unofficial visits of Edward VII to Paris when Prince of Wales. But Russian Grand Dukes settled on the Riviera with their ballerina mistresses, and Queen Victoria, traveling as the Duchess of Lancaster, often went there in her old age. The monarchs were often called the crowned heads of Europe.
Few of them however actually held a coronation. The smart new ceremony took the form of an oath to the constitution. Franz Joseph managed to be crowned King of Hungary in 1867, but there was no coronation for the recently invented Emperor of Austria. Nor was there any coronation ceremony for the German Emperor. In England, George IV's was the last full-blown coronation. William IV had a cut-price one, and the example was followed by his successors. Victoria atoned for this by celebrating both her golden and her diamond jubilees. Only the Tsars maintained the ancient splendor, and the coronation of Nicholas II was a last blaze of the old Europe, recalling the great days of Byzantium. Monarchs were symbols of social stability as well as of nationalism. The social peril was still supposed to be great. The one great outbreak of political violence was the Paris Commune of 1871, which was not so much a proletarian or socialist revolution, despite Marx's championing of it, as a spontaneous protest. 210. By the Paris poor against defeat and harsh conditions. The Commune was suppressed with great savagery. 20,000 or more were killed, over 10,000 transported. This was a curious commentary on the claim of the bourgeoisie to be more civilized and tolerant than the absolute monarchs. Despite this, most socialist parties, even when theoretically Marxist, lost their revolutionary character and came to believe that the social revolution would be achieved automatically once they had won a majority of votes. The ballot box superseded the barricades. There were still exiled revolutionaries, now mostly Russian where they had previously been French or Italian. Anarchists were a speciality of the period. They commanded a sizable following in Italy and Spain. Otherwise they were lone operators, hoping to provoke a social collapse by individual acts of violence, like Conrad's secret agent who, however, only caused an explosion by accident. Monarchs were the favorite target of the anarchists and of their Russian counterpart the nihilists. The anarchist bag was considerable: a Tsar of Russia, a King of Italy, an Austrian Empress and a French President. There were also immigrants to Western Europe of a different political kind. These were the Russian Jews, fleeing from the pogroms and lesser brutalities that Tsarist governments sought to maintain themselves by. Vienna and Berlin had their Jewish quarters. In London the Jews took over much of the East End from the earlier slum dwellers. Russian anti-Semitism was of the traditional kind that was as old as Christianity itself. There was also a new political anti-Semitism, partly a bastard product of nationalism and partly a product of economic jealousy. There were anti-Semitic political parties in Austria and Germany. In France, anti-Semitism provoked in the Dreyfus case the gravest crisis of the Third Republic. Anti-Jewish riots were not uncommon in English towns and quite common in Welsh ones. Curiously, while poor Jews usually settled in London or Leeds when they could not move on to America, Jewish intellectuals preferred Central Europe, Berlin or Vienna, and Germany was generally regarded as giving Jews the warmest welcome. Even in the First World War the British government took up Zionism in order to win over European and American Jews who it was believed would otherwise support Germany. We know a great deal about the later 19th century. There are far more statistics than for any previous age. Indeed, reliance on fairly accurate statistics became common for both political and economic purposes. There are far more records, ranging from newspapers to the papers of government departments. There are reports of parliamentary debates, many of them verbatim. There was more serious study of economic and political problems. There were more observers of other countries, studying everything from folklore to contemporary art. Yet virtually all the books and articles written then and most of those written since by historians leave out half the human race. It would almost seem that European men appeared in the world fully grown or were brought into it by the agency of storks. In fact, at least half the inhabitants of Europe and probably a little more were women. Neglect of them was evidently a characteristic of the age, and continuance of this neglect indicates that most writers, especially historians, have not outgrown 19th century habits. Surely women too did not pass through this age of change unaffected. The legal changes are easiest to identify. In many countries there were restrictions on the work women could do in industries and limits on the hours they could work. Mining was often forbidden to them altogether. Women had always taught in the lowest level of primary schools, and now other professions were grudgingly open to them, beginning with medicine. A few were able to attend universities. There were a few women journalists and even daring women explorers of Asia and Africa. Women gifted enough to become writers, especially novelists, could escape from their inferior position almost completely. No one could suppose that George Sand was unemancipated, and many, including Gladstone, read the works of Mrs. Humphrey Ward as though they were a new gospel. 212. For the great majority of women life was what it had always been, domestic service for either their husbands or for an employer. No man in any class ever did any domestic work of any kind. In Ireland or the Balkans, where man, wife, and donkey went together to market, the man returned home on the donkey and the wife trudged behind carrying the day's purchases. Even in Great Britain, the most industrialized country, domestic service was still the largest single occupation. Indeed, the later 19th century was the golden age for the employer of domestic servants. In the 17th century, Pepys, a top civil servant at the Admiralty, had one resident female servant. His 19th century successor had 6. Higher up the social scale, noblemen had households of 50 or more. The Earl of Derby, for instance, had one dining hall for his guests, a second for the 50 upper servants, and a gloomy dungeon for the lowest rank of servants who did all the menial work and waited on the upper servants. A Hungarian count often had a town palace and 3 or 4 in the country, each with a staff of 80. In well-to-do houses there was usually a housekeeper as intermediary between her employer and the maidservants. In great houses there were separate staircases for the domestic servants who lived in tiny cells under the roof, often with 40 of them sharing one cold water tap. Domestic service was drudgery unaided by modern ingenuity. Coal had to be carried by hand often to the bedrooms as well as to the living rooms. The daily bath, now usual with the upper classes, meant that hot water had to be carried to every bedroom and then carried away. Coal fires involved the daily dusting of rooms, a particularly laborious task thanks to the clutter of bric-a-brac. The domestic servant was a slavey, her position redeemed only by the sense of belonging, in however degraded a way, to a community. In all the welter of modern inventions few benefited women. One was the sewing machine, developed during the 1850s. Often it was the only machine women ever saw, certainly the 213. Only one they ever used. In domestic use it was an unmixed blessing. In wider use it added to women's burdens. The song of the shirt was now the song of the sewing machine. In the sweatshops of the city slums women, working sewing machines, were driven harder than before, and their sufferings were one of the scandals of the age. Perhaps the typewriter should be added to women's blessings, at any rate towards the end of the period. In time it enabled the woman typist to replace the male clerk with his elegant copy hand. But most of this happened only during and after the First World War. The bicycle was a true emancipator. Women as much as men used it from the first and thus acquired a new freedom of movement. The bicycle also helped to stimulate the first step towards more rational women's clothing, in this case bloomers. But the pictures of this period show that women, particularly in the upper classes, took little advantage of their emancipation. Even the suffragettes were attired in the height of fashion, with hobble skirts and picture hats. The greatest step towards women's emancipation is also the one most difficult to explain or even to document. During the later 19th century the birth rate began to decline in most European countries, most markedly in the most advanced. Women were bearing fewer children. We do not know why or how. Was there some rational choice in favor of fewer children? If so, how did it spread across Europe, in villages as much as in towns, in Roman Catholic countries as much as in Protestant ones? Were there more abortions? Were artificial means of birth control used, presumably the sheath? There was a certain amount of illicit contraceptive propaganda, but surely too little to produce such decisive effects. One gets the impression of a vast secret society of women spreading the glad tidings in ways that no historian will ever detect. At any rate, it happened. Women were bearing fewer children, one of the greatest revolutions in the story of mankind. In other ways, women were far from emancipation sexually. The principle of one sexual law for men and another for women, 214, reached its highest point in the later 19th century. Gladstone said that he had known 11 British prime ministers and that 7 of them had been adulterers. The 20th century figure is much lower. Respectable married women were supposed to have no sexual feelings, though plenty of children. As Lord Curzon said, ladies don't move. Women lower down the social scale were regarded as providing the safety valve for rigid morality higher up. There were probably more prostitutes than ever before, though there is no precise means of knowing how many. Every continental town had its brothel, which often acted also as social center and cafe. In the capitalist order of the day, women, too, became a commodity to be freely bought and sold. On the other hand, protests against this double system were beginning to grow. The demand for the equality of women did not have to wait for the 20th century. Wherever we look, there is the same clash between what had been and what was to come. On the whole, the principles of change and movement were still winning. Despite all the differences of class, region, occupation, and even sex, Europeans were becoming more alike. Trade union leaders in their group photographs look indistinguishable from employers, the same clothes, the same beards, the same gold watch chains across their portly stomachs. Girls on the beach at Brighton in the early 20th century were wearing dresses not all that different from those worn at Ascot. Third-class railway carriages had become not much less comfortable, though sometimes more crowded, than first class. A Bulgarian prime minister looked much like a British prime minister, pursued much the same policies and used much the same political phrases in his speeches. Socialists came together in the Second International and even interfered in each other's domestic affairs, forbidding French socialists, for instance, to become members of bourgeois governments. State frontiers seemed to have lost most of their significance. Men crossed them freely, and so did ideas. There has never been a time when European culture was so truly one. Tolstoy was the 215 most highly regarded novelist in every European country. Shaw's plays were more widely performed in Germany than in England, and Germans spoke of Unser Shakespeare without provoking a smile. Stravinsky's Rite of Spring provoked a riot when it was performed in Paris, not however on nationalist grounds. The Halley Orchestra in Manchester had a German conductor. English artists settled in Etretat, and artists from every country found their home in Paris. Nearly everywhere men could be sure of reasonably fair treatment in courts of law. No one except the Russian Jews was killed for religious reasons. No one was killed for political reasons, despite the synthetic outbursts of political rhetoric. There was security at all levels. Men and even women could walk the streets safe from violence, and as yet pretty safe from the automobile. Money was safe from fluctuations. Even the poor were becoming less insecure and were protected from the extreme rigors of poverty and unemployment. The wonders of science were spread wide before mankind. It was a golden age, or seems so in retrospect. For this miraculous age of prosperity and security ended abruptly in 1914 with the outbreak of the greatest war ever known. In June 1914, Europe was in a state of profound peace, as it had been for 40 years past. A month later, all the great powers of Europe except Italy were at war, and Italy joined in 9 months later. Old Europe perished, and much of New Europe perished also. New differences arose, and Europe was not to know unity again. Crimea, the war that would not boil. John Bright, with ponderous Victorian wit, called the Crimean War a crime. Most historians have presented it as a bewildering series of diplomatic and military blunders. With the experience of the last few years to enlighten us, we should do better. We know that the diplomatic tangles since 1945, which may seem bewildering to the future historian, conceal the reality of the Cold War. The Crimean War was the Cold War in an earlier phase. Two world systems, mutually uncomprehending, lurched against each other, each convinced of its defensive good faith. The struggle between them was fought in a ragged way at the edges. Both sides shrank from the head-on collision which would have produced a war to remake the world, Russia from lack of strength, the Western powers from lack of conviction. Though the Crimean War seemed indecisive, great decisions followed from it. Without it neither Germany nor Italy could have been united, without it Europe would never have known the liberal era, that halcyon age which ended in 1914 and which, for centuries to come, men will regard as normal times, just as the barbarians looked back to the peace and security of Augustan Rome. The Crimean War is often treated in England as a war over the Eastern question, a war to secure the route to India, and thus a rehearsal for Disraeli's Peace with Honour campaign in 1878. This is to err both in time and place. The war had little or nothing to do with the security of India. The Suez Canal was not built, the overland route catered for a few travellers in a hurry, for that matter Russia's land route to India was still in. 217. The future. The Crimean War was fought for essentially European considerations against Russia rather than in favor of Turkey. It was fought for the sake of the balance of power and for the liberties of Europe. More positively, it aimed to substitute diplomacy by agreement, the concert of Europe, for the settlement of affairs at the dictation of a single great power. Disraeli was a consistent disciple of Metternich when he criticized the Crimean War and yet opposed Russia in 1878. The Crimean War had general altruistic motives. The crisis of 1878 was caused solely by the defense of imperial interests. In other words, 1878 was a Tory affair. The Crimean War, with all its muddle, sprang from Whig principles, the last fling of a dying party. British policy in the Near East had not been consistently anti-Russian before the Crimean War, though it became so afterwards. Canning, for instance, cooperated with Russia throughout the Greek War of Independence, and though Palmerston thought of working with France against Russia in the Near East in 1833, he ended up by working with Russia against France in 1839 and 1840. Throughout the 1840s, and indeed until the beginning of 1853, British suspicions were turned against France both at Constantinople and in Egypt, and Great Britain and Russia often made common cause in resisting French encroachment. Nor can there be any easy dividing line in their attitude to the Ottoman Empire, as though Russia wanted to break it up and Great Britain wished to preserve it. Both powers found it a convenience, and both powers doubted its capacity to survive. Their difference was in timing, not in judgment of the situation. The British attitude to Russia was very different when it came to Europe, hence the Crimean War makes sense only with a European background. Ever since 1815 British statesmen had been obsessed with the thought that, if France ceased to dominate Europe, Russia would take her place. As Napoleon had said, in 50 years all Europe would be either Republican or Cossack. Hence Castlereagh's rather absurd alliance with France. 218. And Austria in January 1815, hence Canning's calling in of a new world to redress the balance of the old, hence Palmerston's welcome to the July monarchy in France and his quadruple alliance with Spain and Portugal as well in 1834. This was one side of British policy, to maintain France as a great power and yet to keep her harmless just strong enough to check Russia's domination without reviving the same taste in herself. The other element in British policy was to develop the independence of Central Europe, so that it could hold its own against both Cossacks and Republicans without constant alarms or war. This was what was meant by the favorite description of Prussia and Austria as Great Britain's natural allies. They were serving the purposes of British policy without any effort on the British side. Curiously enough, Metternich and Palmerston, who were supposed to hate each other so much, were pursuing the same aims and served each other's needs. So long as the Metternich system worked, Central Europe was independent of both France and Russia, and the balance of power in Europe freed Great Britain from European commitments. The revolutions of 1848 ended this finely drawn policy. The fall of Metternich was a disaster to the British position, and it was little consolation to make out that he had fallen because of his refusal to take British advice. The revolutions of 1848 seemed to make France more powerful than before, to weaken Prussia, and to threaten Austria with elimination from the ranks of the great powers. Europe would become either Republican or Cossack. Though this bitter saying was not at once fulfilled, it seemed at most postponed. On the one side, France emerged from the revolutionary year under the rule of a new Bonaparte, inescapably committed to the overthrow of the treaties of 1815 and almost as much to the restoration of French domination in Europe. On the other, the revolutions in Central Europe, in Germany, in Italy, and in Hungary were defeated only with Russian backing, so far as Hungary went, only with Russian military aid. By 1850, Francis Joseph of Austria and Frederick 219. William IV of Prussia seemed to be Russian dependents, subservient not only from ideological similarity, but from their inability to hold their monarchical power except with Russian support. The Holy Alliance was the common form of kings. The defeat of the revolutions of 1848 with Russian aid had a profound effect on British public opinion. Before 1848, fear of Russia had been a diplomat's calculation, there had been no Russian bogey. After 1848, British liberals picked up the habit of continental radicals and began to regard Russia as the tyrant of Europe. War against Russia was regarded as the preliminary to any radical success elsewhere. The old diplomatic apprehension of Russia now seemed tepid and half-hearted. In radical circles, for instance, it was common doctrine that Palmerston was in Russian pay. The proof was found in his reluctance to launch the great European War of Liberation. This theory can be found worked out in the essays which Karl Marx wrote on the Eastern question. He learned it from the pro-Turk lunatic, Urquhart. Except among radicals and exiles, fear of France still predominated in England until the spring of 1853. Indeed, belief that the British were more apprehensive about Belgium than about Turkey was one of the factors which led Tsar Nicholas to act so carelessly and so provocatively in May 1853, when the war crisis first began to stir. There was, of course, another and more obvious cause of Russian confidence. A coalition ministry had been formed in England at the end of 1852 under Lord Aberdeen, and Aberdeen, though a free trader, was an old-fashioned Tory. He had no sympathy with radical hostility to Russia, great confidence in the Tsar's good faith, and great distrust of Napoleon III. If Aberdeen had had his way, there would have been no Crimean War. Russia would have strengthened her position in Turkey, consolidated her reactionary hold over Europe, and Great Britain would have consoled herself by taking Egypt. This would have been a reasonable, though not an idealistic, solution, hence the later regrets of Lord Salisbury, a reasonable man without ideals, that it was not adopted. It 220 could only have been adopted by a purely Tory cabinet, and from such a cabinet Aberdeen was barred by his free trade doctrines. Instead, he was saddled with Whig colleagues, Palmerston and Russell, who were both in their way friendly to France and who both, without yet distrusting the Tsar, wished to draw a sharp line against any new Russian advance. Russell had been Prime Minister, Palmerston was going to be. They were both pretty clear that a firm line against Russia would be a winning card in the game for public favor which they were playing against each other. Here too, if Palmerston and Russell had had their way, there would have been no war. The Tsar would have stepped aside from the Eastern question before his prestige was involved and waited for a more favorable opportunity. Perhaps even, as we go on dreaming nowadays, Russian despotism would have saved everyone the trouble of a war by crumbling from within. It was this mixture of conciliation always too grudging and firmness always too late which, on the British side, produced the Crimean War. There was, however, another principle in the war, one often forgotten in British and even in Russian accounts. Neither the Tsar nor the British government wanted war, Napoleon III did. Not necessarily the Crimean War as it worked itself out, but a war which would disrupt the existing structure of Europe. Thus Great Britain became involved in war in order to preserve the balance of power and to defend the liberties of Europe. Napoleon III pushed into war in order to overthrow the balance of power and to clear the way for French domination. After all, it is a simple calculation that if the allies of a great war fall out, the defeated party will come into his own. In 1853 the calculation was made in Paris, now it is made in every German village. The Crimean War was not a good war from Napoleon III's point of view. A war in Poland, in Italy, or on the Rhine, would have been much better. But it was better than no war at all. On the other hand, Napoleon III had learned from his uncle's failure, that is, in the scrappy, illogical way in which men use the past to prop up their own prejudices. Napoleon III. 221. Supposed, though wrongly, that his uncle's great mistake had been to quarrel with England. His key to success was therefore to be the British alliance, and the Crimean War was welcome to him in that it gave him this alliance. In the long run, however, Napoleon III did no better with the British alliance than his uncle had done without it, unless it is better to die in childhood than at St. Helena. By the summer of 1853 France, Russia, and Great Britain were all tugging themselves into war in their different ways. The Tsar, though with no deep-laid plans for encroaching on Turkey, had grown too confident, regarding Prussia and Austria as his satellites. He supposed that he could display his prestige at Constantinople without risk. When this proved mistaken, he, like the Russians generally when they are challenged, felt genuinely threatened with aggression, and in Russian eyes the Crimean War was a defensive war. The British government, though also without deep-laid plans, would not allow the Tsar's claims and, in their anxiety to win the alliance of France, often acted more firmly than Napoleon III expected or desired. Napoleon, on his side, wanted to shake Russia's prestige and to build up his own, but most of all, he wanted to keep in step with the British, who, with the same motive, constantly quickened the pace until the two fleets tumbled into the Black Sea more to prove mutual good faith and enthusiasm as allies than to oppose Russia. As a matter of fact, when the British and French fleets entered the Black Sea at the end of 1853, the Crimean War, not yet started, had already been won so far as the original causes of war, or excuses for it, were concerned. That is, the Tsar was quite prepared to drop his immediate claims on Turkey, once it became clear that England and France intended to resist them. This did not satisfy the Western allies. With their public opinion roused and their resources mobilized, what they wanted was a decision, not merely the withdrawal of the present Russian demands. The problem of the Crimean War, never solved, lay here. The Russians had dropped their demands because the British and French fleets, 222, had entered the Black Sea. How could the renewal of these demands be prevented when the British and French fleets went away again? The problem had two sides, military and diplomatic. The military problem was, how to get at the Russians, in order to inflict on them the defeat which would make them accept the terms needed for Europe's security. The diplomatic problem was, what were the terms which should be imposed on the Russians when they were defeated? The two problems were mixed up throughout the war. Sometimes the Allies tried to devise terms which would make a defeat of the Russians unnecessary, sometimes they dreamt of a defeat so decisive as to spare them the trouble of devising terms. At bottom the problem was insoluble. The Western powers could not alone inflict on Russia a decisive and lasting defeat, nor, even were she defeated, could they devise terms which would ensure against a renewal of her expansion. It would have been a different matter if Austria and Prussia, the states of Central Europe, could have been drawn into the war. Hence the real decision of the Crimean War came from the two Germanic powers when they decided to stay out of it. Austria and Prussia were the third force. Their persistence in this line of policy both caused the Crimean War and led to its being indecisive. Until the beginning of 1854 the Tsar had regarded them as reliable satellite states, dependent on his support. As soon, however, as he depended on their support, they ceased to be satellites. He could no longer keep France out of the Near East by a threat from Prussia on the Rhine and from Austria in Italy. The Western powers imagined that the third force had come over to their side and that a full-scale defeat of Russia was in sight. Certainly a coalition of all the great powers of Europe against Russia would have excluded her from Europe, might even have destroyed her as a great power. Poland would have been restored, Turkey secured, Louis Napoleon would have become master of Europe. This was an outcome more unwelcome to Prussia and Austria even than Russian Domina 223. Shin of Turkey. Whereas the Western powers wanted a decision, the Central powers wanted no decision, and they got their way. Prussia had the great advantage that she was indifferent to the affairs of the Near East, though concerned with the general European balance. Hence her neutrality was genuinely impartial. Her only aim, which seemed craven enough, was to ensure that no fighting took place on Prussian soil. This no doubt benefited Russia and won her gratitude, but since Prussia did not promise anything to the Western powers, she did not disappoint them either. When the war ended, Prussia was not at first invited to the Peace Congress at Paris. This seemed a humiliation. Later events showed the enormous gains to be won from keeping out of other people's quarrels. Any contemporary statesman who wishes to reap the advantages of the third course should study the policy of Prussia during the Crimean War. Austrian policy is equally instructive. It shows the disadvantages of a neutrality which offends both sides. Whereas Prussia was neutral from indifference, Austria was neutral from being too deeply committed. She had her own grounds for opposing Russia. Russia's control of the mouth of the Danube, where her troops had established themselves in 1853, cut one of Austria's main economic arteries with the outer world. Thus the practical aim of Austrian policy was to get Russia out of Romania and to get herself in. But there were complicating factors. If Austria entered the war on the side of the Western powers, she would bear the brunt of the fighting. Worse, an Allied victory, expelling Russia from Europe, would make Napoleon III supreme and thus clear the way for the national principle. Austria would win Romania at too high a price if she lost her Italian lands, the symbol of her imperial greatness. Yet, apart from her anxiety about Romania, Austria dared not favor Russia nor even keep a resolute neutrality, for fear that Napoleon III would explode Italy against her. As a result, Austria followed the worst of all policies. She offended the Tsar by refusing to promise a secure neutrality. She offended the Western powers by refusing to go to war. She pressed her 224 alliance on England and France in order to conciliate them. She failed to operate it and left them more estranged than before. Neutrality, like virtue, has its merits if maintained inviolate. It can also be sold for a high price. The one impossible thing is to be up for auction and to remain virtuous at the same time. The first stage of the Crimean War was the stage when the Western powers imagined that the third force could be drawn into the war and a real decision thus produced. This stage lasted until the summer of 1854, by which time Prussian neutrality was certain and Austrian belligerence uncertain. The Crimean War, in the strict sense of the term, followed the war with all its blunders and muddles which perplexed contemporaries and baffled posterity. Yet the confusion had a simple cause: how could the Allies get at Russia when the great neutral buffer of Central Europe was interposed between them? The Allies had hoped that the Russians would obligingly remain in Romania in order that they might be defeated there. Instead, the Russians withdrew from Romania in July 1854. In their perplexity, the Allies decided on Sebastopol, the Russian naval base in the Crimea, which was supposed to be vulnerable to an amphibious operation. As a matter of fact, it took nearly a year's fighting and the mobilization of armies on a continental scale for this amphibious operation to succeed. It takes two to make a war. Russian strength in the Near East lay in her proximity, her strength in the European balance lay in her army. Her naval power in the Black Sea was a secondary affair, and it could always be checked if the British and French fleets, or even the British fleet alone, passed the straits. If the Russians had abandoned Sebastopol and sealed off the Crimea, the Western Allies would have scored a success of prestige, but Russia would have been weaker than before. The Allies would have cruised undisturbed in the Black Sea until their position became ridiculous, they would then have retired, and Russia's pressure on Turkey could have been resumed. But autocratic monarchies also have their prestige. The Tsar did not grasp that if the Allies failed to defeat him, he had won, whereas, whatever 225 efforts he made at Sebastopol, he could not defeat the Allies. Russia's military strength lies in withdrawal, but this has always to be imposed upon her by her enemies, instead of being a conscious choice. Alexander I fought Napoleon at Austerlitz and even wanted to fight on the frontier in 1812, Stalin was only saved from catastrophe on the frontier in 1941 by being caught unprepared. In the Crimean War, the Tsar obligingly provided the maritime powers with the battlefield which they could never have found for themselves. Instead of being withdrawn, the Russian armies in Sebastopol were reinforced, and Russia exhausted herself for the sake of the maritime powers. The Allies lamented that they had not taken Sebastopol by a coup de main when they landed in 1854, if they had, there would have been no Crimean War and nothing would have been achieved at all. For the essence of war is not to take this point or that, but to destroy, or at least to weaken, the military strength of the enemy. This was accomplished by the year's fighting in front of Sebastopol. The Russian armies were greatly weakened, Russia's military prestige lessened, most of all, Russia's economic resources were intolerably strained. It took Russia a generation to recover from the effort of the Crimean War, and in this generation Europe was remade without Russian interference. The defeat of the Russian armies, and the weakening of Russian power, were the real result of the Crimean War, but this was a result too vague to satisfy the victorious Allies. Their victory had to be translated into a treaty of peace, yet they had no clear idea what this treaty should contain. As on other occasions, the Western powers knew what they were fighting against, not what they were fighting for. They were fighting against Russia, and their real wish was that Russia should cease to exist, or what amounts to the same thing, become a modest and satisfied member of an Anglo-French world. Napoleon III was prepared to accept the logic of this wish. When Sebastopol fell, he proposed to the British government a program which would sweep Russia from Europe and destroy her as a great 226 power. The program of full national reconstruction, especially of Poland, which would incidentally make France supreme in Europe. The British government had the exactly opposite aim. They had wished to destroy Russian supremacy in Europe without putting French supremacy in its place. Yet on the other hand they were the more eager of the two to continue the war until a decision had been reached. A characteristic compromise followed. Each accepted the other's negative, the war was brought to an end, without any positive war aims being drawn up. This is not to say that the Crimean War accomplished nothing, or even that the Treaty of Paris contained nothing of moment. Apart from the weakening of Russian power, which could not be put into a treaty, the Crimean War had two achievements, one which lasted for nearly 80 years, the other for 15 years. The more permanent outcome, as things go in international affairs, was the independence of Romania, freeing the mouth of the Danube from either Russian or Austrian control. The Russian army had withdrawn in July 1854, the Austrian army had taken its place, and the Austrians had hoped to annex Romania. But they would not pay the French price, which was to give up Italy, therefore they had to withdraw in their turn, and Romania became a genuinely independent state, a buffer between Russian interests and those of Central Europe, until the time of Stalin and Hitler. The more prized achievement of the Treaty of Paris was the neutralization of the Black Sea. Russia was forbidden to maintain a fleet in the Black Sea, or to rebuild her naval arsenals. It is true that the same restrictions were imposed on Turkey, but since the Turks could maintain a fleet in the Sea of Marmara, they could always dominate the Black Sea in time of war. The neutralization clauses of the Treaty of Paris were a rehearsal for the demilitarization of the Rhineland in the Treaty of Versailles, and equally futile. Either Russia accepted them because she feared England and France, in that case she would repudiate them when she ceased to fear England or France. 227. Alternatively, Russia accepted them because she had changed her ways and given up aggression against Turkey, In that case they were unnecessary. The British and French would not keep their fleets in the Black Sea indefinitely, they were not even sure that they would remain indefinitely on good terms. Hence they tried to make the Russians promise that they would continue to behave as though the Allied fleets were still in the Black Sea when in fact they had been long withdrawn. A treaty of peace can only define the conditions of the present, it cannot bind the future. This the Russians demonstrated 15 years later, when they repudiated the Black Sea clauses of the Treaty of Paris. The British doctrine of the sanctity of treaties was upheld only by the pious pretense of a conference in London, at which the powers, to no one's surprise, confirmed what Russia had already done. The neutralization clauses taught a lesson which was ignored in 1919, if you wish to perpetuate a military victory, you must perpetuate the balance of forces which produced that victory. The Crimean War was, in short, a war that did not come off, a war without a decision. But that was itself the decision. Though Russian strength was not broken, Russian influence in Europe was lessened. Though French prestige was increased, France did not become dominant in Europe. Napoleon III thought he had freed his hands in order to remodel Italy and Germany to his own taste. It turned out that Italy and Germany had freed their own hands to remodel themselves against him. Cavour and Bismarck, not Napoleon III, were the real victors of the Crimean War. If there were a moral to be drawn from the Crimean War which might apply to the present, it would be this: in a war between Russia and the West, it is the powers which keep out who will be the real gainers. Last time it gave Prussia mastery of Germany. For the British, the Crimean War, though superficially inconclusive, was less of a disappointment than it was to Napoleon III. They had set out to lessen Russian power, and they had succeeded. Later on, they imagined that they had 228. Intended to give Turkey the chance of reforming herself, and were correspondingly embittered when no reform followed. Nevertheless, the Crimean War brought real gains to the British. The balance of power in Europe was strengthened, not overthrown, and Great Britain did not need to intervene in a continental war for 60 years thereafter. 2 generations of peace are something to be thankful for, it is more than we have had in our lifetime. This was first given as a lecture at the Von Rylands Library, Manchester, and published by the library in 1954. Alan Taylor wrote of it, "The lecture was the only one I ever gave with a prepared script. It was an offshoot from the struggle for mastery in Europe 1848 to 1918. If I were to deliver the lecture again, I should be less critical of John Bright and more critical of British policy." John Bright was the greatest of all parliamentary orators. He had many political successes. Along with Richard Cobden, he conducted the campaign which led to the repeal of the Corn Laws. He did more than any other man to prevent the intervention of this country on the side of the South during the American Civil War, and he headed the reform agitation of 1867 which brought the industrial working class within the pale of the Constitution. It was Bright who made possible the Liberal Party of Gladstone, Asquith, and Lloyd George, and the alliance between middle-class idealism and trade unionism, which he promoted, still lives in the present-day Labour Party. Yet his noblest work, as certainly his greatest speeches, were made in a campaign which failed, a campaign which brought him much unpopularity and led finally to a mental collapse, his opposition to the Crimean War. His attitude caused him to lose his parliamentary seat at Manchester in 1857 and so severed his political connection with the city forever. Bright blamed the merchant princes of Manchester for his defeat, and it is therefore especially fitting that we should look again at Bright's stand during the Crimean War on a foundation established to commemorate one of the greatest of these merchant princes. I have personal reasons, too, for this gesture of atonement. At 230. Bright's Old School, where I was educated, there was an annual prize for a Bright oration, and I have heard his great speeches against the Crimean War recited a score of times in the school library which bears his name. I, in revolt as usual against my surroundings, sought only something to Bright's discredit and proposed to offer one of his speeches against the Factory Acts.
but these were not included in his collected speeches, and I was not used, as I am now, to going through the columns of old Hansard's. One therefore remains silent, and it is only now, 30 years later, that I come to repeat the greatest sentences ever uttered in any parliamentary assembly. I am not, however, concerned to defend Bright, much as I now admire him. I have also learned to admire the diplomatic skill and judgment of the aged charlatan, Palmerston. Bright said of him, "I regard him as a man who has experience, but who with experience has not gained wisdom, as a man who has age, but who, with age, has not the gravity of age, and who, now occupying the highest seat of power, has, and I say it with pain, not appeared influenced by a due sense of the responsibility that belongs to that elevated position." I do not think that any historian who has examined the record of Palmerston's foreign policy would now endorse that judgment, though he would still be struck by Palmerston's jocular self-confidence and even occasionally by his levity. It is my intention, and I can say in all sincerity that I did not know when I started how the conclusion would work out, to examine Bright's criticism of the Crimean War in the light of later events and of the more detailed knowledge which we now possess, rather than to vindicate or condemn him. When I began this inquiry, I was struck and indeed surprised by the material for my theme. I have some experience of public agitation on issues of foreign policy. I have sat on committees for aid to Spain and Czechoslovakia and for Anglo-Soviet friendship. I can remember vaguely the pacifist movement of the First World War. I expected to find the same hubbub of 293 public meetings, pamphlets, letters to the press, articles in newspapers and periodicals, which serve as the undertone for debates in Parliament. Gladstone used all these weapons in his attacks on Disraeli's Eastern policy only 20 years later. Indeed, he did better than we. He used to stick his head out of the railway carriage and address waiting crowds at every station he passed through. Here was Bright engaged in the greatest political conflict of his career, yet he used none of the means that we should think essential. He did not write a pamphlet. He did not address a single letter to the newspapers. He wrote one letter to Absalom Watkin, designed for publication and stating his case against the war, on October 29, 1854, when the war had already been raging for 6 months. He attended in all 3 public meetings, over a period of nearly 2 years, and all in Manchester. They were designed to explain his attitude to his constituents, not to appeal to public opinion. The first, held on December 18, 1854, was not organized by Bright, but to declare against him. Neither he nor his opponents could get a hearing. At the second, on April 5, 1855, he spoke for an hour. The third was held on January 28, 1856, after the peace preliminaries had been signed. Bright, speaking for 2 hours, defended his past conduct and collapsed at the end. Thus he made one public speech against the war while it was on, and this was to a limited audience. We have therefore to look solely at Bright's speeches in the House of Commons. And here is another surprising thing. He never spoke against the war before it was declared. Let me refresh your memory with some dates. The diplomatic conflict between Russia and the Western powers, Great Britain and France, began at Constantinople in May 1853. Russian forces occupied the mouth of the Danube in July. The Allied fleets passed the straits in October. They entered the Black Sea in December. Throughout all this time there are only 2 passing references to the crisis in Bright's diary, one at the end of May, one in July. In October he addressed a conference of the Peace Society, but mainly on generalities with little reference to 232 immediate events. Early in 1854, the crisis grew graver. On 27 March war was declared. Again Bright remained silent. On 15 March he wrote a letter to Lord Aberdeen, the Prime Minister, not for publication, arguing in favor of peace. His first speech was on March 31, 4 days after the declaration of war. It was a speech to clear his conscience,
not to change the course of policy. I am unwilling to lose this opportunity, of clearing myself from any portion of the responsibility which attaches to those who support the policy which the government has adopted. At the end, he strikes the same note. For myself, I do not trouble myself whether my conduct in Parliament is popular or not. I care only that it shall be wise and just as regards the permanent interests of my country, and I despise from the bottom of my heart the man who speaks a word in favor of this war, or of any war which he believes might have been avoided, merely because the press and a portion of the people urge the government to enter into it. Bright did not speak again on the war until December 22, 1854. This speech, too, was vindication, not advocacy. Vindication this time more of Cobden, who had been attacked by Lord John Russell, than of himself. And there is the same note of clearing his conscience. Let it not be said that I am alone in my condemnation of this war, and of this incapable and guilty administration. And, even if I were alone, if mine were a solitary voice, raised amid the din of arms and the clamour of a venal press, I should have the consolation I have tonight, and which I trust will be mine to the last moment of my existence, the priceless consolation that no word of mine has tended to promote the squandering of my country's treasure or the spilling of one single drop of my country's blood. In February 1855, negotiations for peace abortive, as it turned out, were opened at Vienna. On February 23, Bright made a short speech, appealing for an immediate armistice if 299. The negotiations showed promise of success. Though this speech contains his most celebrated oratorical passage, "The Angel of Death has been abroad throughout the land," it had a practical aim, and for once Bright addressed both Palmerston and Lord John Russell in conciliatory, friendly terms. Finally, when the negotiations at Vienna had failed, Bright spoke again on June 7. He argued that the proposed peace terms would have been satisfactory and that there was no purpose in continuing the war. But this time he did not merely protest or clear his conscience. He appealed to the House to revolt against Palmerston's government and against the bellicose press. If every man in this House, who doubts the policy that is being pursued, would boldly say so in this House and out of it, it would not be in the power of the press to mislead the people as it has done for the last 12 months. We are the depositaries of the power and the guardians of the interests of a great nation and of an ancient monarchy. Why should we not fully measure our responsibility? Why should we not disregard the small-minded ambition that struggles for place? And why should we not, by a faithful, just, and earnest policy, restore, as I believe we may, tranquility to Europe and prosperity to the country so dear to us? Thus Bright spoke in all only 4 times on the war in a period of nearly 2 years. Only his first speech and his letter to Absalom Watkins stated his case against the war at length. Indeed, we may say that his reputation as an opponent of the war was gained as much by silent and sustained disapproval as by his speeches. Before I discuss his criticism of the war, I should like to turn aside for a moment to consider why Bright was relatively so inactive, so much more silent, for example, than at the time of the American Civil War a few years later. In part, he felt it hopeless to contend against the war fever of the press. Cobden felt this even more strongly. He said in 1862, "I was so convinced of the utter uselessness of raising one's voice in opposition to war when it has once begun, that I made up my mind." 234. That so long as I was in political life, should a war again break out between England and a great power, I would never open my mouth upon the subject from the time the first gun was fired until the peace was made. This is a surprising tribute to the power of the press, the more surprising when one reflects that the total newspaper reading public in England did not at that time number 100,000. Perhaps this is itself the explanation. In 1854 Bright sat for a middle-class constituency and thought only of his middle-class voters. His only public speech was an explanation to his constituents, not a general appeal. After 1858, when he sat for Birmingham, he addressed himself to working-class opinion, regardless either of the middle-class voters or the middle-class press. Indeed, it was the Crimean War which helped to set Bright on the democratic path.
To adapt George II's remark to William Pitt, it taught him to look elsewhere than the House of Commons, or even the electorate, for the will of the people. Of course, this was not new to Bright. He was always more of a man of the people than Cobden. Cobden lived in Sussex, a failure as a businessman. Bright never moved from Rochdale, next door to his mill. Their paths diverged after the repeal of the Corn Laws. Free trade had always been an international cause for Cobden. Witness his triumphal tour of Europe in 1846, and he went on to preach international arbitration and disarmament. Bright had been interested in the practical issue of cheap bread, and he turned from free trade to parliamentary reform, a course of which Cobden disapproved. This led Bright largely to ignore foreign affairs. It is no accident that Cobden spoke in the Great Don Pacifico debate in 1850 and Bright did not. It was not his subject. The early radicals thought in terms of criticizing the established government, not of superseding it. Witness again Cobden's remark that he could have had a great career in the United States, but that it was useless for him to harbor ambition in aristocratic England. Bright and Cobden assumed. 235. That England was fated to endure aristocratic misrule for many years Cobden supposed, at least during his lifetime. Bright gradually moved to the more constructive position that aristocratic rule could be ended and democracy take its place. His last Crimean War speech contains a first statement of this new attitude. Yet, even now, it was the promise of a political leader of the right views from within the closed circle which gave him greater hope. This leader was Gladstone, after his resignation from Palmerston's government at the beginning of 1855. Here was the first hint of the alliance between Gladstone and Bright which triumphed in 1868, an alliance in which Gladstone was the statesman and Bright the agitator. Bright therefore learned his way slowly in foreign affairs, beginning with a few radical prejudices and gradually examining the practical issues. Observe, I do not say Quaker prejudices. Though Bright spoke often as anyone would of the horrors and bloodshed of war, he never used pacifist arguments against it. Indeed, he was not a pacifist. He supported the forcible suppression of the Indian Mutiny. He urged the North to continue the American Civil War to decisive victory, when even Cobden favored compromise. Bright doubted, I think, the relevance of Quakerism to public life. Dr. Trevelyan remarks casually that Bright never spoke in meeting, but draws no moral from it. Perhaps only someone of Quaker stock and upbringing can appreciate its significance. The Society of Friends was still quietist, concerned with the inner light, not with social duty, and, in addition, there was a distinction between ministers and other members of the society which has now almost disappeared. I do not say that Bright ever ceased to regard himself as a full member of the society, but he thought that, by entering politics, he had made himself the humblest of members and, conversely, he kept Quakerism out of his politics. Or rather, though he kept out Quaker principles, he used Quaker methods. His speeches, for all their oratory, rely on fact and argument as much as on emotional appeal. As Bright said in answer to Palmerston, I am not afraid of discussing the war. 236. With the noble lord on his own principles. I understand the blue books as well as he, a claim that was fully justified. Though Bright did not condemn war from pacifism, he certainly condemned it on grounds of economy. His Crimean War speeches all speak of the disturbance to trade and the increase of taxes. He has often been blamed for this. Tennyson wrote at the time of the broad-brimmed hawker of holy things, whose ear is crammed with his cotton, and rings even in dreams to the chink of his pence. I should add, in fairness to Tennyson, that there is much other internal evidence in Maud to suggest that the hero, or narrator, of it was mad. Sir Llewellyn Woodward, who refers to the prosy and, at times, repellent religiosity of his letters and diaries, discredits Bright with the comic quotation, "Our carpet trade grievously injured by war raising the price of tow." Sir Llewellyn Woodward, I suspect, had heard that Bright was in the cotton trade and did not appreciate that John Bright and Brothers manufactured carpets, as they still do.
What therefore more natural than that he should make a business note in his private diary? Bright showed during the American Civil War that he could rise above arguments addressed to his economic interests or those of Lancashire. The story of Bright's commercialism, which brings together not only Tennyson and Sir Llewellyn Woodward but such strange companions as Palmerston and Karl Marx, springs largely, as Bright himself said, from the inability to answer his more serious arguments. In any case, it is well to bear in mind the composition of the House of Commons, in which Bright delivered his speeches. Neither of the two great parties, the Conservatives under Disraeli and the Whigs led, if that is not too dignified a term, by Lord John Russell, had a majority. The balance was held by the Peelites, the remnant of those Conservatives who had followed Peel over free trade in 1846, and the Radicals. These 285 last two had much in common so far as economic doctrine was concerned, despite their difference of social background. The government of Lord Aberdeen, which began the Crimean War, was a coalition of Peelites and Whigs, with one radical member, Molesworth, and possessing radical support. Palmerston's government, which took its place in 1855, was Whig and radical, the Peelites in uneasy and discredited neutrality. To whom then was Bright to appeal, if he was to achieve a practical effect at all? Not to the Conservatives. For, though they claimed to oppose Palmerston, Bright had an incurable distrust of Disraeli. Remember his reply when Disraeli said to him after the Angel of Death speech, "I would give all I ever had to have made that speech you made just now." Well, you might have made it if you had been honest. He could not appeal to the Whigs. He regarded Russell and Palmerston as the principal authors of the war and directed his main arguments against the Whig doctrine of the balance of power. Besides, the Whigs had a long record of frivolity and incapacity in regard to finance. Hence, his practical object was to persuade the Peelites and Radicals to take advantage of their balancing position. They could bring the Whigs to heel if they wished to do so. His economic arguments were designed for the Peelites, as were his recollections of Peel himself. I recollect when Sir Robert Peel addressed the House on a dispute which threatened hostilities with the United States. I recollect the gravity of his countenance, the solemnity of his tone, his whole demeanor showing that he felt in his soul the responsibility that rested on him. This appeal certainly had its effect on Gladstone, particularly after his resignation from office in February 1855. But Bright had to appeal especially to the Radicals and Free Trade Liberals, his former allies, who had now abandoned their principles of economy for the sake of fighting a war of liberation against Russia. This is an essential point, one lost sight of in later years, when the Eastern question came to be regarded as bound up with the route to India. The route to India had nothing to do with the Crimean War. The Danube, not the 238 Suez Canal, was the only waterway involved. The Crimean War was fought much more against Russia than in favor of Turkey. And it was fought not only in the name of the balance of power. Russia was regarded as the tyrant of Europe, the main prop of the Holy Alliance, and English radicals thought that they were now getting their own back for the Russian intervention which had helped to defeat the revolutions of 1848. The veteran radical, Joseph Hume, who had moved a reduction in the army estimates every year since 1823, voted for the estimates in 1854. There could be no more striking evidence of the radical conversion. The radical crusading spirit against Russia could be illustrated in 1,000 ways. I will limit myself to one quotation from a correspondent of Cobden's. This, then, is my creed. I look upon Russia as the personification of despotism, the apostle of legitimacy. In the present state of Poland and Hungary we see her work. Such a power can be curbed only by war, and must be so curbed sooner or later, if Europe is to remain free. If we believe that God wills the liberty and happiness of mankind, how can we doubt that we are doing God's work in fighting for liberty against aggression? Perhaps I should add that this is a genuine quotation from a letter of November 1855, and is not taken from yesterday's newspaper. Bright's principal arguments were directed against this radical enthusiasm. Why was he not affected by it? It was, I think, A lesson learned from Cobden. Cobden had always preached non-intervention in European affairs. What is more, he had always looked with a friendly eye on Russian expansion. In a pamphlet which he wrote as early as 1836, he asked, "Can anyone doubt that, if the government of St. Petersburg were transferred to the shores of the Bosphorus, a splendid and substantial European city would, in less than 20 years, spring up in the place of those huts which now constitute the capital of Turkey?" In this pamphlet Cobden even challenged. 239. The radical predilection for Poland. Russian rule, he wrote, has been followed by an increase in the amount of peace, wealth, liberty, civilization, and happiness, enjoyed by the great mass of the people. The Polish people, though far from prosperous, have enjoyed many benefits by their change of government. Bright had not always shared Cobden's view. As a young man, he wrote a poem in favor of Poland, a very bad poem which he once quoted with startling effect in a parliamentary speech. But he came in time to accept Cobden's belief that free trade would civilize every country, including Russia, and that political freedom would follow of itself. He wrote to Cobden in 1851, at the time of Kossuth's visit to England: "I shall go against any notion of fighting for Hungary or any other country. By perfecting our own institutions, by promoting the intelligence, morality, and health of our own country, and by treating all other nations in a just and generous and courteous manner, we shall do more for humanity than by commissioning Palmerston to regenerate Hungary by fleets in the Black Sea and the Baltic." He struck the same note in April 1854, "They confound the blowing up of ships and the slaughter of thousands with the cause of freedom, as if there were any connection in matters wholly apart." This was a clear doctrine of non-intervention, applicable to all wars of intervention anywhere at any time, applicable, for instance, as much to Italy as to the Balkans. But in regard to the Crimean War, Bright did not really take a purely neutral attitude. Not only did he think that nothing good could be achieved by a Russian victory over Turkey. He dismissed all claims that the Ottoman Empire had reformed, or was capable of reform, and he referred to the natural solution, which is, that the Mahometan power in Europe should eventually succumb to the growing power of the Christian population of the Turkish territories. Observe that he does not refer to the national conflict between the Balkan peoples and their Ottoman rulers, and indeed he seems to have been unaware. 240. At this time that Turkey in Europe was inhabited by peoples of different, even conflicting, nationalities. He anticipated the establishment in Constantinople of a Christian state. The Christian population would grow more rapidly in numbers, in industry, in wealth, in intelligence, and in political power. Why did Bright believe this? He knew no more about Turkey than anyone else. No independent reporters had visited Turkey, and Bright took his information on conditions there from the Blue Books. His faith in the Balkan Christians rested solely on dogma, above all, on the dogma that they were more capable of absorbing the lessons of free trade. The dogma was well founded. All the same, there is a striking contrast with the discussions on the Eastern question later in the century, discussions which were based on reliable first-hand information and on awareness of the national issue. Bright claimed to approach the Crimean War with detachment. In reality he came to it with his mind made up. First he was against the war, then he discovered the arguments to justify his opposition. But this is perhaps to anticipate what should be a conclusion. Let me turn to the arguments which he used. It will, I think, be convenient to put them into two categories, though Bright did not make this logical distinction: arguments against any war over the Eastern question, perhaps even against any war at all, and arguments against this particular war, based on the Blue Books which recounted the diplomatic events of 1853. Incidentally, here is a practical reason why Bright only spoke so late in the day. The first Blue Book was published on March 17, 1854. Bright spoke against the war a fortnight later. He could not have made his case earlier. This speech gives Bright's main arguments against the war, and I shall analyze it in detail. He begins, quite rightly, with the French demands of 1,852 in favor of the Latin Church at Jerusalem. Then, he says, Russia required that Turkey should define by treaty or convention or by a simple note, or memorandum, what was conceded, and 241. What were the rights of Russia? Turkey, he insists, was decaying, and Russia was bound to interfere, or have a strong interest, in the internal policy of the Ottoman Empire. This Russian interference was, of course, the mission of Prince Menshikov to Constantinople. Here Bright made his first substantial point. On May 5, 1853, according to him, Lord Stratford de Redcliffe, British ambassador at Constantinople, insisted that the Turks should refuse the Russian demands. He urged upon the Turkish government the necessity of resistance to any of the demands of Russia, promising the armed assistance of England, whatever consequences might ensue. He makes the same point in the letter to Absalom Watkin. But for the English minister at Constantinople and the cabinet at home the dispute would have settled itself, and the last note of Prince Menshikov would have been accepted. Lord Stratford de Redcliffe held private interviews with the Sultan, insisted on his rejection of all terms of accommodation with Russia, and promised him the armed assistance of England if war should arise. Here then is the start of Bright's case. The Turks wanted to sign the Menshikov note, the French government did not object. JT was through the interference of Lord Stratford de Redcliffe acting, I presume, in accordance with instructions from our cabinet, and promising the intervention of the fleets that the rejection of that note was secured. On the basis of Bright's argument Stratford de Redcliffe has been branded with responsibility for the war from that day to this. But does our later knowledge confirm the accusation? I am afraid it does not. Firstly, there was never a secret interview of May 5, and Bright himself subsequently dropped the story. Far from encouraging the Turks to resist, Stratford advised them to meet the Russian demands fully over the holy places. He took a different line only when Menshikov demanded the recognition of a Russian protectorate over all Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire. The Turks would have resisted this claim with or. 242. Without Stratford's advice, which was, in any case, directed to compromise, not rejection, and even now he gave them no promise at all of British support. Moreover, Russia's demands were not as innocent as Bright made out. Menshikov wanted to make Russia supreme at Constantinople to end the infernal dictatorship of this Redcliffe and to put that of Russia in its place. The Russian claims were based on an interpretation of the Treaty of Kuchuk-Kainarji which the Russian experts themselves knew to be false, and in the following year Tsar Nicholas I admitted that he had not realized what he was doing. His conduct in 1853, he said, would have been different but for the error into which he had been led. The Russians were, in fact, demanding a protectorate over Turkey, and the Turks were bound to refuse, if they were to keep their independence at all. Of course, Great Britain could have washed her hands of Turkish independence, but this was not Bright's case at this stage. He claimed that the Russian demands were harmless. Stratford judged better. At all events, Menshikov failed. Russia broke off relations with Turkey and, in July, occupied the Danubian principalities. Bright called this impolitic and immoral in his letter to Absalom Watkin. He did not condemn it in his parliamentary speeches. The other powers England, France, Austria and Prussia then drew up in August the Vienna Note which they offered as a settlement of the quarrel. It was accepted by the Russians in, says Bright, the most frank and unreserved manner. The Turks had not been shown the note beforehand. When it reached them, they saw at once the interpretation that Russia would place on it and refused it. This certainly reflected sadly on the diplomatic gifts of the negotiators at Vienna. But surely the question is, were the Turks right in their suspicions? Nesselrode, the Russian chancellor, proved that they were. Early in September, he issued an interpretation of the Vienna Note, claiming that it gave to Russia the full protectorate over the Orthodox Christians allegedly stipulated in the Treaty of Kuchuk-Kainarji. What does Bright say to this? Merely, 243. very much doubt whether Count Nesselrode placed any meaning upon the note which it did not fairly warrant, and it is impossible to say whether he really differed at all from the actual intentions of the 4 ambassadors at Vienna. Again, this circular could make no real difference in the note itself. Now this was being more Russian than the Russians. In October the Tsar met Francis Joseph, Emperor of Austria, at Olomouc, the place which was then called Olomouc. He confessed that Nesselrode had made a forced interpretation and now offered to withdraw it. In other words, the Russians had tried to cheat, and the Turks had caught them out. No one would deduce this from Bright's speech. The meeting at Olomouc offered the one serious chance of avoiding war. Nicholas I was alarmed, and in a conciliatory mood, he withdrew, for the time being, the demands that he had previously made. The British government rejected his offer. They insisted that the Russian troops should be withdrawn from the principalities, and when Turkey declared war independently a couple of weeks later, they allowed themselves to be dragged into war on her side. Bright had a strong case here. He would have said to the Turks, "If you persist in taking your own course, we cannot be involved in the difficulties to which it may give rise, but must leave you to take the consequences of your own acts." But he weakens this case irremediably when he says a few sentences previously, "It is impossible fairly to doubt the sincerity of the desire for peace manifested by the Emperor of Russia." This is just what it was possible to doubt from the record of the previous months. Desire for peace perhaps, but equally a desire to get his own way at Constantinople even at the risk of war. Bright failed to allow for the suspicions which Russian policy had caused and for the Russian aggressiveness which the hesitation and muddle of British policy encouraged. Indeed, the war would have been avoided if Great Britain had followed the resolute line advocated by Palmerston and Russell, whom Bright blamed for the war. The responsibility for the war lay with the Pacific Lord Aberdeen, whom Bright admired. 244. And Aberdeen later admitted it himself. Like King David, he refused to rebuild a church on his estates. "But the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Thou hast shed blood abundantly and hast made great war, thou shalt not build an house unto my name." So much for Bright's criticism of the diplomatic background to the Crimean War. But his criticism did not stop at diplomatic detail. Indeed, this was not much more than a tour de force designed to show that he could meet ministers on their own ground. In reality, Bright did not accept this ground. He rejected the basic assumptions of British diplomacy. The major part of his speech of March 31, 1854 shows this. He turns from the Vienna Note and the Olomouc meeting to challenge the doctrine of the balance of power. He has great fun quoting the opinions of the great Whigs Burke, Fox and Lord Holland against any idea of supporting Turkey, opinions that must have much embarrassed Lord John Russell, the last of the great Whigs, yet an enthusiastic supporter of the Crimean War. Bright continues, "If this phrase of the balance of power is to be always an argument for war, the pretence for war will never be wanting, and peace can never be secure. This whole notion of the balance of power is a mischievous delusion which has come down to us from past times. We ought to drive it from our minds, and to consider the solemn question of peace or war on more clear, more definite, and on far higher principles than any that are involved in the phrase the balance of power." This last sentence seems to promise that Bright will at any rate hint at an alternative foreign policy, but he does not do so. He merely goes on analyzing the excuses for the Crimean War and demolishing them. The integrity and independence of the Ottoman Empire? But Turkey cannot be independent with 3 foreign armies on her soil. If the government had wanted to preserve the independence of Turkey, they would have advised the Turks to accept either Menshikoff's conditions or the Vienna Note. I will not insult. 245. You by asking whether, under such circumstances, that integrity and independence would not have been 1,000 times more secure than it is at this hour. This was exactly the argument, if you will forgive a contemporary allusion, with which Lord Halifax justified the desertion of Czechoslovakia in 1938. "I have always felt that to fight a war for 1, 2, or 3 years to protect or recreate something that you knew you could not directly protect, and probably could never recreate, did not make sense. Next, What about curbing Russian aggression? Bright answers that it cannot be done. Russia will be always there, always powerful, always watchful, and actuated by the same motives of ambition, either of influence or of territory, which are supposed to have moved her in past times. It is a delusion to suppose that you can dismember Russia, that you can blot her from the map of Europe, that you can take guarantees from her, as some seem to imagine, as easily as you take bail from an offender, who would otherwise go to prison for 3 months. England and France cannot do this with a stroke of the pen, and the sword will equally fail if the attempt be made. Finally, how are the interests of England involved in this question? It is not a question of sympathy with any other state. It is not my duty to make this country the knight-errant of the human race, and to take upon herself the protection of the 1,000 millions of human beings who have been permitted by the Creator of all things to people this planet. On the other hand, taxes have gone up, trade is injured, thousands of men are being killed. My doctrine would have been non-intervention in this case. The danger of the Russian power was a phantom. The necessity of permanently upholding the Mahometan rule in Europe is an absurdity. The evils of non-intervention were remote and vague, and could neither be weighed nor described in any accurate terms. The good we can judge something of already, by estimating the cost of a contrary policy. 246. Finally, Bright moves on to assert the general merits of non-intervention for this country where her interests were not directly and obviously assailed. If we had adopted non-intervention for the last 70 years, this country might have been a garden, every dwelling might have been of marble, and every person who treads its soil might have been sufficiently educated. We should indeed have had less of military glory. We might have had neither Trafalgar nor Waterloo, but we should have set the high example of a Christian nation, free in its institutions, courteous and just in its conduct towards all foreign states, and resting its policy on the unchangeable foundations of Christian morality. Every orator must be forgiven something in his peroration. The speech of March 31, 1854, which I have analyzed at length, gives Bright's considered case against the Crimean War. The two speeches of December 22, 1854 and of February 23, 1855 do not add anything to that case. The one, as I said earlier, was a defense of Cobden, the other urged an armistice during the negotiations at Vienna. We can leave them aside when considering Bright's views. If we were considering his oratory, it would be a different matter, for they contain his most moving and also a characteristic sometimes forgotten, his most humorous passages. The speech of June 7, 1855, however, raises some new points. In it Bright discusses not the causes of the war, but how it should end. I must turn aside to explain the diplomatic background. In the autumn of 1854 Austria, not herself a combatant, but wooed by the Western Allies, drafted 4 points as reasonable terms of peace. These 4 points were accepted by England and France in the hope of drawing Austria into the war, then they were accepted by Russia in the better hope of keeping her out. The four powers met in conference at Vienna in March and April 1855 in order to define the 4 points more closely and to turn them into practical terms. There was no difficulty about 3 of them. 247. Russia was to give up her protectorate of the Danubian principalities, the freedom of navigation of the Danube was to be secured, and the Christian populations of the Ottoman Empire were to be put under a general European guarantee, instead of under that of Russia. Incidentally, these 3 points were already an answer to the assertion that war accomplishes nothing. Russia would never have agreed to them without the Crimean War. I don't venture to determine whether they were worth a war, but that is a different question. The dispute at Vienna came over point 3. This provided that the Straits Convention of 1841 should be revised in the interests of the balance of power. In other words, Turkey was to be given some sort of security against Russia's naval preponderance in the Black Sea. Lord John Russell, the English representative, and Drouin-de-Lhuys, the French representative, went to Vienna with instructions that they could agree to one of 2 things: either the Russian fleet in the Black Sea should be limited or the Black Sea should be neutralized altogether.
Gorshakov, the Russian delegate at Vienna, refused to accept either. Bohl, the Austrian foreign minister, then came forward with another proposal, equipoise. The Russians could keep their existing fleet, but, if they increased it, the British and French could send ships into the Black Sea to balance the increase. Neither Russell nor Drouin was authorized to agree to this scheme, but Drouin was afraid of missing any chance of peace, and Russell was afraid of getting out of step with Drouin. Both therefore accepted equipoise. When they returned home, Napoleon III rejected the compromise and the British government followed suit. The peace conference was abandoned, and the war was renewed. This was a bad, muddled piece of diplomacy. It is hardly surprising that Bright saw his chance and took it. There is much the same pattern as in the earlier speech of March 31, 1854. He begins by meeting ministers on their own ground and attacking their incompetence. Gradually he shifts his emphasis and moves over to more general principles. He 248 asks what the war is about. It is not a war for Poland or for Hungary or for Italy. It is solely a war, and here he quotes ministers themselves, for the security of Turkey. Very well then, we want to reduce Russian preponderance. How is that preponderance to cease? Bright looks first at the idea of neutralizing the Black Sea and dismisses it with vehemence. I conceive that was so monstrous a proposition, in the present condition of Europe, that I am surprised it should have been entertained for a moment by any sensible man. He says much the same of limiting the Russian fleet. If any diplomatist from this country, under the same circumstances as Russia was placed in, had consented to terms such as the noble lord had endeavored to force upon Russia, I say, that if he entered the door of this house, he would be met by one universal shout of execration, and, as a public man, would be ruined forever. Bright has an alternative: the straits should be open to everybody. Our fleets would visit the Black Sea in the course of the season, and the Russian Black Sea fleet, if it chose, would visit the Mediterranean. There would be no sort of pretense for wrangling about the straits, and the balance of power, if I may use the term, between the fleets of Russia, France, and England would be probably the best guarantee that could be offered for the security of Constantinople and Turkey, so far as they are in danger of aggression either from the Black Sea or the Mediterranean. This is a surprising proposal. I say nothing of the fact that Russia would have rejected it emphatically, whatever Gorshakov might hint at Vienna. But Bright, in his eagerness to discredit imposing any terms on Russia, terms that certainly could only be imposed after her defeat, is reduced in practice to the crudest realpolitik. He says in effect, no treaty stipulations are of any value, the only effective course is to maintain a balance of power, a balance of actual force, by keeping a large fleet in the eastern Mediterranean. If Palmerston had said this, what an outcry Bright would have made, what assertions of Russian good faith, what cries, and justified cries, about the 249 weight of taxes to maintain such a fleet. It has often been said that non-intervention and splendid isolation are luxuries dependent on naval supremacy, but Bright never came so near admitting it as in this passage. His judgment of fact, however, was not correct. 6 months after he made this speech, the Russians accepted the neutralization of the Black Sea, which he had dismissed as a monstrous proposition. It is true that they denounced it again 15 years later, when the diplomatic structure of Europe had changed fundamentally. Nevertheless, Bright underrated what a power will agree to when it has been defeated. The rest of Bright's speech moves away from these diplomatic questions. He points to the folly of saying that Austria must be preserved and yet trying to draw her into a war that would exhaust her. He warns against the danger of relying on France as an ally. He denounces the idea of defending the liberties of Europe. What a notion a man must have of the duties of the people living in these islands if he thinks that the sacred treasure of the bravery, resolution, and unfaltering courage of the people of England is to be squandered in a contest for the preservation of the independence of Germany, and of the integrity, civilization, and something else, of all Europe. He quotes the things that Palmerston and Russell said against each other in the past.
but his greatest emphasis is on the burden of taxation and the crippling effect which this will have in our competition with the United States. Han. Members may think this is nothing. They say it is a low view of the case. But these things are the foundation of your national greatness, and of your national duration, and you may be following visionary phantoms in all parts of the world while your own country is becoming rotten within, and calamities may be in store for the monarchy and the nation of which now, it appears, you take no heed. 250. It may seem a little unfair to end the survey of Bright's speeches on this note, but it is the note on which he himself chose to end and, in the parliamentary circumstances of 1855, perhaps rightly. What are we to say, after this examination, of Bright's attitude towards the Crimean War? We are bound, I am sure, to admire the courage with which Bright expressed his views and still more the brilliance of his performance. If I had merely read to you one of his speeches, instead of trying to analyze them, you would certainly have been swept away and have been convinced, without further argument, that the Crimean War was all that Bright said unnecessary, unjust, in short a crime. But do we feel the same if we escape from their spell? I have suggested, during the course of this lecture, that Bright was not always sound when he came to the details of diplomacy. It is difficult, when criticizing the government of your own country, not to skate over the faults of other governments, and Bright did not escape this danger. He was harsher towards Stratford de Redcliffe than to Prince Menshikov, professed more faith in the statements of Nesselrode than in those of Palmerston, gave the Russian, but not the British, government the benefit of the doubt. There was certainly much muddle and confusion in the diplomacy of the Crimean War, but, to judge from Bright's speeches, you would imagine that it was all on the British side. This one-sidedness is almost bound to happen in parliamentary speeches. You may achieve some effect by attacking your own government, you will achieve nothing by attacking foreign statesmen. In exactly the same way, Charles James Fox was often more charitable towards Bonaparte than towards William Pitt, and pacifists of the First World War, such as E. D. Morel, had more sympathy with German than with British imperialism. One looks in vain in Bright's speeches for any satisfactory explanation of the causes of the Crimean War. He seems to suggest that it was due solely to newspaper agitation and to the irresponsibility of Palmerston and Russell. The country has 251 been, I am afraid, the sport of their ancient rivalry, and I should be very sorry if it should be the victim of the policy which they have so long advocated. Cobden was more cautious. He held that Russia, too, was much in the wrong and therefore kept quiet, washing his hands, as it were, of both sides. Bright often implied that Russian expansion against Turkey was an unexceptionable, even a praiseworthy process. Not always. He said in his first speech, if I were a Russian, speaking in a Russian parliament, I should denounce any aggression upon Turkey, as I now blame the policy of our own government, and I greatly fear I should find myself in a minority, as I now find myself in a minority on this question. But is not this justice a little more than even-handed? Does it not imply that to attack Turkey and to defend her are equally reprehensible and provocative? If Russian aggression, though deplorable, is inevitable, then is not resistance to this aggression equally inevitable? Or do we make allowances only one way? In the next Eastern crisis of 1876-8, Gladstone took a clearer and more consistent line. He held that the destruction of the Turkish Empire in Europe was eminently desirable and therefore wished Russia to succeed, preferably in association with England. Though he opposed the actual course of British policy, he offered a positive alternative. Bright's attitude was one of aloof neutrality. He was not clear about this himself. In a speech to the Peace Society, which he made on October 13, 1853 before the Crimean War broke out, he attacked the idea of war for the miserable, decrepit, moribund government which is now enthroned, but which cannot long last, in the city of Constantinople. Surely the logical conclusion from this should have been to cooperate in the concert of Europe, as Gladstone later advocated. But Bright always denied that he favored the Russian cause, and in a later speech on foreign policy, which he made on October 29, 1858, preached high-minded isolation. This country should have adequate and scientific means of defense. 252. But I shall repudiate and denounce the expenditure of every shilling, the engagement of every man, the employment of every ship which has no object but intermeddling in the affairs of other countries. He refused to admit that an active foreign policy could ever be justified. This foreign policy, this regard for the liberties of Europe, this care at one time for the Protestant interest, this excessive love for the balance of power, is neither more nor less than a gigantic system of outdoor relief for the aristocracy of Great Britain. All foreign policy was unnecessary. Instead we have the unchangeable and eternal principles of the moral law to guide us, and only so far as we walk by that guidance can we be permanently a great nation, or our people a happy people. When Bright said this, he had left Manchester and was already the representative of Birmingham. This was symbolic. Though he seemed discredited while the Crimean War was on, he triumphed afterwards. By 1858 he was back in the House of Commons, and his version of the Crimean War was already being accepted. English people usually think their wars a mistake when they are over, and they thought this of the Crimean War sooner than usual. As a matter of fact, it achieved its purpose rather better than most wars. Russia's control of the Danube mouth, which was the largest issue in the war, was recovered only in 1945, and Turkey, whose demise has been so often foretold, possesses Constantinople and the Straits to this day. I do not venture to say whether these achievements are desirable. Bright, however, said that they were impossible. Most Englishmen soon came to agree with him. It is Bright's version of the Crimean War which has triumphed in popular opinion and in the history books. Bright had more success. Once it was agreed that the Crimean War had been a mistake, it was easy to draw the further conclusion that all wars were a mistake. The moral law which Bright invoked turned out to be the doctrine of the man who passed by on the other side. It is no accident that Bright, at the end of his life, had Joseph Chamberlain as his 253 colleague in the representation of Birmingham. There was a continuity of ideas from Bright to Joseph Chamberlain and from Joseph Chamberlain to Neville. The Munich settlement of 1938 was implicit in Bright's opposition to the Crimean War. I am not sure whether this condemns Bright's attitude or justifies Munich. A review of John Bright by Keith Robbins, first published in The Observer, January 28, 1979. ******* John Bright has been with me for a long time. When I was a boy at Bootham just 100 years after he had been, I was offered him as a hero and thought him an old humbug. Later, after studying his speeches on the Crimean War, I decided that he was a hero. Now the excellent biography of him by Keith Robbins, flatteringly dedicated to me, convinces me that I was right both times. Bright was a hero and there was something of the humbug in him as well. Henry James characterized him well. He gives an impression of sturdy, honest, vigorous, English middle-class liberalism, accompanied by a certain infusion of genius, which helps one to understand how his name has become the great rallying point of that sentiment. It gives added piquancy to this impression that it was recorded when Bright and Henry James were guests of the Earl of Rosebery at Mentmore, surely an odd place to meet the great denouncer of our effete aristocracy. Not at all. Bright was equally at home with the Duke of Argyll at Inverary, with the Earl of Aberdeen at Haddo, and with the Duke of Devonshire at Chatsworth. Bright's great strength was as a speaker at mass meetings, though also in the House of Commons. His speeches are incomparable, greater than Gladstone's, greater than Lloyd George's. They rank with Burke's as the only speeches in English. 255. Which can still be read as literature. I rate highest Bright's speech at Birmingham on October 29, 1858, if only because it contains the best survey ever given of British foreign policy from the Glorious Revolution to the middle of the 19th century. All Bright's speeches combine wisdom, advocacy, and humor. His oratory was purely English, he never studied the Greek and Latin classics and was soaked in the English classics instead. Bright was carried to the public platform by the campaign against the Corn Laws and was rightly a little jealous when Cobden claimed to have imposed their repeal all on his own. Thereafter Bright outstripped Cobden as a popular leader. His sustained criticism of the diplomacy that preceded the Crimean War, though unsuccessful at the time, triumphed eventually in the long period of splendid isolation. Bright did not carry his Quakerism into public life. He was an isolationist, not a pacifist. He agreed reluctantly with the military suppression of the Indian Mutiny, he applauded the victory of the North in the American Civil War. But he was steadfastly against any entanglement in European affairs, even if it was disguised as a crusade for national liberation. It is not my duty to make this country the knight-errant of the human race. He resigned from Gladstone's government in 1882 in protest against the bombardment of Alexandria and underscore the conquest of Egypt acts as foolish and wicked in their way as the later incursion at Suez. All the same, he had some odd ideas about Europe, as when he wrote in 1870. France is deposed and Germany is exalted, a great gain I think for liberty and for peace. It will be a great gain too for Protestants, and the imposture which is still throned on the Seven Hills will be less able to claim military support. Bright had one great practical achievement: he did more than anyone else to promote the Second Reform Act which established household suffrage, though it is characteristic that he stayed away from the great demonstration in Hyde Park which ended 256 in rioting. His political radicalism had strict limits. He opposed universal suffrage and was even firmer against votes for women. Women are not a pleasant addition to our social arrangements. He opposed the Factory Acts or any other interference with the natural laws, of which trade unionism was the worst. Thus he wrote of a strike at Preston in 1853. The battle must be fought out, when combinations are entered into. When once the natural adjustment of wages is departed from, then there remains only to learn who is the strongest. 20 years later, during a period of trade depression, he was still saying the same. Without trade unions the labor markets would have been more steady and the enormous loss caused by strikes would have been avoided. He also opposed any interference with the sale of alcohol and said of the temperance reformers, "It is always so when great questions get into the hands of weak people, weak heads are liable to be run away with." Bright began well over Ireland. He was among the first to advocate a system of land purchase which would transform Ireland into a community of peasant proprietors, and he pushed this cause hard throughout the 1870s. The Home Rule Party, as led by Parnell, forfeited his sympathy by their aggressiveness. Perhaps he resented their interruptions of his speeches. The Parnellites became for him rioters and rebels, unfit to rule their own country. Belatedly he discovered, too, the Protestant cause in Ulster. Bright contributed as much as Joseph Chamberlain to the defeat of Gladstone's Home Rule Bill in 1886, a sadly conservative end to a radical's career. Beneath an appearance of charm and Benny Goodnighty there was a complex character. He had two serious breakdowns which took him out of public life for years at a time. He was also very selfish. He led an active social life in London at the tables of the great. His wife was left in Rochdale for months on end to care for their considerable family. Nor did she accompany him on his excursions to Scotland or abroad. He sometimes gave the praise. 257. Zion that he was prouder of his magnificent barouche than of his political achievements. Perhaps he secretly reproached himself. He wrote in 1876, when invited to accept some office in the Society of Friends: "The labors of life have taken me out of the way of service for our little church. I feel that there is nothing above the humblest office, shall I say that of doorkeeper, which I could properly undertake." Yes, he certainly was an old humbug. Or so I think until I read again one of his speeches. Then I must acknowledge that he really was a great and noble man. Ranke, the Dedicated Historian. This essay on Ranke appeared as The Dedicated Historian, Leopold von Ranke's correspondence in the Times Literary Supplement on May 12, 1950, after the publication of Ranke's Das Briefwerk,
edited by Walther Peter Fuchs, and Neue Brief, edited by Hans Herzfeld, in Hamburg by the publisher Hoffmann and Camp in 1949. Alan Taylor's essay sparked off a controversy in the pages of the TLS with letters from, among others, Noel Annan, Peter Giel and G. P. Gooch. Annan argued that Ranke was not a positivist but a moderate Hegelian. Alan Taylor replied, defending the view he expressed in this essay. Though standards vary, greatness remains. Indeed, it is the true mark of greatness that it can survive changing standards. Shakespeare was great to Johnson, great to Coleridge, is great to us. Ranke was a historian of the same grandeur, great to his contemporaries, still great after the passage of a century, if not the greatest of historians, securely within the first half dozen. Great as a scholar, great as a master of narrative, Ranke has the special claim of having achieved something more than his own work. He founded a school, the school of scientific historians, which has dominated all historical thinking since his time, even when in reaction against it. His wish to present the past as it really was became, in the German phrase, a winged word, one of those pregnant sayings which concentrate the aspirations and outlook of a generation. Indeed, the past as it really was can be put with Bismarck's blood and iron as the two most important spiritual legacies left by the Germany of the mid-19th century. A composite picture of the German character would have to include Ranke, just as it would have to 259. Include Goethe and Schiller on the one side, Hitler and Himmler on the other. Perhaps Ranke displayed even more clearly than these other representative figures the strength and achievement, also the weakness and the defects, of the German character. The present revival of Ranke is not simply a publishing accident. The German interest in Ranke is one attempt among many to find normality and self-confidence among their own kind. It is also, however, one attempt among many to evade the responsibilities of the day, as Ranke evaded them, by a sort of political quietism, finding God in history in the hope that he will take the blame for everything that goes wrong. In his life, as in his work, Ranke remains full of lessons for the Germany of the present day and also for the historian in every country. Ranke has one qualification which he himself regarded as essential for the study of a subject: there is plenty of material. His works stretch at unrivaled length on the shelves, and his life was as interminable as his works. Few historians have matured so young, none other of the first rank has kept going, in full possession of his faculties, until well over 90. His first published letter is dated 1814, the last 1886. Both show the same gravity and self-confidence. These qualities made Ranke a great historian. He never doubted what he wanted to be and what he wanted to do. Though he was an affectionate son and brother and, late in life, an affectionate husband, he was dedicated to the study and writing of history, accepting without complaint the solitary existence which that involved. He never sought guidance or instruction. When he met other historians, it was to discuss questions of organizing historical studies, not to debate historical problems. He never troubled about criticism, except when this challenged the accuracy of his facts. Facts were his guiding star, one might say his illusion. In a letter to his brother Heinrich in 1831 he wrote, "My basic thought is not to accept either one theory or another, not even the one which lies between them, but to recognize the facts, to master them and display them. The true teaching is in the recognition of events." 260. 40 years later, facts had become even more sacred. He wrote in 1873, "The historian exists in order to understand the sense of an epoch in and for itself and to make it understood by others. He must keep his eye with all impartiality only on the subject itself and on nothing else. Through everything runs the divine order of things, which certainly cannot be precisely displayed, but is to be felt all the same. The significant individuals have their place in this divine order, which is identical with the succession of epochs. This is how the historian must comprehend them. The historical method, which seeks only the genuine and the true, thus comes into direct contact with the highest questions of the human race.
Yet what were these facts which revealed the divine order of things? Simply the documents which had survived by accident and which jealous archivists allowed him to see. Time and again he wrote to the archivists for one more document, one more fact, endlessly confident that with this extra fact, everything would at last fall into place and the divine purpose be revealed. He supposed that in writing documents men record their motives. He almost assumed that men wrote documents for the benefit of historians. The supreme consequence of Ranke's doctrine was the belief, universal after the First German War, that if the archives were combed through an explanation of our 20th century turmoil would be discovered. Nowadays we know better and read diplomatic history for purposes of entertainment. Facts have crumbled along with the Newtonian system of the universe. Ranke would have been bewildered by a judgment essential to modern science: the person of the experimenter is himself part of the experiment. Or, to put it in terms of the historian, impartiality gives a more dangerous bias than any other. Though impartiality is impossible, accuracy is a different matter. A historian can copy a document accurately, though he 261 can never give to it a full, final, and lasting interpretation. Impartiality would not have carried Ranke so far, if he had not been accurate as well, and maybe he would not have been accurate without his worship of the elusive fact. The present-day historian feels his mouth water as he reads of Ranke's 3 years in Italy, moving from one archive to another and seeing them opened for historical purposes for the first time. Ranke was then a little over 30, perhaps the best time for a historian to engage in intensive research, old enough to know what he was doing, young enough to have energy and zest. We smile at the assiduity with which scholars nowadays get their foreign travel at other people's expense: a week at Monte Carlo at the expense of UNESCO, 3 months in America at the expense of some foundation, a trip round the world at the expense of Andrew Carnegie or Cecil Rhodes. Ranke did far better than his modest successors. He spent 3 years in Italy at the expense of the Prussian state. No historian without private means has ever had such a stroke of fortune. While in Italy he bought every manuscript and early printed book which might be useful to him for the Royal Library in Berlin. On his return he borrowed them for as long as it suited him, a convenient arrangement. For Ranke, though remote from the world, was not without worldly skill. It is curious to trace, in his letters, Ranke's growing realization that the historian, especially of modern times, will do well to be on the right side of the authorities. There was no element of dishonesty in this. Ranke had been on the side of authority from the beginning. Though he wrote his letters on a desk that had belonged to gymnastic Father John, and had always a touch of German romanticism in his private judgments, Ranke had no sympathy with the political enthusiasms which spluttered among German students after 1815. His religious convictions were deep. Among these was a confidence in the divine mission of the monarchical state. He wrote of a speech delivered by Frederick William IV in 1847. 262. I say definitely that I know nothing since the Psalms where the idea of a religious monarchy has been expressed more powerfully and more nobly. It has great passages of historical truth. Since this religious monarchy was a fact, Ranke was never troubled by any conflict between his devotion to facts and his loyalty to the Prussian state. It never occurred to him that he might discover a fact discreditable to the Prussian monarchy, and sure enough he never did. Each year, in his old age, Ranke would produce a new volume of history as it really was, and each year a copy of the new volume would be sent to William I with an accompanying letter, emphasizing that the volume was devoted to showing the religious mission of the august house. Thus Ranke escaped from the problems of intellectual integrity which have troubled many academic figures. His nearest contact with it was in 1837, when the famous Seven of Göttingen protested against the abolition of the Hanoverian constitution and were deprived of their chairs. Ranke thought their action unnecessary. On the other hand, he refused to accept one of the vacant chairs. It may be wondered whether his refusal would have been so firm if the offer had come from the House of Hohenzollern. This is not to say that Ranke approved of all that happened in Prussia after 1862. His ideal king was Frederick William IV,
and though he tried to turn William I into a pillar of European peace, he had difficulty in striking the right note with Bismarck. Ranke distinguished clearly between states and nations, and he regretted Bismarck's association, however equivocal, with German liberalism. He believed that a divine monarchy must keep finance and the army out of parliamentary control. Bismarck had done this in Prussia, but the imperial constitution of 1871 made dangerous concessions to liberalism. It is not surprising that Ranke sought escape from Bismarck's policy by editing the letters of Frederick William IV to Bunsen, editing them, as he explained to William I, with the necessary discretion. Between Ranke and Bismarck there was never more than a watchful, doubting truce. 263. A conflict of character rather than a fundamental outlook. After all, Bismarck, too, was engaged in preserving the august house, and Ranke's disciples, though not Ranke himself, had no difficulty in fitting Bismarck into the divine order of things. Though Ranke did not ignore domestic events either in history or in politics, his consuming interest was in foreign affairs, the domain of history in which the fact is at once most attainable and most elusive. Here, too, he found a divine order, but of a different kind. Within the state the divine order rested on monarchical authority. In the wider community of Europe it was expressed by sovereign states acting to preserve their independence. Not that Ranke was unconscious of the cultural links which held Europe together. After all, he enjoyed a European reputation. He visited Macaulay, he was on intimate terms with Thiers and had an important conversation with him at the height of the Franco-German War. He appreciated Italian art in his rare moments of escape from the archives. But these cultural issues seemed to Ranke to have little to do with politics, or rather, he regarded the conflict of states as an aspect of European culture. Since he accepted the Prussian army as a special manifestation of divine providence, he found no fault in war as such. He condemned only wars fought to spread red republicanism or to establish the domination of a single power on the continent. In other words, he condemned wars fought against Prussia. For when one comes to look for other monarchies which would display the divine purpose, they are difficult to find. Ranke was on friendly terms with King Maximilian of Bavaria and even claimed that Maximilian, who died in 1864, would have prevented the Austro-Prussian War. But this was no more than a gesture of appreciation to a generous patron of history. Besides, the divine order in this case had a curious origin, for the Kingdom of Bavaria had been created by Napoleon. Austria was a different matter. Here, too, was an august 264 house, of indisputable historical character, and the traditional opponent of revolution. So long as the Habsburg monarchy cooperated with Prussia, it received Ranke's blessing. When it sought to overthrow the divine balance between the two German powers, Ranke discovered that Roman Catholic powers did not understand the workings of providence. It was no accident that in the same year, 1865, Ranke on a visit to England observed a revival of intolerant Protestantism and was glad of it, for positive religion, which rejects the general flight into a vague liberalism, accords with my own beliefs. Thus, the War of 1866 appeared to Ranke as a war of Prussian defense, meant to restore a divine balance which Austria had threatened to overthrow. Once Austria returned to cooperation with Prussia, she became again part of the God-willed order. Beyond these two German powers, one so full of defects, the monarchical system seems hardly to have extended. Ranke makes virtually no comment on Russia. Only Bismarck understood that German destinies depended on what happened beyond the Vistula. Ranke saw catastrophe to the divine purpose in the French Revolution. Though he spoke often of Franco-German cooperation, he assumed that this could only follow a repudiation by the French of the revolutionary tradition, a sound judgment, as the story of Vichy shows. He welcomed the War of 1870 as a war both against Jacobinism and against Napoleonic imperialism. It was for him a war of the balance of power, a war of self-defense. This carried him far from the controversies of the 19th century. He told Thiers in October 1870, "The King of Prussia is not fighting any longer against Napoleon, who is a prisoner,
nor even against France as such. He is fighting the idea of Louis XIV. Yet it is difficult to think of any monarchy more divinely appointed than that of the Bourbons. Here again the divine order turns out in practice to mean nothing more than increase of Prussian strength. Worship of power was the creed which bound Germany together. It is a more repellent creed when decked out with phrases of Christian religion. Ranke's letters are a strange 265 mixture in which love of nature and sincere religious feelings are compounded with sycophancy towards the great and apologies for Prussian power. A reader of them turns almost with relief to those latter-day Germans whose orthodoxy did not shrink from straight brutality and dishonesty. Yet this feeling is as mistaken as the hero worship of Ranke, traditional in German scholarship. Ranke was by no means a hypocrite. He was a man truly dedicated to his task. In his own words, "I know that I am born to do what I am now carrying out, that my life has no other purpose. I must go on whether I want to or not." And again, "I'm content to know what I live for, my heart leaps with happiness when I foresee the joy that executing an important work will give me, I swear daily to execute it without departing by a hair's breadth from the truth which I see." This dedication was a noble passion. But it rested on the assumption that others were dedicated to public duties as Ranke was dedicated to history. Ranke spoke of historians as priests. He regarded kings as the most sacred of priests. The state could never sin, and if it did, this was not his affair. This was the spirit of the learned classes in Germany which brought Hitler to power. Ranke and his followers were not National Socialists, not even their precursors. They were all dedicated men, simple and pure in their private lives. But they regarded the state, whoever conducted it, as part of the divine order of things, and they felt it their duty to acquiesce in that divine order. They never opposed, they rarely protested. Inevitably, therefore, they usually found themselves apologizing for what the state had done. If Hitler was merely the working out of historical forces, then how could historians condemn him? Ranke had explained the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, his successors explained the gas chambers. Nor can the Western world regard Ranke's political quietism with complacence. The English or American scientist who believes that he has discharged his duty to society by working devotedly in his laboratory evades responsibility as Ranke did, and will end in the same service of blind power. It once tempting to believe that government is a special calling and 266. That the calling will always be of God. If history has any lesson, it is that men should resist this temptation and should recognize that no member of a community can escape responsibility for its actions. The historian or the scientist does well to lead a dedicated life, yet, however dedicated, he remains primarily a citizen. To turn from political responsibility to dedication is to open the door to tyranny and measureless barbarism. Cavour and Garibaldi. A review of Cavour and Garibaldi 1860, a study in political conflict by D. Mac Smith, published in the New Statesman on April 24, 1954. *******. It used to be the fashion to contrast the unification of Germany and of Italy. In Italy idealism, in Germany realpolitik. In Italy the spread of parliamentary liberalism, in Germany the triumph of the Prussian army. Bismarck appeared always in a general's tunic, ruthless, unscrupulous, a master of force and dishonesty. Cavour was the civilian statesman, relying on parliamentary speeches for his success. The failure of the German radicals was lamented. There were few to regret the failure of Mazzini or Garibaldi. They were impractical dreamers who did not understand the greatness of Cavour, and it was a good thing for Italy when they were shipped off, Garibaldi to Caprera, Mazzini back to exile in London. More recently, Cavour has had a bad press. His private correspondence has been published and his own words have shown him to be much more like Bismarck, much less like Gladstone, than used to be supposed. He wielded the weapons of traditional diplomacy with incomparable skill, but also with incomparable lack of principle, and Metternich turns out to have been his exemplar as well as his enemy. Cavour did not care much about the unification of Italy, or at any rate ranked it low in his scale of values. Himself with little national feeling, preferring to speak and write in French, his deepest concern was for moderate liberalism. He wanted a free press, free trade, and a parliament based on limited suffrage, first in Piedmont and then perhaps in northern Italy. But he did not regard the unification of the whole peninsula as a noble idea or 268. Believe that it would of itself bring about a moral regeneration. He had nothing but contempt for idealists like Mazzini and could have said with Bismarck, the great questions of our day will not be settled by speeches and majority resolutions but by blood and iron. What he lacked in blood and iron he made up for in deceit. The Italian question was for him a problem in European diplomacy, not a matter of national sentiment. He hardly thought about the Italian people except to fear them. His thoughts were concentrated on Napoleon III. And the later observer must confess that the unification of Italy might well have been impossible, unless Napoleon III had been brought in to defeat Austria in 1859. After all, the victory of nationalism was not inevitable. Poland had to wait until the 20th century, despite a much stronger national sentiment, the Ukraine waits to the present day. We still need a history of Italian unification from the European angle. Professor Valsicki of Milan is writing it, but so far he has only got to the early days of the Crimean War. Meanwhile, Mr. Max Smith has given us a new version of the story at a later stage, the stage of 1860, when Lombardy and Central Italy had been united to Piedmont, but when the two Sicilies and the Papal States had still to be liberated. This was the moment of greatest contrast between Cavour's reliance on diplomacy and the faith of the radicals in their own ideals. Cavour still feared the intervention of the Holy Alliance, still pinned his calculations to the favor of Napoleon. Garibaldi believed that the entire peninsula could be brought together by a spontaneous outburst of national enthusiasm, and he thought the prize worth any risk. He was determined to act somewhere against Austria in Venetia, against Rome despite its French garrison, or, when Sicily rebelled, against the Bourbon kingdom of the two Sicilies. It used to be held that Cavour secretly encouraged Garibaldi and was in alliance with him. The truth is less creditable. He pushed Garibaldi off to Sicily in order to get him out of the way and in the hope that failure would ruin the radicals once and for all. Instead, Garibaldi succeeded beyond his wildest dreams, and Cavour had to sweep up the pieces of a policy in ruins. Mr. Max Smith has produced a surprising book to come out of Cambridge. He acknowledges his debt to Professor Butterfield, and one would have expected praise of Cavour and condemnation of Garibaldi from a member of this neo-Machiavellian group. But not at all. With brilliant, though well-founded, perversity, Mr. Max Smith turns things upside down. It is Garibaldi who was the realist, arriving at the right conclusions by instinct, and Cavour who was the dogmatic muddler. Mr. Max Smith is perhaps a little unfair to Cavour. As things turned out, Italy in 1860 was able to do it herself, as she had mistakenly boasted she would in 1848, and Europe counted for little. But this could not have been foreseen when the Thousand sailed. Napoleon III still seemed to dominate Europe, his decline lay far in the future, and Cavour was not the only man to fear the might of France. Moreover, he was right on one essential point, the question of Rome. Rome dominated the Italian problem, and even Garibaldi went to Sicily principally in order to reach Rome by the back door. Yet the French could be got out of Rome only by diplomacy, not by force, and for the sake of Italy Garibaldi had to fail before he reached Rome, unless the Pope had already withdrawn and the French along with him. Moreover, Mr. Max Smith underrates the danger that Austria, Prussia, and Russia would come together in resistance to the revolution. They nearly did when they met at Warsaw in October 1860, and they were prevented more by the diplomacy of Napoleon III than by Garibaldi's success in the south. Still, by and large, the emphasis is put the right way. Cavour was blinded by his rigid hostility towards the radicals. He saw in them only the social peril, and was convinced that anarchy must follow their victory. His primary object was that Garibaldi should fail, only in the second place did he want Italy to be united. This view divided him not only from the radicals, but even from his king, Victor Emmanuel, who was ready to 270. Become simple Mons su Savoia and clap his hands at Mazzini's success if the sacrifice were necessary for the making of Italy. Yet Cavour's own policy was more utopian than that of any radical. He imagined that Italy could be brought into being solely by the moderate liberals, the most useless of all classes in a revolution. Ricasoli's ruthlessness made this policy work in central Italy, but in the south there was nothing between the aristocracy and the masses. The few middle-class lawyers there supported unification only in order to get the courts open again. They would not fight for it, and Garibaldi succeeded by rousing the masses. This was a social revolution against the landowners, a revolution which Garibaldi exploited for the national cause. He had no social program, despite his emotional sympathy with the peasants and despite Cavour's suspicions, and he allowed them to fall under the rule of a harsher, more rigid Piedmontese bureaucracy without ever understanding how he had betrayed them. Cavour always suspected Garibaldi, Garibaldi never suspected Cavour. This is the central theme of the whole affair. Of course, Garibaldi disliked Cavour and resented his cession of Nice to Napoleon III, but he thought that, just as he had dropped his republicanism, Cavour would drop his hostility to the radicals for the sake of united Italy. If the radicals united Italy, this would certainly weaken Cavour and perhaps even lead to his fall, but again Garibaldi, being ready to make the greatest personal sacrifices on his side, could not understand that Cavour would not do the same. Cavour, like Bismarck, regarded himself as indispensable. When he proved unyielding on this, everyone had to give way to him in the last resort, and Italy paid the price. Garibaldi put Italy first, Cavour put himself first. Therefore Cavour was bound to win in the end, despite the great advantages which Garibaldi accumulated in Sicily and Naples. For they were great advantages. The liberation of the two Sicilies seems easy in retrospect. We almost fail to notice that it needed a leader of genius to accomplish it. European radicalism produced three great dictators: Kossuth in Hungary, Mazzini in Rome, Garibaldi in the two Sicilies. Garibaldi was the least intellectual of the three, with few ideas and unable to formulate even these clearly. Yet he was easily the most successful. He evoked from the people and even from the politicians a personal devotion almost without parallel in modern history. Again and again he chose the right course by instinct, and he showed himself the greatest general that Italy has ever produced. In the late summer of 1860 Sicily was a true radical paradise, radiating the hope or perhaps the illusion that every evil legacy of the past had been swept away. Cavour was not the serpent in this Garden of Eden. Garibaldi's success had eclipsed him for the time being. The real trouble was that Garibaldi and the people of Sicily were at cross purposes. They supposed that he had brought them freedom. He looked on Sicily only as the first halt on the road to Rome. Both alike resisted Cavour's plan for an immediate annexation of Sicily to the Kingdom of Sardinia. But the Sicilians wanted permanent autonomy for their island. Garibaldi and his radical supporters wished to use Sicily as a base for further successes. Once Garibaldi had crossed to the mainland and carried all before him, he lost interest in Sicily, and it irritated him to have to return in order to settle its internal conflicts. Even in Naples, he listened impatiently to the Republican arguments of Mazzini and the Federalist schemes of Cattaneo. The march on Rome was the only thing that interested him. The resistance of the Neapolitan army on the Volturno gave Cavour his chance. He was able to stop Garibaldi just in time. He acted no doubt cynically and basely, discrediting Garibaldi unjustifiably with the king and killing the idealism of the radical movement. But there was something wrong with the radicalism which could think only of further battles. The radicals had an aggressive foreign policy. They improvised casually in home affairs. Mr. Mac Smith is inclined to regret that Sicily and even Naples did not survive as autonomous radical states. Was Cavour alone to blame? After all, he had only another 272 months to live, and the radicals had plenty of chance in the future if they could take it. They never made much of it, and Italy has been kept going by hard-headed officials of Cavour's stamp. Idealists make revolutions, practical men come afterwards and clear up the mess. Garibaldi was luckier than most revolutionary leaders. He remained an idealist to the end of the chapter. If Cavour had not existed, Garibaldi must either have failed or have ended by playing the part of Cavour himself. Perhaps it was Cavour who made the greatest sacrifice after all. Garibaldi returned to Caprera, Cavour remained in power. Men of 1862. The Men of 1862 was a series of weekly television lectures broadcast by BBC Television after 10 p.m. from May 26 to July 1, 1963. The texts were published in The Listener between June 6 and 11 Fully 1963, but have never since been reprinted. The television series was among Alan Taylor's best. He was at the peak of his powers. After the public and academic rose over his origins of the Second World War, he was especially concerned to make a savourable impact with the lectures. Although he wrote to Roger Matchell of Hamish Hamilton, you will probably think, as I do, that they are too ragged to make into a book. He appears to have been hoping a publisher would take them up, either on their own or with other material. Given that two other books were in the offing: the First World War, an illustrated history, and a collection of essays mostly on 20th century themes, which was to be published as Politics in Wartime, doing something with these television lectures was not a priority. Later, when his publisher suggested to Taylor that he add them to Politics in Wartime, he felt they were unsuitable for that volume. This was perhaps because they covered an earlier period and because he had included essays on the same topics in earlier collections. In these portraits he often drew heavily on his earlier writings. As they signed, these 6 essays provide Taylor's later assessments of major figures who had much interested him during the first 3 decades of his academic career. Alan Taylor also discussed with the U.S. publisher McGraw-Hill the possibility of publishing The Men of 1862 along with some other 19th-century essays in the USA. He broke off his talks with that firm in favor of having a larger selection of his essays published there. These were selected from his 3 earlier British collections of essays from Napoleon to Stalin, Rumors of Wars and Englishmen and others, and published under the title From Napoleon to Lenin, Historical Essays as a Harper T. Orchback in 1966. ******. In 1862 Europe was stocked with kings and emperors and powerful statesmen, but few people would have disputed that the most important of them, the man who held the future of Europe in his hand, was Napoleon III, Emperor of the French. He was a ruler of a special kind, the first who literally owed his power to the people. If by democracy we mean that men choose their rulers, then Napoleon III was the first who had ever been chosen in this strict sense. In the United States, presidents were already chosen by popular election, but before that they were chosen by party. Napoleon III had no party, he was nothing except himself. When people talked about the Bonapartists, they did not mean that the followers of Napoleon III had any formed program or body of ideas, represented anything, had any kind of organization, except as personal backers of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, who became Emperor of the French. His power came to him 10 years before, in 1852, or one could go back further, to when he became President of the French Republic in 1848, his power came to him, as it had never come to anyone before, in this direct way. He was the first man to be carried to the top by direct universal suffrage. If we ask why in 1862 was Napoleon III Emperor of the French at all, we can answer, because of his name. He was the nephew of the great Napoleon. That is to say, he was the nephew of the great Napoleon, if indeed he was the son of his father, which some historians have doubted. At any rate, in accepted theory he was the nephew of the great Napoleon. He claimed to represent himself a number of Napoleonic ideas, about which he had written a book. But the technical operation was a straight popular election, when for the first time in European history a people, the French people, all enjoyed the right to vote, and Louis Napoleon was carried to the top as President of the French Republic by this process of direct election. And the same had been true about the various stages. in which he had stepped to absolute power. There was, and this is rare, certainly unique in the Europe of the time, no intermediary between him and the people. He was not created by party, he was not created by parliament, he and the people were in direct connection. Napoleon III himself put it well when he said, "Other French governments have ruled with the support of perhaps 1 million of the educated classes. I have called in the other 29 million. It was the 29 million, the people, as it were, who were not in politics, not in public life, people who did not write for the newspapers, people who did not take part in political discussions, who made him emperor of the French and to whom he felt in a sense responsible. He existed for the sole purpose of pleasing them. Many rulers have sought popularity, but this has been in order to carry out the kind of policies they want or because they love power. In a curious way, Napoleon III, although ostensibly the most powerful man in Europe, did not love power. That is to say, he did not like doing things. What he liked was the process of getting there. He was one of nature's conspirators, he enjoyed nothing more than to plot. When, as President of the French Republic, working within a constitution, faced with an elected assembly which he had to cooperate with, he planned to become instead dictator, he spent months working out in extreme elaboration the way in which he would seize power. But once the plans for his coup d'état were made, he hesitated, not I think out of fear but simply because the plans were so beautiful he was no longer interested in operating them. In the summer of 1851 the plans for the coup d'état were ready, and then he delayed again and again. His fellow conspirators, who thought they might well be found out and be sent to prison or lose their heads, urged him, "We must act, we must put these plans into operation." He would always postpone action for another day. It was only when the assembly itself took the offensive, in trying to deprive him of the control over the soldiers, that he moved into action. It was always someone else who was pushing him forward. A few years later, in 1865, when he met Bismarck at Biarritz and they talked about plans for the remodeling of Europe, Bismarck threw out the idea that he was aiming to make Prussia the dominant power in Germany. When he discussed how this should be done, Napoleon III said, "You mustn't make events, you must wait for them to happen." Napoleon waited, even though he was at the same time given over to construction. He was, though brought into power as the guardian of order, the man who would end the revolution, at the same time the heir of the great French Revolution, anxious indeed to apply its ideas all over Europe. Yet, having built up the ideas, having accumulated policies and indeed openings by which he could operate, he would then put it off. "You must learn to wait" was his constant slogan. This is a curious thing. One can understand a conservative believing in waiting. Napoleon was by principle and outlook a revolutionary, and yet procrastinating revolutionary. There is another perhaps even more striking example. In 1858 he met Cavour, who was then Prime Minister of Piedmont, at the little watering place of Plombières, and together they plotted how they would force a war upon Austria, drive the Austrians out of Italy, and create a united Italy. As long as they were engaged in the detailed plans of how the war should be brought about, of how Austria could be maneuvered into the position of actually starting the war, Napoleon III was satisfied. They had an agreeable secret 3 days together. But when Napoleon went back to Paris, and Cavour began to put his plans into action, Napoleon III was constantly rebuking him, saying, "They're admirable plans, and of course a united Italy is what I want, but let's wait a bit longer." And at the very last minute, when Austria was maneuvered into war and was indeed driven from northern Italy, Napoleon III was grumbling and complaining that Cavour had dragged him along into operating plans which Napoleon III himself had made. This is part of his mystery. He liked to believe a man of mystery. Bismarck said that he was a sphinx, but a sphinx without a riddle. I would be tempted to say rather that he was a sphinx with too many riddles, who never attempted really to get onto the answers. He loved to think out riddles, he loved to think of the problems of Europe, but when it came to action he procrastinated, and underneath, perhaps, was aware of the deeper difficulties of his position.
Ostensibly he was the most powerful man in Europe. He was, I was going to say, dictator of France. By 1860 he had granted a rather thin constitution which meant that there were elections for an assembly. The assembly was allowed to have a certain amount of discussion, but the power, the decision, rested with him, as indeed it was to remain right to the end of the 1860s. More than this, France appeared to be the most powerful country in Europe. She had behind her the prestige of the Napoleonic Wars, when the great emperor had conquered all Europe as far as Moscow. She was regarded as the driving force, the great progressive nation, the leader, who would gather the other revolutionary ideas and revolutionary countries behind her. It was still believed that she was the greatest military power in Europe. Men all spoke with respect of the French army and feared what it would do. Her population was not quite the greatest in Europe, but it placed her high among the ranks of the great powers. As one can see from what contemporaries said about France, it was feared there would come from her another wave of aggression and Napoleonic domination. In 1865, when Prussia had become more powerful, Palmerston said at the very end of his life, "It's very regrettable that Prussia's become more powerful. Nevertheless, it's better that Prussia should win than France. If there's going to be a conflict between Prussia and France, then it is in British interests that Prussia should come out the victor, because she is the weaker of 278. The two. And a French domination of Europe would be very dangerous. Prussian domination of Europe won't happen." Napoleon III sensed that there was much that was illusory in his position. France, and for that matter Napoleon III himself, were running on their prestige. The French people had made big efforts to accomplish great things in the days of Napoleon, and now the spirit of domination had gone out of them. They had become basically a conservative, contented people. They asked for no more, and Napoleon III was strong in talk but less effective when it came to action. Just before this time, in 1859, when there had been the war with Austria, the French army had won, but not in the old decisive way in which the French armies won in the days of the Great Revolution and the Great Napoleon. There had been battles of terrible carnage in which only at the last minute had there been some sort of a decision, and the experience on the battlefield, not merely the bloodshed but the difficulties, the risk, the feeling that the French army could not carry all before it had made Napoleon himself shrink from further wars, though not from further conspiracies. When the great Napoleon was emperor of the French, this empire extended right across Europe. Parts of the Adriatic were included in France itself, so in 1810 it extended as far, say, as Hamburg. There were dependencies right up to the Russian frontier. This was a true empire. The French Empire over which Napoleon III ruled was simply France under another name. When he made himself emperor of the French, it was simply the France that there had been before, and in the course of his reign he added to this empire only Savoy and Nice, on the borders of Italy, and one small bit of Indochina. The name was what Napoleon III had provided, and he inevitably relied more on conspiracies and maneuver than on realities of power. One could put it in more practical terms. A far-sighted man who had looked at the figures of French coal and iron production, which had been the leading figures on the continent of Europe,